Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1, Heir Grindelwald, I. F freak, a man grunted out with a lot of difficulties. A foot landed on the back of the man's head, pushing the man's face into the mud. The man started to struggle, and after a few seconds, the foot was finally lifted. The man gasped for air as he looked up at the woman standing over him with hatred in his eyes. The woman had an indifferent look on her face, her crimson eyes were looking down at him with disdain, and he hated it. The woman was no older than 20. The woman's long crimson hair was flowing due to the gentle breeze. The woman was dressed in a black leather suit with metal plates, and her crimson cape was majestically billowing behind her. Long golden spikes could be seen extending from her cape. Image here. The woman was also carrying an extremely long katana. As a whole, the woman seemed to be extremely beautiful without any argument. The man felt sick for thinking something like that. The woman spat down at his face. Filthy mudblood, the woman muttered in disdain. The woman's voice was the most melodious voice the man had ever heard. He felt his whole being shudder at the thought. The woman was unnatural, a freak. Mudblood, quite an interesting term in this situation, wouldn't you agree? The woman asked, and the man simply continued glaring at the woman. The mud didn't form due to water. It has formed due to the blood of the citizens of this town. A man approached the woman and gave her a small bow. My lady, everything is ready. The woman nodded her head. The woman finally turned around to face a huge crowd. To be exact, there were 743 people consisting of both men and women. All of them were a part of an army called Crimson Knights. This was only the 1/4 part of the Crimson Knights. The crimson-haired woman had created the army from scratch when wizards and witches started to flock behind her because they believed in her and her cause. The woman let out a satisfied hum as she inspected the stakes her soldiers had erected. A small smile made its way to her face as she noticed the horrified looks on the faces of the mudbloods her soldiers had pinned on the stakes. The woman used wandless magic to lift up the man lying in the mud so that he could enjoy the show. Let them go, demon! The man screamed when he saw his wife and his brother pinned on the stake. The woman ignored the men as she looked towards her soldiers. Today, we stand here because of filth like them. These people are the proof that what we are doing is right, the woman said, and all the Crimson Knights agreed with her. Hail, Lady Grindelwald! The Crimson Knights cheered as they lit up the stakes. No, no, no. The men held up by the woman started to scream and cry when the flames started to engulf his wife and brother. The mudbloods kept screaming until they died. After that, cheers broke out among the Crimson Knights, and the woman known as Lady Grindelwald raised her hand to stop the celebration. Only the sobs of the broken men could be heard right now. The woman moved away so the men could clearly see his wife's and brother's burning corpses. If you continue crying, then you will be able to move on. The pain you feel at this moment will be gone, and I can't have that. You can join them in the afterlife, the woman said as she plunged the crying men into the flames. No. The man wailed loudly as he was burned alive in the flames. The woman gave the men one last look before she closed her eyes. There was a magical family residing in this town. Unfortunately, they got ousted due to the accidental magic of their child. The man who was just burned alive was the chief of this small town. He had immediately blamed the family and their kind for the world war which had ended 8 years ago. His family was also blamed for the crop and economic failure of their town. The chief had sentenced the family to be stoned to death. The parents were able to put up a fight long enough to save their child, who was later saved by one of her Crimson Knights. Unfortunately, both of the parents were stoned to death. After arriving here, they had found the bodies of the parents. The bodies were thrown into a gutter outside the town. The woman arranged a proper burial for them before heading inside the town. The woman prayed for the magical couple as they deserved her respect. They had given their lives to save their child. If the parents were properly educated, then they could have operat. Magical education was very costly, not everyone could afford that. Burn down everything. No survivors. The woman commanded as a couple of her soldiers started to cast fiend fire. Only a handful of the woman's soldiers had the ability to cast and control fiend fire. All of them were personally trained by her. After that, everyone operat out of the town, returning to their base. The woman appeared inside the meeting room. 3 wizards and a witch were already present in the room when she appeared. The 4 of them were her most trusted aides, her lieutenants. Donovan Creed, Quentin Moore, Vladimir Sastikov, and finally Ambika Rajat. These 4 were her oldest followers. They were the ones who had laid down the foundations for the Crimson Knights. Donovan Creed was a pureblood wizard from a small pureblood Italian family. He was a middle-aged man who specialized in magical and mundane laws. He wanted to become a lawyer. He was even able to get an apprenticeship. Image here. He wanted to work for the ICW, but sometime during his apprenticeship, he found out that the ICW is more worried about muggles rather than the magical population. He continued studying, but he no longer held the ICW in high regard. Even now Donovan kept memorizing laws from various magical governments so that he could help his lady in a time of need. Quentin Moore was a muggle born from Africa whose parents abandoned him on the streets after they found that their son was blessed by the gift of magic. He lived on the streets after he was abandoned. Image here. He quickly found himself involved with the darker parts of the world. He needed to survive, so he started to use his gift to steal. One incident went wrong and he had to kill. After that he decided to become an assassin. Sometime during his time as an assassin, he finally found what he truly was, a wizard. He continued killing for money while learning magic at the same time. His routine continued for more than 30 years until he was found by Lady Grindelwald. Vladimir Sastikov was an orphan from Russia. He never knew if he had any parents or not. He grew up in an orphanage, being hated throughout his life. He was abused and bullied by everyone. Image here. One day when he was 10 years old, he snapped and accidentally killed someone. No one was able to prove anything, so he wasn't punished. At the age of 11, he received a letter from Koldovstoritz. The matron was way too happy to send him away. Throughout the next 7 years, he received magical education in Koldovstoritz, and after graduation, he went to become a duelist. He was one of the best duelists out there in the world. Ambika Rajat was also a muggle-born witch. She was from India. She was born with white hair, and that is why her parents had left her in front of an orphanage when she was only 2 years old. Only black hair was natural in India. Having another type of hair is a sign of unnaturalness. Ambika grew up being bullied and hated. She started to hate and despise everyone around her. Image here. She herself knew that she wasn't normal. She had noticed odd things happening around her, like books or toys flying into her hand if she really wanted it. At the age of 15, she was married off to an old bastard, the matron of the orphanage. She killed the old bastard just after the ceremony and ran away. She was on the run when she was found by Lady Grindelwald. Ambika found out that she was a witch, and she found that she loved potions. There was no discrimination among the Crimson Knights on the basis of family background or blood purity. Their motto was, "Magic is might." So as long as you have the gift of magic, you will be welcomed into the Crimson Knights. There were a lot of muggle-born witches and wizards in the ranks of Crimson Knights, and instead of muggle-borns they were referred to as first-generation witches or wizards. Lady Grindelwald, all of them bowed their heads when they noticed the woman's arrival. Even a fool could tell that the four of them held the utmost respect for Lady Grindelwald. At ease, the woman waved off as she sat down. Her lieutenants also sat down following her command. "Did you find the parents?" Ambika asked, and the crimson-haired woman shook her head. "Yes, they were dead and we gave them a proper burial," the crimson-haired woman said as she leaned back in her chair. "You might want to see this," Donovan said, pulling out the latest edition of the New York Ghost. A frown appeared on the woman's face as she read the massive headline. "The terror of Gellert Grindelwald comes to an end. Gellert Grindelwald captured." Apparently, Gellert Grindelwald has been captured by Makusa. The president of Makusa, Serafina Pickery, was making bold statements everywhere. They were genuinely thinking that the war was over before starting. The woman burst out laughing. "Utter fools, that prison won't be able to hold him for long. He will escape one way or the other," the crimson-haired woman said with a snort. "Gellert is stubborn and resilient if nothing else," the woman mused. A few months ago Gellert had decided to find an obscurial. The crimson-haired woman knew about the vision Gellert had, though she kind of found it odd that simple auras were able to apprehend Gellert. Gellert was the master of the Elder Wand, the Death Stick, or the Wand of Destiny, and he was one of the best duelists out there. She found herself becoming curious, so she decided to visit Gellert. She wanted the true story without any exaggeration. "My lady, when are we going to come out in the open?" Vladimir asked curiously. His thick Russian accent made it quite hard for anyone to understand his English. "There is no need to hurry. Gellert can have the limelight. We are currently unknown to the world, so they aren't coming after us. We will be using that to our advantage as long as possible," the woman said with a polite smile on her face. "But we could gain more support if we came out in the open, right?" Quentin asked. "Yes, you are right, Quentin, but the time isn't right. The magical world is filled with traitors who care about muggles. My plans are progressing much faster than I had planned. No need to attract attention right now," the crimson-haired woman said, and Vladimir nodded his head. "Of course, my lady," Vladimir said, and the crimson-haired woman dismissed the meeting. The crimson-haired woman operated into her room and placed her katana on the table and unclasped her cape. With that, the woman stripped out of her leather suit as she made her way towards the bath. With a wave of her hand, the bath started to get filled with water as she looked at herself in the mirror. 12 years. The woman mused as she ran her fingers through her beautiful crimson hair. It has been 12 years since the day she was named Destiny Grindelwald. She was the heir of Gellert Grindelwald. Line break. 13 years ago. A small bald kid could be seen running through the streets of a village in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Fear and terror were etched on the kid's face. The kid was barely wearing anything, the kid was clearly weak and frail. The kid bolted out of the village and ran into the nearby woods. The kid was breathing heavily but didn't stop. Only after a couple of minutes, the kid reached a small shed. The kid crawled inside the shade and released a huge sigh. The kid took out a few loaves of dirty bread and devoured them in an instant. The kid's stomach growled, the kid grimaced. The bread wasn't enough, but there was no more food. Need some water, the kid thought, but it was already dark and getting out in the dark is very dangerous. The kid stared outside towards the setting sun. Why me? The kid questioned as tears started to fill the kid's crimson eyes. This way. I know that the devil lives somewhere around here. The kid heard a loud shout and several footsteps. The kid shuddered in fear. Did they find me? The kid wondered as the kid kept staring outside, crimson eyes darting everywhere from the shed. There. That's the shed, a voice exclaimed, and the kid immediately bolted out of the shed. The kid only made it a couple of meters before something collided against the back of the kid. The kid started to bleed and the kid couldn't do anything due to the blow. The kid's body was really weak and frail. Finally got the devil, a woman among the group sneered. Yes. She must be the reason why we have to pay so much tax, another man said in a fearful tone, and several agreements rang throughout the group. Enough. It is getting dark, we must return before the sun sets, one man spoke out loudly and everyone agreed. But how are we going to carry her? One woman asked. I am not going to touch her, she might curse me, the woman wailed, and several other people gulped in fear and agreement. Armak. It was your duty to watch the village entrance. She was still able to enter the village and steal food, it is your duty to take her back. We will be finally getting rid of her today, the supposed leader of the group ordered, and a man groaned in displeasure. The kid lay on the ground bleeding, she clearly heard everything and whimpered due to pain and the coldness she was feeling. Please, someone, the kid pleaded inside her mind because she knew that pleading out loud would earn her more pain. Fine, but I won't be touching her more than necessary. Now, give me the rope, the man known as Armak whined as he grabbed the rope. He leaned down and started to bind the legs and hands of the kid. The kid was way too weak to put up a fight at this moment. Let's go. Armak called out and the whole group seemed to cheer. Armak also tied her mouth so the devil couldn't scream. The girl silently wailed as she was being dragged through the woods. The child didn't know what her mistake was, but it has always been like this since she was born. She was hated for simply existing in this world. She never knew her parents, she didn't even know if she had any. She had heard from the villagers that she is the incarnation of the devil, that might have been the case. She had noticed odd things happening around her. Once she had thrown away an adult obese woman who was trying to beat her. She didn't even touch the woman, she simply flew away several meters. Odd things like that kept happening throughout the years. Her wounds would heal overnight. She was very perceptive of her surroundings since she became conscious. She had to be if she wanted to avoid getting beaten. 2 years ago she had been tossed out of the village when their taxes were increased. She was blamed for their misery. She had nowhere to go, she simply headed towards the woods. That wasn't a good idea as the woods were filled with various types of animals. So she made herself a small shed using a crevice on the ground. That has been her home for the last 2 years. Before that, she lived on the streets of the village, scraping by with whatever she could get her hands on. She would sleep in whatever warm places she could find. Some days someone would find her and give her a few beatings before shooing her off. While on some lucky days, no one found her and she was able to get a peaceful night's sleep. After getting thrown out of the village she started to steal food whenever she could. Every time she would get noticed, she realized that it was due to her crimson hair. So she shaved her head with the help of a stone. It hurt, she kept whimpering throughout the process, but she had to get rid of her hair. After that, things improved for her quite a bit, but sometimes she still found herself staring at the moon while begging the devil to take her away. The villagers called her the devil spawn, the incarnation of the devil, so she must have some sort of connection with the devil, right? But even the devil never arrived to take her, she didn't know how to write, there was no one to teach her. She could speak, but that ability was pretty limited due to her lack of knowledge. But she could understand most of the things she heard. From the things she understood, these people were going to cleanse her. They were going to banish her from the human world. She had no idea how they were going to do that, but she knew it wouldn't be anything good. The girl felt really weak due to all the blood she had lost, her whole body was hurting too. Against her wishes, her eyes closed up and she lost consciousness. The girl's eyes snapped open when something sharp hit against her cheek, he felt stinging pain from her cheek. Tears pooled in her eyes, but she knew crying would only earn her more beating. She had learned that early in her life. Good, you are finally awake, devil spawn, the man in front of her face snarled in disgust. The girl's eyes danced around to see where she was. She found herself hanging on something, her hands, legs, and mouth were tied tightly. Her whole body was hurting. Please, devil. Once again she silently begged the devil to take her while looking towards the moon. The girl's stomach grumbled and her throat was parched. Food. Water. The girl thought as she kept looking around. She finally reached the conclusion that she was in the village square. She saw as the villagers came and dumped wood at the base of the pillar she was hanging on. Were they going to burn her? These people wanted to cook her. She didn't know if she would taste good after getting cooked, but she knew that she would die after getting cooked. She desperately wanted to scream at them. She wanted to tell them not to cook her, she wanted to tell them they wouldn't enjoy eating her. She was so thin. Alas, her mouth was tied so she couldn't say anything. So, this was it, she was going to be burned alive. After a few minutes, they finally finished dumping the wood. The guy who had hit her at the beginning came with a bucket filled with some sort of liquid and poured it over the wood. The girl sniffed the air and her eyes grew wide in fear. She was right. These people were going to burn her alive. People started to gather around her, all the villagers were gathered here. Silent screams escaped her mouth, but everyone kept glaring at her, their eyes burning with hatred. Is everything prepared? A guy dressed in black clothes asked as he approached the center. The man was carrying a book in his hands and he was also wearing a cross outside his clothes. This was the first time the girl had seen a man dressed like this. The man's features were pretty soft, his eyes and voice filled with care. All the villagers looked at him with awe and admiration in their eyes. She had never seen them acting like this. Yes, father, everything is ready, the man who seemed to be the leader of the villagers spoke up with utmost respect in his voice. Good, then we can begin, the man wearing the cross said as he turned towards the girl. The kindness left his eyes in an instant as he stared at the small girl. His eyes burned with hatred. Today, you are going to pay for the sins you have committed, you devil spawn. The man exclaimed loudly. The little girl wanted to protest but she could only struggle with the ropes binding her. All the villagers cheered after hearing the statement. Today, we are going to cleanse this land. We will be sending you. The man said as he pointed towards the little girl. Back to the place you originated from, the man finished, and the little girl was unable to hold back her tears anymore. Don't be fooled by those tears, she is just trying to fool us. Look at those crimson eyes, if those aren't the sign of being a devil then I don't know what is, the man said while shaking his head as he signaled towards the leader of the villagers. The leader nodded his head with a determined look on his face and lit the torch. The man wearing the cross grabbed the torch from the other man with a hard look on his face as he stared into the eyes of a little girl. The little girl desperately fought but her body was too weak, but that is when something happened. The man holding the torch along with everyone in the front was pushed back by an invisible force. Horrified gasps were heard throughout the crowd as they started to call God's name. That was the last bit of energy the girl had in her body. Her eyes became droopy as she felt really tired due to the pain and energy exhaustion. She was hungry and thirsty too. Did all of you see her evil powers? The man holding the torch questioned loudly. Previously he barely managed to keep his clothes from catching fire when he was pushed back. Voices of agreement rang throughout the crowd. The little girl was too tired to even struggle anymore. Please, devil, please. She pleaded inside her mind, even though in some corner of her mind she knew that no one was going to come to save her. The villagers started to clamor, demanding the devil spawn to be burned. Everyone looked at the little girl with fear, hatred, and rage in their eyes. The little girl hated everyone within the crowd, but now she loathed their very existence with her being. May God have mercy on you, the man wearing the cross threw the torch into the wood lying under the little girl's feet and loud cheers broke out through the crowd. They started to celebrate and congratulate each other. The woods caught flames in an instant due to the oil. The little girl silently shrieked due to the searing pain she felt around her legs when the flames started to rise up. Once again tears started to trickle down her cheeks as the girl's whole mind was filled with unbearable pain. All of a sudden everyone froze when a large stream of water was poured into the flames. The fire went off and huge amounts of steam was released. The little girl didn't know what happened, but from the corner of her eyes, she noticed a man in strange clothes approaching the crowd of villagers. He was twirling a stick in his hands. Moments later, before anyone could say anything, the man pointed the stick towards the crowd and started to release strings of lights from the stick. Some were green while some were red. The people gathered around to watch the girl burn had started to drop like flies. Everyone yelled in fear and started to run, but there was something completely different going on inside the little girl's mind. He, devil, finally came to save me. For the first time in her life the girl felt happiness. For a moment all of her pain was gone, but it has been a long day for the girl, so she was unable to stop herself from closing her eyes. She wanted to stare at the devil, etch his being into her mind, as the devil has finally decided to save her. The last thing the girl saw before her eyes closed was that the devil was approaching her. The girl knew no more after that. Line break. For the first time in several years, Gellert Grindelwald was happy. He still remembered the last time he was happy like this. He remembered the day just like yesterday, even though it has been nearly 14 years. The day he made the blood pact with his best friend and lover, Albus Dumbledore. Both of them had similar ideas, but it was something not to be. Albus believed in subtle power plays while Gellert believed in force. Both of them wanted to lead the magical world for the greater good, but one fateful day everything fell apart as an argument broke out between Gellert, Albus, and Albus's younger brother Aberforth Dumbledore. The argument led to a three-way battle between the three of them, which only ended with the unfortunate death of Ariana Dumbledore. She was only 14 years old when her life was snuffed out by one of them. Gellert Grindelwald knew whose curse it was that snuffed Ariana's life, but he couldn't reveal that. No matter how his relationship ended with Albus, he couldn't do it to him. It was Albus's curse that snuffed little Ariana's life. He knew that Albus resented Ariana because, after their mother's death, it became Albus's responsibility to take care of Ariana. He hated her for that. He believed that if Ariana didn't exist or if her magic wasn't crippled, then he could be out there fulfilling his dreams and doing so much more. Gellert knew that magic is mysterious and based on intent. Albus's magic had probably acted on his intent and took Ariana's life. In a small part of his mind, Gellert blamed himself too. She was just a little girl, no older than 6, when 3 Muggle boys attacked her when they had seen her performing a bout of accidental magic. The incident left her so traumatized that her own magic acted against her, killing her from the inside. Gellert pitied Ariana, as it wasn't her fault. No one could control their magic at that age. Ariana was merely 14 when she threw a fit. Her favorite brother Aberforth wasn't there to calm her, so due to a bout of her uncontrollable magic, an explosion happened, which led to the death of Dumbledore matron. Gellert had arrived at Godric's Hollow after that incident, and both him and Albus quickly became friends due to their ideals, which turned into something more in the following months. Both of them wanted to subjugate the Muggles, for the greater good. On a fateful night, both Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore decided to make a blood pact, stating that the two of them could never fight each other as long as the blood pact existed. After that, the two of them started to make plans for their eventual takeover. But everything good must come to an end. It happened when Aberforth Dumbledore finally returned home from school and became aware of their plans. He was concerned and disgusted with the plan, so he finally confronted the two of them. Gellert insisted that if they subjugated Muggles, then Ariana wouldn't need to hide any longer, and what happened to her wouldn't happen to anyone else. Gellert became enraged and used the Cruciatus curse on Aberforth. Albus immediately jumped into the fight to protect his brother, and that is what led to the start of the three-way duel that would severely impact the Dumbledore brothers. Ariana, with her uncontrollable magic, tried to stop the three but instead lost her life. Gellert promptly left Godric's Hollow after that incident, as he couldn't stay any longer at Godric's Hollow. After the incident, he was even more determined and assured of his plans. He knew that to realize his plans he needed power. That is what led him to delve into the research of the Deathly Hallows. A year ago he had finally found a trail. There were some rumors circulating around. Apparently, the renowned wandmaker Mikey Gregorovich was in possession of the Elder Wand. The fabled Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny, and he was currently trying to duplicate it. So, Gellert broke into Mikey Gregorovich's workshop and decided to wait for the wandmaker to arrive. As soon as Mikey Gregorovich entered his workshop, Gellert stunned the man and stole the wand. This led Gellert to realize something. Previously it was known that you can only gain the allegiance of the Elder Wand through murder, but that conception was proven wrong by him. And that is why Gellert was happy. It has been only a month since he had gained the allegiance of the Elder Wand, and his magic was so much stronger than before. Now his magic flowed through his body much faster, and it was more potent too. His spells were stronger and his casting speed was much faster too. After getting the wand, Gellert promptly left Germany. That is where Gregorovich Zauberstäbe was located. It was the name of the workshop of Mikey Gregorovich. It has been a month since Gellert Grindelwald arrived in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and since his arrival, he has been traveling on foot. He had decided to take the scenic route as there was a lot to see and he wanted to stay away from magical settlements. He didn't know if Mikey Gregorovich had blown the whistle or not. If he had, then Gellert would be getting a lot of attention, the type of attention he wanted to avoid at this moment as he was yet to start his movement. It was almost dark when he saw a village. It was a small village, but it was more than enough to spend just a night. He promptly made his way towards the village. It was already dark when he arrived at the gates. He found it odd as the village seemed empty. After a quick revealing spell, Gellert knew that everyone was gathered at the village's center. He shrugged and entered the village, and that is when he started to hear people clamoring. That piqued his interest as he quickly made his way to the center of the village, and what he saw froze him in his tracks. A little bald child has been hoisted on a stake right in the middle of the street, and people have gathered around the child. Gellert Grindelwald knew what was going to happen. They were going to burn the girl. Gellert saw the tears trailing down from the crimson eyes of the child, and he found himself in a dilemma. That is when, with a bout of desperate accidental magic, the child pushed everyone away. That blew away all the doubts inside Gellert's mind as something snapped inside him. Wasn't this why he was trying to change the world? Wasn't this why he hated Muggles too? The little child reminded him of Ariana. Wasn't this girl going through the same thing Ariana had gone through, but on a bigger scale? By this time, the Muggles had already lit up the stake. He didn't even need to see the pain in the child's eyes. He immediately sprang into action and transfigured the oil into water, and then he used the Aguamenti charm to put off the remaining fire. He could always take care of the filth after he had saved the child. With the fire put off, Grindelwald started to approach the crowd of mudbloods while twirling the death stick. Before they could say anything, he started attacking the crowd with Avada Kedavra and stunners. He felt no pity for these pathetic filths, they deserved to die. The only reason he bothered to use stunners was because he wanted to save some of them for the child. A grin appeared on his face. This child was going to learn an important lesson. Within moments, Gellert subdued the whole crowd. Most of them were dead while some simply unconscious. Gellert turned around and started to approach the stake. With a jab of his wand, the child was freed from the bounds as he gently levitated the child into a nearby house and laid down the child on the bed. With some waves of his wand, he bound all the unconscious villagers. Gellert entered the house and closed the door behind him. Gellert took another look at the child and reality dawned upon him. I am in no way fit to take care of a child, Gellert concluded. None of his plans included taking care of a child. For Morgana's sake, he didn't even know how to take care of a child. But now he just couldn't leave the child. This child was the living proof of why his ambition was necessary. What would you do, Albus? Gellert questioned himself, but nobody answered. First, he needed to see if the child was fine or not. So, Gellert quickly cast a diagnostic spell and the result made him grimace. The girl had lost a lot of blood that could be fixed with a blood-replenishing potion. A few bones were broken and wrongly healed. He wasn't a healer, but he knew that vanishing bones and then regrowing them with skill grow potion would work. Yes, the whole process will be painful, but it was necessary if the girl wanted to avoid having disabilities in the future. Yes, through the diagnostic spell Gellert knew that the child was a girl. Burn salve, Gellert mused as he noticed the burns on the girl's legs. Nutritional potions and growth potions in bulk, Gellert grimaced as he didn't miss the severe case of malnutrition. With a mental note, Gellert operated into Ascon Thoroughfare. It was the biggest Austro-Hungarian magical market. He picked up a newspaper to see if there was anything new going on in the magical world. Apparently, no. There was nothing new going on in the magical world. Gellert shoved the newspaper in his coat as he started to look for an apothecary. After a few minutes, he located an apothecary. It took him a couple of minutes to buy everything. But then his eyes landed on a vial of potions he had never seen before. Well, there were a lot of potions he had never seen, but most of them were classified as dark and no shop owner would sell them in the open. These potions were right in front of the store. So, his curiosity got the better of him. What type of potions are these? Gellert questioned the shopkeeper, and the shopkeeper simply grinned. These, my friend, are language potions. These are recently developed, and in most of the countries, it is banned because it requires blood from a person who knows the language you want to learn, the shopkeeper pointed out. Gellert was immediately interested. He knew English and German, but he had no ideas about other languages, and if he needed to fulfill his ambition, then he needed to deal with people from various parts of the world. How many languages do you have in stock? Gellert asked. Only 4. English, German, Russian, and French, the shopkeeper said with a shrug. Pity, Gellert mused. Give me 1 Russian and 1 for French, and I need 20 blank ones, Gellert ordered, and the shopkeeper pulled out 22 vials. 2 of them were marked while the rest weren't. Use these 2 in 24 hours, pulling them out of the crate takes off the special stasis charm put on them, and think about the language you want to imprint when adding blood to the blank ones, the shopkeeper instructed. Gellert nodded his head and paid for the potions and left the shop. The blank potions had a mild silverish tint to them, while the marked potions were muddy silverish, almost like mercury in color. After leaving the shop, Gellert went to buy some food. After that, he quickly operated in the house and found that the girl was still sleeping. He put everything on the table and decided to wait. Gellert opened the Russian language vial and gulped it down. Several memories appeared inside his head, and Gellert found that he was proficient in Russian. Marvelous, Gellert cheered inside his mind, even though he was feeling a mild headache. He decided to take the French language vial after a good night's sleep. Gellert picked up the newspaper and started to skip through the contents. Gellert froze when he heard some shuffling from the bed. He lowered the newspapers to find the girl was up. She was looking at him with wide eyes. You, devil, the girl asked in an almost hopeful tone. Gellert noticed the hope and fear in the girl's eyes. Fear of being wrong, Gellert concluded. No, I am a wizard, Gellert said as he got up. The girl flinched and scooted away. Gellert saw that and paused. Wizard, no devil, the girl questioned with a heartbroken look on her face. There are no such things as devils, even if there are, I don't know about them. I am a wizard and you are a witch, Gellert pointed out. The girl pointed at herself and gave him a questioning look. I, witch, the girl questioned, and Gellert uncorked a blank language vial and pricked his finger with his wand. Thinking about English, he added a couple of drops in it. The potion's color changed into a muddy silverish color. He noticed that the girl was watching his actions curiously. He picked up the vial and approached the girl. The girl scooted away, trying to make some distance, but she had to stop due to the wall. I am not going to hurt you. You need to drink this. You will be able to speak nicely after that, Grindelwald said as the girl kept staring intently at the offered object. After a minute, the girl finally grabbed the vial and gulped it down. She immediately grimaced and grabbed her head as she whimpered. Gellert walked back and sat down in his chair. Gellert patiently waited. A lot of things appeared inside my mind. The girl trailed off and froze when she noticed how well she could speak now. Yes, I said that you will be able to speak nicely, Gellert drawled with slight annoyance but remembered that he was dealing with a child who knew nothing of this world. Why don't you have some food? It is warm. Gellert pointed towards the food on the table. He clearly noticed that the girl simply wanted to lunge at the food but she was somewhat reluctant. After a few minutes, the girl finally climbed down from the bed and flinched due to the burns on her legs as she approached the table. There was worry in her crimson eyes. The girl climbed up a chair and kept staring at him and the food while gulping from time to time. Gellert finally understood that the girl was probably waiting for permission. Yes, you may eat. As soon as Gellert finished speaking, the girl pounced on the food like a hungry wolf. Need to teach her manners too, Gellert thought but he didn't say anything. He kept watching the girl with a disturbed look on his face as she devoured the food like a barbarian. He knew that the girl was malnourished so he had brought food that would be light for her stomach. It only took a few minutes for the girl to finish everything. Gellert opened his mouth to say something but closed his mouth and conjured a bowl for her. Then he used the Aguamenti charm to fill the bowl with water. The girl immediately gulped down the water and released a small burp. Once again the girl started to give him worried looks. Gellert wanted to rub his face in frustration. This must be a challenge given to me by either fate or destiny, Gellert thought. Why are you being so nice to me? The girl asked in a worried tone. It was clear that the girl didn't trust him. Because you are a witch, you are gifted with magic. Wizards and witches must band together. As a wizard, it is my duty to help you and save you from those filthy muggles, Gellert said with quite some venom in his voice. Muggle filth, the girl questioned as she tilted her head in confusion. The ones who don't have magic. All of these villagers are muggle filth, mudbloods. They are jealous of our gift and that is why they hate us. Gellert paused as he saw raw hatred in those beautiful crimson eyes. Mudbloods. I hate mudbloods, the little girl spat out. Her whole body was shaking in rage. Gellert Grindelwald internally smirked. He didn't need to make her hate muggles, she already hated them with her very being. All of a sudden a thought appeared in Gellert's mind. This little girl was probably the first person who was going to swear loyalty to him and he didn't even know her name yet. She would probably become his first follower but he wouldn't force her to swear loyalty to him. This girl had already made a special place for herself in his heart and he would understand if she wanted to realize his, or a dream in her own way. Gellert was quite surprised with his train of thoughts and how quickly he had come to genuinely care about this girl. What is your name, girl? Gellert asked softly and the little girl shrugged after hearing his question. I don't have one, the girl said in a dismissive tone. That won't do, if the girl didn't have a name then it was up to him to give her a fitting name. Chapter 2, Heir Grindelwald, 2. It was much harder than he had thought it would be. Taking care of a child is no easy thing, especially one who is scared of you. Gellert finally understood how Albus must have felt while taking care of Ariana. He could clearly see that due to the presence of this girl he had to take a not-so-small break from his ambition but could he abandon the girl so he could chase his dreams? The answer was simple, he couldn't. He couldn't do that, his dream was to make a better world for children like her and if he abandoned her then he would simply be insulting his own ambition and dreams. He won't be making the mistake his best friend had made. Glory could wait, this girl, who was currently sleeping tucked in the bed with a peaceful look on her face is going to be his priority for now. His destiny had led him here, if he hadn't taken the scenic route then he would have never met the girl. It has been quite a chore but he was able to convince the little one to drink the potions and apply the burning salve. He hasn't talked to her about the bones though, he had decided to wait for that. After that, he had transfigured the clothes in the house to fit the girl. For a moment he saw the look of longing and need in the girl's eyes. She had thought that he didn't notice it but he had. Gellert transfigured the table into a bed and decided to call it a day. Line break. The next morning, the little girl was up just before the sunrise. She shot out of the bed as she looked around hurriedly. So, yesterday wasn't a dream. I am really a witch, the girl thought as she climbed down the bed. Surprisingly she didn't flinch in pain when her feet touched the floor. She looked at her feet and found that most of the burns were gone. Her eyes finally landed on her savior. She didn't know what to think about him. This was the first time anyone had shown her kindness. He gave her food, he had given her potions. Those were yucky and gooey, they tasted horrible but he had told her that those potions would help her. Could she trust this man? The answer was simple, she couldn't. Yes, there was nothing she could lose but that didn't mean that she would simply trust him blindly. The little girl contemplated as decided to approach the door. All of a sudden the girl froze. She was no longer living in the forest, she could use the loo. So she quickly made her way towards the loo to take care of business. But she failed to notice that the men who had saved her had also woken up due to her footsteps. The girl finally came out of the loo after taking care of her business and found the men standing near the window. "How was your sleep?" the men asked, still staring outside the window. "It was pleasant," the little girl answered as she made her way towards the table. The girl didn't fail to notice that the man was sleeping on a bed and now the bed was nowhere to be seen, instead it was replaced by the table from yesterday. "Good. Take your potions and then meet me outside," the man said and started to approach the door. With a wave of his hand, the door opened and the man left the house. The girl wanted to protest. The potions were yucky but she decided against it. She made her way towards the cupboard where he had placed the potions. Green potion followed by the blue potion, the girl thought as she picked up a vial filled with green liquid. She uncorked the vial and tipped it inside her mouth. The little girl grimaced at the taste but she put down the vial and picked up a vial with a blue potion inside it. Repeating the routine, she made her way towards the door with a grimace on her face. She finally walked out of the door and found the men who had saved her standing in front of the pile of mudbloods. The little girl seethed in anger as she made her way towards her savior. She finally reached beside him and stood silently. Neither of them said anything for a few minutes, the sun was already up. The girl stared towards the rising sun and for the first time in her life, she was looking forward to the rest of the day. "They are dead if you are wondering about them," the man was the first one to break the silence. The little girl didn't say anything and kept staring at the men who had saved her last night. "Today, I am going to teach you magic," the man said as he turned around to stare towards another pile of humans. But this pile was much different from the other one. "They are alive," the little girl muttered darkly. "Yes, they are. We are going to use them to teach you magic," the man said and the girl nodded her head. "I have bound them and silenced them as if they keep screaming they could break your concentration," the man said and the little girl nodded her head in understanding. The man pulled out his wand. Last night she had asked the man why he was waving a stick. The man had laughed and told her that it was a wand and he would explain later what a wand was. The girl paid rapt attention to the man, as she didn't want to miss anything. "As you already know, this is a wand. This is a magical focus. There are different types of foci used in different parts of the world but wands are most common. Wizards and witches require a focus to cast magic," the man explained and the girl nodded her head in understanding. "Can I get my own wand?" the girl questioned and the man simply smiled and shook his head. "No, at this moment you can't. In the Austro-Hungarian Empire, children under 10 aren't allowed to wield wands," the man explained and the girl sullenly nodded her head. It was clear that the girl wasn't happy. "So, I can't use magic?" the girl asked in a saddened tone and the man crouched in front of her. "I never said that. I have heard that there is a shop in China which is renowned for wands made for children. Those wands aren't strong like your regular wands but you can use them to cast simple spells," the man explained and he could see that excitement in the little girl's eyes. "So, how am I going to learn magic today? Are we going to China?" the little girl asked curiously as she tilted her head in slight confusion. "No, we are going to use this for today," the man said and pulled out another wand. This was much different than the one he had been using. "This is my old wand, this might not be perfect for you but I think this will work," the man said and he placed the wand in the little girl's hand. The little girl stared at the wand with awe in her eyes. 13.5, Blackthorn, Ruguru hair, the man said in a melancholic tone and the little girl excitedly nodded her head. She tried but it was simply impossible to hide her excitement so she gave up. The man finally stood up, breaking the girl out of her trance. "We are going to start with the most basic spell in existence, the levitation charm," the man said and once again the girl excitedly nodded her head. The man jabbed his wand towards the pile and the man was levitated out of the pile. The girl's eyes hardened as she immediately recognized the man. This was the leader of the village, it was the same man who had hit her and who had lit up the torch. "Looks like you recognized him," the man mused as he unceremoniously dropped the man on the hard ground. The girl nodded her head with a hard look on her face. "The incantation of the spell is Wingardium Leviosa and this is the wand movement," the man demonstrated and the little girl gave him a curt nod. "The pronunciation will be Wingardium Leviosa," once again the man slowly explained and the girl nodded her head in understanding. "Wingardium Leviosa," the girl muttered as followed the wand movements but nothing seemed to happen. The man simply urged her to continue. After trying 6 times the little girl started to get agitated. The man noticed it and decided to stop her. "Listen, getting agitated won't help. Magic is all about intent, you need to have a clear picture of what you want," the man explained and after a few moments, the girl nodded her head. The little girl took a deep breath and started to picture what she truly wanted. She had seen her savior use the spell without any incantation or wand movement. She decided to forego the wand movement as she found it completely silly. "Wingardium Leviosa," she said and jabbed her wand in a similar manner her savior had done previously and to her complete shock, it worked. The man lying on the ground started to float. She immediately turned towards her savior wanting to see his reaction and she didn't know what to make of it. The man was staring at the scene with wide eyes. Incredible. The man muttered and the girl cheered, losing her concentration. Her subject promptly dropped to the hard ground and the girl relished at the look of pain in the man's eyes. After a moment, the little girl froze as she slowly turned towards her savior. She thought that he would be disappointed in her for losing concentration but instead, the man seemed to be really happy. That was incredible, you performed the charm without wand movement, the man praised and the girl didn't know how to react. Just this morning she was questioning if she could trust this man or not and now the same man was praising her. This was the first time someone had praised her. It was the first time someone was proud of something she had done. The gears inside the girl's head started to turn as she came to a decision. She decided to take a leap of faith. For the first time in her life she decided to trust someone. She decided to trust the man in front of her. That is when she remembered that she didn't even know the name of her savior, the man she had decided to trust. "What is your name?" the little girl asked and a genuine smile appeared on the man's face. "Gellert Grindelwald, you can call me Gellert," the man said with a smile and the girl etched the name on her mind and the man's face inside her mind. Image here. Line break. It has been a week since she had started to learn from Gellert. She hadn't made much progress in the practical department but Gellert had said that it was understandable as she was very young and she might be using a mismatched wand. She didn't know what Gellert had done but the village was completely empty except for the two of them and her live subjects. She didn't know what happened to the children as none of them were in the village square that night but all of them were gone. She wondered if Gellert had killed them or not, but she couldn't find herself caring about that. All of them could just die and she wouldn't bat an eye. She was having the time of her life, she couldn't believe how her life had changed. Potions were still yucky but she could see the improvements with her own eyes. Previously, she had been thin like a twig and now, she could easily compare herself with one of the bigger kids in the village. Alas, they were nowhere to be found. Her crimson hair could be seen growing and according to Gellert, she would never need to cut off her hair again. That was great news, as a matter of fact she loved her crimson hair, but for her survival, it was necessary to remove her hair. Since the first day, she had been trying to replicate Gellert. She had noticed that she was able to forego the silly wand movements just like Gellert had done and now she could replicate that every time but then she wasn't able to forego the incantation. According to Gellert, her intent was more than strong enough as she could perform the spell sans any wand movement but she might be lacking power for the silent casting or Gellert's wand was really a bad match for her. Gellert had also brought a lot of books for her, though she didn't like the name of those books. Everything ended with dummies, like transfiguration for dummies, potions for dummies, charms for dummies, she wasn't a dummy. Gellert has been helping her so much, she didn't want to disappoint him so she had been studying and trying to learn everything Gellert brought her. She still remembered what Gellert had told her at the end of the first day. Your magic is like a muscle so the more you practice the stronger it becomes she had etched those words inside her mind. From that day, she used magic until she couldn't cast any longer. Once she had seen Gellert practice magic and she had been stumped after that. Could she even cast like that? Gellert had laughed and told her that there might be better wizards or witches out there and that is why he needed to practice and keep practicing even if he became the strongest. You couldn't stagnate or someone might overtake you. She had nodded her head with a determined look on her face. She had also learned a couple of new spells like the toothbrush charm, stinging hex, and the Lumos charm and the Nox charm. It might have taken her some time to learn all these spells as she was adamant that she would not use those silly wand movements. Gellert had found that pretty amusing but he had encouraged her even more. There was another thing Gellert had done, he had warned her not to try learning a new spell in his absence. She had taken that warning to heart and didn't practice any new spells or try to learn new spells in Gellert's absence. The little girl took a deep breath as she was about to start her magic practice. She decided to forego the incantation too and jabbed her wand at the cowering subject in front of her. The subject started to shake but she failed to lift her subject off the ground. Even though it didn't work, she knew that she was going in the right direction as the subject was shaking due to her spell. So she decided to give it another try, it wasn't like she was going to lose anything. Once again she jabbed her wand at the subject without any incantation. The subject shook for a few seconds and she was about to give up but the subject was finally lifted from the ground. The girl could feel only one emotion at that moment, elation. She levitated her subject several meters high in the air. I see, you have started your practice, a voice whispered behind her ear. The girl almost jumped out of her skin as she lost her concentration and her subject dropped on the ground with a loud crack resounding through the area. Is he dead? The girl asked curiously as her subject's neck was split open and a hollow bone could be seen poking out. Yes, Gellert said with slight worry in his voice. He didn't know how the girl was going to react as this was the first time she had taken a life. Pity. I wanted to practice more magic with him, the girl said, looking almost saddened. Gellert felt proud after hearing the little girl's words. She was a witch, she shouldn't be worried about a filthy muggle. The muggle should in fact be proud that he died for such a glorious cause. The girl suddenly perked up as stars appeared in her eyes. Gellert. See what I can do, the little girl exclaimed excitedly and silently jabbed her wand at a new subject. The subject was slowly levitated from the pile. Gellert was stunned silent. Not only did the girl cast the spell without wand movements but she also did it silently. Yes, it was a beginner spell but the girl was only 6 years old for Morgana's sake. If nurtured correctly then this girl could easily rival him and Albus in the future. I need to get her a wand that fits her, looks like I need to change my plans, again, Gellert thought as his eyes focused on the little girl who was expectantly looking at him. He finally understood what she wanted. Brilliant. You are going to be a very strong witch in the future, Gellert praised her genuinely and the girl beamed at him as she continued to practice magic. Gellert kept watching from the sidelines as the girl kept practicing magic with a determined look on her face. Her drive and passion to learn was so similar to him. Gellert was brought out of his musings when the girl stopped practicing and approached him. Is something wrong? Gellert asked curiously and the girl shook her head. In the books, I read that dark magic is bad. Why? The girl asked curiously. It was obviously a loaded question and Gellert rubbed his chin thinking about how he should answer the question. There is no light magic or dark magic. Most of the spells branded as dark magic aren't even dark magic. Yes, I agree that there are some spells which are truly dark as they can twist a person's personality. But as long as you know what you are doing and you are doing it correctly, you can avoid those risks. I know a lot about the so-called dark arts but I don't know everything, Gellert said, and after a few moments, the girl nodded her head in understanding. Do you need anything else? Gellert asked and the girl shook her head and walked away to continue practicing her magic. Line break. Gellert Grindelwald found himself standing in a line and he wanted to curse the whole lot of them. They were simply so slow. Even putting muggles on the counter would have been much faster. Finally, he reached the counter after a grueling hour. I want to submit my request for an international portkey, Gellert said and placed the parchment on the table. What kind of personal business? The clerk asked and Gellert had to restrain himself from slapping the stupid buffoon. If it was public business then he wouldn't have written personal business. It is personal, Gellert said primly and the clerk simply sighed and tapped his wand on the parchment as a bold red, rejected, appeared on the parchment. Now Gellert wanted to strangle the man. Even if the business is personal, you need to mention it as the Hungarian ministry is privy to your personal business. We have tightened the security. Some wizards from our country have created a ruckus in Muggle Germany, the man drawled and handed the parchment to Gellert. Gellert left the Hungarian Ministry of Magic frothing in anger. It was a miracle that he was able to hold himself back from crucifying that stupid buffoon. Once again, Muggles are being prioritized by the magical governments. Gellert released a sigh and decided to make his own international portkey. It wasn't that hard, but he simply wanted to use the legal channels of travel. With that, Gellert operated back to the village after buying some food. He appeared inside the house and found the girl reading a book. She is studious, Gellert noted internally as he cleared his throat. The girl perked up and looked up from her book. He really needed to think of a name for her. We will be leaving for China tomorrow, Gellert said and the girl excitedly nodded her head. Gellert achioed a metal flask and started to charm it using the porta spell. He could have used anything but sturdy objects were good when you were making an international portkey. He noticed that the girl was curiously watching him but didn't interrupt him. She simply kept her distance and kept watching. After a moment, Gellert was finally done and placed the flask on the table. What did you do to the flask? The girl asked curiously. I charmed this into an international portkey, Gellert said and the girl tilted her head in confusion. A portkey is an object enchanted to instantly bring anyone touching it to a specific location, by a specific activation method, that can be time, touch or an activation code, Gellert elaborated. After a few moments, the girl nodded her head in understanding and went back to reading her book. Gellert released a sigh. The rest of the day passed pretty normally. The girl had another magic practice session with her subjects. The next day Gellert found that the girl was ready even before he got up. It was pretty clear that the girl was really excited. You look pretty excited, Gellert commented as he pushed himself out of the bed. Yes, I will be getting a wand, the girl said like it was the answer to all of his questions and in a roundabout way, it was the answer to all of the questions he had at this moment. Gellert didn't waste much time and took care of his business and packed all the books he had bought for the girl inside a trunk and placed the trunk in his pocket after shrinking it. It was a normal trunk but it was more than enough to store a few books. Stay beside me, Gellert said in a firm tone and the girl nodded her head. Gellert activated the portkey and both of them felt a tug around their navel as they were whisked away. The two of them appeared right in the middle of a street. Gellert landed on his feet so he grabbed the girl stopping her from falling on the ground. The girl gave him a pained look. I don't feel so good. The girl said but thankfully she was able to stop herself from emptying her stomach. Gellert looked around and a grin appeared on his face. Yes, this was the right place. Even though the two of them had appeared right in the middle of the street nobody was freaking out. As this was a magical street, appearing out of thin air is one of the most common things. Though the two of them were getting odd looks from everyone due to their clothes. Gellert grabbed his wand and pointed it towards a nearby wizard. Imperio, Gellert muttered in a low tone, his voice was so low that even the girl wasn't able to hear him clearly. Lead us to an empty part of the street, Gellert mentally commanded the men. Gellert urged the girl to follow the men and soon the three of them found themselves in an empty part of the street. Gellert handed the men 2 vials filled with blank language potions. Cut your finger and drop your blood into the vials while thinking about Mandarin. Don't stop until they look like mercury, once again Gellert mentally commanded the men. The man sliced open his finger with his own wand and poured a few drops of blood into the vials as they turned into something similar to mercury. The girl was interested in the spell Gellert had used but she held back her curiosity for now. Legilimens, Gellert muttered as he kept staring at the man's eyes. After a few moments, Gellert smirked and once again pointed his wand towards the man. Obliviate, Gellert muttered and the man's eyes turned glassy. You cut your finger due to a misfired spell. Now, walk away, Gellert mentally commanded. After a few moments, the man shook his head and walked away without paying any attention to Gellert or the girl. What were the spells you used? What do they do? The girl finally asked, unable to hold back her curiosity. Gellert simply handed her a vial, the girl grabbed the vial and gulped down the contents. Gellert also did the same. A lot of new memories appeared inside both of their minds. The girl hissed in pain and rubbed her temples. The first 2 spells I used are illegal in China, at least for the common folks, Gellert spoke Mandarin fluently. The girl understood that Gellert was speaking Mandarin and she decided to speak in Mandarin too after Gellert finished explaining. The first one was Imperious Curse, it is one of the unforgivables, it carries a life sentence in most of the magical societies, magical Spain is one of the rare exceptions, Gellert said and the girl paid him rapt attention. Imperious Curse, when cast successfully, it places the victim completely under the caster's control, Gellert explained and the girl pondered his words and nodded her head after a few moments. Why don't we use the Imperious Curse to control the muggles? The girl asked curiously. Because it would be too much of a burden on the caster's mind. As of now, I can probably put around 50 magical people under the Imperious Curse, the man explained. The little girl cutely nodded her head in understanding. The second spell was Legilimency. Legilimency is a form of mind arts. It is used to magically navigate through the many layers of a person's mind and correctly interpret one's findings, Gellert explained. Mind reading. The girl questioned and the man simply shook his head with an amused look on his face. It is much more than that. I can even plant fake memories inside someone's mind or I could slightly alter their personalities though doing either of the mentioned takes some time, Gellert said and the girl froze for a moment. Gellert immediately understood what she was thinking. No. I haven't used Legilimency on you and I won't be using it on you even in the future, Gellert placated and the girl finally nodded her head in understanding. Gellert had noticed that the girl had started to trust him and he didn't want to jeopardize that in any way. The third spell, Obliviation, is used to lock away or completely remove some memories from a person's mind. It depends on your proficiency, Gellert explained. The girl started to think about everything she had learned today. She kept walking silently beside Gellert as she kept wondering how easy it would be if they could Imperious all the filthy muggles. Or how good it would be if she could alter the mind of muggles. Making them think that they were slaves. We are here, Gellert spoke out loud, breaking out the girl from her dark musings. Both of them were currently standing in front of a glass shop. Gellert led her inside and the girl already had stars in her eyes as she kept looking around with awe in her eyes. The shop was filled with wands as a lot of them could be seen on the display. A young witch could be seen attending the counter. She noticed the new arrivals and decided to greet them. Hello, how can I help you? The woman asked in broken English as she had noticed that the customers were probably Englishmen. This shop was world famous as this was the only known shop in the magical world where you could get a wand for someone younger than 10. There were other shops where you could get other types of magical foci for children but if you want a wand for a child then this is the only place. I want a wand for the little one, the attendant's eyes grew wide in surprise when she heard the man's fluent Mandarin. Yes, sure, the girl stammered out as she walked out of the counter. The woman waved her hand and pulled up a large display case. These are the types of wands we have, tell me which of these wands give you the warmest feeling, the woman said and the little girl excitedly nodded her head as she started to touch the wands inside the case. Only after a few minutes, the girl was done. This one, the girl said pointing towards a slightly curved whitish wand. 11, you with a dragon heartstring core, the woman said and pulled out the wand from the case. Remember, she won't be able to cast stronger spells with that wand as it isn't designed to handle strong magic, the woman said in a serious tone while looking at Gellert. But why is it designed like that, the little girl asked curiously. It is because we produce generic wands for children. Magic could be dangerous if it went out of control. Children are known for uncontrolled magic, also referred to as accidental magic. Even grown wizards and witches can sometimes lose control of their spells and children are more prone to lose control of their magic. The risk of losing control increases with stronger spells and magic, so, to prevent an accident we have to apply such methods, the woman finished. The girl wasn't happy, but there was nothing she could do, so she reluctantly nodded her head. Gellert cleared his throat to gain the attention of the attendant. "How much do I need to pay?" Gellert asked. 1 galleon and 5 sickles, the woman said, and Gellert promptly took out the money and left it on the counter. A/N, I know that magical societies around the world have different currencies, but I have decided to use galleons, sickles, and nuts as global currency for the magical world as a whole. America uses dragget and sprink while France uses bezant. But there are no conversion or comparison ratios, that is why I decided to take that path, as the MC will be traveling around the world. Gellert quickly led her outside the shop. "Are we going to go back?" the girl asked as she kept walking beside Gellert. "Do you want to go back?" Gellert asked softly. He hasn't made any plans of returning to that village, but if the girl wanted to, then he would make her his heiress. The girl promptly shook her head. "No, though I would miss my practice subjects," the girl muttered in a saddened tone. Gellert couldn't stop himself from smirking. "We can get more practice subjects if you want. Muggles are pretty abundant all over the world," Gellert said in an amused tone, and once again the girl excitedly nodded her head. It was almost like the girl didn't even consider Muggles to be humans, though Gellert didn't mind it, as it was better this way. Gellert led her towards an inn so that they could spend the night. Gellert was from a pureblood family and he was the last of them, so he didn't have any shortage of money. It didn't take them much time to get a room. After entering the room, Gellert took out the book trunk from his pocket and enlarged it. "I have an errand to run, don't practice magic until I get back," Gellert said, and the girl reluctantly agreed. She was really excited to use magic with her own wand, but it looked like she needed to wait for Gellert to return before she could perform magic. But all of a sudden the girl remembered something and perked up. "Gellert, can I have some new books?" the girl asked, and after a small pause, Gellert nodded his head with a small smile on his face and left. Line break. Gellert was finally back and he brought a lot of new books for her. She was really excited about them, but there was something else she was excited about: she could finally try out her new wand. Lumos, the girl thought, and the tip of her new 11-inch UN dragon heartstring wand lit up. The girl internally cheered because this wand functioned even better than the wand Gellert had given her. Nox, the girl thought, and the tip of her wand stopped glowing. She pointed her wand towards the book in front of her and it started to levitate in the air with just her thought. Unlike previously, she didn't even have to jab her wand. "It seems this wand is faring even better for you than my wand," Gellert said with an amused smile on his face. He was quite proud of the girl's progress. She was only 6 years old and she was already able to cast spells with just her intent. "Yes, using magic feels more natural to me now. The interval between my thought and the actual spell being cast also seemed to have decreased," the girl stated with a thoughtful look on her face. Gellert nodded his head. Suddenly, a thought appeared inside Gellert's mind. "Can you tell me where your magic is originating from?" Gellert asked, and the girl shook her head. "I have read that in the case of witches, their magical core is somewhere around here, but I can't sense it," the girl said with a crestfallen look on her face while pointing towards her lower sternum. This was a small difference between wizards and witches. In the case of wizards, their magical core was present somewhere around their upper sternum, and in the case of witches, their magical core was present somewhere around their lower sternum. It didn't affect their magic in either case. It was simply a difference of body constitution and nothing else. Gellert nodded his head. Maybe he was expecting too much from such a young girl. "Can I practice the summoning charm?" "I have read the theory, but I haven't practiced it yet," the girl asked, and Gellert promptly agreed. The girl jabbed her wand towards a book on the bed, but nothing happened. The girl sighed and tried the second time, but once again nothing happened. The girl took a deep breath and tried for the third time. The book was lifted from the bed, but it didn't reach the girl and dropped midway. "At least I am on the right path," the girl thought, and continued practicing the summoning charm. After an hour, she was completely proficient with the spell. The girl had read that to summon smaller objects she needed to spend less magic, and to summon a larger object you obviously needed more magic. But the book didn't mention from how far she could summon something. She tried to test summoning the book from everywhere around the room and she could do it pretty normally. She decided that she needed to conduct more tests with that. Gellert couldn't believe how quickly she was progressing. Yes, it was the right decision to train her, Gellert mused as he kept reading a book he had found regarding rituals. One particular ritual had caught his eye, the blood adoption ritual. After another couple of hours, the girl finally ended up exhausting her magical core. Casting magic with her own wand felt a lot nicer and exciting. The girl decided to see if there was something new in the books or not. The girl picked up the book named Elemental Magic. Just after the first page, she knew that it was way out of her league, but she couldn't stop herself from being entranced. Elemental magic was one of the most obscure forms of magic. She had read about the Aguamenti charm. It was the water-making charm. It was the same charm Gellert had used to save her. At first, the girl had thought that she was going to find something like that Aguamenti charm in the book, but she had been wrong. Instead, this book was all about the manipulation of elements existing in nature. According to the book, there were 7 elements naturally present everywhere around them: air, water, fire, earth, lightning, light, and darkness. Apparently lightning was a bit different from the other natural elements, as it didn't exist in nature, naturally, but wizards and witches have shown the ability to manipulate and create lightning through magic. There were many lightning spells, but true lightning manipulation was overpowered. You could kill a dragon if you can create true lightning via elemental manipulation. The girl was also awed by the supposed ability to create storms. It is said that if someone is a decent enough practitioner of elemental magic, then they could change the landscape of a small area, as elemental magic was an area of effect type of magic. The girl was saddened to read that somewhere in the late 17th century and early 18th century, elemental mage fell out of practice in favor of the generic elemental spells like Aguamenti Charm. You needed to be a strong wizard or witch if you wanted to practice elemental magic. It was time-consuming, and at the same time, elemental magic was very hard to control. Most of the things you could do with elemental magic could be easily done with the generic form of the magic. Yes, elemental magic was way stronger than the generic element creation magic, but you needed to be extraordinarily talented in elemental magic to be able to create a difference. For most wizards and witches, the difference wasn't significant at the lower level, so no one bothered to continue using true elemental magic. In this era, elemental mages were considered to be a thing of the past. It was more like the stories of the legends of a glorious past. There were only 2 people recorded in history who could be considered extraordinary in the department of elemental magic. They were Merlin Emeries, or generally known as Merlin, and Morgana Le Fay. The girl was completely awed by the book and the feats they have created. She decided to try elemental magic, at least when she became strong enough to do that. For now, she decided to put away the book. She was really tired, so she fell asleep right after dinner. Gellert had to tuck her in, and that is when he noticed what she had been reading. A small smile appeared on his face. He had read this book when he was a child himself, and he was awed by the tales. He had tried to use elemental magic, but he ultimately gave up when he found that it was simply too time-consuming but not equally rewarding. He had found the Chinese edition of this book in the bookstore today, and several memories of his childhood had resurfaced. It was at least a good motivational storybook for magical children, so he had decided to buy the book for the little girl. Line break. Almost a year has passed since the duo has arrived in China. Throughout the year, Gellert and the girl have gotten really close. It was almost like they were father and daughter. Regardless of Gellert's initial feelings about the whole situation, he was glad that he had decided to take the scenic route after getting the Elder Wand, or he wouldn't have met such a wonderful girl. He wouldn't change the fact for anything. The girl has also grown quite strong in the past year. She wasn't anywhere near the level of adult wizards or witches, but she would beat any 11 or 13 years old without breaking a sweat, and that was a huge achievement. Gellert has been wondering about making her his heiress, but he has yet to bring up the topic. He wanted her opinion before deciding anything, and he had also decided upon a name he wanted to give her. At first, Gellert has thought of her as a challenge presented to him by fate or destiny. Fate Grindelwald doesn't seem to fit that well, but Destiny Grindelwald was a completely different story. The name had an impact behind it. Gellert, what are you thinking? Gellert was brought out of his musings when the girl called him out. The girl has grown up quite a bit throughout the past year. All signs of malnourishment were gone, her beautiful crimson hair flowing down her shoulders. Her bright crimson eyes focused on him with concern. Gellert simply grinned and rubbed her head. The girl shot him an annoyed glare and slapped away his hand. "Don't mess my hair," the girl declared, and with a twitch of her wand, she fixed her hair. "Fine, fine," Gellert said, and raised his hands in a surrendering manner. The girl stomped her foot and a grin appeared on her face. "You said that you wanted to talk about something?" the girl inquired as she raised her brow. Gellert nodded his head, and with a small jab, he conjured 2 wooden chairs. "Have a seat," Gellert offered, and the girl plopped down on the chair while staring at him. "I have been thinking about this for some time," Gellert said, and noticed that the girl has been paying rapt attention to his words. He took a deep breath. "I was wondering if you would agree to become my heir. I mean heiress." Gellert asked softly, and for a few moments, the girl simply kept staring at him with a dumb look on her face. "You don't need to answer right now. You can take your time," Gellert added hurriedly. "Do you really mean that?" the girl almost whispered. Her crimson eyes filled with both happiness and fear. "Of course, I mean that, or I wouldn't have asked you," Gellert said, and before he could say anything the girl lunged into his arms while continuously muttering, "Thank you." She started to sob, so Gellert started to rub her back. It took her almost 10 minutes to calm down. "What do I need to do?" the girl asked, and Gellert shook his head. "Nothing, you would simply need to drink this potion and..." Gellert paused and pulled out a potion vial from his jacket. It has taken him around a month to prepare this potion. She almost snatched the bottle from his hand. "Wait, let me finish. The potion isn't complete yet. I need to add my blood to it, and we also need to complete a ritual." "Wait here, let me prepare the ritual circle," Gellert said, and when the girl was placated enough, he conjured a small goblet. "Fill this up with your blood," Gellert said, and handed her the goblet. The girl readily cut her palm with her wand and returned the blood-filled goblet to Gellert. The girl sealed her wound with a silent episki. Gellert mixed a few ingredients with her blood and started to draw a ritual circle on the ground with her blood. The girl kept watching Gellert throughout the process. "Now stand in the middle of the circle," Gellert said and cut his palm to add his blood to the potion vial. Gellert handed her the vial and when he was done, he gave it to the girl and healed his palm. "Don't drink it until I say so," Gellert said and the girl nodded her head with a serious look on her face. Gellert activated the ritual circle and the whole thing started to glow. "Now, do you agree to take upon the name Destiny Grindelwald?" Gellert asked and the girl almost teared again when she heard that she would be getting a name. She never said it but she hated the fact she never had a name. "Yes, I do," the girl said and the ritual circle brightened. "Then, drink the potion," Gellert said and the girl didn't need to be told twice. She immediately gulped down the potion and she immediately felt something shift inside her. "Welcome to the family, Destiny," Gellert said softly and that was the last thing she heard before she passed out. Chapter 3, The Wand of Destiny. Destiny shot up from the bed as she hysterically looked around. "Do I really have someone who I can call my family now?" Destiny questioned herself as she kept checking herself. There wasn't anything different about her but she could feel that something had changed. Was everything a dream? Once again Destiny questioned herself but nobody answered her. Destiny placed her hand on the arm and found that she still had her wand. All of a sudden the door opened and her savior, her teacher, and hopefully her family walked in. "How are you feeling, Destiny?" Gellert asked in a soft tone and Destiny couldn't stop herself as she started to tear up. She flung herself into Gellert's arms without a second thought as she started to sob. Gellert started to pat Destiny's back with an unsure look on his face. After about 10 minutes of continuous sobbing, Destiny finally calmed down. She separated herself from Gellert's arms as she stared into his eyes. Destiny's crimson eyes were glittering due to all of her crying and her cheeks were puffed up. "Yes, I am feeling fine, Gellert. Should I keep calling you Gellert or something else?" Destiny asked cutely and Gellert simply smiled. "I have no problems if you want to keep calling me Gellert." Gellert trailed off and Destiny nodded her head. "Gellert, even though I am completely fine, I feel slightly different, is that normal?" Destiny asked and Gellert seemed to contemplate her question and immediately cast a few diagnostic charms on her. The results were completely normal. "It is probably the residual magic from the ritual or she might be feeling different due to my family magic," Gellert concluded. Gellert took out his own shrunken trunk from his pocket and enlarged it. Grindelwald was an ancient magical family and there were a lot of things Destiny could learn from the family magic books. The trunk wasn't anything fancy. It was a magically expanded trunk and nothing else. Gellert took out an ancient-looking book from the trunk and kept staring at the book in his hands for a few moments. While Gellert has been reminiscing about the book, Destiny kept carefully watching him. Gellert finally released a sigh and placed the book in Destiny's little hands. She curiously looked at the book in her hands and opened it. She had seen Gellert reading this book multiple times. She had been curious about it but never asked. Before Destiny could start reading, Gellert stopped her. "Destiny, this is the Grindelwald family grimoire. No one other than a Grindelwald could or should read this book. The contents are only for the eyes of a Grindelwald, no matter what, never reveal the contents to anyone," Gellert said in a serious tone. Destiny nodded her head. She didn't completely understand the whole situation but she understood that the contents should not be revealed to anyone outside the family and Gellert was the only family she had. "I promise," Destiny said in a determined tone and a small smile appeared on Gellert's face. Destiny started to read the grimoire and she was amazed by the spells she found inside the book. Most of the spells she found at the beginning were for daily purposes but Destiny found that all of them were way better than the spells she had been using. Destiny knew that Gellert had made her a part of his family. She was an abandoned orphan who didn't even have a name. She was about to be burned alive but Gellert had saved her. He gave her food, taught her magic, showed her kindness, gave her a name, and finally, he had given her a family. Destiny silently vowed that she would never disappoint Gellert. She would work even harder from now on, she would never bring shame to Gellert. Line break. A week had passed since Gellert had blood adopted the little girl and given her a name, Destiny Grindelwald. It was quite an impactful name and Gellert was pretty sure that one day, she was going to be one of the strongest witches in the world, if not the strongest. Throughout this week he has been closely watching Destiny to see if there was anything different about her or not. Gellert wasn't disappointed, there was a huge difference. Destiny had started to double her effort. At first, Gellert was worried about her thinking that she would burn herself out. All of his worries were for naught. Destiny was showing huge progress and even though she pushed herself so hard, there weren't any negative signs as of yet. That was all due to Destiny's efforts but there was something else too. Previously, Destiny has been slightly above average with curses. But all of a sudden she started to show a huge improvement in that department and as of now, she could be considered a prodigy in curses. Gellert knew that it was quite impossible for someone to improve so much overnight. Destiny had started to show improvements in that department after he had blood adopted her. Grindelwald family wasn't good in curses, they didn't even have any curse prodigies in the recorded history of the Grindelwald family until him. He was the only one who was good at curses from the Grindelwald family. Is it possible that she somehow gained my talent due to the blood adoption ritual? That was the first thing Gellert had considered, so he had checked the book if there was a mention of such a thing, but there were no such things mentioned in the book. Gellert wasn't jealous or angry at Destiny but wanted to know how Destiny was able to gain his talent for curses and if the process could be replicated with getting blood adopted by someone else. Destiny was progressing way faster than he had predicted, and he was sure now that Destiny will play a huge role in the future. Destiny. Take a break, there is something I need to talk about, Gellert called out, and Destiny was instantly standing in front of him. Her wand tucked away in her wand holster. Gellert was amused at the display. Tell me, Destiny, what do you know about your magical core? Gellert asked, and Destiny scrunched her face in concentration, trying to remember what she had read. The magical strength of a witch and wizard are determined by the density of their magical cores. There are 3 states of cores: gaseous, liquid, and solid, Destiny recited, but she didn't know what those words meant. Gellert gave her an appreciative nod. You are right, except for a few parts. There are 4 states of a magical cores, and it is said that there are 2 more states, but those 2 aren't important right now, Gellert said, and Destiny paid rapt attention to whatever Gellert was saying. The magical core states you mentioned are for normal witches and wizards. The 4th one is special. Only a handful of witches and wizards have been able to reach that state of magical cores. It is called the crystallized state, Gellert said with a grin. Do you have a crystallized magical core? Destiny asked curiously as she cutely tilted her head. Gellert started to chuckle. No. I think I am close to the breakthrough, but I still have a solid magical core, Gellert finished with a grin. Now, magical core states are important, but there is another thing which should be important, but most witches and wizards tend to ignore them. It is the size of the magical core, Gellert said, and waved his wand to create 2 orbs. One was small while one was bigger. If you have a bigger core, then you will be able to store more magic. Having a bigger magical core means you can keep casting magic for longer times. Using strong magic wouldn't leave you exhausted, and someone could use stronger spells continuously if their magical core is big enough. Other than that, having a bigger magical core doesn't have any advantages. A witch or wizard having a small liquid magical core could easily defeat someone with a huge gaseous magical core, Gellert said, and dispersed the orbs he had created. Destiny, do you know what type of advantages a person can gain after their magical core turns from gaseous to liquid? Gellert questioned, and Destiny tilted her head as she started to think about the answer. They would have a better grasp of their magic. Their magic would react faster, so the casting speed would increase. Their spells would also become more powerful. Their spells will also consume less magic but still have the same effect. Their ability to transfigure and conjure might increase if they have any talent since the beginning, Destiny answered, and Gellert gave her a satisfied nod. You are right about that. That is why a person with a smaller but denser core could easily defeat someone with a bigger core but less dense core. Now, most witches and wizards seem to have the same size of magical cores, Gellert said, and took a small pause. There is a reason for that. Most witches and wizards start practicing magic when they are around 11 years old. Even if someone starts early, I can pretty much guarantee that there is no one in your age group that works as hard as you. This presents you a unique opportunity. You could increase the size of your magical core to unmatched levels. This is an obscure piece of knowledge. Only someone below the age of 10 can increase the size of their magical core by magically exhausting themselves. If an adult does the same, then he can only densify his magical core, the size of his magical core won't increase. I learned this when I could no longer enlarge my magical core by exhausting myself, Gellert said, and decided to take a small pause so that Destiny could digest all the information he had given her. So, I can enlarge my magical core indefinitely? Destiny asked, and Gellert shook his head. There is a limit to how much you can enlarge your magical core. After that your magical core will start to densify if you magically exhaust yourself, Gellert said, and Destiny nodded her head in understanding. Can I check the size of your magical core? Gellert asked, and Destiny immediately nodded her head, giving him permission. Gellert cast the spell, and he was quite surprised to find that Destiny's magical core was 1.5 times bigger than his own magical core. But even though her magical core was bigger than his, Gellert could still easily outlast her as his spells consumed a lot less magic than hers. So, how big is my core? Is it small? Destiny asked with a small level of fear in her voice. Gellert chuckled and shook his head. No, in fact, your magical core is 1.5 times bigger than mine, Gellert stated, and Destiny's eyes grew wide in surprise. But you can cast magic for hours without getting tired? Destiny questioned, and once again, Gellert chuckled and shook his head. You said yourself, having a denser core will consume less magic even though the effects of your spells are normal or better than normal, Gellert said, and Destiny oohed in understanding as she cutely nodded her head. Now, get back your practice, Gellert said, and Destiny didn't need to be told twice. Destiny decided to use more magic-consuming spells as they would exhaust her magical core quicker. Gellert simply smiled as he kept watching Destiny for a minute and then he started to practice on his own. He wondered how strong Destiny would become if she is able to reach the crystallized magical core state or possibly higher. He shuddered at the thought, but at the same time, he felt proud too. Gellert started to work on his own spell work. Maybe I should start participating in duels. I won't be able to use a lot of my usual spells, but I will be able to practice against strong opponents. This way I won't lose my edge, Gellert mused and decided to start participating in the dueling tournaments. Line break. Sir, there are obvious signs of magic, but they are way too old for us to do anything with it, a young aura reported to his superior who had a deep frown marring his face. How long has this village been empty? The man asked and the junior seemed to look embarrassed. It has been nearly a year, the junior aura muttered in a low tone. The group's leader growled in anger. Then how the hell didn't we notice this? The leader snapped, but somehow the junior aura managed not to cower in fear. Sir, with the current tension in the Muggle world, we thought that the disappearance of a village wasn't a big deal. There have been other cases like this. The junior aura said, and the leader seemed to scowl after hearing the answer. Record everything. I don't want anything missing, the leader barked out as he started to rub his temples. This is going to be a huge pain in his ass, he could already see trouble heading his way. Magical governments don't appreciate incidents like this. They didn't like the fact that magic was being used to harm Muggles, as it was putting the statute of secrecy at risk, and none of the magical governments liked that. Well, he was going to inform his superiors about what he had found here. There were around 80 villagers in this town except for the children who had shown up in a nearby village with blank looks on their faces and they didn't remember anything. He was pretty sure that a group of witches or wizards were involved. There were no survivors. It meant that the attackers were able to subdue or kill all the villagers without raising an alarm. That was not possible without a group. Line break. Why are we going to France? Destiny asked curiously when Gellert informed her that they were going to visit France the day after tomorrow. I want to participate in the dueling tournament, Gellert said, and Destiny bobbed her head up and down. Can I also participate? Destiny asked, and Gellert smiled but shook his head. No, you are too young. There are under 13 dueling tournaments, but they only allow children above 11-year-old to participate, Gellert explained, and Destiny started to pout, but she didn't say anything else for now. What are you reading? Gellert questioned when he noticed that Destiny was reading the Grindelwald family grimoire. I am reading about blood magic. I find it interesting, Destiny said without looking up from the grimoire. Gellert quirked his brows. Blood magic. Damn. Gellert thought as he made his way towards Destiny. Blood magic was a very dangerous form of magic and obviously illegal in most countries. Not much was mentioned about blood magic in the Grindelwald family grimoire except for some curses involving blood. Gellert himself knew a few, like the blood boiling curse, blood expelling curse, blood corrosion curse, etc. There were mentions of some other curses involving blood too, but no spells were mentioned for those curses in his family grimoire. Gellert didn't want to dissuade her, but he wanted to give her a fair warning. You know, blood magic is very dangerous, Gellert said softly, and Destiny finally looked up from the book. Yes, I have read the warning. That was the first thing I read before I started reading, but I find blood magic interesting. I feel that the grimoire itself is telling me to read it, Destiny said, and Gellert cocked his head sideways in confusion. This is not something that should happen. He has never heard any feature like that. Yes, he knew that family grimoire was not new, and it is possible that it might have a hidden feature like that, but it hasn't happened with anyone he knew. All of a sudden a theory seemed to appear inside Gellert's mind and he decided to test it out. Destiny, it has been some time since you have practiced your spells on a live subject. Do you want to test them? Gellert asked, and Destiny excitedly nodded her head. Minutes later, the two of them left the small shed they had been living in, Gellert apparating away with Destiny. The two of them appeared outside a small Muggle settlement. It was probably a village or small town. It has been only 2 years since the Republic of China was formed on the Muggle side. The Qing dynasty has ruled China for more than 2,000 years under the name of imperial rule. The magical side of China was left completely untouched by this struggle. Gellert found a group of unsuspecting Muggles in the middle of a field. They were boisterously laughing and having fun while drinking sake. There, we are going to use them as your subjects, Gellert said, and Destiny beamed at him. But you need to subdue them on your own, Gellert said, and Destiny flinched. Her small hand wrapped around her wand tightly. I could do this. I won't disappoint, Gellert, Destiny said inside her mind as she intently stared at the group of unsuspecting Muggles. I know the spells. I can't use the stunning charm, but I know the petrifying charm, Destiny thought, trying to find a way to subdue the group of Muggles. I can't petrify them at once, but they are drinking sake, so their actions will be sluggish. But what if they screamed? I can't have them calling for help. Then I need to cast a silencing charm around them before attacking, Destiny thought as she nodded her head with a determined look on her face. Destiny took a deep breath as she started to head towards the group. She already had her wand in her hand, but the grip on her wand became tighter as she approached the group. Her knuckles turned white due to the force she was applying. It was a surprise that she didn't snap her own wand. Destiny jabbed her wand towards the group as she cast the silencing charm around the group. The group also noticed Destiny when she jabbed the wand in their direction. "Little girl, what are you doing out here?" One of the men asked Destiny in Mandarin with an odd look on his face. Destiny had never seen such an expression on anyone's face. "Bastard. She is a little girl. The sake has gone into your head, you fool," another man seemed to scold the first man, but Destiny didn't have the time to think about what they were talking about. Destiny twisted her wand while pointing towards the first man. A white light shot out of her wand and hit the man on his chest. A white glow surrounded the man as he dropped to the ground completely unresponsive. The second man's eyes grew wide, but before he could even utter anything, he met the previous man's fate and dropped on the ground, completely unresponsive. Destiny's eyes focused on the remaining three and her eyes grew wide in fear. She lunged sideways to protect her chest, but the stone still smashed on her left shoulder. Apparently one of the guys wasn't as drunk as she had thought. Apparently, he was sober enough to throw a stone at her. Pain shot throughout her shoulder, but she didn't have the time to be bothered by it. With an oomph, she slammed on the ground. Once again pain shot throughout her body and she saw the men who had thrown the stone standing above her. Destiny rolled around to dodge the kick. She pointed her wand in his direction and she saw the man's eyes grow wide. Destiny immediately understood that the man knew what she was holding. She could investigate that later with Gellert's help. A white light originating from her wand's tip smashed on the man's head and the man dropped on the ground, completely unresponsive. Destiny sat up with a lot of difficulties and saw that the last two men were still standing where they were with dumb looks on their faces. The two of them quickly joined the rest of the group and Destiny put her wand back in the holster as she caressed her shoulder where the stone had landed. She should have paid more attention, she should have been faster. "Let me see that." Gellert finally appeared beside her and cast a diagnostic charm. "Nothing broken, it will be completely fine after a pain relief potion," Gellert said with a smile. Destiny wanted to complain that potions were yucky, but she was able to hold back her tongue. "I should have noticed that he was sober," Destiny muttered in a disappointed tone, but Gellert simply ruffled his hair. "He was sloshed. But he was able to recognize what you were holding, so he attacked you," Gellert said as he stared at the men who had attacked Destiny. "Legilimens," Gellert muttered as he entered the man's mind. The men silently screamed as Gellert rummaged through his mind. After a few moments, Gellert cracked his neck. Destiny knew that Gellert must have finished rummaging through his mind. "A stupid witch forgot to obliviate him after he witnessed magic," Gellert said and pointed his wand towards the lying men. "Crucio," Gellert cast the Cruciatus curse, one of the three unforgivables on the men lying on the ground. The man's body started to shudder as he continued screaming with his mouth closed. After about 30 seconds, Gellert lifted the curse. "That was for attacking Destiny," Gellert said coldly as he walked away from the downed men. Destiny slowly got up from her ground and rolled her left shoulder to relieve some of the pain she was feeling. "Why don't you try the blood-boiling curse?" "If you want I can show you," Gellert said while twirling his wand, and moments later, he cast a strong notice me not charm around them. Destiny knew what it was but didn't know how to cast it. Yes, Destiny immediately accepted the offer. Gellert jabbed his wand towards the first muggle Destiny had downed. For a few seconds, nothing happened, but the man started to scream with his mouth closed and smoke started to rise from his body. His skin started to burn off and moments later, the man was dead. Gellert knowingly didn't use any wand movements or the incantation. He wanted to see if Destiny could pick up the spell like this or not. After all, she had learned all the spells from him in this manner. Destiny scrunched her face in concentration as she jabbed her wand towards the second guy. For a few seconds, nothing happened, but moments later, the man started to scream, but he stopped and Destiny frowned. "My spell has worked, but it dropped due to some reason. I didn't lose my concentration, maybe my intent wasn't strong enough," Destiny thought, and once again she jabbed her wand towards the man trying to cast the blood-boiling curse. Destiny's wand shuddered and she was immediately disarmed by Gellert, who was keeping an eye on her. The wand flew into Gellert's hand and this time Destiny understood what had happened. Was that the wand's limit? Destiny asked in a saddened tone, and Gellert only nodded his head with a sad smile on his face. Such a talent, she had picked up the spell just after seeing it for once. She had also cast the spell silently without any wand movements. Gellert's eyes trailed towards his own wand. Could he trust her with that? He was damn sure that the wand would work perfectly for Destiny, but he had worked so hard for this wand, can he simply hand over the wand to her? While Gellert was going through an internal debate, Destiny bit her lip in frustration as she kept staring at the ground. She was being limited by her own wand. How could she even grow? She was sure that Gellert was disappointed in her now, and she didn't like that. Gellert looked towards Destiny and once again his eyes focused on his wand in his hand. He finally decided to take the risk, a risk he would have never taken in the past. Only in a year, Gellert had started to see Destiny as his own daughter, but he would never say that to her. All of a sudden Gellert gasped in surprise when he started to have a vision. The whole vision seemed to be revolving around a crimson-haired woman and crimson eyes. He immediately recognized the woman as Destiny Grindelwald. He wasn't able to see anyone else other than himself. Once again, he found himself back in the real world. He knew that he had seer abilities, but could he trust a vision? The answer was yes, he could. Magic worked in mysterious ways. Many would call divination a sham, but he knew better. His past self would have called him an utter fool for making such a foolish decision, but he wanted to nurture the talent of Destiny. Once again he saw the look on Destiny's face and decided to go forward with it. "Here, take this," Gellert said and handed Destiny her wand. She accepted the wand and muttered a thank you. "Destiny, disarm me," Gellert called out, and Destiny almost froze. She looked up so that she could look into Gellert's eyes. Gellert was holding out his wand. She scrutinized him for a few seconds. She finally decided to go ahead with it. She didn't know what Gellert was planning, but she was going to find out. She slowly pointed her wand towards Gellert and twisted it. A crimson beam shot out of Destiny's wand tip and slammed on Gellert's torso. Gellert stood his ground, but his wand sailed through the air and landed on Destiny's open hand. Destiny's eyes grew wide when she saw that Gellert didn't even try to defend himself. She simply caught the wand out of reflex. "Why didn't you?" That was all Destiny could say before she felt the magic coursing through her body. She knew that Gellert's wand was responsible for it, but why? "Looks like my theory is right. You can gain the Elder Wand's allegiance by simply disarming," Gellert thought as he could feel that he was no longer the Elder Wand's owner. Surprisingly, he didn't feel bad for losing the Elder Wand. Destiny waved the Elder Wand with an odd look in her eyes. She jabbed the wand towards the nearest man. He started to scream with his mouth closed and his skin started to smoke. Moments later, the man's skin started to melt off and he died. She immediately turned towards Gellert, who was fiddling with his old wand with a melancholic look on his face. "Gellert, what happened? How can your wand fit so perfectly for me?" Destiny asked curiously. Gellert smiled and decided to tell her the truth about the wand. From now on, she was the one who was going to have the Elder Wand, so he wanted her to know all the facts. He has discovered that the wand's allegiance could change if disarmed, so if Destiny didn't want to use it, then he could always disarm her. That's because it is a special wand. This wand is known by various names. The Elder Wand, the Death Stick, or the Wand of Destiny. Quite a fitting name, don't you think? Gellert asked in an amused tone as Destiny stared at the wand she had in her hand. Image here. The Wand of Destiny, Destiny repeated inside her mind. She liked that name. She could feel the power of the wand. She had never felt such a connection with her magic until now. According to the legends, there were 3 brothers, Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus Peveril. They were out traveling when they came across a treacherous river that had been known to claim the lives of many that had attempted to cross it. Gellert began to tell her about the legends of the origin of the Deathly Hallows. Destiny gripped the wand tightly as she paid rapt attention to everything Gellert was saying. Taking no chances, the 3 brothers pulled out their wands and conjured a bridge out of thin air. However, as they began to cross it, they found a hooded figure blocking their path. It was Death himself, dressed in a simple long black cloak. Death felt cheated that the 3 brothers have outsmarted him, but he offered each brother their choice of gift as a reward for outsmarting him. The eldest went first, and being a belligerent man, he asked for a wand that would defeat all others. Death went to a nearby elder tree and created a wand from its wood, which he handed to the eldest brother. The second brother, who wanted to humiliate Death even further, asked for an object that would recall the dead and was given the Resurrection Stone. The youngest was wiser than his brothers and was skeptical of Death's intentions. He asked for an object that would allow him to live his life without the fear of Death following him. Reluctantly, Death handed over his own cloak of invisibility. Gellert finally finished his tale and Destiny looked at the wand with slight fear in her eyes and gulped loudly. "Do you really believe that this wand was created by Death?" Destiny asked, and Gellert smiled as he ruffled her hair. "Yes, I do, but in case this wand wasn't created by Death, then it must have been created by probably the best wand crafter in history," Gellert said. Destiny cutely nodded her head in understanding, but then a frown appeared on her face. "Then why are you giving me this wand? Wouldn't it be better if you had it?" Destiny asked, and Gellert shook his head. "Yes, but as I said, I am going to participate in the dueling tournaments. Everyone's wands are checked and recorded. I can't show up with such a legendary artifact," Gellert said, and once again Destiny found herself staring at the Wand of Destiny with awe in her eyes. After a few moments, Destiny finally came to a decision and she nodded her head with a determined look on her face. "Then I will only use this wand until I turn 11, Destiny said, her voice filled with conviction, and Gellert tilted his head in confusion. "Do you want to tell me why you decided that?" Gellert asked curiously. "Yes, I know what I can do, but I feel this wand is boosting my ability to cast magic and I think you should have it." "I can't take away something so priceless from you," Destiny said while staring into Gellert's eyes. Gellert understood that he had made the right choice by giving her the wand. He had already decided that he would allow Destiny to follow her own path, so he would respect his decision. Gellert could only nod his head after seeing the determination and conviction in her eyes. Did you ever find the other artifacts? I mean the resurrection stone and the cloak of invisibility. Destiny asked after a few moments of silence. I have been looking for them. According to the legend, gathering all 3 hallows would make you master of death. Even if that isn't true, I could use the resurrection stone to create an army of inferi. Gellert gushed out, looking really excited. Inferi? Destiny asked as she tilted her head. It's a type of undead. You won't understand unless you read about them on your own, Gellert said, and Destiny nodded her head and decided to drop the matter. You have verified that you can use that wand to cast magic. Now, why don't you try the other spells? Gellert asked with a grin, and Destiny nodded her head with a determined look on her face. She decided to leave the men who had attacked her for the last. She knew that she could cast the blood-boiling curse, so this time she decided to cast the blood-expelling curse. Destiny simply pointed her wand towards her subject, and the man silently screamed as he started to bleed from all of his orifices. His eyes popped out as blood gushed out from his eye sockets. Moments later, the man was dead. Destiny's eyes focused on the second last man, and this time she wanted to test the blood corrosion curse. The wand of Destiny twitched in her hand and blue veins started to appear on the man's skin. For a few seconds, his body shook until he went completely still, signifying his death. Gellert kept watching Destiny from the side, and he was more than shocked by what he saw. He could understand the blood-boiling curse, as he had demonstrated that spell, but she cast the blood-expelling curse and the blood corrosion curse on her own. Not only did she cast a completely new spell on her first try. She did it silently and without any silly wand movements, as she liked to call them. This was beyond the prodigy level. Now, Gellert was damn sure that Destiny was really attuned towards blood magic, but nothing could have prepared him for what he saw next. I have already used the blood-boiling curse, the blood-expelling curse, and the blood corrosion curse. What should I use next? Destiny wondered as she rubbed her chin with a thoughtful look on her face. She wanted this one to be special as her shoulder was still aching. Should I use the blood acid curse? But I don't know the incantation or the wand movements. Destiny snorted when she thought about wand movements. They were silly. Gellert had said that magic is all about intent. I know that the blood acid curse turns your blood into acid. Let's give it a try, Destiny thought as she jabbed the wand of Destiny towards the last man. He was barely alive as Gellert had crucioed him previously. The man started to silently scream as his body started to melt. It was a gruesome sight, but Destiny enjoyed each moment of it. Not only did she successfully cast a new spell on her first try, but she also did it while not knowing the incantation. Gellert's eyes grew wide in shock and surprise. Destiny had used a completely new spell which he had never seen, but its effects were eerily similar to the blood acid curse. But that curse didn't have an incantation. Did Destiny cast the magic with just her intent? Destiny, what was that spell? Gellert asked softly. Destiny beamed at him with a bright smile on her face. The blood acid curse, Destiny beamed. Absolutely brilliant. I have never seen a talent like yours. Do you know how you did it? Gellert praised Destiny, his voice filled with pride. He was genuinely feeling proud of her, and a feat like that should be praised. I knew the effects of the spell, I simply wanted the end result and the rest was done by my magic, Destiny said with a thoughtful look on her face. Just like I had thought. She cast the spell with pure intent. She wanted the result and her magic provided, Gellert thought inside his mind as he started to pat Destiny's head. He needed to get her more books related to blood magic. It was banned in most countries, but black markets existed for a reason. Gellert was really glad that a year ago he had decided to take the scenic route, or he would have never met such an amazingly talented witch. Line break. I don't like France, everyone seems to have a stick shoved up their arses, Destiny grumbled in Mandarin as she walked through the streets of magical France with Gellert. Gellert didn't bother to scold her for her foul language. In fact, he also felt the same inside his mind, and he never considered himself to be a responsible parent. No responsible parent would ever teach their 7-year-old children how to murder muggles. Nor would they buy their children books related to blood magic. Murdering muggles was still a debatable topic, but everyone kept their children away from something like blood magic, and he was actively buying her books related to that particular branch of magic. Yesterday was their last day in China. So, Gellert had spent his whole day looking for books related to blood magic, and his excursion was successful as he was able to get more than 24 different types of books related to blood magic. As a matter of fact, I also don't like them, Gellert deadpanned, and Destiny nodded her head in understanding. Since yesterday, she has been busy with the blood magic books Gellert has bought for her. She was excited, but that didn't mean that she would skim through the content of the books. She wanted to read them slowly and carefully, not wanting to miss anything. So, she was still stuck on her first book. But now she was having another problem. Everyone around her was giving her weird looks, even though all of them were wizards or witches. She didn't mind those weird looks, but she hated those whispers and the looks of pity. Most of the magical societies are prejudiced against anything which isn't normal to their perspective, that is what Gellert had told her. Destiny released a defeated sigh as she couldn't change their view right now, but one day she would. Destiny thought as she clenched her little fists tightly. This is the biggest magical mainstream bookstore of France, Gellert said as the two of them stood in front of Gellert, Plume's ET tome. Destiny and Gellert have arrived in Place Clichy, the magical side of Paris, France. Gellert had already learned French from the French potion he had bought from the potion shop a year ago. So this time he didn't need to use the Imperieuse or the Obliviation charm. Since then the two of them have been looking around as the tournament wasn't going to start until next month. Both of them entered the bookstore and Destiny immediately started to look around. Destiny picked up the newspaper and snorted in disdain when she read the mention of the World War. It has been a few months since the war broke out and as of now, the magical side was mostly unaffected. They should probably kill each other. That would save our kind, Destiny thought as she put down the paper and started to look for the books she wanted to buy. After an hour, she left the shop with Gellert and 21 brand new books. After that, the two of them quickly made their way to the nearest cafe as the two of them were really hungry. Gellert cast a silencing charm around them so that no one could eavesdrop on their conversation. It has been some time since Gellert has been wanting to tell her about his dream, his ambition. Today he saw Destiny reading the newspaper in the bookstore and he decided to reveal his ambition to her. He already knew that Destiny hated muggles with passion. He was pretty sure what her decision was going to be at the end, but that didn't mean that wouldn't give her a choice. So, he decided to start explaining in a roundabout way. He decided to start with the topic of war. He understood that she was probably far too young to understand things like this, but she already hated muggles. She had also murdered muggles, and even if she didn't understand everything, he wanted to make his standing clear. Tell me, Destiny, what do you think about the Muggle War? Gellert questioned and Destiny frowned. I think they should kill each other off. The only good Muggle is a dead Muggle, Destiny said in a bland tone, and Gellert couldn't agree any more. You know, there is a thing about Muggles. They are extremely good at killing, they don't have magic, but throughout history, they have been finding new ways of killing each other. Gellert said and Destiny slowly nodded her head. She was unsure where the conversation was going. They also have strength in numbers. What do you think would happen if they found out about magic's existence? Gellert questioned. Witch hunts, Destiny muttered and Gellert solemnly nodded his head. One day they are definitely going to find out about us, and that day the Muggles would band together against the common enemy, us, Gellert said and paused when the waitress finally arrived to take their order. The waitress left after taking the order, but not before sneering towards Destiny and giving a flirtatious wink towards Gellert. In the past, the witches and wizards were facing a similar problem. That is why the statute of secrecy was enacted, Gellert said and looked outside the window. But the statute is faulty, as instead of protecting wizards and witches, it is made to protect filthy muggles. We have lived in the shadows for far too long and I refuse to continue anymore, Gellert said with a hardened look on his face. Destiny felt herself entranced with the speech. Destiny, I won't ask you to follow me. I won't make you follow me, you are free to choose your own path, but this is something I must do for the greater good. I must erase this threat known as Muggles, Gellert said, and Destiny lowered her eyes, deep in thought. Gellert patiently waited for Destiny. He didn't want to force an answer out of her. The waitress finally returned with the order and Gellert gave her a small smile as he cursed her when she started to return. Yes, we must save our kind from the Muggles. We will change the world for the greater good, Destiny said, her eyes burning with determination. Her fingers wrapped tightly around the wand of Destiny. Gellert smiled brightly after hearing her answer. You aren't strong yet, but you will be, in the future. Gellert said with a mysterious smile on his face. Chapter 4, Neptune. December, 1918. 4 years have passed in a blink of an eye. The Muggle War had just come to an end after the arrival of winter of the current year. Destiny read the newspaper and placed it on the table. Destiny looked outside the window and released a content sigh. With a small twitch of her hand, the wand of Destiny appeared in her hand. This wand has fared extremely well for her, but today she was going to part from the wand of Destiny. Today she was going to return the wand to Gellert as she had promised. Destiny had waited for this day for quite some time. Today she was going to get her own custom wand. But to be honest, she didn't know if she should get a wand or not. For months she had been having this dilemma. A katana has been a pretty common magical foci in Japan, but wizards and witches of the Japanese magical community stopped using katanas as a magical foci because it was hard to master and at the same time it was pretty inconvenient to carry. A wand was much smaller and you could easily move it around for the necessary wand movements. You can't wave around a katana like a wand, that's pretty inconvenient. So, katanas lost their appeal as people started to choose easier means. But Destiny saw the undeniable appeal of having a katana, it would be simply impactful. Not only that, katanas are better for stronger spells. Gellert didn't know anything about this matter. Gellert simply knew that Destiny would be getting her own wand today, as today was her 11th birthday. Destiny had decided to use December 6th as her date of birth. It was December 6, 1914 when she was named Destiny Grindelwald by Gellert. A lot has changed since then. While Gellert was busy making his name in the dueling circuits around the world, Destiny was busy learning magic. The Wand of Destiny had helped her a lot, she would never deny that. Using magic has never been easier, but that is why she had decided to return it. Gellert needed it more than her. Having the Wand of Destiny would make it easier for Gellert to achieve his dream. Now that Gellert's magical core had crystallized, he would be unstoppable with the Wand of Destiny. Destiny perked up when she heard a knock on the door. She knew it was Gellert or it would have tripped her ward. She had learned how to cast some basic wards in the last few years. She found them very useful if she was being honest. "Come in," Destiny called out, and moments later, the door clicked open and Gellert walked in with a smile on his face. "Happy birthday, Destiny," Gellert said with a smile and ruffled Destiny's beautiful crimson hair with a caring smile on his face. Destiny started to pout as she glared at the man. She hated it whenever he messed with her beautiful crimson hair. She gave him a filthy look and swatted away his hand. Gellert simply chuckled due to her antics. "Thank you, Gellert," Destiny grumbled, but it was clear that Destiny was faking it. Destiny wanted to call him father in the past as he was practically her father, but she knew that Gellert was uncomfortable with that. So, she kept calling him Gellert, and to be honest, she was completely fine with it. Ultimately, it didn't matter for either of them. Throughout these years, Gellert had been telling her stories about his younger days. From what she knew, Gellert's family life was so-so. Neither of his parents were good with magic. His father could be called a squib as he could only cast a few of the weaker spells, while his mother was somewhat better. His father and mother were married due to a contract signed by their families. There was a lot of friction in their relationship, and it was his father who passed away before he had even turned 11. Gellert never felt connected with either of his parents. He was 14 when his mother passed away too, and he didn't even shed a tear. They were somewhat strangers to him even though they were his parents. "Are you excited about your wand?" Gellert asked as he sat down on the opposite side of the table. Destiny simply cocked her head. "Well, about that." Destiny trailed off with an unsure look on her face. She didn't know how she should approach this topic. Gellert raised his eyebrows curiously. Destiny took a deep. "I don't want a wand," just like that she came to a decision. Gellert furrowed his brows and frowned, but moments later, a caring smile appeared on his face. "You want to keep the Wand of Destiny?" "I have no problems with that," Gellert said in a soft and gentle tone. "No. I would be returning it to you just like I had decided years ago," Destiny said in a determined tone. "I won't be getting a wand, I want a magical katana," Destiny said, and Gellert simply gave her a blank look. "Yes, I should have expected that," Gellert thought dryly, as this wasn't the first time Destiny had decided to go with something bizarre and unconventional. Her choices in clothes were somewhat bizarre too. She had grown a taste for leather suits, once again a bizarre choice. Then she had also started to dislike bland food. She had started to like impactful food. Food that will leave an impact on your mind. Only last month she had decided that she wanted to try fugu sushi. Gellert had immediately backed out when he had heard that the fish was more toxic than cyanide. Destiny had found that she had fallen in love with that dish. Then lastly, her obsession with bright crimson color. That was still understandable with her bright crimson hair and bright crimson eyes, but she had decided to make a point of it. She had long stopped caring about what other people thought about her. Now, everything was about making an impact. Well, a katana is fine. After all, Destiny has always ignored silly wand waving, Gellert thought with an amused look on his face. "Sure, if you want to have a katana, then katana it is," Gellert said with a grin, and Destiny beamed at his words as a bright smile appeared on her face. Destiny has grown quite a lot in these last 4 years. All the signs of malnourishment were gone. She was quite tall for a girl of her age, and with her unusual hair and eyes, she looked a lot more imposing. Not only that, she had grown a lot in the magical department too. Destiny's magical core was 4 times bigger than Gellert's, and it stopped growing after that. Half a year ago, her magical core reached its first maturity and turned into liquid magical core from gaseous magical core. Gellert had been shocked to his core when he had seen the massive boost she had received. Destiny still wasn't anywhere near Gellert's level, but with the Wand of Destiny, she could still defeat most of the average witches and wizards out there. Gellert didn't know what to think of that. She was just 11 years old and she could already defeat some grown witches and wizards with ease. Yes, having the Wand of Destiny helped, but it was still an impressive feat. So, after that, Gellert had started teaching her how to duel and fight. Dueling was a sport while fighting wasn't. There were a lot of rules in dueling, but in a fight, there was only one rule. You just have to make sure that you live while your opponent doesn't. "So, when are we going?" Destiny asked curiously, bringing Gellert out of his internal musings. "As soon as we finish our breakfast," Gellert said with a nod. Line break. An hour later, the Grindelwald duo found themselves standing in front of an ancient-looking workshop. Gellert turned his eyes towards Destiny and gave her a "Are you sure about this?" look. Gellert wasn't thrilled with the katana idea after he saw the ancient-looking shop. "Yes, don't worry. I am sure, Destiny said in a determined tone, so Gellert could only nod his head. Both of them entered the shop. The inside of the shop wasn't much better than the outside. There were a lot of katanas hanging by the right wall. Destiny started to check out the katanas, but she didn't touch them. After a moment, an ancient-looking man emerged from the back of the shop. The man was bald, but he had an extremely long beard reaching down to his knees. The man was leaning on a cane and his steps were slightly shaky. Ha, ha, it is good to know that this old man's ears aren't playing games with him. The man said in a shaky tone as he approached the Grindelwald duo. Ah, how may I help you? The man asked slowly as his old eyes focused on Destiny. I want a katana, Destiny said with a smile on her face, and the old man gave her a small nod. That is quite surprising. Nowadays, most of the younger generation would rather prefer a wand over something bulky like a katana, the old man said slowly as he waved his hand towards the wall where the katanas were hanging. Forgive me, young lady, but you would have to choose a katana from there. I am way too old and I can't make a custom katana for you, the old man said while shaking his head. That's fine, Destiny mumbled as she approached the wall so that she could have a closer look. After a couple of minutes, her eyes finally landed on an extremely long katana with a crimson blade with gold aesthetics. It was nearly 3.5 feet long. The katana didn't have a hilt or tsuba. Destiny pointed towards the katana and the old man seemed to hum as he stroked his beard. Gellert simply decided to stand aside as he wanted Destiny to choose what she wanted. A peculiar choice, the man said, and with a flick of his hand, he summoned the katana towards him. Follow me, young lady. Now we have to choose a fitting wood and a fitting core for you, the man added. Destiny quickly followed him, but once again he stopped. You can come too, or else you might get bored, the old man said while staring towards Gellert. So, Gellert also joined the two of them. The three of them finally entered the man's workshop. Young man, can you summon those boxes? The old man requested. Gellert summoned the boxes with a twitch of his wand. Ha, you are a powerful wizard, the old man complimented as he started to rummage through the boxes. The old man took out various types of wood from the boxes and laid them on his workshop platform. Young lady, tell me which one of them is calling you, the old man said, and Destiny approached the platform so that she could touch them, but the old man stopped her by raising his cane. Don't come any closer, tell me which one of them is calling you. Your magic is extremely strong, the strongest I have seen in my entire life. You would be able to feel that, the old man said, and Destiny scrunched her face. She knew how to sense her magic. Destiny closed her eyes and she could feel her magic being drawn in a certain direction. She opened her eyes and pointed towards a piece of wood. The old man's eyes glittered as his eyes landed on the wood piece. You, once again a peculiar choice, the old man drawled. Destiny had expected that. The wand she had bought from China was made of you. You would never choose a mediocre or timid owner, the old man said, and once again rummaged through the boxes and he took out several vials and 2 bones pieces. What is that? Destiny asked as she pointed towards one of the bones. The old man nodded his head and put back all the vials and the other bone piece back in the box. I understand that you feel your magic calling to this bone, the man asked, and Destiny nodded her head. This is the spine of a white river monster, the man said, and he put the bone piece along with you wood. White river monster is a type of fish found in the Western countries. There were only a few who knew how to lure these monsters. Unfortunately, I am not one of them and the process is lost. I only have a few of them in my shop, though this core is rarely used. This is the first time I am going to work with this core. Your spells are going to have a lot of force and elegance, the man said, and pulled out a jar from the boxes. The jar was filled with various types of gems. Now, we would need to select a stabilizing agent for the katana, the man said, and he poured the gems on the platform. Stabilizing agent? It was Gellert who asked the question. Yes, a stabilizing agent. You use a wand so you won't know. A katana can produce much stronger magic than a wand, so a stabilizing agent is necessary, the man said and gestured towards the pile. After a few moments, Destiny pointed towards a crimson gem. The old man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Once again curious, a blood stone. These come from a certain type of crabs only found in Transylvania. The old man drawled as he picked up the blood stone. Young man, a little help, the old man called out, and with a wave of his wand, Gellert put back all the gems inside the jar. With another jab of his wand, he put the jar inside the box and then he put away the boxes from where he had summoned them. All of the components you have selected are peculiar. I am sure that you will become an extraordinary witch in the future. Now, please stand aside while I work, the old man said and chuckled lightly. You don't mind us watching you craft the katana? Gellert questioned, and once again the old man chuckled lightly. No, this is a dying art, young man. Even if you are able to learn something, no one will use a katana in favor of a wand. Like I said, this young lady is quite peculiar, but in a good way, the old man said softly as he started to work on the wood. It took the old man 3 hours to finish crafting the hilt and tsuba of the katana. The wand core was safely embedded in the hilt of the katana, which was made of yew, while the stabilizing agent was embedded at the center of the tsuba. So, after that, he dipped the blade into the furnace. After another 15 minutes, he finally revealed the katana to Destiny. She stared at the katana with awe and excitement in her eyes. Destiny wanted to grab the katana, but she held herself back as it was still inside the furnace. Image here. The old man used magic to pull out the katana from the furnace and plunged the katana into a tub of water. After 5 minutes, Destiny was finally able to grab a hold of her katana. She felt her magic hum as soon as her fingers touched the hilt. She felt a connection form between herself and the katana. The wand of Destiny gave a completely different type of feeling. It gave her the feeling of power, but the katana was completely different. She felt herself in harmony. She tried to pick up the katana, but she could. It was way too heavy for her. The old man chuckled and touched the rune he had engraved on the hilt. The katana immediately lost most of its weight and Destiny was able to pick it up. That rune is a bonus. Seeing your stature, I was pretty sure that you wouldn't be able to lift the katana, the old man said as Destiny kept staring at the edge of the katana with awe in her eyes. She couldn't wait to try using magic with it. The rune works on ambient magic. Trace the rune with your finger to activate and again trace the rune to deactivate it. Simple as that, the old man said in a cheerful tone, and Destiny's eyes glittered in understanding. All of a sudden the old man froze as he gave a melancholic look towards the katana he had just made. That is the finest katana I have made in my entire life, and it is probably my last, the old man said in a saddened tone. Young lady, would you humor this old man and allow him to name this beautiful katana? The old man asked, and Destiny immediately agreed. Neptune. Neptune, the old man muttered with a soft smile on his face. Neptune, Destiny repeated, and the old man nodded his head with a kind and melancholic smile on his face. Take care of it, young lady, the man said in a firm tone, and Destiny nodded her head with a serious look on her face. How much do I need to pay? Gellert asked, and the old man shook his head. Just 1 galleon. I don't have any use for money. Like I said, this is probably the last katana I will make. I simply can't put a price on it. For me it is priceless, the old man said with a longing smile on his face. Gellert nodded his head and paid the man a galleon. Destiny gave the old man a last look, who gave her an appreciative nod while waving at her. Destiny gave him a bright smile as she waved back. Gellert and Destiny finally walked out of the ancient shop, and after that, Gellert grabbed her shoulder and the two of them operated away. Line break. Destiny felt bad for the old man, but there was nothing she could do. So, she decided to honor the men by using Neptune. At first, Destiny was having minor problems with the spells, as a katana is completely different from a wand, but she quickly got the hang of it. After some time, Destiny finally approached Gellert with the wand of Destiny in her hand. Gellert, disarm me, Destiny said, her voice filled with determination. Gellert pulled out his wand and cast the disarming charm. The wand of Destiny sailed out of Destiny's hand and landed on Gellert's hand. Destiny felt that her connection with the wand of Destiny was gone. Thank you, Destiny thought with her eyes still focused on the wand of Destiny. Gellert couldn't stop himself from smiling and started to ruffle Destiny's hair. Destiny shot him a filthy look before she swatted away his hand. Destiny returned to her room so that she could continue practicing her magic. The two of them were currently living in a Muggle house. The Muggles had gratefully left the house for them after Destiny had killed them. Destiny continued practicing magic until she was exhausted. Casting magic with the katana was vastly different than with the wand of Destiny. Her magic hummed whenever she would cast a spell. After exhausting herself, Destiny started to read a book on transfiguration. She wasn't reading about conventional transfiguration, she was reading about human transfiguration. According to the book, it was pretty dangerous, that is why she was going to practice it on a bunch of unsuspecting Muggles. If anything went wrong, then she would simply pick another target. After all, you can learn a lot from your mistakes. But she won't be doing that today. Today she was going to relax and enjoy. Today was, after all, her birthday. Destiny entered the dining room for dinner and several party poppers went off. Gellert was sitting on the other side of the table with a smile on his face. Happy birthday, Destiny, once again he wished her, and Destiny beamed with a brilliant smile on her face. Thanks a lot, Gellert, this means a lot for me, Destiny said with a smile as she pulled back a chair and climbed up. Destiny placed Neptune on the table beside her as she picked up the knife and fork. Both ate their food in complete silence. After finishing his dinner, Gellert placed his knife and fork on the plate and wiped his mouth with a conjured napkin. Destiny, I think it is time for you to start learning occlumency, Gellert said, and in a firm tone. I understand, when do we begin? Destiny asked. From tomorrow morning. Tonight I have another lesson for you, Gellert said, and he got up from his seat. Destiny nodded her head and got up from her and grabbed Neptune. Gellert placed his hand on Destiny's shoulder and both of them operated away. Both Gellert and Destiny appeared near a beach. So, what am I going to learn? Destiny asked curiously, and Gellert simply gestured her towards the wet sand. Gellert jabbed the Elder Wand towards the sand and an intricately designed sand castle rose from the sand. I want you to make an exact copy of this one. Gellert said, and Destiny didn't know why Gellert asked her to do something like that, but it was a lesson so she won't complain. Destiny scrunched her face in concentration as a similar sand castle rose from the sand. Destiny furrowed her brows as she kept transfiguring the sand castle until it became a perfect replica of Gellert's. When Destiny was finally done, nearly an hour had passed. You need to work on your timing. From today, you will practice making this sand castle from any type of material. When you can successfully raise the sand castle at once, I will teach you the firestorm spell. A/N, the spell Albus Dumbledore had used in the cave to destroy the inferi where Voldemort aka Tom Riddle had hidden it in the year 1997. To learn that spell you must be adept in both transfiguration and conjuration. Come on, let's go back now, Gellert explained as he extended his hand towards Destiny. Destiny grabbed his hand and both of them operated back to their temporary residence. Line break. The next day, Destiny found herself sitting in front of Gellert after they finished their daily dueling and combat training. Destiny was going to start learning occlumency from today. To learn occlumency, first of all, you must learn how to clear your mind, Gellert said and took a small pause. But doing something like that is very time-consuming. There is an easier and faster method, Gellert said, and Destiny eagerly listened to him. You need to think about something that makes you feel at peace. It could be anything, Gellert said, and Destiny nodded her head in understanding. Destiny closed her mind as she started to think about something that could make her feel at peace. A crimson sea. It feels like something is missing. Ah. Destiny thought and started to think about a crimson sea surrounded by various types of storms. Destiny felt herself at peace. She didn't know how this was going to help. So, what did you think about? Gellert asked curiously. A crimson sea filled with various types of storms, Destiny said like it was the most obvious thing in the world, and Gellert's eyebrows started to twitch. At least that would be a good defense, Gellert mused internally. Good, now try imagining that your mind is surrounded by this crimson sea and the storms, Gellert said with a thin smile on his face. Destiny bobbed her head as she started to imagine her mind being surrounded by the crimson sea and the storms. After a few minutes, Destiny gave a small nod. Good. Now, I will use legilimency to attack your mind. Even if your mind isn't surrounded by the sea and storms, I will let you know of my presence, Gellert said, and Destiny gave him another nod. Legilimens, Gellert muttered as he gently entered Destiny's mind. After 2 minutes, Gellert averted his eyes as he pulled out of Destiny's mind. You need to do a lot of work. You might think your mind is protected by the sea and the storms, but it isn't. You were also unable to feel my probes even though I wasn't being subtle. No need to frown. You simply need time and practice, Gellert pointed out his findings to Destiny. Destiny nodded her head in understanding. I will continue probing your mind until you can feel my probes. You need to figure out how. There is no way I can help you with that if we are taking this route, Gellert said, and Destiny gave him a determined nod. For the next 2 hours, Gellert kept probing her mind, but unfortunately, Destiny wasn't able to sense his probes, so Destiny didn't make any more progress in occlumency. Destiny was slightly bitter about the fact that she didn't make any progress, but she knew that getting frustrated won't help her. Unfortunately, we need to stop here. I need to run some errands, Gellert said and got up from the floor. Destiny could only nod her head as Gellert left their makeshift training room. Destiny released a defeated sigh as she got up from the floor. Even though Gellert was gone, she needed to practice on her own as she had taken a break yesterday. With the Wand of Destiny, she had started to practice elemental magic even though Gellert had mentioned the shortcomings. Destiny picked up Neptune and conjured a simple tub in front of her. She won't deny that doing this with the Wand of Destiny was much easier, but that was the reason why she gave up such a powerful tool. Now came the harder part. She had to create water without the Aguamenti charm. She needed to create water with pure intent. The creation of an element with pure intent was necessary if you want to learn elemental magic. If you can't even create an element without a specific spell, then elemental magic is not for you. Destiny scrunched her face as her hand holding Neptune slightly shook. Slowly water started to form inside the tub. By the time she finally finished filling up the tub with water, Destiny's forehead was filled with sweat. This time it was much harder, Destiny thought, and used magic to wipe away her sweat. Destiny's magical core was extremely large, so if she wanted to exhaust her core, she needed to use magic for every little thing. After that, Destiny started to transform the water into ice with pure intent. Doing that with a spell would have been pretty easy, but she needed to do it the hard way. Destiny released a tired sigh when she finally finished transforming the water into ice. It took me around 10 minutes to achieve that, Destiny thought, and she started to transform the ice into its previous state. This is not going to be easy, Destiny thought, but she wouldn't give up as she remembered Gellert's words. Listen to me, those who take the easier routes will always turn out mediocre. They are simply cowards as they refuse to accept something new. Pave your own path and your name will be written in history, those were Gellert's exact words. She didn't know if it was a good thing or not, but she understood that she needed to walk down her own path. Destiny finally finished transforming the ice into water. After taking a deep breath, once again she started to transform the water into ice. She continued doing that until she exhausted her magical core. Line break. The same routine continued for months without a change. Destiny had made a lot of progress in occlumency. She had received a letter from Mahutokuro in January which she obviously denied because there were no wizarding schools where Destiny could learn what she was learning right now. This led Gellert to make a conclusion. Destiny's original birthday had been in January. Destiny wasn't bothered by that, but she insisted that her birth date was December 6th. This also meant that Destiny was a month younger than he had thought initially. It wasn't a big deal, so it was fine. Destiny was finally able to surround her mind with the Crimson Sea and storms. She still couldn't do anything to stop Gellert's intrusions, but it was still a lot of progress. She had been practicing elemental magic regularly, and she had also been working on the sand castle. But today the routine was going to change as Destiny was finally able to create the sand castle from anything around them. She could even conjure the whole thing if needed, even though doing that took more time and a lot of her magic. So, as promised, Gellert took her to a remote location so he could teach her the firestorm spell. "Have you read the incantation and description of the spell?" Gellert asked, and Destiny eagerly nodded her head. Gellert gave her a satisfied nod and took a deep breath. "Remember, you need to be careful about this spell or the spell might consume you," Gellert said in a warning tone, and Destiny quickly nodded her head and paid rapt attention to Gellert. Gellert pulled out the wand of Destiny, and with a wave, a lasso made of crimson gold flames erupted from the tip of his wand. The flames surrounded Gellert and Destiny, making a large ring of fire around them. Gellert kept waving his wand over his head in a circular motion, and the flames kept raging. Destiny kept staring at the flames with awe and excitement in her eyes. She couldn't believe that Gellert was showing her such a grandiose spell. After a minute, Gellert finally stopped waving his wand and the flames disappeared, leaving behind a charred circle on the ground around them. "That was brilliant!" Destiny exclaimed, and Gellert simply ruffled her hair while chuckling. Destiny's awe and excitement transformed into a scowl as she gave Gellert a filthy look and swatted away his hand. "Now, why don't you give it a try? I will be here, so if anything goes wrong, I will take care of it," Gellert urged, and Destiny gave him a confident and determined nod. Destiny took a deep breath and raised Neptune. Moments later, a lasso of crimson gold flames erupted from the end of the hilt of Neptune. Destiny couldn't just wave Neptune on top of her head, so she tried to manipulate the flames to form a ring around them, but much to her displeasure, the flames went off. Destiny gave it another try, and once again the same thing happened. After the fifth failure, Destiny couldn't stop herself and released a frustrated groan. Gellert kept staring at Destiny with an amused look on his face. A katana definitely had its perks, but there were cons too. Destiny kept practicing the spell for the next 3 hours. She made a lot of progress as she could form a semicircle before the flames went off, but she couldn't finish the circle. Gellert decided to call it a day, and the two of them returned to their house. "Destiny, let's have a small duel before calling it a day. What do you say?" Gellert asked, and Destiny immediately nodded her head. They had duels regularly during the morning training session, but sometimes Gellert asked her for a duel before ending the day. In these duels they tried everything in their arsenal as long as they were non-lethal. "Non-lethal spells only," Destiny called out, and Gellert simply inclined his head in confirmation. It was Destiny who fired the first spell. Destiny started with the petrifying spell, followed by the jelly leg and leg-locking jinx. Gellert simply sidestepped to dodge the first spell and swatted away the other two and attacked Destiny with 2 tickling charms. Destiny waved Neptune and swatted away both spells. Neptune didn't have any anti-magic properties, but obviously, the tickling charms won't have any effect on a katana. The ability to recognize spells was very important. It comes with experience. Destiny used Lumos Maxima, and a bright light erupted from the hilt of Neptune, and Gellert flinched due to the extremely bright light. Destiny wasn't affected by the light as she had covered her own eyes as soon as she had finished casting the spell. Destiny took this chance and shot a string of charms in Gellert's direction. Gellert still had his eyes closed, but he twisted the wand of Destiny and conjured a flock of birds. All of the charms Destiny had fired hit the birds instead of their intended target. Destiny frowned and continued firing spells towards Gellert. Gellert was still being protected by the birds, and with a small jab of his wand, he froze the floor on Destiny's side. Destiny yelped as she lost her footing, but with a small twist of Neptune, she elevated the floor, cracking the ice. Gellert finally opened his eyes and blinked, still trying to adjust to the light, and shook his head. His eyes focused on Destiny's form, and with a small twist of his wand, he sent a jet of water towards Destiny, but he wasn't expecting what Destiny did next. Destiny saw the stream of water approaching her, and with pure intent, she turned the whole stream of water into ice. Gellert's eyes grew wide at the display of such splendid magic. Gellert knew that Destiny hadn't used any spell to achieve that, as no spells could have such an effect. The stream of water simply froze in its tracks. Destiny raised Neptune, and the ground floor beneath Gellert turned into a semi-liquid state. Once again Destiny did that with pure intent and didn't use a spell. Gellert simply grinned, and an invisible shield appeared beneath his feet. Destiny clicked her tongue but continued attacking Gellert with her spells. Gellert simply batted away the spells and returned some of the spells at Destiny. Gellert noticed something odd and he was pushed back a couple of feet by a gust of wind. Gellert could only smile proudly. Once again Destiny had created the gust of wind with pure intent. He had told her that elemental magic won't bear any fruits and here she was, using them in a duel so effortlessly and efficiently. Gellert smiled and pointed the wand of Destiny towards Destiny. A string of charms shot out of his wand in quick succession. Destiny scowled. Gellert wasn't pulling punches any longer. She didn't have the time to move out of the way of the charm so she could only raise a shield using the shield charm and hope for the best, but unfortunately, it wasn't her day. The shield was able to protect Destiny from a couple of charms, but her shield was ripped apart before she could even move away and Destiny's world turned black. Destiny gasped for breath as she shot up from her bed. Oh, she was back in her bed. She tried to remember what had happened to her and finally remembered that she had lost the duel. Destiny released a defeated sigh as Gellert knocked on her door. "Come in," Destiny said, and Gellert opened the door and walked in. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the chair and sat down. "How are you feeling?" Gellert asked softly. "I have a headache." Destiny deadpanned and Gellert simply smirked. "That will go away in a few minutes." "I just wanted to say what you did in the duel was phenomenal," Gellert said, and Destiny grimaced. "I still lost," Destiny pointed out bitterly, and Gellert chuckled. "Of course, you lost. You are good, but I am way stronger than you. I have a crystallized magical core while you only have a liquid magical core. My spells are much faster and stronger than yours. Not only that, I am way more experienced than you. I am not telling you all this to depress you or make fun of you. I am simply pointing out facts. Then, I also have the Wand of Destiny. No matter how good your katana is, the Wand of Destiny is still superior." Gellert explained, and Destiny could only release a defeated sigh. Having a crystallized magical core would give you a massive boost, and it has been some time since Gellert's magical core had reached that state, and the Elder Wand helped. "One day I will beat you," Destiny said in a determined tone with a fire burning in her eyes. Gellert smiled and nodded his head. "I know, you are just 11 years old and you will only become stronger as you keep growing older," Gellert assured her. "The magic you used was so advanced. You used pure elemental magic in a battle so efficiently," Gellert said proudly, and Destiny beamed at the praise. "What is the most advanced magic?" Destiny asked, and Gellert pondered the question for a few moments until he nodded his head. He would try to answer her question as best as he could. "The Unforgivables, Protego Diabolica, and Fiend Fire," Gellert said with a thoughtful look on his face. "There is another form of advanced, or probably the most advanced form of magic, but only a handful of witches and wizards have been able to achieve such a feat," Gellert explained. Gellert noticed that Destiny was paying rapt attention to whatever he was saying. It is said that they were able to give their magic its own will. It would act out on its own if they were in some danger. There are mentions of this in various texts, but I am nowhere close to achieving something like that, Gellert explained, and Destiny had a look of awe on her face. "When can I start learning that?" Destiny asked, and Gellert chuckled and shook his head. "Not until you have a crystallized magical core," Gellert said with a smile, and even though Destiny looked disappointed, she was even more determined to get stronger. Line break. September, 1919. With a wave of her hand, Destiny created a wandless shield charm, and the bullet ricocheted after colliding against the invisible barrier. The Muggle gaped at the display. It wasn't Destiny's fault that the Muggle she had decided to murder was carrying a gun. With a small twitch of Neptune, Destiny bound and silenced the men. She couldn't believe that she would have been injured if not for her quick reflexes. She had heard about guns during the Muggle War, but she had simply scoffed at that. Gellert is right. Muggles are really good at making things to kill each other, Destiny mused as she approached the downed men. The man still had the gun in his hand. With a little bit of effort, Destiny was able to get the gun. She wouldn't leave something dangerous in a Muggle's hand. Destiny gave the gun another look before putting it in her robes. Destiny touched the men and activated the portkey she was carrying. With a familiar tug around her navel, Destiny and the Muggle men were whisked away from the empty alley. Destiny appeared inside their current residence along with the Muggle men. Destiny sneered at the bound men and unceremoniously dropped him on the floor like a sack of potatoes. "Oh, you are back?" Gellert asked as he looked up from the book he was reading. Yes, the filthy Muggle was carrying a gun. Destiny scowled, and Gellert furrowed his brows but didn't say anything else. It wasn't surprising that he didn't hold Muggle guns in high regard. "Oh, is that so? I assume that you aren't hurt?" Gellert asked and raised his brow. "I am fine, he wasn't able to hurt me," Destiny said in a dismissive manner, but Gellert could clearly see the excitement in her eyes. "Good, so, as promised, I will teach you the Unforgivables, but you would need to work them out on your own," Gellert said in a firm tone and put down the book. Gellert got up from his seat and with a flick of his wand, he cleared the space. In the last months, Destiny has made a lot of progress. Her occlumency was still improving, but she had also mastered the Firestorm spell during last month. Now she could perform the spell without any movements. Gellert had been quite impressed, and just yesterday, she had successfully cast the spell with pure intent. She had replicated the spell with elemental magic, which was a great feat, and Gellert had decided to reward her. As her reward, Destiny had asked him to teach her the unforgivables. Gellert knew that Destiny was strong enough to use all three of them, but he wanted to wait longer before teaching her the unforgivables. Then he remembered that he was only 14 when he had learned how to cast the Imperious Curse. Yes, Destiny was only 11, but she was already a killer, so she could very well learn the unforgivables too. It might help her in the future. Even though he had said that he would teach her the unforgivables, he was going to put up a condition. As long as Destiny doesn't master the Imperious Curse, he won't teach her the Killing Curse. He had planned to teach her the Cruciatus Curse last. Gellert pointed the wand of Destiny towards the muggle. Imperio, Gellert muttered and unbound the man. Bang your head on the floor, Gellert ordered, and the man started to bang his head on the floor. Stop, lie down silently, Gellert gave him the second order. The man stopped banging his head and lied down on the floor. Gellert then bound the men and dropped the spell. Did you understand how I did it? Gellert asked, but Destiny shook her head in denial. Gellert gave her a small, understanding nod. The spell Imperio creates a mental bridge between yourself and the victim. Now, not only that, but the spell also makes your victim's mind very vulnerable by giving them a feeling of euphoria. Now, your will must be strong enough to force his vulnerable mind into obedience. Your orders will be whispered into their minds. Proficient users can even mentally order their victims like I can do. Following orders gives them a feeling of euphoria. If you are strong and proficient with the spell, there will be only a minor chance that the victim could fight back. Controlling muggles is much easier than magicals, that's all I can tell you. Now, give it a try, Gellert said and backed away. Destiny took a deep breath and pointed the hilt of Neptune towards Muggle on the floor. Imperio, Destiny said, and the man's eyes turned slightly glassy. Destiny felt a connection form between her and the Muggleman. Dance on one foot, Destiny ordered and unbonded the men. Destiny felt the men trying to fight the order. So, Destiny started to put more pressure. For minutes, she kept fighting for control and she ultimately came out victorious. The men started to dance on one foot. After a few minutes, Destiny was having a hard time controlling the men, so she bound him and dropped the spell. That was brilliant for the first try, and you are just 11 years old. Gellert froze when he noticed the icy glare Destiny was giving her and a grin formed on his face. Almost 12 years, but you still need to work very hard. I want you to be proficient enough to order him to do anything without any effort, Gellert said, and Destiny agreed. If you had given him some self-harming order or an order that goes against his morals, then he would have fought harder. I want you to become strong enough to order a muggle to kill themselves without them fighting back, Gellert said, and Destiny knew that this was another challenge, but she didn't mind. Challenges were necessary for improvement. Chapter 5, Parting Ways. October, 1919. Destiny rolled around in the bed and a frustrated groan escaped her lips. This has been happening for a few months and this is starting to annoy her. Once again she groaned and sat up wrapped in her comfortable blanket. She had a grumpy look on her face and her beautiful crimson hair was a mess. Destiny slowly got out of the blanket and looked inside her underwear. Why am I leaking this sticky thing? Destiny wondered and made her way towards the bathroom with Neptune in her hand. Destiny knew that something was going on with her body. The signs were pretty obvious. Her chest had started to grow a couple of years ago and her buttocks had also started to become rounder while her hips were becoming wider. Not only that, her emotions were a mess. The differences might be small, but Destiny had noticed them. She hasn't approached Gellert regarding this matter as she knew that he would probably be useless in this department. But enough was enough. Today she was going to get to the bottom of this matter, one way or another. She needed to know why the hell she was leaking sticky stuff. Destiny quickly stripped out of her clothes and used the animation charms to charm everything to work on their own. Her clothes started to get washed on their own and she arrived near the tub. With pure intent she filled the tub with warm water. Destiny slowly entered the tub and released a satisfied groan. After that, Destiny simply decided to relax for some time as she had a busy day ahead of her. Line break. A few hours had passed since the start of Destiny's day and she had just finished her training with Gellert for the day. At first, he taught her how to duel and fight and he helped her with her occlumency. She still had a long way to go but she was continuously making progress. Gellert, I want to visit the bookstore, can you make me a portkey? Destiny requested and Gellert gave her a questioning look. Don't you already have enough books? Gellert asked with a confused look on his face. But having more wouldn't hurt, Destiny pointed out. She was glad that Gellert only helped her with occlumency and not rummage through her mind. Gellert gave a satisfied nod. Fine, Gellert shrugged. But, I won't be giving you or making you a portkey. It is about time that you learned how to apparate, Gellert said in a firm tone and Destiny had to stop herself from frowning. She would never refuse to learn something new and learning how to apparate would definitely be useful but her need to visit the bookstore was kind of urgent and she had no idea how long it would take her to learn apparition. No need to make a face. Gellert said with a thin smile when he noticed the face Destiny was making. I had learned how to apparate in just a day, so you could too. Gellert said while rolling his eyes, and Destiny could only agree. So, what do I need to do? Destiny asked curiously, as she knew that there wasn't a spell for apparition. It was based on pure intent, and Destiny was already better than Gellert at intent-based magic. Gellert pointed his wand towards the floor and drew 2 circles, one around Destiny and the other being several feet away from Destiny. I want you to appear in that circle, Gellert said, and Destiny simply took a deep breath and started to think about appearing inside the other circle. All of a sudden her magic reacted and she felt herself pushed through a very thin tube. She felt her whole body being squeezed tightly, and moments later, the feeling disappeared. She looked around only to find that she was still standing inside the same circle. That was perfect for the first try, but your mind wasn't fixed on the destination. Think clearly about the destination, Gellert said, and Destiny nodded her head and closed her eyes. Once again, she started to think about appearing inside the other circle. Once again her magic reacted and she felt the same feeling of being squeezed through a thin tube. A moment later the feeling was gone and Destiny opened her eyes only to find herself standing at the side of the other circle. She checked her whole body and released a relieved sigh. At least she didn't splinch. She had read about that and she knew that splinching wasn't a good thing. Fantastic, but you still need to work on your destination, Gellert said, and Destiny agreed. She kept practicing apparition for another hour and she finally stopped practicing when she thought that she was proficient enough. She could apparate perfectly only after her 5th try, but she didn't want to get splinched, so she kept practicing. Gellert had already left some time ago after confirming that Destiny wasn't going to splinch herself. So, Destiny apparat to the bookstore. She took a moment to check herself. Everything is attached. Okay, let's go inside. Satisfied that she didn't lose any body parts, she entered the bookstore. She quickly started to look around for books related to the female body. Asking the store lady also helped. Destiny bought herself 2 new books and disapparated back to her temporary residence. She arrived in her room and immediately opened the first book. Only half an hour later a completely mortified Destiny understood that something wasn't wrong with her body. In fact, it was completely natural. She was also mortified by the fact that her menstrual cycle was going to start. So she kept reading as she wanted to know everything about it, and an hour later, she was finally done. At least there are spells and potions to deal with the bleeding and cramps, Destiny thought, and put the book away. Now she was glad that she didn't ask Gellert. She wasn't overly embarrassed or anything, but she still felt uncomfortable with all the stuff she read in the book. She was pretty sure that Gellert would have been very embarrassed talking about all of that. Now that she confirmed that nothing was wrong with her, she decided to resume her training. She went to her drawer and put away those books and pulled out the gun. She was going to visit the unwilling guest she had captured a month ago. She would have killed him by now if he didn't have any uses. Destiny appeared outside the cellar and after casting a revealing charm, she entered the room. The man was shackled to the wall. The man was pretty resilient if nothing else. She had been trying to make him teach her about guns, but he had always fought off her imperious curse regarding that matter. She was able to force the man to tell her why he was fighting so hard to keep that secret, and to say that Destiny wasn't happy after hearing his words would be an understatement. His exact words were, "I have to fight. It is my duty for the survival of natural humans. If we want to have any sort of chance against unnatural freaks like you, then I must keep fighting." Even though Destiny was angry, she didn't do anything to the man, as she would make him regret calling her an unnatural freak. She stared at the man in disdain. Imperio, Destiny cast the spell and felt as the spell took effect on the man. If she wanted, she could have learned how to use the thing without the man's help, but that would mean she lost. She wanted to break the man. She needed to break the man's resistance. She wanted to make him understand that she was superior. There were other reasons too. She knew that she shouldn't experiment with something with so many moving parts, and she needed to know everything about the thing. She handed the gun to the shackled man. "Show me how to use that, and don't try to point that thing towards me," Destiny mentally ordered. She needed to make the order clear. The filthy muggle had tried to point that thing towards her before, and he had done that multiple times. Once again she felt the man fighting back for control, but today she won't back down. She would crush his resilience under her heels. Destiny used all of her mental prowess. After a few seconds, a smile appeared on her face. The gun was already loaded, as he had shot Destiny when she tried to capture him a month ago. The man started to show her and tell her how the thing worked, and Destiny paid rapt attention to everything the man said. The gun was called Nambu Type B and it had 7 projectiles inside it. The man showed her how to use the gun and everything. Image here. Destiny took back the gun from the man and pointed it towards the man's knee and pulled the trigger. Destiny's hand shot back and she had to take a step back due to the intense recoil. A loud bang resounded through the room. The man screamed and dropped to the floor as his knee bore a hole right now. Destiny lifted the imperious curse off the man and gave him a triumphant grin. "See, it wasn't that hard, was it?" Destiny asked with a look of satisfaction on her face. The man looked at Destiny with utter loathing on his face and spat towards Destiny. Destiny raised an invisible shield to protect herself from being sullied. She wasn't impressed by the display, so she pointed the gun towards the man's other knee and pulled the trigger. Once again a loud bang resounded through the room and Destiny was ready for the recoil this time, so this time she wasn't affected by the recoil like the previous time. The man screamed out in pain as he scuttled away towards the wall he was shackled to. Only moments later, Gellert burst into the room with a worried look on his face. He looked at the scene and finally understood what had happened. "So, you were finally able to make him tell you how the contraption works?" Gellert asked and Destiny proudly nodded her head. "I still couldn't understand your fascination with that thing." "I thought that you hated muggles," Gellert said dryly and Destiny gave him a pointed look. Destiny waved her hand and wordlessly silenced the muggleman. "I still hate muggles, but that doesn't mean that I can't appreciate their weapons. This thing," Destiny said and pointed towards the gun she was holding. "Can kill so easily," Destiny said, her voice filled with some level of fascination. Gellert simply gave the gun another look and shrugged. He still couldn't see the appeal of that thing, but he wouldn't criticize Destiny. "It looks like you finally learned how to properly use the Imperius curse, good," Gellert said and the wand of Destiny appeared in his hand. "As promised, I will teach you another unforgivable. This time I will teach you the killing curse," Gellert said and twirled his wand in his hand. "You must have a lot of concentration and magical power to be able to cast this spell. The incantation is necessary and it is Avada Kedavra. Like the other two unforgivables, this spell is unblockable. The spell will instantaneously kill the target without any signs of injury. Nobody knows how exactly the spell works. Why don't you give it a try?" "The incantation is Avah-Kedavra," Gellert explained and Destiny gave him a determined nod. Destiny pointed the hilt of Neptune towards the shackled muggle. Avah-Kedavra. Nothing happened, so a frown appeared on Destiny's face. "You need to mean it, Destiny," Gellert pointed out and Destiny gave him another nod. Destiny took a dream breath and this channeled her feelings into the spell. She genuinely wanted to kill him. "Avah-Kedavra," Destiny muttered and this time a green beam erupted from the end of her hilt and slammed on the man's face. The man stopped moving, his eyes were still open but there was no life in them. The man was dead. Even after killing someone in cold blood, she didn't feel an ounce of regret. Destiny beamed with a brilliant smile on her face. She successfully cast the killing curse on her second try. That was more than impressive and she was only 11 years old. Gellert smiled proudly and ruffled Destiny's hair. Once again, Destiny gave him a filthy look and swatted away his hand. She gave him another glare and wordlessly fixed her hair. All of a sudden, a thought appeared inside Destiny's mind. "Gellert, you said that the killing curse is unblockable, right?" Destiny asked and Gellert simply nodded his head. "Do you know why the killing curse along with the other two unforgivables are unblockable with magical shields?" Destiny asked curiously and Gellert's lips thinned but then an amused grin appeared on his face. "No, I don't know why they are unblockable, not only me, in fact, nobody knows why," Gellert said with a shrug and Destiny frowned. "Didn't anyone try to find out?" Destiny questioned and once again Gellert shook his head. "There might have been some wizards and witches who did try but there is no conclusive evidence regarding that matter. We also don't know if they had found anything or not," Gellert explained and Destiny scowled. She knew that magical people weren't an innovative bunch but this was just bad. She had read about unforgivables, and they were pretty famous curses. If somebody found a way to block them, then their name or names would be etched in every history book but apparently, nobody had tried to find a way to block those three curses. Even if somebody had found something then he or she had probably taken it with them to their graves, Destiny mused. "From what I heard from Gellert, they are simply unblockable by the existing magical shields. What if I make a new one?" "No matter what, the killing curse is still a magical spell," Destiny thought and walked out of the room with a thoughtful look on her face, leaving behind Gellert, who simply shrugged and walked away while shaking his head. Line break. Later that night Destiny could be seen fiddling with 2 earrings inside her room. Until now she never had any earrings but that didn't mean that she couldn't wear one now. Just some time ago, Destiny read a very interesting way of inscribing a charm in the form of a rune. Destiny immediately operated to the market to buy herself a pair of earrings. It has been some time since she had been thinking of getting herself a pair, so it was okay. She also bought a leather piece to make a gun holster. So, here she was trying to inscribe the muggle-repelling charm on the earrings. It was obviously a time-consuming process but Destiny was also determined. Sometime later, Gellert arrived and knocked on her door. "Come in." Destiny unconsciously answered as she was busy working on the earrings. Gellert entered the room and gave her a questioning look. "What are you doing?" Gellert questioned curiously as he made his way towards Destiny, who didn't even look up from her table. "I am trying to inscribe the muggle-repelling charm on this thing in the form of a rune. It is a time-consuming process but it would certainly be useful," Destiny explained and Gellert did see the usefulness of the nifty process. "Can you make me one too after you are done with that?" Gellert asked and once again Destiny subconsciously nodded her head. Gellert noticed that Destiny wasn't paying any attention to him. "I will be excusing myself," Gellert said dryly and left the room. Once again, Destiny simply nodded her head. Finally, an hour later Destiny had a gleeful look on her face. She couldn't stop herself from squealing in joy as she finally finished inscribing the Muggle-repelling charm on the earrings. She could sense that the magic was active. She would need to charge the rune with magic every couple of months, but it was perfectly okay. Image here. Now, the harder part. Destiny pulled out her old wand and placed its tip on her earlobe. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes and cast a piercing hex. Pain shot through her earlobe, but it was manageable. She opened her eyes and released the breath she had been unconsciously holding in. Then she placed the tip of the wand on her other ear and repeated the process. Only a minute later, Destiny was sporting a pair of earrings. With an episki she closed the wounds, using the healing spell before earrings would have closed the holes too. Destiny looked at herself in the mirror and a bright smile appeared on her face. She looked good. She knew that Gellert had visited her when she was working on the earrings, but she didn't remember what he was talking about. Destiny arrived outside Gellert's room with Neptune in her hand and knocked on the door. Moments later, Gellert himself opened the door. He looked at her earrings and smiled. "Looks like your little project was successful," Gellert said when he sensed the Muggle-repelling charm on the earrings. "Can you make me something like that too?" Gellert asked and Destiny gave him a questioning look. "You want earrings?" Destiny asked and Gellert chuckled as he shook his head. "No. Something else like a pendant or something?" Gellert asked and Destiny simply cocked her head in agreement. "Sure. Was there something else you wanted to talk about?" Destiny asked curiously and Gellert nodded his head. "Walk with me," Gellert said and closed his room's door as he started to walk down the hall. Destiny immediately followed him. "Today, you were able to perform the killing curse on your second try. So, as promised, I will be teaching you the last unforgivable, the Cruciatus curse," Gellert explained as he led her towards the cellar. Gellert entered the room followed by Destiny. As soon as she entered the room, she found two men shackled to the wall. "Where did you get them from?" Destiny asked as she scrunched her face in disgust. "They were criminals until I decided to borrow them indefinitely from the prison," Gellert explained and Destiny nodded her head in understanding. "Now, to perform this spell, you need to mean it. You can't cast this spell half-heartedly or it won't have any effect," Gellert explained and pointed his wand towards one of the Muggles. "Crucio," Gellert muttered and only after a second the man started to scream at the top of his lungs. Destiny silenced the men with a wave of her free hand. After a few moments, Gellert finally lifted the spell from the men. The incantation of the spell is Krooco. "Give it a try," Gellert said and Destiny turned towards the Muggle men. "Krooco," Destiny muttered but nothing happened. "As I said, you must mean it. Your desire to inflict pain is necessary," Gellert explained and Destiny gave him a firm nod. She pointed the hilt of Neptune towards the men. "Krooco," Destiny muttered but once again nothing happened. "Keep trying," Gellert urged her and Destiny agreed with Gellert on that. On her fifth try, Destiny was finally able to get the spell to work. The man screamed out at the top of his lungs and thrashed around. Destiny reveled in the feeling of inflicting pain on the Muggle men. Destiny finally lifted the spell and cast it on the other men. Once again the spell worked like it should and that man also started to scream at the top of his lungs. Destiny finally lifted the spell from the second man after almost a minute. "Destiny, you have successfully mastered the unforgivables," Gellert said with a bright smile on his face and Destiny beamed at him after hearing the praise. "Let them be, you could practice the unforgivables on them on a later date," Gellert said and led Destiny towards the kitchen. "Tonight we are going to have a small celebration for your brilliant achievement," Gellert said with a smile and Destiny could only nod her head with stars in her eyes. A couple of hours later, the Grindelwald duo was sipping wine with content and peaceful look on their faces. "Gellert, thank you for saving me," all of a sudden Destiny said in a grateful tone and Gellert's eyes flickered but he didn't say anything for a few moments. "Once I knew a girl, she was so bright, so innocent, so hurt. She had lost the ability to control her own magic and her own magic was causing her harm from the inside. That is one of the worst things that could happen to a child," Gellert began to say and Destiny paid rapt attention to everything he said. "It wasn't her fault though. It happened when she was just 6 years old. You were also 6 years old when I found you. I still remember that day just like yesterday. Some animals known as Muggles had also attacked her when she was only 6 inch. What they did to her, destroyed her. She was never right again. She wouldn't use magic, but she couldn't get rid of it, it turned inward and drove her mad, it exploded out of her when she couldn't control it, and at times she was strange and dangerous. But mostly she was sweet and scared and harmless. She was only 15 when, due to a burst of uncontrolled magic, her mother lost her life and only a few months later she lost her own life. Her name was Ariana Dumbledore, she was the sister of my best friend and lover, Albus Dumbledore." Gellert explained and Destiny etched everything Gellert said inside her mind. It wasn't every day that Gellert revealed something like this. Both of us had similar ideals, both of us wanted to enslave muggles for the greater good. I wanted to take a more hands-on and direct approach while he believed in subtle manipulations. One fateful night, we decided to make a blood pact so that we could never confront each other directly. Sometime later his brother found out and confronted us. I became enraged and used the Cruciatus curse on him. Obviously, Albus jumped in to protect his brother. That led to a three-way duel. Ariana tried to stop us but she lost her life, Gellert said, and a lone tear trickled down his pale eye. I knew I couldn't stay there any longer, as if I did, Albus would confront me and I had to reveal the truth. I couldn't do that to him. I couldn't tell him that it was his curse that took Ariana's life, Gellert said, and Destiny gasped in horror. She felt really bad for Ariana and what happened to her was really horrible. You see, after their mother's death, Ariana's responsibility came over to Albus. Albus was bitter about that, he hated his sister due to that. He had dreams which he was unable to fulfill due to his sick sister. Magic is based on intent. He intended to get rid of her, so it was his curse that snuffed out dear Ariana's life. That made my conviction even stronger. I needed to fulfill my ambition for the greater good, Gellert said and rubbed his eyes. That night, I couldn't bring myself to leave you. My dreams and ambitions were important, but I couldn't leave you or I would have been making the same mistake Albus had made, and the decision I made that night was the best decision of my life, Gellert finished, and Destiny was practically sobbing right now. Thank you, Gellert, Destiny said while sobbing and gave him a brilliant smile. Gellert also smiled softly after seeing that. Yes, best decision ever. Gellert thought inside his mind and looked outside the window. Line break. December, 1920. More than a year has passed since the night when Gellert had told Destiny why he had saved her that fateful night. It was clear that Ariana Dumbledore had played a huge role in Gellert's life. A 13-year-old Destiny could be seen relentlessly attacking Gellert with various types of spells, including some of the lethal ones, while Gellert was defending himself using various means. Gellert wasn't having a hard time or anything, but at the same time, it also wasn't easy for him. All of a sudden Destiny waved Neptune and several lightning bolts shot towards Gellert from the hilt of her katana. Gellert had to raise several shields to protect himself. But Destiny didn't stop there and created a human-sized tornado and released it towards Gellert. Gellert intricately waved his wand and raised a mud wall to protect himself. The tornado collided with the mud wall, creating a huge shockwave. Destiny swung Neptune and sliced the wall using a water blade. Gellert had to roll out of the way or he would have been sliced in half too. Gellert gave her a questioning look, but once again he had to raise a shield to protect himself from a barrage of spells. Moments later, Destiny cleaved through Gellert's shield using a lightning bolt. Gellert had to practically jump away to save himself, and he ultimately raised his hands in the air. Destiny stopped firing spells and lowered her katana and smiled brilliantly. I give up. I can't defend myself against you even with the wand of Destiny, Gellert said and did a mock bow. Destiny beamed at him with a bright smile on his face. So, how does it feel to have a solid magical core? Gellert asked, and Destiny couldn't stop herself from grinning widely. Just yesterday she made the breakthrough and her liquid magical core turned into a solid magical core. Her progress was so fast that Gellert simply couldn't believe it, but he still felt proud of her. She was just 13 years old and she already had a solid magical core. It was totally insane. So today they decided to play a game. Destiny would use various types of magical spells to attack Gellert while he would only try to defend himself. It sounded pretty outrageous, but shields created by the wand of Destiny were pretty strong and durable. Things will only get harder for Destiny, Gellert thought, as it wasn't easy to reach the crystallized magical core state. It won't matter as Destiny is only 13 right now and she has a really long life in front of her. She would probably reach the crystallized magical core state in a decade or two. For strong magical people, a decade or two didn't matter much in the long run. It could also happen earlier with Destiny's insanely fast progress. It feels amazing. Wandless magic is so easy now. Even my normal spells are so fast and powerful. My spells are consuming less magic, exhausting my magical core would be much harder now, Destiny finished with a disappointed look on her face. If anyone saw you being disappointed even after achieving such a great feat, then they would spit out blood, Gellert said with a grin, and Destiny simply rolled her eyes. Wrong country. We are in Japan, Destiny pointed out, and Gellert simply chuckled. So what do you want to do now? There is nothing left that I can teach you. I have taught you everything I know. You simply need to work on everything and improve them on your own, Gellert asked with a proud smile on his face. I want to travel on my own. Before you say anything, I know I am young and all, but I want to travel around the world and learn new things, Destiny said, and Gellert could only reluctantly nod his head. I understand if that's what you want. I would have liked it if you had accompanied me, but this is fine too. You need to experience everything on your own. I can't always be there to hold your hand, Gellert said with a reluctant smile on his face. Yes, I know. So can you teach me how to make portkeys? Destiny asked, and Gellert simply grinned. Sure, whatever you say, Gellert said. So, where will you be going? Gellert asked and Destiny simply shrugged. I don't know. I might travel around Japan for a bit then move on to some other country. Where will you be going? Destiny asked curiously and Gellert seemed to contemplate her question for a few seconds. Maybe France or Bulgaria. I will start collecting allies and I would also need to spread my name throughout the continent. Everyone should know what I am trying to do and spread my influence while doing that, Gellert said with an unsure look on his face. Then you should start with Bulgaria. Anti-Muggle sentiments are on an all-time high in there, Destiny said and Gellert gave her a questioning look. How would you know that? Gellert asked in a bewildered tone. I read, every week I visit the bookstore, they keep international newspapers there, Destiny said in a dry tone and Gellert could only nod his head. Oh, did something recently happen in Bulgaria? Gellert questioned and Destiny solemnly nodded her head. A few Muggles threw a magical child into a lake, the child drowned, Destiny said and Gellert clenched his fists tightly in anger and rage. The child was from a renowned family, they are asking for justice but the Bulgarian ministry isn't acting because someone in a high position named Desislav Krum is against the whole thing, Destiny explained and Gellert nodded his head with a cold look in his eyes. Krum is a traitor to our kind, Gellert said while gritting his teeth and Destiny nodded her head in agreement. From what I have read in the papers, he is a pro-Muggle, he has passed a couple of laws for Muggle protection, Destiny said and Gellert growled in anger. He works in the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic and he is trying to protect Muggles. Gellert trailed off in a disappointed tone while shaking his head. What can you do? There will always be traitors among us, we can't get rid of all of them, Destiny said and shrugged her shoulders and Gellert knew that Destiny was right. There will always be traitors among them. If the child was from a renowned family, then how were the Muggles able to get their filthy hands on the child? Gellert questioned curiously. The whole thing wasn't mentioned but from what I read, the family was on a trip. During that, the child got separated from the family and the tragedy happened. It is said the child, desperate to get back to the family, had probably used some sort of accidental magic. Some Muggles saw that and decided to take care of it. Obviously, there is more but I think the Bulgarian ministry had censored it due to Desislav Krum's involvement. He is a big wig in the Bulgarian ministry, Destiny said and Gellert nodded his head while rubbing his chin. So, he is probably trying to hide the facts to avoid public outrage. He is currently under a lot of pressure due to the child's family and if the magical population gets involved then everything he had done for the protection of Muggles would become undone, Destiny continued and shrugged at the end. Bloody wank stain. Gellert hissed in anger. He took a deep breath and a grin appeared on his face. What is the name of the child's family? If the government isn't helping them, maybe I can, Gellert said with a grin and Destiny also smiled. The Ismail family, currently, they are trying their best to get support from the various older families. It was kind of working at the start but now they have hit a block. Desislav Krum is a formidable man in the political field. Some families are trying to avoid the confrontation. So they have decided to stay neutral regarding this matter, Destiny finished and Gellert nodded his head. Looks like I would have to arrange a meeting with Lord Ismail, Gellert finished with a grin. By the way, how do you know all this? Gellert questioned curiously. I read, Gellert, Destiny deadpanned with a blank look on her face. Now show me how to make a portkey, Destiny practically demanded and Gellert could only nod his head in amusement. After that, the two sat down as Gellert started to show her how to make a portkey and an international portkey. It took Gellert only a couple of hours to teach Destiny how to create portkeys. At first, her portkeys were going to be rough but she would learn with practice. I can't believe that this is your last lesson. Gellert trailed off in a melancholic look on his face. You are wrong, Gellert, there will always be something new to learn. Destiny said with a grin and attacked Gellert with a stinging hex when he tried to ruffle her hair. Gellert pulled back his hand with a flinch. Quite a feisty one, aren't you? Gellert questioned in mock outrage and Destiny simply giggled. Of course, what else did you expect? I am Destiny Grindelwald, the heiress of Gellert Grindelwald. Destiny proclaimed with a proud look on her face as she puffed out her developing chest. Gellert couldn't stop himself from smiling after hearing Destiny's words. He was so proud of her. Always stay true to your purpose, Destiny, no matter what it is, Gellert said softly and Destiny could only nod her head. I will, don't worry, Gellert. I will be standing right beside you when you change this world for the greater good, Destiny said in a serious and firm tone. You have no idea how wrong you are. Gellert mused in amusement. I will miss you, Gellert said with a soft smile and Destiny simply scoffed. I am not dying. I will be coming around from time to time. Maybe teach you something new. Destiny finished with a grin and Gellert simply chuckled. I need to pack my stuff, see you later, Gellert, Destiny said and turned around to leave. You have already taught me so much, Destiny, and you will teach me a lot more. Gellert thought as he shook his head and walked away to make his own plans. He needed to prepare for the eventual meeting with Lord Ismail. Line break. With a soft pop, Destiny operaed on the sidewalk of a Muggle street, the sidewalk was bustling with muggles but nobody noticed Destiny or her arrival. For a few moments, she looked around, then she started to walk down the street. Her earrings were working exactly like they were supposed to. Muggles ignored her like she didn't even exist. She walked down the street without any destination. Today she and Gellert had parted ways. She had decided to stay in Japan and travel around the country while Gellert had left for Bulgaria. Destiny arrived at the seashore and kept staring at the sea for a few minutes until she shook her head with a smile and disapparated from the seashore. Destiny operated in the magical alley of Japan as she didn't have anything to do. All of a sudden she paused when she heard loud bustling noises from the other side of the street. Mahutokuro, Destiny muttered as she saw several Mahutokuro students creaming themselves over a broom on display. She did have money to buy herself a broom, but did she need one? She obviously wouldn't buy one with the highest specs, but did she really need it? She had access to the Grindelwald fortune, which was a lot, but never spent money on anything except books and several other necessary things. It would be a good thing to experiment with, Destiny decided, and beelined towards the store. Only after a few minutes, Destiny came out of the store with a complicated look on her face. Ultimately, she decided against buying a broom. It was way too costly for her own taste. It would have left a sour taste in her mouth. She clicked her tongue and decided to continue strolling down the street. Like always, Destiny was getting odd looks, but she had gotten used to it. They are simply jealous of my beautiful crimson hair and eyes. Destiny nodded her head at the narcissistic thought. She had more than necessary books, so she didn't need anything for now. She also didn't need any new potion ingredients or potions. Line break. March 1921. Destiny couldn't stop herself from grinning ear to ear. She was finally able to get her hands on a new handgun, and this time the ammunition wasn't limited to just one magazine. This gun was much better than the Nambu Type B she had been carrying around for so long. Thanks. I really needed a new gun. This one is much better than the one I shot you with, Destiny said in a smug tone as she stood over a Western Muggle man. Freak. The men stuttered out in English and Destiny simply grinned. Flashback. Lawrence Woods was an undercover agent working in Japan for the United States of America. Today he was going to meet an informant for some daily reports. All of a sudden he noticed something odd. He felt someone or something was following him. He discreetly looked around, but he didn't find anyone. He was pretty sure that his mind wasn't playing games on him. His instincts were screaming at him that there was someone around him, and his instincts have saved him a lot of times. A loud bang was heard with a flash and he dropped to the ground. A crimson-haired girl appeared out of thin air. He could have sworn that her crimson eyes were glowing. She was holding a gun and a large katana in her hand. He tried to pull out his gun, but the girl muttered something. Give her the gun, Lawrence heard inside his mind. He tried to fight it, but no matter how much he tried, he couldn't fight the urge. The girl dropped her own gun and grabbed his own. Show her how the gun works. Once again the voice rang throughout his mind, and he couldn't stop himself and showed the girl how the gun worked. He was currently lost in the euphoria he was feeling and slowly lost the will to put up a fight. Moments later, the feeling of euphoria finally disappeared from his mind and the reality finally dawned on him. Flashback ends. Sure, whatever you say. Destiny said in a dismissive tone and pulled the trigger of the gun, putting a .45 ACP bullet in the man's head, ending his pathetic life. Image here. The new gun she had just acquired is called M1911. She had noticed the man's gun while she was aimlessly strolling down the street and decided to take it. Her old gun was running out of bullets and she had used the last bullet to shoot the man. Now that was completely useless. Destiny put the extra magazines inside her robe while she put the gun in her gun holster. She casually walked away from the scene and after a few moments, operated away. She arrived inside her temporary residence, which she had obviously acquired from a Muggle family. Destiny plopped down on a chair and released a huge sigh. There wasn't anything left in Japan to see. Yes, she hasn't seen Mahutokuro, but that was quite impossible for her as she wasn't stupid and only Mahutokuro students could enter the place. So she had finally decided to leave Japan. She had made a lot of memories of this place and she had also learned a lot of things while she was in this country. No matter what, she was going to miss this place. She pulled out a letter from her robe. Gellert has finally written to her. It took some time to arrive through Gringotts channels as postal owls couldn't cover such a long distance. Gellert was in Bulgaria while she was in Japan. She didn't open the letter in Gringotts, as she decided to read it at her own leisure. Destiny quickly opened the letter as she had to pen a letter to Gellert before leaving Japan. Destiny. How have you been? Did you learn anything new? Don't forget to tell me about everything you have learned. This is the first time I am writing an informal letter like this, so I have no idea what to write. Except for you, I only have one living relative, and she is quite distant. Most of the time I exchange formal letters with her. Tell me if I am doing anything wrong, but I suppose that you also don't have any experience in this regard. Everything aside, I have finally finished my preparations and I have collected all the information I needed before starting anything. I have gathered the names of everyone who would likely join me on my mission. Tomorrow, I will be sending Kaloyan Ismail a letter, asking for a formal meeting. The Ismail family and their supporters would probably be on board, but I can't say anything for sure right now. Only after that, will I contact the others. What do you think of my plan? Sincerely, Gellert. Destiny read through the letter and smiled brilliantly. She took out her trunk and quickly expanded it. Pulling out a quill and parchment, Destiny started to pen her reply. Gellert. I have been fine. How are you? Unfortunately, I haven't learned anything new. I was simply practicing everything I have learned from you. Well, I did get myself a new gun tonight, but I don't think you would be interested in that. I also don't know what to say in a letter. Maybe we could learn together. I read about your plan and I think it's good, but be cautious. Someone might try to betray you, but you already knew that. Tomorrow I will be leaving Japan. There isn't anything left for me to see or learn here. I have traveled everywhere and I was able to learn a few katana moves, but they are not my priority right now. I will be going to India, if you are wondering. I have heard that the Indian Magical Society is quite famous for healing and potions. Take care, Gellert. Sincerely, Destiny. With that, Destiny sealed the letter with a smile on her face. Chapter 6, So, it begins. March, 1921, Bulgaria. Kaloyan Ismail, or otherwise known as Lord Ismail, sat behind his desk with a pained look in his eyes as he stared at the magical photograph of his little son he kept on his table. In the picture, his son was playing with a magical toy while giggling. He knew that he wouldn't be getting back his son. Magic was capable of doing many amazing things, but resurrection wasn't one of them. Time travel was possible, but he didn't have any time turners on hand, or he would have already tried. He knew that his son wasn't coming back, and it was hard, very hard to accept, but he was a realistic man, so he had accepted the reality. The very thought of his son was making him want to cry, but he had to stay strong for his wife. The death of his son had hit the woman much harder, and the woman had locked herself in their son's room. She barely left the room. All of a sudden, the man was brought out of his thoughts by a flutter of wings. An owl had arrived and landed on the perch with a letter tied to its leg. The man got up from his chair and approached the perch. He gave the owl some treats and untied the letter. The owl gave a small hoot of approval and flew away. The man inspected the letter for any types of curses or jinxes. The letter had a very odd type of symbol on it. This was the first time he had seen a symbol like that. Image here. Kaloyan Ismail opened the letter and frowned. It was a request for a meeting from a man named Gellert Grindelwald. He had heard of that man before. He had won a few dueling championships. Right now, he was mourning his dead son. He didn't have any time to host a dueling champion. Kaloyan wanted to throw away the letter, but for whatever reason, he gave it another read. He took a deep breath and decided to agree for a meeting. He had no idea what Gellert Grindelwald wanted from him, but meeting him would at least take his mind off his son's death. He pulled out a parchment and quickly penned a letter. Kaloyan Ismail would at least see what the men had to say before deciding anything. Turning away anyone won't do him any good. He was already clashing with Desislav Krum. Once again he clenched his hands in anger and gritted his teeth. Desislav Krum worked for the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic for Merlin's sake. He should be working for the betterment of magical society, but he was trying to save muggles. Just because of that man, Kaloyan wasn't able to get justice for his son. Kaloyan and his family's allies were trying their best, but Desislav Krum was blocking them everywhere. Kaloyan or the Ismail family didn't have any type of enmity with the Krum family or Desislav Krum, but Desislav Krum had made it personal by trying to protect his son's murderers. Kaloyan Ismail clenched his fists tightly. He will get justice for his son, one way or another. Even spending the rest of his life in prison won't matter. Line break. March, 1921, Japan. Destiny stared at the coast of Japan as the ship sailed into the sea. It was a Muggle merchant ship, so the Muggles obviously ignored the crimson-haired girl. She had decided to take the scenic route. She could have made a portkey, but she didn't want to appear inside a wall. This was much better and relaxing according to Destiny. The ship would be arriving at the Calcutta port after 2 months. It was a long time, but Destiny was in no hurry. She simply decided to kick back and enjoy the sea. She learned that she wasn't seasick, so that was good. Destiny conjured herself a beach chair and plopped down with a content look on her face. She took out her Advanced Charms book. After flipping pages for a couple of minutes, her eyes finally caught something interesting. Oh! Destiny mused as she started to read about the Patronus charm. It was the primary protection against Dementors and Lethifolds, against which there were no other defenses. Wrong. I don't know if Dementors could be hurt by fiend fire or not, but Lethifolds can be killed using fiend fire, Destiny mused internally. She had read about Dementors. They were soul and happiness-sucking monsters. The beasts could be only found on the island of Azkaban, but sometimes they could be found hovering over Britain too, even though that was a pretty rare case. Yes, throughout history a lot of Dark Lords have used Dementors to do their bidding, but all of those Dark Lords operated in Britain. Not even a single Dark Lord from outside Britain had ever used Dementors. It was simply out of their reach. She hadn't paid much attention to Dementors until now, as they were never seen outside Britain or the island of Azkaban. Destiny was only interested in the spell due to its messaging function. Well, it might come in handy, as someday I might have to visit magical Britain, Destiny contemplated and decided to learn the spell. Destiny was pretty sure that Gellert didn't have a corporeal Patronus, or he would have shown her or taught her. Patronus charm was a pretty old charm and nobody knew who created the charm, but there was a lot of history related to the spell. Destiny read the most important one. This revealed a secret of Patronus charm. The said charm could be only used for protection and good. Nothing else. If you try to use the spell for anything else, then the results won't be good. It was believed that the Patronus charm could only be used by the pure of heart, but that wasn't true. Anyone with enough magical prowess and a suitable memory could cast the Patronus charm, but you must not use the spell for anything hideous. There were even records of some dark wizards and witches who had used the Patronus charm throughout history, and they were even able to cast a fully corporeal Patronus. It shows that anyone could cast the spell as long as they are not doing it for something hideous. There are some dark wizards and witches who had tried to use the spell for wicked means, but as soon as they finished casting they were devoured by maggots. Destiny shivered at the thought. She was glad that she wasn't going to use the spell for anything wicked. A/N, this fact isn't created by me. You can check out the wiki of the original spell. Let's give it a try and let's hope that I don't get devoured by maggots. Destiny grimaced and grabbed Neptune, XPEK to pa tro number. Destiny muttered the spell, but nothing happened. No silvery wisp of magic or anything. Destiny frowned and then she scowled. Like always, she had decided to forego silly wand movements, or in her case katana movements. She knew that wand movements were never necessary, they were only used to make the spell casting easier. She was pretty good at intent-based magic, so it should have been fine. I won't give up. Destiny decided to continue practicing even if it didn't bore her any results. She continued for an hour until she was finally able to create a silvery wisp. Since the spell was working even without silly wand movements, she decided to forego the incantation too. Once again, she failed to produce anything. Is this spell similar to the Unforgivables? Destiny wondered, as you can't cast the Unforgivables without any incantation. She kept trying the Patronus charm without incantation for another couple of hours, but nothing happened, so she finally gave up. She understood that the Patronus charm must be like the Unforgivables. XPEK to pa tro number, Destiny muttered, and this time she was able to create a bigger silvery wisp in front of her. Destiny kept working on the spell until it was almost noon and her stomach growled. Destiny arrived at the dining space and picked up a plate and left. Nobody even bothered to notice her. Destiny spent the rest of the afternoon working on her occlumency. Destiny's mental shields were quite strong and she would easily notice if anyone ever tried to enter her mind, but that doesn't mean that she couldn't improve more. She also needed to work on her mindscape. She had created a mindscape only a couple of months ago and she needed to work a lot on it. Gellert had practically facepalmed when he saw what her mindscape was. Destiny's mindscape was a crimson abyss. Gellert should have seen that coming. Gellert was quite surprised that Destiny's earrings weren't crimson. Destiny finally decided to stop practicing when it was already dark. Destiny transfigured her beach chair into a bed and erected a couple of alert wards and a mosquito or insect-repelling ward around her bed and decided to lay down. She had noticed that the Patronus charm was a magic-hungry spell, so she decided to continue practicing the spell until she exhausted her core. Line break. Kaloyan Ismail was notified of Gellert Grindelwald's arrival by the wards around his manor. Kaloyan Ismail took a deep breath and prepared himself to entertain his guest. Gellert Grindelwald was led to the living room by a house elf. Good evening, Lord Ismail. I am sorry for your son, and I will let you know that I am pretty grateful that you decided to meet me even under these circumstances, Gellert said as he extended his hand towards the owner of the manor. Kaloyan Ismail was pretty surprised when Gellert spoke in fluent Bulgarian. Kaloyan Ismail wasn't expecting that. He accepted the man's hand and slowly shook it. Before saying anything, Kaloyan gestured Gellert towards a seat. Please forgive me, but I really want to know why a dueling champion would want to meet someone like me. Please forgive me if I am being blunt, Kaloyan Ismail said with a confused look on his face. Gellert smiled softly. Since you want a blunt answer, I won't be beating around the bush. I want to help you, Gellert said, and Kaloyan Ismail seemed to frown. Help me? How? Kaloyan asked, giving the men sitting in front of him a questioning look. As you already might have noticed that you aren't going to get justice for your son from the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic due to Desislav Krum's interference. I could help you get justice for your son, Gellert said, and once again Kaloyan frowned. You mean, we should do it ourselves, aren't you? Kaloyan accused, and once again, Gellert smiled softly. Yes, I could have tricked you or lied to you, but that is not my intention. Lord Ismail, do you have any idea how many magical children are killed by muggles each year? Gellert asked in a firm tone. Probably a lot. Kaloyan said as he clenched his fists tightly. But why are you doing this? I understand that I am an easy target to woo because I am desperate, but why are you doing this? Kaloyan Ismail asked curiously. Kaloyan Ismail knew that the men had only approached him due to his desperation. Kaloyan already knew that there was probably no chance of getting justice for his son through the ministry with Desislav Krum interfering at every turn. I am doing this for the survival of our kind. Currently, we are being protected by the statute of secrecy, but one day, our world will be revealed to the Muggles and they would band together against a common enemy, us. The statute of secrecy is faulty. Instead of protecting our kind, the statute protects the Muggles. It is the same with the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic. Instead of helping you, they are trying to protect your son's murderers. Tell me, where does this end? You asked me why I am doing this. I am doing this for the greater good of our kind, Gellert finished, and Kaloyan nodded his head. Can you really help me get revenge for my son? Before Kaloyan could even answer, a female voice asked the question. Kaloyan turned towards the door frame only to find his wife standing there while clutching their son's favorite stuffed toy. Annabelle Ismail née Georgieva looked rather pale and sick. There were dark underlines under her eyes. It was pretty clear that the woman hadn't slept for quite some time. Anna, what are you doing here? You need to take some rest. Kaloyan stood up from his seat and started to approach his wife as he spoke in a concerned tone. No. I want an answer. Can you really help me get revenge for my son? Annabelle asked loudly while staring towards Gellert Grindelwald. She didn't even look towards her husband. Yes, I can, Gellert said in a firm and serious tone. Annabelle Ismail's eyes shone with pure malice. Then tell us, what do we need to do? Annabelle knew that she was probably accepting the deal with a devil, but it didn't matter to her. She would do anything to get revenge for her son. Even if it meant selling her soul to the devil, she would happily do so, as long as she gets revenge for her son. Kaloyan Ismail closed his eyes and released a defeated sigh. There was no going back now. He knew that the men was using their desperation, but he had no other options. The men was at least a world-renowned dueling champion, so he definitely had the power to help them. Contact all your allies, not that I need them, but I think all of them would want to see justice being served with their own eyes, Gellert said, and both Kaloyan and Annabelle nodded their heads. I will contact them immediately, Kaloyan said, and went towards the floor while Annabelle decided to take a seat and started to caress the toy in her hands with a smitten look on her face. It was pretty clear that the woman had gone off the deep end, but could anyone blame her? Lord Georgieva was the first to arrive along with his wife. They were Annabelle's parents and they were also out for blood. Soon, Annabelle's siblings arrived with their own families. Moments later, the floor flared and a couple of notable families arrived. The introductions were over in a few minutes. The Petrov, Marikov, Ilyeva, Stoyanov family heads were here. All of them were notable families from Bulgaria. This was much better than what Gellert had imagined. He was receiving skeptical looks from everyone, but it wouldn't matter as something like that could be easily solved. Tell me, Mr. Grindelwald, how do you plan on dealing with Krum? If we kill those Muggles, then he would send his Aura dogs after our families and won't rest until he gets to the bottom of the truth, Lady Ilyeva asked curiously, and almost everyone inside the room was eager to hear the answer. That's easy, we go after the traitor first, Gellert said with a smile, completely unfazed by the scoffs and snorts of disbelief. You mean to go after Desislav Krum? That's easier said than done. He is always accompanied by at least 20 Auras, Lord Stoyanov pointed out in a mocking tone. Only that much? I was expecting more. Gellert muttered, and almost everyone in the room frowned at the statement. They are Auras, they are trained for combat. I think you are forgetting that, Mr. Grindelwald, one of Annabelle's siblings said softly. I understand that we have the strength in numbers, but only a few of us have the ability to subdue an Aura, and Desislav Krum himself isn't something to scoff at, the man finished. Understandable, that is why I will be taking care of the traitor and his guard dogs. All of you can stay back, that way even if I fail, none of your families would come to jeopardy. Gellert said, and got unbelieving looks from everyone. Everyone started to look at each other until Lord Georgieva stood up. I think you are probably in over your head. If you succeed in doing what you are trying to do, then the Georgieva family will swear loyalty to your cause, Lord Georgieva finished in a firm tone, and everyone except Gellert and Annabelle gawked at the bold statement. Gellert grinned and cast the Tempest charm. Good. The night is still long, Gellert mused as kept smiling. A few minutes later, the whole group found themselves outside the wards of Krum Manor. All of them saw that Manor was crawling with Auras. 20 Auras, Gellert noted internally as with a small twitch, the wand of destiny appeared in his hands. All of you can wait here, Gellert said while looking towards the group, and cast the anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards. Can't let him get away, Gellert thought as cast a dark curse. The last curse would disable the flow. Desislav could probably use a broom to get away. Gellert contemplated and attacked the wards. The Auras were already alerted with the anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards going up. With the wand of destiny, Gellert ripped open the wards like a wet paper bag. The whole group stared in complete awe as Gellert decimated the wards without any effort. The Auras had already noticed Gellert's breach, and spells rained down on Gellert, who swatted away all the spells with barely any effort. Gellert jabbed his wand towards the Aurors and knocked them back by several meters. The Aurors also started to gather and attack Gellert, but he breezed through their spells as if nothing and started to knock them out one by one. The Aurors started to drop like flies. Only 5 Aurors were left standing when Desislav Krum decided to join the fray. Gellert Grindelwald. Who sent you? Krum asked as he started to attack Gellert. Gellert wasn't surprised that the traitor knew his name. After all, he was a world-famous dueling champion. I am doing this of my own volition, something a traitor like you won't understand, Gellert said and started to wave his wand. Slowly the Aurors and Desislav Krum started to get overwhelmed, and one by one the Aurors were knocked out, leaving only Desislav Krum, who was barely standing. For the greater good, Gellert muttered and knocked out Desislav Krum too. Gellert turned around to look at the group hiding outside the broken wards of Krum Manor. Except for Annabelle, everyone's jaw was on the floor while their eyes were wide as saucers. They couldn't believe what they just saw. Gellert Grindelwald demolished everyone including Desislav Krum without even breaking a sweat. This was simply unreal, and they would have scoffed at the story if they weren't present to see the whole thing with their own eyes. Gellert cast the revealing charm and found the rest of the Krum family hiding in the cellar. He didn't care about them, so he decided to leave them alone. Desislav Krum was the traitor, his family had no hand in it. While the group was gawking at Gellert, he levitated Desislav Krum wandlessly and started to approach the group. He finally arrived in front of the group with a smug and satisfied look on his face. Annabelle was staring maliciously at Desislav Krum. Let's go, we still need to deal with him, Gellert said, pointing towards the levitated men. Wait. You are going to leave those Aurors like that? They will recognize you, and the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic will call a manhunt for you, Lord Petrov questioned, and Gellert simply smirked. Let them. I am done hiding and scuttling away like a rat, Gellert said, and the whole group could only stare at each other, but moments later, the whole group operated away towards the Muggle town where the Ismail heir had been killed. As soon as they arrived outside the town, Annabelle Ismail pulled out her wand ready to cast destructive spells, but Gellert grabbed her hand to stop the woman. The woman's head snapped to Gellert as she glared at the men. Didn't you say that I would be able to avenge my son? Why are you stopping me now? Annabelle growled out in anger, and Gellert simply clicked his tongue as he shook his head with a teasing smile on his face. This man is a traitor, Gellert said and pointed towards the knocked-out Desislav Krum. He tried to protect your son's murderers. Don't you think it would be poetic that he is killed by the people he tried to protect? Gellert questioned the obviously unhinged woman. Realization dawned on the woman's face as her eyes glittered in excitement. Hums of agreement rang throughout the group. Then let's head towards the center of the town. It must be a spectacle, Gellert added and started to walk towards the center of the town while dragging Desislav Krum through the road using magic. Imperio, Gellert pointed his wand at a Muggle woman who was looking at them through the window. The whole group had seen how strong Gellert Grindelwald was, so they were much bolder right now. The ones who could cast the Imperio's curse started to cast the curse on the Muggles, to draw them towards the center of the town. When Gellert was satisfied with the number of Muggles they had gathered, his stride stopped. This looks good. Gellert muttered in a satisfied tone and transfigured a nearby Muggle into a wooden stake. Gellert waved his hand and hung Desislav Krum on the stake. Gellert grinned at his own handiwork. With a wave of his hand, Gellert awakened the knocked-out man, who gasped in surprise and looked around. His eyes finally landed on the group behind Gellert Grindelwald and the group of Muggles gathered around them. Desislav Krum immediately recognized the town. Traitor, do you recognize this place? Gellert asked softly as he gestured towards the surroundings. Before Desislav could mutter a reply, Annabelle's foot rammed into his groin. The man squealed like a pig as the unhinged woman scrambled his eggs. Gellert flinched and took a step back, and the other men among the group also did the same. Once again Annabelle's foot smashed into his groin. The deranged woman kept kicking him until her feet started to hurt and Desislav Krum's groin was smeared with blood. Nobody dared to stop the woman. Gellert didn't want to be at the receiving end of such treatment. He liked having his family jewels, thank you very much. Desislav Krum had long passed out due to pain. But that wasn't enough for the woman. She whipped out her wand and leveled it at the man. She wanted to wake him up, and she knew the perfect spell for the current scenario. Krooco, the woman spat out in disdain, and Desislav felt his whole body lit up in pain and he couldn't stop himself from screaming out loud. Desislav Krum felt hot burning knives being buried into every inch of his body. He felt like his head was going to burst due to the pain, but this time the pain was keeping him awake. Annabelle finally lifted the spell and flared her nostrils as she kept glaring at the broken man menacingly. Are you satisfied, Anna? Kaloyan Ismail softly asked when Gellert urged the men. Annabelle shook her head but backed away from the men. I want to cut him, burn him, skin him alive. I want to gouge out his eyes, but I won't. Getting killed by Muggles would be a fitting end for the traitor, Annabelle spat in disgust. Desislav Krum could only look around pleadingly. I did what I thought was good. Desislav Krum said weakly. Gellert couldn't stop himself from laughing. No, you traitor. You did what was good for muggles. Gellert explained loudly and turned towards the group of wizards and witches. Listen to me, from today, we are going to start a new age. Today, we will be marking the start of a completely new era. An era where we would no longer be hiding ourselves like rodents, an era when no magical child would be hurt by these monsters. An era where we won't be needing the statute of secrecy to protect us. An era where we would be able to use magic openly and nobody would be there to question us. An era where magic will be might, Gellert said, and the whole group of wizards and witches cheered while Annabelle clapped like a little girl. Desislav Krum, you are a traitor to your kind. Muggles beat him to death. Gellert ordered and the muggles under his control started to approach the bound men. The others also ordered their muggles to do the same. Moments later, all the muggles ganged up on Desislav Krum and started to beat him. The stake broke as he dropped to the ground. Gellert shrugged at the random muggle's death. The muggles started to smash him with their feet. Desislav Krum kept screaming, begging for mercy, but he received none. Moments later, the screams stopped, but the muggles kept smashing the dead body with their feet. Now, all of you kill each other, Gellert ordered, and the others also ordered the same. Soon a brawl broke out, and moments later, it turned into full-blown carnage as the muggles started to rip each other apart with their bare hands. Gellert could only smile. Annabelle and some of the others started to attack the rest of the town. Explosions rang throughout various places. Flames erupted from several houses as blood-curdling screams of pain rang throughout the whole town. Gellert stood where he was standing with a satisfied grin on his face as the screams stopped and the whole town was slowly engulfed in flames. Line break. April, 1921, Scotland. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, often shortened to Hogwarts, is the British wizarding school, located in the Scottish Highlands. It accepted magical students from Great Britain and Ireland for enrollment. Hogwarts was established around the 10th century. Hogwarts is considered to be one of the finest magical institutions in the wizarding world. Just like any other magical schools, children with magical abilities were enrolled at birth, and acceptance was confirmed by all post at age 11. A man in his 30s was sitting behind a desk with a solemn look on his face as he read the newspaper in his hands. The man's exact age couldn't be guessed as wizards or witches aged slowly. With a loud sigh, the man placed the newspaper on his desk and closed his eyes as a lone tear escaped his eyes. The man shook his head in disappointment and got up from his seat and walked up to the window so that he could stare outside. The man wasn't happy with what he had read in the newspaper. The newspaper was filled with bold headlines and pictures of his best friend and lover. Gellert Grindelwald wanted in Bulgaria. Desislav Krum murdered by Gellert Grindelwald. Rise of a new Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. A whole Muggle town burned down by Gellert Grindelwald. Titles like that marred the whole newspaper. Albus Dumbledore could only shake his head in disappointment. So, it begins. He thought with a pained look on his face. Line break. April, 1921, open sea. A month had passed since the ship had departed from Japan. Destiny didn't know her exact location, but she didn't mind the long journey. Thankfully the ship wasn't attacked by pirates or anything, which was somewhat common in this era. For now, Destiny was facing a dilemma. Her breasts were getting bigger and she didn't want them to sag. So, she had two options in front of her, a normal brassiere or a corselet. It was a tough choice for the young woman. Destiny wanted her breasts to remain firm and perky. She also didn't want to lose the softness. Destiny took a deep breath and decided to go with a corselet. Her breasts might be important, but she also wanted a flat stomach and narrow midsection. Destiny quickly put on the corselet before putting on her robes. She frowned when she saw herself in the conjured mirror. She didn't like robes, she wanted to wear a leather bodysuit. She quickly transfigured her robes into a leather bodysuit with a crimson cape behind her back. Destiny looked at herself in the mirror and gave herself a satisfied nod. With that taken care of, Destiny left the loo. Now, she had to tackle another matter. Destiny had picked the perfect memory for her Patronus while taking a bath last night. Now, she just needed to implement the memory with the Patronus charm. She arrived at her usual spot on the deck and conjured herself a beach chair. Like every other day, the muggles completely ignored her. XPEK to patro number, Destiny mumbled, and a silvery shield formed in front of her which started to transform into a beast, but it dispersed before taking a full form. Destiny released an exasperated sigh and gave it another try. Once again, she received a similar result, but she wasn't deterred. She had selected the strongest memory she had, and since her Patronus was taking a form, she was pretty sure that her memory was fine. She just needed to practice more. She had selected the memory of Gellert Blood adopting her and giving her a name. That was the happiest memory she had. Destiny kept practicing for hours until finally her Patronus took the form of a feline creature and pranced around everywhere on the ship's deck. Destiny kept watching her corporeal Patronus with clear awe and stars in her eyes. Even though she was entranced by her Patronus, she didn't fail to notice that several muggles had noticed her Patronus. She simply dispersed her Patronus and obliterated all the muggles on deck. Xpek to patro number. Once again Destiny cast the Patronus charm and once again a fully corporeal Patronus formed in front of her. This time she controlled her Patronus to stay around her. Due to the area effect of her muggle-repelling earrings, the muggles didn't notice the Patronus this time around. Destiny stared at her feline Patronus with clear awe in her eyes. Her Patronus was beautiful. Moments later, she dispersed her Patronus and cast again, but this time she cast the spell while thinking about a message and she couldn't stop herself from smiling when her corporeal Patronus started to speak in her voice. Destiny didn't know about the range of a messenger Patronus, it wasn't mentioned in the book, but she decided to keep practicing it, and after arriving in India, she would send a messenger Patronus to Gellert to inform him about her arrival. Line break. May, 1921, Calcutta Port. Destiny took a deep breath as the ship finally docked into the Calcutta port. It has been 2 months since she had laid her feet on land. She didn't mind the journey as it was a new experience for her and she loved the sea. Destiny pointed Neptune's hilt towards the sky. Xpek to patro number. Destiny cast a messenger Patronus for Gellert. Destiny had no idea if the Patronus would reach Gellert or not, but she still decided to give it a try. She would ask Gellert in the letter. The situation in Muggle India is pretty tense right now. Not that Destiny cared, in fact, she wanted them to kill each other until no one was left. Currently, India was being colonized by Muggle Britishers. The magical side of India was left pretty much untouched. Destiny jumped down the ship and used the slowing charm wandlessly to slow down her descent. Destiny landed gracefully on her feet as she started to make her way towards the magical side of Calcutta. Like always, the Muggles completely ignored her. The culture and clothes were very different in this country. Destiny grabbed an unsuspecting Muggle man and used legilimency to rummage through the man's mind. Destiny wasn't good like Gellert, but she needed all the information she could get about the country. The men started to thrash and scream, but nobody heard him as Destiny had silenced their surroundings wandlessly. Unfortunately, Muggle blood didn't work with the language potion, or she would have used that. Destiny felt that learning a language through legilimency was crude. 5 minutes later, she let go of the man who was currently drooling right now. Destiny's legilimency was way too much for the man and his mind snapped. I need more practice. Destiny contemplated sullenly as she didn't want to snap someone's mind. She wasn't feeling sorry or anything, but she felt bad as she wasn't proficient with it. She wanted to use legilimency without causing her targets any lasting harm. Well, she could always practice on Muggles, as she was already going to practice human transfiguration on Muggles. Destiny finally arrived in a small village. Destiny was quite surprised by how conservative the society was. The women weren't allowed to show their faces to the outsiders and they had to use their angchol to cover their heads to show respect to the elders. The clothes were pretty weird too, women were dressed in saris while men were dressed in dhotis and kurtas. She was also disgusted to find out about the discrimination between men and women along with the caste system, but she simply shrugged as it was happening with Muggles. If the Indian magical society was something like that, then Destiny was going to throw a fit. Destiny finally found the nicest house in the village and she immediately decided to spend her night there. Killing Muggles wasn't something new for her, but today she decided not to kill them as she wanted to practice legilimency and human transfiguration. But before she could start, she decided to pen a letter to Gellert. There were 2 kids inside the house, 1 boy and a girl. She would spare the kids though. Before leaving tomorrow morning she would simply wipe their memories. Destiny imperioused a woman to make something for her and Destiny was quite surprised by the food. This was the best food she ever had in her life. No. The fugu fish was still the best, but this definitely took the second spot. Destiny was even more surprised to find that the food she ate was plebeian food. Destiny felt bad that she was going to kill someone useful like that, but since all the women in this country could cook food like this, it was completely fine. After dinner, Destiny kept practicing legilimency on the Muggles. After snapping the mind of the 3rd Muggle, Destiny finally got the hang of it. She kept practicing the spell until it was almost midnight. Now, she could use legilimency without causing permanent damage, but she still needed to learn a lot before she became proficient like Gellert. Destiny decided to call it a day and moments later, she fell asleep. The next morning she was awakened by the loud roosters. Destiny immediately decided that she was going to have chicken today. Destiny looked around the house for a few moments but didn't find the loo. She tilted her head in confusion and decided to ask the woman. Where the hell do you pee and shit? Destiny asked in Bengali. She had picked up the language via using legilimency. Learning a language like this was very crude, but Destiny didn't have any other options. We go to the fields, the woman answered in a monotone, and Destiny was completely mortified. Destiny had peed outside the village before she entered, but she had no idea that these people didn't have bathrooms. How do you wipe your ass after taking a dump? Please don't tell me you use leaves. Destiny groaned. We don't wipe, we wash the place after taking care of our business, the woman answered, and Destiny simply rubbed her face in annoyance. While grumbling, Destiny made her way to the nearby fields. She glanced around and found the place filled with various women taking care of their business. Once again Destiny grumbled as she pulled down her pants and knickers and conjured herself a roll of toilet paper. Line break. Destiny finally left the village after obliviating the kids and killing the woman. It took her another couple of hours to arrive at the entrance of the magical side of Calcutta. As soon as Destiny entered the place, she was quite surprised with street stalls on both sides of the streets. Destiny had never seen Southwest many street stalls at one place, all of them were selling some type of food, potions or books. Destiny immediately became the center of attention as people started to stare at her due to her crimson hair and crimson eyes. It wasn't something new, so Destiny was already kind of used to these types of looks. Thankfully, no one decided to bother Destiny and she immediately beelined towards the bookstore to look for a newspaper. Unfortunately, she did not find a Bulgarian newspaper. So she opened the letter for Gellert and added a few lines in there. She was really excited to know what everyone was saying about Gellert. After that, she started to look around the stalls to find something interesting. Destiny found a lot of healing-related books. It took Destiny a few hours to completely browse through all the street stalls and she was pretty satisfied and happy with today's shopping. She was also ecstatic to read the ritual book she had found. Destiny also posted the letter to Gellert via Gringotts. It was almost dark when Destiny decided to leave the market and she frowned when she felt several presences following her. It was a group of 3. Destiny didn't know who her pursuers were, so she decided to play this game of cat and mouse until she got some clue about them. Only a couple of minutes later, Destiny froze in her tracks when she felt the anti-apparition jinx go up. The jinx was pretty weak and anyone with a moderate level of skill would be able to apparate. Destiny slowly turned around to find 2 wizards and a witch approaching her. All 3 of them were dressed in similar types of clothes. Horrors. Destiny concluded inside her mind as she started to wonder how she attracted their attention. Destiny had been pretty careful, but Destiny internally shrugged. That isn't important right now, Destiny thought, and decided to see what they wanted. Obviously, it wasn't anything good or they wouldn't have used the anti-apparition jinx. Put down your sword, the witch called out in Bengali while pointing her wand at Destiny. Destiny was pretty sure that this was going to be her first serious magical combat. Why? Destiny asked curiously. The wizards also pulled out their wands and pointed in Destiny's direction. Drop the sword and we will discuss after that. One of the wizards called out softly and Destiny simply stared at the men blankly. The witch turned towards the second wizard and gave him a small nod. The man raised up his hand and released a red flare in the air. Destiny knew that they had called for reinforcements, but she didn't know why. She immediately started to use passive legitimacy but didn't find anything as their mental shields were pretty impressive. Destiny conceded that she wasn't good enough to silently enter their minds. The wizards started to circle around Destiny and moments later, 4 more Aurors arrived. 2 wizards and 2 witches. Well, she definitely matches the description, one of the wizards called out loud and Destiny didn't bother to wait anymore and attacked the group with an area-wide stunner. The Aurors easily protected themselves from the effect of the stunner. Destiny already expected that, but she had used this chance to distract them so she could cast a much stronger anti-apparition and anti-portkey jinx. The Aurors were bewildered when they felt the effects of the jinx wash over their bodies. The Aurors immediately attacked Destiny with stunners and some other types of spells. Destiny simply conjured a group of butterflies to protect herself from the spells approaching her. Once again the whole group was bewildered by the casual display of advanced magic. Destiny started to use intent-based magic and the Aurors were starting to get overwhelmed due to Destiny's sheer ferocity. One of the Aurors attacked Destiny with a flame whip and Destiny defended herself using a wandless shield, once again surprising the whole group. All bets are off. Destiny thought angrily as the flame whip was lethal. It was aimed towards her neck. Destiny immediately started to use lethal magic and a witch dropped to the ground and started to scream on top of her lungs as her skin started to melt off. Avah Destiny called out and once again she hit a bullseye as a wizard dropped to the ground, completely lifeless. The rest of the Aurors also started to attack Destiny with stronger and lethal spells. Now, it was 5-on-1 and now that the Aurors had stopped holding back, Destiny started to have difficulties due to their experience. Though Destiny didn't regret her decision. It was one of the Aurors who had started to use lethal spells. Destiny finally started to use blood magic and elemental magic. Once again, Destiny gained the advantage due to her speed. Her blood magic and elemental magic was much faster than the other types of spells and magic she knew. Destiny's lightning bolt cleaved through another wizard's shield and passed straight through his head, creating a fist-sized hole on his face. Destiny created a huge water wave and attacked the remaining Aurors. The Aurors were able to freeze the water before the wave could reach them, but Destiny transfigured the ice to attack the Aurors. The first witch who had tried to get Destiny to surrender dropped to the ground when an ice spear passed through her gut. The last witch was dropped by another killing curse, leaving only 2 wizards standing. The last 2 wizards didn't pose any threat to Destiny as she killed one of them with a blood acid curse and downed the last one with a lightning bolt through the man's gut. Destiny was about to finish the men with the killing curse, but she was disarmed by the witch who was injured earlier by the ice spear. Destiny was quite surprised to see that the woman was still awake. Destiny wandlessly batted away the reducto the woman had cast on her. Destiny wandlessly disarmed the woman and pulled out her gun and shot the wizard who was still alive. The man was about to attack her, but he was too slow. A muggle gun, a nifty tool, Destiny said while waving the gun as she approached the injured woman. She put back the gun in her holster and wandlessly summoned Neptune. You are quite strong, but unfortunately, you weren't strong enough, Destiny said as she stood over the woman. Now, would you mind telling me why you attacked me? Destiny asked politely, but the woman simply kept glaring at Destiny. Thought not, Destiny said dryly. Legilimens, Destiny said, and the woman felt a battering ram smash into her mental shields. Chapter 7, Consequences and Encounter. The woman screamed in pain as Destiny bashed through her mental shields only after a few seconds of relentless mental assault. The woman's mental defenses tried to fight off Destiny's intrusive probe, but Destiny bashed through all of them with sheer brute force. The woman could only grimace as Destiny started to rummage through her memories. Destiny finally found why the Aurors were attacking her. A witch was coincidentally there at the port when Destiny had arrived. The witch had seen Destiny break the statute of secrecy by casting a Patronus, which was noticed by the Muggles, and the witch had also seen Destiny attacking a defenseless Muggle and leaving him in a vegetable state afterwards. Obviously, the witch had informed the Auror department. They didn't believe that Destiny had used the Patronus charm, as it was a pretty advanced charm and even a lot of adults couldn't cast that particular spell, but they did find the Muggle. Once again, the Aurors didn't consider the use of legilimency, as it was a very obscure form of magic. The Aurors believed that Destiny had used some sort of obliviation spell or something similar to that. So, the Auror department gathered a team of 7 junior Aurors and gave them Destiny's description and told them to search for the girl. Destiny subconsciously clenched her fists. Once again, Muggles were being given more priority than magical population. Though Destiny didn't know why the Auror department didn't ask for the witch's memory. Maybe it's because of some stupid law, Destiny mused with shrug, but it was a good thing that the Auror department didn't ask for the witch's memory. Destiny finally pulled out of the woman's mind and closed her eyes in regret. The woman was still breathing, but her eyes were bloodshot. The woman had lost a lot of blood, and it was pretty clear that the woman was going to die soon. Destiny carefully sat down beside the woman and pulled the woman's head into her lap. The woman was slightly bewildered at the gesture, but she didn't have any energy to speak. Now that the adrenaline rush was finally gone, Destiny finally understood what she had done. Destiny caressed the woman's head. I am sorry. I know, a sorry won't change anything, and I will always carry the sin of killing all of you, Destiny said softly as tears started to roll down her eyes. This was the first time Destiny had killed magical people, and it had a huge impact on her. If I wasn't careless, then they wouldn't have lost their lives. Destiny thought sadly as she kept caressing the woman's head. Destiny knew that the witch who reported her was the reason the Aurors came after her, but Destiny was careless. She couldn't deny that fact. I am sorry, Destiny mumbled as the woman finally closed her eyes for the final time. Destiny closed her eyes in sadness and regret. Destiny couldn't leave them lying around, they didn't deserve that. So Destiny started to transfigure them into wooden staffs. Carrying them like this would be much easier. Since all of them were already dead, Destiny didn't need to be an expert on human transfiguration, as all of them were no longer animated. In this country, it was the tradition to burn their dead and spread their ashes in some lake or river, so Destiny was going to do the same. She could also leave them lying here, but she would basically be disrespecting them and Muggles would find them. Destiny bound the staffs together with a binding rope and started to erase her magical signature from the place. Gellert has taught her how to do that. This way the Auror department won't be able to trace her using her magical signature. After a few minutes, Destiny was done. She grabbed the bundle of staffs and operated to the village where she stayed last night. Destiny had no plans of returning here tonight, but the situation had changed. She imperioused a group of Muggles and told them to collect wood and bring them to the village Sashan, a place where people burn their dead. Destiny made her way to the Sashan and transfigured the staffs back into the human bodies. After an hour, the imperioused villagers gathered back with the wood. After another hour, everything was prepared and Destiny set fire on the bodies. Destiny sent away the imperioused Muggles after obliviating them. Usually, she would have killed them, but she wasn't in the mood. Her whole mind was a mess. She silently sat down at the edge of the Sashan as she kept watching the burning bodies. Destiny didn't even sleep throughout the night, she simply kept watching the flames. It was already morning when the flames finally went off. Destiny quickly collected the ash in a pot and walked away from the Sashan. Destiny's stomach rumbled due to hunger. I should eat before leaving the village, Destiny thought, and imperioused a family. She asked the woman to cook something for her. Destiny quickly devoured the food and left the village after obliviating the family. I can't sulk forever. I killed them in self-defense, but I could have also knocked them out. I guess I have to accept my sins and keep moving forward, Destiny thought as she clenched her fists tightly. This was a life-changing event for her, but that didn't mean that she would give up her ambition or anything. From now on, I need to be careful, Destiny thought seriously. She knew that the Indian Auror department would be hunting her more seriously as soon as they would notice the disappearance of the group of 7 junior Aurors they have assigned to look for Destiny. That meant Destiny needed to use a disguise. Destiny hated that, but only her carelessness led her to this predicament. For now, Destiny decided to use glamour charms until she could become proficient in human transfiguration. For that, Destiny needed subjects. I am sure that I will find more Muggle villages on the way, Destiny thought with a nod as she kept walking down the dirt road. May, 1921, Bulgaria. Gellert opened Destiny's letter and couldn't stop himself from smiling. Since his last attack, not much has happened, but that was also fine as there was no need to hurry right now. The families involved in the massacre had decided to join his cause and they were currently looking for more allies, discreetly. Gellert had been worried about Destiny since he didn't receive anything from Destiny in 2 months. She had told him that she would be traveling to India, but did something happen on the way? Did she get captured or something like that? A lot of questions were popping inside Gellert's mind. Hopefully, he will get the answers in the letter. Gellert. You won't believe it, but I decided to travel the Muggle way. I had decided to board a Muggle merchant ship. It was a whole new experience for me and I really loved the journey even though I was surrounded by Muggles. It took me 2 months, but I finally arrived in India. The culture and traditions are a lot different in the country, it would take me some time to get used to it. I haven't entered any magical settlements, but I am sure that there will be a lot of new things to explore. Gellert, did you receive my messenger Patronus? If you haven't, then please tell me. The book didn't mention anything about distance, but I still decided to give it a try. Yes, Gellert, I have a fully corporeal Patronus. Do you have a Patronus? If you don't, then I have an upper hand. Omo. By the way, can you send me a Bulgarian newspaper? I want to see how everyone reacted to that traitor's death. I have looked for anything related to Desislav Krum in the newspapers, but I didn't find anything. Bye, take care. Sincerely. Destiny. Gellert read through the letter and couldn't stop himself from smiling with a proud look on his face. Destiny can cast a fully corporeal Patronus. Wow. That's impressive. Gellert mused internally. He would have cheered loudly, but that would have ruined his image. Ah, good news it is. I know that. Annabelle Ismail cheered loudly and started to clap with a cheerful look on her face. Gellert could only nod his head in agreement. Kaloyan Ismail had taken his wife to a lot of mental healers after they had dealt with Desislav Krum, but it was too late for his wife. The woman has gone around the bend. The healers had proposed using a modified obliviation charm. It would remove all of her memories related to their son. Only after that, they could start fixing Annabelle Ismail's mind. Annabelle Ismail fought back vehemently. She would never allow someone to erase the memories of her son from her mind. That was all she had of her son. Even Kaloyan wasn't spared from the woman's wrath. Kaloyan Ismail could only give up after that display. It was pretty clear that the woman wouldn't hesitate to kill him if he ever dared to bring up that topic again. So, who is it from? Annabelle asked curiously while making puppy dog eyes. Someone special, Gellert said, and Annabelle started to pout. You are being a meanie. Annabelle practically whined and Gellert couldn't stop himself from chuckling. You have to promise me that you won't tell anyone if I tell you, Gellert said, and Annabelle immediately perked up and placed her hands on her chest. I promise. I won't tell anyone, ever. Your secret will be safe with me, Annabelle whispered in a serious tone and with a determined glint in her eyes. Gellert felt really bad for the woman. She lost her son and that led her to this condition. Her name is Destiny. She is like my daughter, practically my daughter, Gellert said, and stars appeared in Annabelle's eyes and started to cheer loudly. Calm down, Annabelle. Secret, remember, Gellert reminded her, and the woman immediately became silent and stopped cheering. Annabelle did a zipping gesture in front of her lips. Secret. I will keep that in mind, Annabelle whispered in a serious tone and gave Gellert a thumbs up before she returned to her initial spot. Moments later, Annabelle started to rock her chair with a giddy look on her face. Gellert simply rolled his eyes with an amused look on his face. Line break. June, 1921, India. A couple of weeks have passed since Destiny had killed the Aurors. Destiny was yet to pay another visit to the magical side of the city. Destiny was no longer bothered by the deaths of those Aurors. Denying the reality wouldn't have helped her. She could only keep moving forward while accepting everything she had done. Destiny has been traveling through Calcutta while looking around. She was using a glamour charm for her hair. Destiny hated doing that. She loved her crimson hair, but she had no other options. Her hair was a beacon anyone would recognize with a single glance. Sometimes you have to make hard choices, and Destiny didn't have anyone to blame but herself. If she had been careful, then the witch wouldn't have noticed her and Aurors wouldn't have come after her. Destiny was also reading the healing-related books she had found in the market along with the ritual book. The ritual book was filled with a lot of basic rituals. Destiny had already marked a few of them she wanted to perform. Destiny was walking through a small forest while nibbling on an apple. All of a sudden Destiny froze in her tracks. Destiny was pretty sure that someone was watching her and it wasn't an animal. Destiny turned around and wantlessly petrified the person. Destiny didn't go for the kill since she knew that only a squib or someone magical could see her. Destiny was also sure that it wasn't an aura as they would have probably attacked her. Destiny approached the downed figure. It was a girl, no older than 15. The girl was dressed in a red sari which was smeared with dirt and mud. The girl also had a few pieces of jewelry on her body. But one thing about the girl stood out the most, her hair. The girl had white hair, just like snow. That's pretty odd. Destiny wondered as everyone in this country she had seen far had black hair. Only old people had white hair. Maybe she is special like me, Destiny concluded as the girl's hair was unique just like her own. Destiny unfroze the girl and the girl immediately scurried away from Destiny with fear in her eyes. Calm down. I am not going to hurt you. Sorry for attacking you, you surprised me, Destiny said softly trying to placate the other girl, but Destiny didn't approach the girl. Who are you? What are you? The white-haired girl stuttered out after a few moments. Her voice was quivering in fear. My name is Destiny and I am a witch like you, Destiny said softly and the girl's eyes narrowed in anger. No. I am not a witch. The girl spat out angrily. Destiny was taken aback by the venom in her voice. A/N, remember they are talking in Bengali. Which in Bengali translates into Chudail, it's an evil spirit or evil ghost who would curse children and men for their amusement and stuff like that. Calm down, Destiny said in a firm tone and once again the white-haired girl froze in fear. Her anger vanished into thin air and Destiny finally understood her mistake. Let me explain, we aren't the witches from the tales of your country. We are witches because we have magic and we are women. Men with magic are called wizards, Destiny calmly explained. The girl wanted to protest again but Destiny's pointed glare made her flinch. There is no such thing as magic, the girl retorted weakly and Destiny simply conjured herself a chair and sat down. The white-haired girl had to pick her jaw up from the ground. But before either of them could say anything, the white-haired girl's stomach rumbled loudly. The older girl grimaced in pain but she was shocked when Destiny threw her an apple. The older girl instinctively caught the apple and stared in disbelief. Go ahead, you should eat. I have a lot more with me, Destiny said and showed the older girl her pouch which was filled with apples. For a few seconds, the older girl kept staring at the apple in her hands with an unsure look on her face. She wasn't sure if she should eat something like that or not. Moments later, once again the older girl's stomach rumbled loudly. She couldn't hold back anymore and devoured the apple in only a matter of seconds. Destiny levitated a few apples wandlessly and put them near the older girl. For a second, the older girl kept staring at the apples suspiciously but she couldn't stop herself and devoured all of them one by one. Destiny conjured a large bowl and used the Aguamenti charm to fill the bowl with water. Destiny was sure that the older girl would be thirsty after devouring so many apples. Destiny could clearly see a lot of herself in the older girl. The older girl froze for a moment when she saw Destiny create water out of her katana. How are you doing all this? Is this also magic? The older girl asked slowly in a somewhat interested and fearful tone. Pretty understandable reaction with everything going on. Destiny thought. Yes, magic is a wonderful thing. I am still trying to find everything magic is capable of, Destiny said excitedly and the older girl couldn't stop herself from smiling. The older girl grabbed the bowl and started to drink the water hurriedly. The older girl finally put down the bowl when it was almost empty. As soon as she put down the bowl, she burped loudly. A small blush appeared on her face due to embarrassment. Destiny couldn't stop herself snickering after she saw the sight. Are you one of the Britishers? Your hair is just like theirs, the older girl asked curiously. With a small wave of her hair, Destiny's hair color started to change and moments later, her blonde hair completely transformed into crimson hair. Your hair is so beautiful. The older girl said in a cheerful tone. I am not from Britain. I was born in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Destiny said with a shrug as she started to caress her hair. Austro-Hungarian Empire? The older girl asked curiously as she tilted her head in confusion. Well, it's gone now. Now it is called Austria, haven't you read about the World War? Destiny asked and the older girl froze. After a few moments, she shook her head with an embarrassed look on her face. I don't know how to read or write, the white-haired girl said with a downcast look on her face. Oh. Destiny mumbled. So, what are you doing in the middle of the forest? Are you lost? Destiny asked, successfully changing the topic. The older girl looked reluctant to answer. Why did you give me food and water? The older girl retorted with a completely different question. Destiny was kind of expecting this question but she didn't think that it would come this quickly. She remembers asking a similar type of question after Gellert had saved her and fed her. She also remembers what Gellert had answered her and she was going to answer something similar. Do I really need a reason to? You are a witch just like me, and that was enough for me. We must stick together and take care of each other in this cruel world, Destiny said in a firm and determined tone. The older girl couldn't stop herself from nodding her head when she saw how determined Destiny's words were. For a minute, the girl simply kept fiddling while she started tracing lines on the dirt. I ran away and yes, I am lost, the girl finally answered Destiny's question. Destiny nodded her head in understanding. What's your name? Destiny asked as she remembered that she didn't know the girl's name. Ambika Rajat, the older girl answered. Can I call you Ambika? Destiny questioned and Ambika nodded her head. Ambika, my name is Destiny Grindelwald, you can call me Destiny, Destiny said and once again Ambika nodded her head. So do you want me to take you back to your home? Destiny questioned and Ambika's eyes flickered in fear. Destiny immediately understood that there was something wrong with her home or whatever. Ambika rose up from the ground and vehemently shook her head. I can't go back there. Ambika gasped in horror. Why? Destiny asked softly as she didn't want to scare Ambika. The poor girl was already shitting bricks type of scared. After a few moments, Ambika muttered something. Her voice was so low that Destiny couldn't hear anything even though she was close to Ambika. I am sorry, I didn't get that, Destiny urged and Ambika started to shoot fearful glances towards Destiny. I killed someone, Ambika said in a fearful tone and immediately her eyes grew wide in fear. Please, please. I didn't want to do it but it kind of happened. I didn't have any other options. I needed to get away from him. Ambika started to wail fearfully and Destiny pulled the poor girl into her arms and hugged her tightly. It seems that I am the older one among us, Destiny mused amusingly inside her mind. Shoo. It is okay. I won't take you to any type of authority. I understand that you had a reason for doing something like that, Destiny said while rubbing the older girl's back. Destiny kept whispering kind words into Ambika's ear. Ambika finally calmed down after a few minutes. Destiny finally let her go and stared into Ambika's eyes. The one that you killed, was he a muggle? Destiny asked and Ambika slightly frowned at the question. Muggle? Ambika asked curiously. Someone who doesn't have magic like us. Destiny said and gestured between them. Ambika understood what the word meant. Yeah, I suppose, Ambika said and Destiny smiled. Then you did a good thing. Muggles don't matter, Destiny said in a dismissive manner. The only good muggle is a dead muggle, Destiny thought inside her mind as she didn't know what Ambika thought about other muggles. Can I do everything you are doing with magic? Ambika asked excitedly when she noticed that Destiny wasn't bothered in the slightest even after knowing that she had killed someone. Yes, but you would need to learn everything and you would also need a wand, Destiny answered honestly. What is a wand? Ambika questioned and with a slight twitch of her hand, Destiny got her kitty wand in her hand. This is a wand. You need this to learn magic, Destiny said and Ambika tilted her head in confusion. But you weren't using that, Ambika pointed out and Destiny nodded her head. Yes, I could use simple magic without a wand or a magical focus but I use this instead of a wand, Destiny said gesturing towards Neptune in her hand. Oh, so can't I learn magic using them? Ambika asked and Destiny shook her head. You can't. You see, a wand or a magical focus must be fitting for their user. Like this wand is made of you and its core is made of a dragon heartstring. Your wand might be made of something different with a different type of core. Destiny said with a shrug and Ambika nodded her head. Destiny noticed that Ambika was dejected but she hid it very well. So, where did you learn magic? There must be schools, right? It must have been great, Ambika gushed out with an excited look on her face. It was quite clear that she wanted to change the topic. I never went to school. I was taught magic by my savior, Destiny said, not wanting to delve into the topic of Gellert. Oh. Ambika said not knowing what to say after hearing that. Destiny simply smiled as she could understand what the older girl was feeling. If you agree then I could teach you magic and everything, Destiny said and Ambika was shocked by the generous offer. Ambika was immediately on guard, she knew that there was nothing free in this world. What do you want in return? There is nothing free in this world, Ambika said in a low tone. You are right but in this case I want nothing. I simply want to teach you magic. As I said previously, we must stick together in this cruel world, Destiny answered honestly. She couldn't stop herself from comparing herself with the white-haired girl. Well, enough about that. It's almost noon, we must get going or we won't be able to reach the nearest village before the sun sets down and I don't want to spend my night inside a forest, Destiny said in a cheerful tone as she got up from her seat and with a flick of her hand, she vanished the chair. You can always think about the offer if you decide to come with me, Destiny said as she started to walk towards the dirt road leaving behind a thoughtful Ambika. Moments later, Ambika started to follow Destiny but she was deep in her thoughts. She really wanted to learn magic. She wanted to learn more about their culture, but she also knew that there was no free food in this world. But the girl had said that she didn't want anything from her, but could she trust the words of the crimson-haired girl? It was true that the girl had given her food and water, but she could have also done that for some ulterior motive. Don't be stupid. If she had any ulterior motive, then she would have already acted on it. I am completely powerless in front of her, a traitorous voice resounded inside Ambika's mind. She also knows that I killed someone, but she doesn't look at me like I am a monster, Ambika thought as she remembered that she had told the crimson-haired girl about that. Ambika had a hard life, and it was very hard for her to trust someone, but she decided to trust Destiny for now. I have made a decision. Ambika began to speak in a determined tone. Destiny turned her head so that she could look at Ambika. I have decided to accept your offer, Ambika said, and a genuine smile appeared on Destiny's face. She knew that there was a huge chance that Ambika would accept her offer, but she couldn't say anything for sure. Good, tonight we rest. Tomorrow I will get you a wand so you could start learning. Destiny beamed at the older girl, but she could only smile wryly. How much does a wand cost? I don't have much money, maybe I could sell these things to get some money, Ambika asked worriedly and started to gesture towards her jewelry. Destiny had a suspicion that they were made of gold. Don't worry about money for now, and you don't need to sell those. I guess they are quite important since you are wearing them, Destiny said, and Ambika started to laugh mirthlessly. Her laughter was completely hollow, so Destiny understood that her conclusion must be off the mark. I wish. I guess I could tell you since you already know that I have killed someone. Once again Ambika laughed mirthlessly. All of this was given to me by my 56-year-old husband. He has a reputation to uphold. After all, I was going to be his fourth wife, Ambika said with a grim look on her face. Destiny nodded her head in understanding. Polygamy wasn't something uncommon in the magical society. But a 56-year-old husband marrying a 15-year-old. Destiny didn't know what to say. I needed to look prim and proper, so he demanded that I wear all of these during the ceremony. I wanted to run away, but I couldn't, so, after our so-called marriage, I was led to his bedchambers. No one was around, and that was my best chance to get away. I picked up a brass chest. I stood beside the door. Minutes later, the bastard finally arrived with a lecherous grin on his face. As soon as he entered the room, I hit him on the head with the chest. Ambika said and started to fiddle with her fingers. I simply wanted to knock him out, but he died. I was scared, but I couldn't waste this chance, so I ran. I kept running until I couldn't recognize my surroundings any longer. You know the rest. Ambika finally finished the story. Destiny smiled softly. By killing him you did a good thing, and anyone who blames you for that should be killed too, Destiny said like it was the most obvious thing in the world, and once again Ambika didn't know how to answer that. So. I just want to get rid of these, but I don't know where to sell them. I didn't want to throw them away as they would sell for quite a bit of money, Ambika said with a shrug, and Destiny completely agreed with Ambika. Gold is gold even if it is muggle gold. Don't worry. I will help you if you want, Destiny said with a kind smile on her face. After a few moments, Ambika also nodded her head with a small smile on her face. It took the two of them a few hours to reach the nearest village. Ambika released a relieved sigh as she realized that it was not her village. Where are we going to stay? Ambika questioned as she noticed that Destiny was just walking around the village. Ambika also noticed that villagers couldn't see Destiny, but Ambika was getting weird looks from time to time. Destiny entered a house like she owned the place and quickly knocked out everyone. After that, Destiny cast an area-wide obliviation spell to remove the Ambika's memory from all of their minds. Destiny wandlessly pulled Ambika inside the house and closed the doors. What did you do? Ambika asked with a bewildered look on her face. I obliviated them. It is a memory removal spell, Destiny said in a dismissive tone and pulled out her trunk. With a wave of her hand, she enlarged her truck. Ambika kept watching what Destiny was doing with awe in her eyes. Destiny popped the hood of her trunk. Destiny's trunk was magically expanded on the inside. Destiny had done it herself. She rummaged through the trunk and pulled out a blank language vial. The girl needed to learn how to read and write first before she could start learning magic. Destiny sliced her hand wandlessly. Ambika saw that and her eyes grew wide in fear. What are you doing? Ambika exclaimed in horror. Destiny didn't bother to answer the frantic girl and added her blood into the vial until it turned into something like mercury. With an episki, Destiny's hand was good as new. What? How? Oh, silly me. Of course, magic, Ambika muttered and started to rub her face. It has been a long day for her. Destiny practically shoved the potion vial into Ambika's hand. Drink that. Destiny said hurriedly. Ambika gave Destiny an unsure look. This has your blood in it, Ambika pointed out, but Destiny gave her a so what look. Ambika reluctantly drank the potion and she immediately grimaced due to the disgusting taste of the potion. Ambika was about to make a comment about the taste, but she froze when she felt a stinging pain in her head. Foreign memories related to English started to appear inside her head, and after a few moments, the stinging pain was gone, but her head was still throbbing in pain. That hurt, at least. Now I know how to read, write, and speak English. This is amazing. I already love magic. Ambika exclaimed loudly with a cheerful look on her face. Destiny also smiled after hearing Ambika's words. Good. Let's wash ourselves before we can start relaxing. Do you have any jewelry you like? I can add the muggle-repelling charm on that, Destiny asked, and Ambika pointed towards a plain-looking simple bangle on her left wrist. Image here. This was something I bought using my own money. It was hard, but I did it, Ambika said and took off the bangle and handed it to Destiny. How long will it take? Ambika questioned, and Destiny tilted her head with a thoughtful expression on her face. Since I am used to doing this, probably 10 minutes. Destiny answered with an unsure look on her face, and Ambika could only nod her head. Destiny had made one for Gellert too, and she had also charmed her trunk using the same method. Not only that, but she had also charmed a lot of clothes using that method. While Destiny was charming the bangle, Ambika's eyes went towards the knocked-out muggles. At first, she had thought that Destiny had killed them, but she realized that they were still breathing even though they were not moving. They are probably knocked out, Ambika concluded. But for a second she did consider that Destiny had killed them. She should be freaking out, she should have freaked, but she didn't. Ambika knew that something had changed inside of her after meeting Destiny. It must be because I have found that I am different. I am a witch, not a muggle, Ambika wondered. Ambika's life wasn't great. At the age of 2, she was abandoned by her parents due to her hair. She never hated her hair, as she understood that it wasn't her hair's fault. Throughout her whole life, she was abused and ridiculed by muggles just because her hair was different, and no matter how much she tried, she couldn't bring herself to care about them. Only a few minutes ago she was getting weird looks and fearful stares from the people of the village until Destiny obliviated them. It has been long since she had learned how to deal with those stares. It no longer bothered her like it did before. Now she knew that she was special, and that made her happy. Ah, done. Destiny exclaimed loudly, breaking Ambika out of her internal musings. Destiny handed Ambika the bangle, who quickly put it on. I will show you how to activate and deactivate the charm. I will also show you how to recharge that thing with your magic, Destiny explained, and Ambika nodded her head in understanding. What are you going to do with them? Ambika finally questioned, unable to hold back her curiosity. Destiny closed the hood of her trunk but didn't shrink it. I am going to use them to learn human transfiguration, Destiny answered as she plopped down on her trunk. Human transfiguration? Ambika questioned curiously. You will know when I start practicing, Destiny answered dismissively as she pulled out her feet of her heeled boots. Can they die? Ambika asked, and Destiny looked straight into Ambika's eyes. Are you worried about them? Destiny questioned, and Ambika immediately shook her head in denial. I was just curious. I don't know them and I don't care what you do to them, Ambika said honestly, and after a few moments, Destiny gave her a satisfied nod. Destiny just used legilimency to check Ambika's surface thoughts. She wanted to know if Ambika was telling the truth or just acting. Ambika genuinely didn't care about what happened to them. That was good. Good. Let's wash ourselves, Destiny said as she started to unbutton her shirt. Ambika shrieked and covered her face. What are you doing? Have you no shame? Ambika questioned loudly, and Destiny gave the older woman a bewildered look. Is this girl serious? Destiny questioned herself. Are you being serious? We are both girls. Destiny said and rolled her eyes. Even if we are girls, you shouldn't be stripping in front of me. It is indecent, Ambika said. She was still covering her eyes, but Destiny noticed huge gaps in between them from where Ambika kept peeking. Oh, come on. Don't be a prude, Destiny said and rolled her eyes. And you don't have to peek at me like that, you can always watch me openly. I don't mind, Destiny said in a teasing tone as she finally stripped down to her underwear and made her way towards the washing area inside the house. Ambika's face lit up like a Christmas tree after hearing Destiny's words. Ambika didn't know how to react. She is so shameless. If I spend time with her, then I will just become like her, Ambika thought while shaking her head. Ambika's eyes went towards Destiny. Destiny finally took off her corselet and threw it away, revealing her bare back to Ambika. This shameless girl isn't going to stop. Ugh, Ambika groaned in annoyance. Ambika simply wasn't comfortable with the casual nakedness, so she decided to busy herself with something else. She quickly made her way towards the kitchen. Line break. You can cook. That's awesome. Destiny said when she saw Ambika bringing out food from the kitchen. You don't know how to cook? Ambika questioned incredulously, and Destiny simply shook her head. No, is it something necessary in your country? Destiny asked with a confused look as she noticed Ambika's incredulous tone. Yes. I don't know about everyone, but all the girls are taught how to cook from a young age, Ambika said with a shrug, and Destiny grimaced after hearing Ambika's answer. Sexist pigs, Destiny thought, and decided to stop worrying about it. It wasn't her problem. After that, both of them started to eat. It wasn't dinner time, but since both of them were slightly hungry, neither of them complained. After Ambika finished eating, she finally decided to wash herself, but she remembered that she didn't have any clothes. So, she decided to take some from the house. It's not like they are going to miss them, Ambika thought as she grabbed a sari for herself. Ambika started to take off her sari and Destiny's eyes were immediately on Ambika. Destiny didn't know why, but she simply couldn't move her eyes away from Ambika's figure. Ambika's intuition flared as she noticed Destiny watching her. This shameless girl. Ambika groaned but continued to take off her sari. She should have stopped, but for some reason, she simply couldn't. It felt good to be appreciated by someone, even though a part of her mind felt really uncomfortable. Destiny's mind started getting filled with lewd images. Destiny finally shook her head and averted her gaze from Ambika. I need to think about something else, Destiny concluded and decided to start practicing human transfiguration. Ambika noticed that Destiny had stopped watching her. A part of her mind finally relaxed, but another part of her mind was kind of disappointed. Ambika shook her head to clear her thoughts. Once again, she started to think about how amazing magic was. Destiny took a deep breath as she decided to concentrate on the muggles in front of her. She had no idea why her mind was being filled with the urge of watching Ambika undress or take a bath. Something like this has never happened before. So why is this happening now? Once again, Destiny shook her head to clear her mind. I would need to research this later. Destiny decided to start with the hair. Transfiguring the hair was much easier than any other body part. Destiny started to morph their hair through various colors. It was pretty easy, so Destiny decided to start changing the length of their hair. Only after a minute, Destiny got a hang of that too. It was slightly more difficult than changing hair color, as she also has to change the mass of their hair. When Destiny was finally satisfied with her proficiency, she decided to move on to their fingers. This is where things would start getting difficult. Human bodies are much more complex than anything else. Transfiguring a rat into a goblet is easy, but to be able to transfigure a human into a ferret, you would need a lot of skills in transfiguration. Destiny wasn't able to get desired results after a couple of tries, but she could still return her subjects to the initial states. Ambika finally arrived after getting changed into the sari she had found inside the house. So what is human transfiguration? Ambika questioned curiously as she sat down on the ground in front of Destiny. Destiny stopped what she was doing and looked towards Ambika. To understand what is human transfiguration, first you would need to understand what transfiguration is, Destiny said, and noticed that Ambika was paying rapt attention to everything she said. Transfiguration is a branch of magic that focuses on the alteration of the form or appearance of an object, via the alteration of the object's molecular structure using magic. There are obviously spells and stuff like that to make things much easier, Destiny explained. After a few moments, Ambika nodded her head in understanding. With a wave of her hand, Destiny transfigured Ambika's sari into a different color. Ambika was awed at the sight and she immediately wanted to learn how to do that. I know you want to start learning right away. I wanted that too, but before you could start you must have some basic knowledge, Destiny said and got up from her trunk. She popped the hood and once again she started to rummage through the thing and pulled out one of the first books Gellert had bought for her. Transfiguration for Dummies. Destiny stared at the book with a melancholic look on her face and then she tossed it to Ambika. Ambika easily caught the book and read the title. I am not a dummy. Ambika thought internally but didn't complain out loud. That is the beginner book for transfiguration. You need to start with baby steps before starting something like human transfiguration, Destiny said, and Ambika easily understood what Destiny meant to say and she started to read the book. When Destiny saw that Ambika was busy with the book, she decided to resume her practice. She wasn't trying to master human transfiguration in just a day, but it was still a start. She wanted to be at least able to change her hair color and skin tone. She also needed to shrink Neptune or it would be a dead giveaway, if the Aurors were actively looking for her. Destiny had easily taken care of 7 junior Aurors, but that didn't mean that she could fight off 7 senior Aurors. They would be stronger and a lot more experienced than junior Aurors. First Destiny would take Ambika to get a wand, then she would get the girl a trunk. After that, Destiny would need to check at Gringotts to see if Gellert had answered her letter or not. Destiny already knew that tomorrow was going to be a long day, but she didn't care about that. That was the fun of traveling around, learning new things, experiencing new things and all. Destiny knew that it was going to be fun. Now, she has a companion, so she wasn't going to get bored. Destiny didn't know if Ambika would stay with her or not, but Destiny wanted to become friends with the older woman. She never had any friends, and from the looks of it, it was the same with Ambika. Destiny finally decided to stop practicing when it was late. Destiny noticed that Ambika was in the kitchen, making something for the two of them. Destiny, dinner is ready. Do you want to eat outside or here in the kitchen? Ambika questioned from within the kitchen and a soft smile appeared on Destiny's face. Bring it outside. It's much more fun eating under the stars. Destiny answered as she started towards the sky with a smile on her face. Her journey was going to be much more fun from now on. Chapter 8, Ambika, I. POV, Ambika. I slowly opened my eyes. I kept staring at the unfamiliar roof but I didn't panic. Instead, I was happy. I slowly turned around and my eyes landed on the person sleeping beside me. Her beautiful crimson hair covering most of her face. My heart fluttered in happiness. Yesterday wasn't a dream. Everything was real. Magic was real. Once again I closed my eyes and I could only hear Destiny's soft snores. I slowly opened my eyes and my eyes landed on the shameless girl beside me. She was only wearing what she called a corselet to cover her chest and a pair of knickers to cover her bottom. Is this common with foreign girls? Maybe I should give it a try, but aren't they too revealing? Well, I suppose it's fine since both of us are girls. I noticed that Destiny's arms were wrapped around my waist. It feels slightly uncomfortable but I suppose it is fine. Today, I was going to get my own wand. This is so exciting. My life has never been good. I was abandoned by my parents when I was only around 2 years old. I don't even remember their faces. I only know my name because they left me outside an orphanage with a letter. Life in the orphanage wasn't anything good. It was hell for me. Everyone hated me because of my unnatural white hair. Well, hate isn't the right word, they simply feared me and their fear led them to hate me and everyone inside the orphanage became my tormentors. My personal demons. Even the matron ignored my plight. I never had any hopes of getting adopted by anyone as soon as I discovered that I was abandoned by my real parents. Everyone called me a witch due to my hair but I never hated my hair, it was a part of me. It's what made me, me. So, I started to hate everyone around me. I was only 5 years old when something weird happened for the first time. All the children in the orphanage were bullying me and like always the matron was simply ignoring everything. I wanted to hurt them and 2 girls in front of me dropped to the ground while clutching their hands screaming in pain. Since that day, all the children and the matron started to fear me even more. Apparently, I had somehow broken those 2 girls' hands. That was just the start, weird things kept happening around me. Sometimes a book flew into my hands when I badly wanted it or sometimes my wounds would disappear like they were never there in the first place. Even though I knew that I was hated, I held strong. That is until I turned 15 and that old bastard's eyes landed on me. The matron was too eager to get rid of me so she immediately decided to marry me off to that bastard and the rest is history. Even though I didn't mean to kill him. I don't regret it now. I am glad that I have killed him. I hated the word witch but now, I don't know how to feel. Now that I know the truth about myself, I can't find myself hating that word. I wanted to laugh, all of them have been right from the start. I am a witch. Once again, my eyes landed on the sleeping form of Destiny. Everything changed because of her and I am really glad that I was able to learn the truth about myself. I don't know where I will end up in the future but I will never leave Destiny's side. Line break. Destiny groggily opened her eyes and her hand immediately went towards her crotch. Destiny groaned as she felt the dampness between her legs. She had read about this but this was the first time it has happened to her. Destiny was glad that Ambika was not in the bed or she would have been embarrassed as hell. Destiny was having a wet dream involving a certain white-haired witch before she woke up. Destiny could still feel the lingering touches she felt in the dream, the heat coming from the body mashing against her. Destiny groaned as she got up, she was really horny right now. Does this mean that I swing the other way? Destiny questioned herself and she knew it was a stupid question right now. Destiny released a defeated sigh, obviously, that was a stupid question. I wouldn't be dreaming about a naked woman otherwise, Destiny concluded and pushed herself off the bed. She really wanted to get a release but she didn't want to get seen by Ambika. That would be really awkward. Destiny had kept her trunk under the bed, she pulled out the trunk and popped the hood. She needed to change her underwear before going out. Line break. Are you sure you are okay? Your face looks slightly flushed, Ambika questioned Destiny, looking slightly worried. Destiny had a small blush on her face. Destiny quickly shook her head to get her mind out of the gutter. Destiny couldn't stop herself from remembering the scenes from her dream. The naked body of Ambika making love to her, once again Destiny shook her head to clear her thoughts. Yeah, don't worry. I am completely fine, Destiny assured as she started to change her hair color using human transfiguration. She also slightly changed her skin tone. Destiny nodded her head in satisfaction. Wow. You look like a completely different person right now, Ambika said in an odd tone and Destiny simply grinned. That's the idea. Destiny said with a grin and used her kitty wand to shrink Neptune. But why would you need to hide yourself? Ambika asked with a slightly confused tone. For a moment, Destiny didn't know if she should answer truthfully or not. I had to kill a few people, Destiny said and Ambika could only nod her head. Destiny stared into Ambika's eyes to watch her reaction. They were trying to capture me. They started to use lethal attacks, so I also stopped holding back, Destiny finished. Obviously, it wasn't the whole truth but it was the gist of it. Ambika didn't know what to think about this but she also had blood on her hands, so she decided that she didn't have any right to judge. Ambika decided to drop the matter for now. If she was in Destiny's shoes then she would have probably done the same. Destiny internally nodded her head when she concluded that Ambika wasn't bothered by the fact that Destiny had killed several people. Ambika had already trusted Destiny with her own secret and Destiny knew that hiding the fact wouldn't help. Coming out clean from the start was a much better choice. Okay, grab my hand, Destiny said softly as she extended her hand towards Ambika. Ambika grabbed Destiny's hand with an unsure look on her face. Destiny couldn't help but feel the softness of Ambika's hand. Destiny shook her head to clear her mind and both of them disapparated with a loud crack. Both Destiny and Ambika appeared right inside the entrance of the Magical Society of Calcutta. Ambika grimaced and lurched forward. Now, I know why she didn't want me to have breakfast, Ambika grumbled internally. She was yet to notice the change in her surroundings. Destiny hesitantly placed her hand on Ambika's back. Destiny started to pat the older girl's back soothingly. Don't worry, you will get used to the feeling, Destiny said but her mind was slowly getting filled with some steamy images. Ambika groaned as she finally registered the change in her surroundings. What? Ambika asked in a bewildered tone as looked around. What? How? Ambika questioned Destiny, completely forgetting about her previous discomfort. It is called apparition, it is one of the main modes of magical transportation, Destiny explained with a grin on her face. Ambika's eyes sparkled in wonder. Can I learn it even though I don't like how it feels? Ambika asked excitedly. Both Destiny and Ambika were getting weird looks from everyone since they arrived but the two of them completely ignored the looks. It wasn't anything new, even though both Destiny and Ambika were quite young nobody bothered them for using apparition. In India, you don't need an apparition license but if you splinch then you are on your own. Yes, you could learn it but before that, you need to be proficient with magic before learning something complicated like this. Getting splinched is a really messy way to die, Destiny explained and Ambika didn't know what splinched meant but she wanted to avoid it. Okay, let's get you your wand, Destiny said and started to lead Ambika towards the wand store. Ambika kept staring around with clear awe in her eyes. The whole experience was completely surreal for her. Both Ambika and Destiny entered the wand store and a bell chimed as soon as they stepped inside the store. A middle-aged man slightly older than Gellert was sitting behind the counter. The man stood up from his seat and decided to greet the two girls but before he could say anything, Destiny decided to speak up. She needs a wand, Destiny said, pointing towards Ambika. The man could only nod his head as he walked out of the counter. Sure, but she looks kind of old for her first wand, the man said and Ambika simply looked slightly embarrassed while Destiny's lips thinned in displeasure. She never liked shopkeepers who asked too many questions. There was no rule that a witch or wizard couldn't own more than one wand. Yes, we are somewhat poor and wands are pretty expensive, Destiny said with a blank look on her face and smiled dismissively. The man frowned but it wasn't his business to pry. The man clearly didn't believe Destiny, but decided to drop the matter. So, which is your main arm? The man questioned and took out a measuring tape from his pocket. I use my right hand, Ambika said and extended her hand. Even though the experience was completely new for her, she kind of understood that the man wanted to measure her arm. The man started to take measurements of Ambika's arm and moments later, he gave a stiff nod and turned around. Ambika understood that the man was probably done so she lowered her hand. With a swift motion, the man summoned his wand from his wand holster. Destiny didn't show any reaction due to the display but it was completely different for Ambika. Her eyes shined in excitement. Ambika was quite new to this world and everything she saw simply amazed her. Even the tiniest bit of magic created stars in her eyes. The man waved his hand and summoned a couple of boxes from the shelves. The man laid down the boxes on the counter and opened one of the boxes. There were several wands inside the box. Ambika's eyes sparkled in excitement after she saw the wands. Probably one of them was going to be her wand. That felt really awesome. Destiny simply decided to stand aside and watch the show. Line break. Destiny and Ambika finally walked out of the store only after 15 minutes. Ambika's wand was a pretty easy match. 10 2/3 hazel with a unicorn hair core wand. The wand along with a holster cost 3 galleons in total. Ambika was pretty excited to get her own wand and she wanted to try magic as soon as possible. So where are we going to sell these things? All of a sudden Ambika questioned pointing towards a pouch. Inside the pouch, she had stored all of the pieces of jewelry she had been wearing yesterday except for her charmed bangle. In the Muggle world, gold isn't that valuable in the magical world. After all, galleons are practically made of gold, Destiny explained and Ambika was shocked to her core when Destiny's words registered in her mind. Destiny just spent 3 gold coins to buy her a wand and holster. Okay, Ambika could only agree with Destiny with a meek look on her face. All of a sudden Destiny's stomach rumbled. Yeah, we should probably eat, Destiny said, and Ambika also felt somewhat hungry, so she didn't protest. Destiny quickly led Ambika towards a small restaurant. Ambika sat down with a slightly uncomfortable look on her face. She really felt out of place, as this was the first time Ambika found herself in this sort of establishment. You look uncomfortable, is everything alright? Destiny questioned as she sat on Ambika's opposite side. For a couple of seconds, Ambika only shifted in her seat uncomfortably. It is everything. You know, all of this is completely new for me and I never expected anything like this, Ambika said meekly. The waitress finally made her way to Destiny and Ambika. Destiny quickly ordered a couple of things for herself and Ambika. As soon as the waitress was gone, Destiny turned towards Ambika with a smile. I understand what you mean, it was the same with me, you would kind of get used to it as the time passes, Destiny said with a shrug. There wasn't anything Ambika could do, so she decided to simply look around. Only now did she notice that none of the women were wearing saris, all of them were dressed in some sort of Western clothes. This convinced Ambika, even more, to try out new clothes. It was pretty clear that saris weren't common in the magical world. Can we visit a clothing store after breakfast? Ambika asked meekly, and Destiny easily nodded her head as it wasn't a big deal and she really thought that Ambika needed new clothes. After a few minutes, the food finally arrived. Ambika quickly learned how to use a spoon after watching Destiny only for a couple of seconds. After paying the bill, both Destiny and Ambika walked out of the restaurant and made their way towards a clothing store. Hello dearies, how may I help you? The store attendant of the clothes store asked in a cheerful tone. The attendant was a young woman, probably in her late 20s, but it was hard to tell since magical people grew older based on their magical strength. Destiny didn't say anything and she simply started towards Ambika. The shop lady also understood that it was the older girl who was buying clothes. Ambika quickly noticed the attention and became nervous. She didn't know how to start as she had never worn anything except for saris. Do you have robes? Like the one you are wearing right now? Ambika questioned slightly nervously and the woman immediately nodded her head. Yes, not only these, I have other types of robes too. Do you want to check them out before making a decision? The shop lady asked politely, and after a few seconds, Ambika agreed with the offer. Even though she liked the design of the robes the shop lady was wearing, it didn't mean that she couldn't browse the other designs. Destiny and Ambika spent almost an hour browsing through the various designs of robes. Even the shop lady felt slightly tired and she had to ask one of her workers to show the two of them around. Destiny wasn't a fan of robes, but since Ambika had asked for her opinion, Destiny didn't back out. Only due to the application of a clemency, Destiny was able to keep her head cleared throughout the time. She kept seeing images of Ambika in various types of beautiful robes. After selecting the robes, Ambika shyly asked for undergarments. She decided to go with corselet and knickers just like Destiny. All the clothes including the undergarments came with a fitting charm, so they didn't have to bother with the body proportions of Ambika. The white-haired girl was quite glad about that feature. She was quite shy about the body, unlike Destiny. Since they were buying a lot of stuff, arranging everything was going to take some time. So, how much do I need to pay? Destiny questioned. The shop lady smiled. It would be 2 galleons and 7 sickles, dearie, the shop lady answered, and Destiny nodded her head. She pulled out a galleon from her pocket and placed it on the counter. Get everything ready, there are a few things we still need to buy, Destiny said. The shop lady nodded her head in understanding. Both Destiny and Ambika walked out of the store after a few moments. So, where are we going? Ambika asked curiously as she didn't have anything else to buy. First, we need to get you a trunk, and then we would be visiting the apothecary, Destiny said. Ambika understood the necessity of a trunk as she had seen Destiny's trunk, which was much bigger from the inside. Having a trunk like that must be convenient, Ambika thought. Apothecary? Ambika questioned with a confused look on her face as she didn't know why they would need to visit an apothecary. She knew what an apothecary was due to the knowledge she had gained from Destiny through the language potion. You would need some potions for that time of the month. Believe me, you would thank me later, Destiny said like it was a matter of fact, but invisible question marks started to appear over Ambika's head. For a moment, she didn't understand what Destiny was referring to. That time of the month. Ambika wondered for a moment until realization finally dawned on her face. Her face lit up like a Christmas tree and she hissed in disapproval, surprising Destiny. You shouldn't talk about such things in the open, it is not decent, Ambika hissed and grabbed Destiny's shoulder, trying to reprimand her. Why not? It is completely natural, all women go through something like that. It is not shameful or anything, it is completely natural, and hiding that fact won't change that, Destiny retorted, and Ambika grimaced, looking around. Ambika looked around fearfully and found 2 passing by women nodding their heads in appreciation after hearing Destiny's words. I don't know how things are in the Muggle world, but you shouldn't be ashamed of something like that. Destiny added softly, and Ambika couldn't help herself from frowning. But Ambika tried to protest, but Destiny simply placed her finger on Ambika's lips. Just trust me on this, you won't regret it, Destiny said, and Ambika reluctantly nodded her head. She wasn't happy with the development, but she was willing to trust Destiny. After that, the two of them quickly made their way towards a trunk shop. After getting a standard trunk for Ambika, the two of them made their way towards the apothecary. Ambika was kind of fidgeting nervously, but she somehow managed to go through the whole deal, as Destiny was the one who asked everything and bought everything in the shop. Ambika simply stood still, trying to disappear into the background. After that, Destiny quickly made a trip to the Gringotts branch office to see if Gellert had replied to her previous letter or not, and surprisingly, she found a package waiting for her, obviously sent by Gellert. Ambika wanted to ask a lot of stuff, but she held back her curiosity for now. After that, Destiny browsed through a lot of street stalls just out of curiosity, but she didn't find anything eye-catching, so she decided to return to the clothing store. Everything was prepared when the two of them finally returned to the store. Ambika quickly stored the clothes in her trunk while Destiny cleared the bill. After that, both of them left the clothing store, and Destiny and Ambika disapparated from the magical alley of Calcutta. Destiny and Ambika appeared inside the house they have been living in. Destiny released a tired sigh and plopped down on a chair as she pulled out the package sent by Gellert. She quickly tore through the packing and found a couple of newspapers inside the package along with a letter. At least, it's in English, Destiny sighed in relief. Destiny was yet to learn Bulgarian. Destiny opened the first newspaper and a huge smile graced her face. A huge poster of Gellert has been printed on the front page. Gellert Grindelwald wanted for the murder of Desislav Krum. Destiny smiled after reading that. Who is he? All of a sudden, Ambika questioned from the side. Destiny turned towards Ambika so she could look into the older girl's eyes. He is Gellert Grindelwald, my savior, my only family. He was the one who saved me and made me what I am today, Destiny said softly. A gentle smile was present on her face. Ambika understood that the person was definitely the most important person in Destiny's life. He has killed a traitor. You will understand more in the future as you start learning about the magical society. Destiny said, and Ambika could only nod her head in understanding as she had no idea how the magical societies worked. So, can I start learning magic? Ambika asked excitedly, and Destiny simply chuckled after seeing the excitement of the older girl. Why don't you go and wash yourself? We will start after that, Destiny said, and Ambika hurriedly made her way towards the washing area. Destiny chuckled and opened the letter. Destiny. I have been fine. How are you? Before anything else, let me congratulate you for mastering something like the Patronus charm. That's a great feat, something even I am yet to achieve. I can't express my happiness in simple words. Unfortunately, your Patronus didn't arrive here. Now, I am really curious to know what your Patronus is. I have started to practice the charm once again, but I haven't made much progress as of yet. Aside from that, I wanted to tell you about my first attack, but you will probably get all the details from the newspaper. I am planning another attack. I haven't decided on the date yet, but it will be soon. Take care. Sincerely. Gellert. Destiny put away the letter with a smile on her face. Destiny took out her trunk and placed everything inside the trunk and plopped back on her chair. A minute later, Ambika finally arrived with a huge smile on her face. Destiny could clearly see herself in Ambika. Okay, we are going to start with the most basic spell. The levitation charm. Destiny started to speak with a grin on her face as she noticed that the stars in Ambika's eyes started to shine more brightly. Line break. August, 1921, India. 2 months have passed since Destiny found Ambika lurking in the forest, and since then, the two of them have been traveling together. Ambika was quickly absorbing all the knowledge. Surprisingly, potions were Ambika's favorite subject. Ambika was also learning about magical societies and their problems. Throughout these 2 months, Destiny has also improved a lot, especially in the department of occlumency. Ambika had asked Destiny's help with the clothes as she had no idea how to wear them at the start, so the image has been ingrained in Destiny's mind. To hold back her hormonal urges, Destiny had to improve her occlumency. Well, vibration spells did help her out from time to time when the urges were kind of getting out of hand. Destiny didn't want Ambika to think of her as a sexual deviant, so she did all of that when Ambika was busy with something else. Destiny hid it well, but she underestimated a woman's intuition even though she was a woman herself. Ambika had noticed the glances Destiny kept giving her, but she had decided to remain silent regarding this matter as she didn't know what to do. Thankfully, she didn't know anything about Destiny's vibrational activities. She would be lying if she said that she wasn't attracted to Destiny or she didn't find Destiny beautiful, but she simply couldn't disregard all of her childhood education. Since she was small, she had been taught that a woman should only have a relationship with a man. Erasing that lesson from her mind was much harder than she had thought. Aside from that, Ambika was having the time of her life. She couldn't believe how her life has changed in 2 months. The two of them were still traveling around Calcutta as it wasn't a small place. Ambika was preparing some breakfast right now and Destiny was nowhere to be found. Destiny had said that she needed to get some ingredients and left the house early in the morning. Whenever Ambika wasn't learning, she kept wondering about Destiny, just like right now. What should I do? Ambika questioned herself but received no answer. Since she was small she had been taught that a woman must marry a man, but that was a Muggle rule, right? She wasn't a Muggle, so she should stop considering that rule, right? Secretly Ambika had read a lot of books related to relationships in the magical world. The magical world was quite liberal regarding this matter. It was completely legal in all the magical societies. In some magical societies, same-sex relationships were somewhat common, while in some other societies, it was frowned upon even though it was completely legal. Ambika was finally brought out of her thoughts when a soft crack was heard from the front yard of the house. Ambika didn't even need to look, she already knew that it was Destiny. Destiny, wash yourself. The breakfast will be ready in a few minutes, Ambika said loudly. Okay, Destiny answered as she made her way towards the washing area. After a few moments, Destiny made her way back to the front yard and plopped down on a wooden chair. Destiny quickly pulled out the stuff she had bought and placed them on the table. With a wave of her hand, Destiny summoned her trunk and placed everything inside her trunk. She took out the ritual book she had bought and closed the hood of her trunk. She placed the trunk beside her chair and placed the book on her table. Ambika finally arrived with 2 plates in her hands. She placed the plates on the table and sat down on another chair. So, did you get the things you were looking for? Ambika questioned and Destiny simply nodded her head with a grin. Yeah. I have everything. Tonight, I'm going to perform the first ritual in this book, Destiny said, and Ambika's eyes grew wide in worry. Rituals are pretty dangerous, you know, Ambika reminded, and Destiny gave the older girl an unimpressed look. Yeah, I know. That is why I decided to wait for so long. I wanted to confirm everything before doing anything. I don't want to end up like a jigsaw puzzle, Destiny deadpanned, and Ambika could only release a defeated sigh. So, you are going to perform the first ritual, right? The cleansing ritual, right? Ambika questioned and Destiny gave her a stiff nod. The cleansing ritual was a foundation-type ritual. It was a pretty simple and easy ritual. Most of the witches and wizards in this country have gone through this ritual. This ritual didn't do anything, it simply cleansed the impurities in your body to improve your body foundation. With a better body foundation, you would get better results from the next rituals in the book. Tonight is the night of full moon, it is a night of magical significance. The results are going to be much better, Destiny said with a smile, and Ambika nodded her head in understanding. Do you need me to do something? Ambika asked, and Destiny started to chuckle. You won't need to do anything, but you could always watch, Destiny said as the two of them continued to eat while chatting about other topics. Ambika hasn't read the ritual book herself as it was pretty advanced for her, but she knew about a couple of rituals from the other books. In India, ritualistic magic was pretty common magic, and only any type of human sacrificial or endangered animal sacrificial rituals were banned. You could do rituals on your own, but it was strongly recommended that you should conduct a ritual under strict supervision to avoid accidents. There were even professionals available for hire who would help you through a ritual. The two of them finally finished eating, and after that Destiny helped Ambika with the plates and utensils via animation magic. Ambika hasn't started learning animation magic as it was quite a complicated form of magic. Ambika was still learning beginner spells as Destiny was being insistent on being nonverbal and point casting. Even though it was taking more time, Ambika clearly understood the advantages. After the two of them finished cleaning everything, Ambika started to practice magic in the front yard while Destiny moved everything away from the front yard. Then she started to prepare the ritual circle. The ritual circle wasn't anything complicated like the ritual circle from the blood adoption ritual, but Destiny wanted to be ready before sunset. Ambika kept glancing towards Destiny from time to time as she was also interested in the ritual even though she didn't know the specifics. It took Destiny only half an hour to prepare the ritual circle, and then she started to practice on her own. Sometimes Ambika kept staring with an awestruck look on her face as Destiny practiced magic. Ambika shook her head to clear her mind and resumed her own practice. The rest of the day passed in the blink of an eye. Before sunset, Destiny once again inspected the ritual circle. This was a simple ritual, but Destiny didn't want to risk anything. After all, just like Destiny had said, you could end up like a jigsaw puzzle if anything went wrong, even though the chances of something going wrong were pretty low. The moon finally came out and Destiny started to prepare the ingredients. Ambika also left everything aside and came to watch the ritual. After preparing the ingredients, Destiny left the place. Ambika started to inspect everything from the sidelines. She didn't want to mess up anything by mistake by getting close to the circle. Ambika found anything related to magic to be fascinating. A minute later, Destiny returned dressed in a thin robe. Destiny's eyes flickered towards Ambika for a moment before she shrugged off the robe from her body. Ambika immediately lit up like a Christmas tree as she noticed that Destiny's wasn't wearing anything under the robes. Yes, Destiny was in her birthday suit. What are you doing? Ambika questioned with an incredulous look on her face. In the 2 months, she had seen Destiny in various states of undress, but this was the first time she saw the girl completely naked. She is hot, a wild thought appeared inside Ambika's mind. Clothes could interfere with a ritual. It isn't compulsory, but it is recommended, Destiny said with a small blush on her face, but she didn't fail to notice the massive blush on Ambika's face. Destiny was almost 14 years old, but she was quite developed in certain regions and she was still growing. Ambika was going through a huge internal debate right now. Half of her mind was telling her to look away due to her childhood education, while the other part of her mind was telling her to fuck it and stare at Destiny. It felt like days for Ambika, but in reality, only a second had passed, but she finally came to a decision. She decided to give up her Muggle education as she was not a Muggle. She finally stared at Destiny's naked form illuminated by the moonlight. Ambika wanted to etch everything in her mind. Destiny might have been oblivious until now, but she was still a woman. She noticed Ambika's heated gaze on her body and internally cheered. She wasn't the only one who was interested in the other. Destiny rejoiced as she felt Ambika's gaze taking her in. So, Destiny decided to give Ambika a show. Destiny might have helped Ambika with the clothes, but Ambika was a shy and conservative girl, so Destiny hasn't seen the older girl completely naked. She had imagined a naked Ambika a lot of times, but she was yet to see the real deal. Destiny slowly made her way towards the center of the ritual circle. Throughout the whole time, Ambika's heated gaze was fixed on Destiny. After reaching the center, Destiny turned around, giving Ambika her full view. Ambika's breath hitched, and once again, Destiny internally cheered as she confirmed that Ambika was interested. This was the main reason Destiny had decided to bare herself during the ritual. If Ambika wasn't interested, then she would try to avoid gazing at her body, and even if she gazed, then she wouldn't be enthusiastic about it, but if Ambika was interested, then Ambika would be gazing at her body with much more than slight interest, which Ambika was doing right now. Ambika's eyes gazed upon Destiny's chest. They weren't overly large. They would perfectly fit in my hands, Ambika thought internally as she etched every detail in her mind. Ambika didn't know a clemency, but even without that, she would never forget the sight. Ambika's intense gaze finally landed on Destiny's pink nipples, which were hard due to Destiny's excitement. Ambika's eyes slowly trailed down Destiny's flat stomach until her gaze reached Destiny's most private spot. Once again, Ambika's breath hitched. Her carpet matches her drapes, Ambika concluded internally. Destiny loved the feeling of being watched like that by Ambika, but she had more important things to do, like a ritual to perform. Destiny closed her eyes and used her clemency to clear her mind. Destiny took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged at the center of the circle. Destiny opened her eyes and stared into Ambika's eyes. I am going to start, wish me luck, Destiny said with a straight face. This finally broke Ambika out of her trance. Good luck, but I know you won't need it, Ambika said in a confident tone. Destiny finally activated the ritual and the whole circle lit up brightly. Destiny felt a tingling feeling around her body and black ooze started to come out of the pores of her skin. Destiny wasn't bothered as this was supposed to happen, but she had underestimated the pungent smell. The ritual circle finally disappeared along with the ingredients. Destiny immediately noticed a slight improvement in her magical pathways. She cast the Lumos charm wandlessly and felt a minute improvement. The magic is flowing slightly faster than before, Destiny thought as she stood up. Her eyes flickered towards Ambika, who had a sour look on her face due to the pungent smell originating from Destiny. Destiny wanted to talk with Ambika about the prospect of a relationship, but she knew that it wasn't the right time. Destiny quickly made her way towards the washing area as the smell was getting unbearable. I am going to take a bath, Destiny said and walked away without bothering to cover herself. Ambika wasn't oblivious. She knew that Destiny had noticed her gaze, but she no longer cared about something like that. She still felt slightly uneasy, but it was almost negligible. Ambika summoned Destiny's robe, which was still lying on the ground. Ambika neatly folded the robe and placed it on the chair's armrest. She slowly got up and made her way towards the kitchen while still thinking about Destiny's naked body. Line break. So did you feel any improvements? Ambika asked as she placed 2 plates on the table. A satisfied grin appeared on Destiny's face. Yes, my magic reacts slightly faster than before, Destiny said with a grin and started to eat. She felt rather hungry after the ritual. Can you help me perform the ritual too? Ambika asked and Destiny nodded her head without even thinking. Yeah, sure, but you should wait until the next full moon, Destiny said, and Ambika nodded her head in understanding. The rest of the dinner passed in complete silence as both of their minds were filled with thoughts related to each other. After dinner, Destiny helped Ambika with the cleaning, and after that, she decided to practice human transfiguration before sleeping. Destiny simply wanted to keep her mind occupied with something other than Ambika. Both of them were aware that both parties were interested in each other, but neither Destiny nor Ambika had any sort of experience regarding this matter. That was making the situation more awkward. Now that both of them were aware of each other's feelings, they didn't know how to proceed. Ambika was a shy girl from the start who was learning about the world after she met Destiny. Destiny was an outgoing and bold girl, but she didn't want to hurt Ambika by saying something she wasn't supposed to. Destiny scratched her head in frustration and gave up on practicing for today. It simply wasn't possible as her mind was filled with thoughts related to Ambika. Ambika was also having a similar problem. She was inside the house reading the Charms for Dummies book as she had exhausted her magical core. With a sigh, Ambika finally closed the book and placed it on the table. I think I should sleep, Ambika thought defeatedly and stared towards the front yard. Destiny was still there, but she wasn't practicing magic right now. Ambika decided to use this chance to get changed. Unlike Destiny, she still wasn't comfortable to sleep in just a pair of knickers and a corselet. Unlike before, she didn't sleep in saris, but now she slept in nightgowns. After changing into a green silk nightgown, Ambika climbed into the bed. She tried to sleep, but it was no use as her mind kept playing those hot images inside her mind. Ambika was finally brought out of the gutter when she felt the bed shift slightly. Obviously, Destiny had decided to join her in the bed. Both of them slept in the same bed, so it wasn't anything new. Once again, both of them felt pretty awkward. Ambika's whole body was facing away from Destiny. Destiny was looking up at the ceiling. Like any other day, she was only wearing a pair of knickers and a corselet. Come on, Destiny. Ambika isn't going to make the first move, Destiny chastised herself in her mind. Destiny took a deep breath and decided to make the first move. Ambika almost yelped in surprise when two arms snaked around her waist. Destiny. What are you doing? Ambika shrieked in panic. Her heart started to beat faster. She couldn't believe this was happening. Destiny didn't answer and simply pulled Ambika closer to her. Ambika felt Destiny's hot breath hitting her nape and she felt an odd feeling around her stomach. It almost felt like butterflies were spawning inside her stomach. Destiny was also feeling somewhat similar. For a couple of minutes, neither of them said anything. Both of them could feel each other's fastened heartbeats due to their position. Ambika could also feel Destiny's chest against her back. After some time, Destiny turned Ambika towards her. Ambika didn't protest and went along with it. For a few moments, both of them simply kept into each other's eyes. Destiny decided to make the first move and leaned down and placed her lips on Ambika's. At first, Ambika panicked, but moments later, she simply melted into the kiss. Ambika subconsciously opened her lips. Ambika's eyes grew wide when Destiny's intrusive tongue invaded her mouth. At first, she panicked and tried to pull away from her tongue, but only managed to tangle her tongue with Destiny's. Destiny pulled Ambika even closer to her to gain better access to Ambika's lips. The kiss was sloppy as expected, but it was fine with both of them. Subconsciously, both of them started to gyrate their bodies against each other. All of a sudden, Ambika froze and pulled away from the kiss and averted her eyes from Destiny's. A confused look appeared on Destiny's face. Am I going too fast? Destiny thought, but shrugged it off as she decided to ask Ambika. Shooting arrows in the dark wouldn't help. What happened? Destiny asked softly and moved away a lock of beautiful white hair covering Ambika's face and tucked it behind the older girl's ear. We shouldn't be doing this, Ambika said and lowered her head, trying to hide her face from Destiny. Even though Ambika was the older one in between the two of them, it was pretty clear that Destiny was the one who was going to hold the reins in the future. Destiny frowned after hearing the answer. Why? Destiny questioned in a firm tone but didn't move away from Ambika. This isn't right. What will the others say? Ambika asked weakly. Once again, Destiny frowned, but the frown disappeared from her face as quickly as it had appeared. Destiny placed her hand under Ambika's chin and lifted her head so both of them could look into each other's eyes. It is pretty clear that you like me, and I also like, and you are still worried about the others. Remember, we are no longer in the Muggle world, but if you are still worried about the society, then look into my eyes and say that you don't like me, Destiny said in a firm tone. Ambika was bewildered by the statement and she understood that Destiny was dead serious about the matter. She felt her stomach sink after hearing Destiny's last statement. She could never do that. It was simply impossible. She stared into Destiny's beautiful crimson eyes and gulped loudly. For a moment, Ambika's eyes trailed down to Destiny's enticing lips. While Ambika was through her internal turmoil, Destiny was also panicking inside her mind. She didn't know what Ambika was going to decide, but she was going to respect whatever Ambika decided. Even if Ambika decided that a relationship between them was wrong, then Destiny wouldn't speak of this matter again. Once again, Destiny's words rang inside her head. She is right, we are no longer in the Muggle world, Ambika thought and finally made a decision. A decision that was going to change her whole life. She decided to follow her heart, and her heart along with her mind told her to be with Destiny. So, Ambika did the only thing she could do at this moment. She leaned forward and placed her lips on Destiny's. Chapter 9, Ambika, 2, R, 18. So, Ambika did the only thing she could do at this moment. She leaned forward and placed her lips on Destiny's. Destiny's heart fluttered in joy as she kissed back the older girl with equal fervor. Destiny's hand grabbed the back of Ambika's head and pulled her closer for the kiss. Ambika started to caress Destiny's neck and shoulders. Destiny finally stopped the kiss and separated her lips from Ambika's, a trail of saliva still connecting their lips. Destiny intently stared into Ambika's eyes. Both of them were breathing heavily and both of their cheeks were slightly flushed due to heat. "I won't be able to stop myself if we continue," Destiny said in a raspy tone. Ambika slightly blushed and averted her gaze. Moments later, she looked back into Destiny's eyes. "I never asked you to stop," Ambika said in a meek tone, and a teasing grin appeared on Destiny's face. "Then I won't," Destiny said in a teasing tone and placed her lips on Ambika's. This time Destiny didn't hold herself back and she finally placed her hands on Ambika's chest. She isn't wearing anything under her nightgown, Destiny thought when she started to grope Ambika. Ambika moaned inside Destiny's mouth. Destiny kept playing with Ambika's moderate chest without any restraint, but she didn't get rough with the older girl. Ambika finally gathered her courage and slowly placed one of her hands on Destiny's chest. Seeing that Destiny didn't react badly, she also started to squeeze and pinch Destiny's boobs. Destiny moaned ecstasy and used her hands to remove the straps of Ambika's nightgown. Ambika subconsciously shifted her body to give Destiny more access to her body. Destiny used this chance to quickly pull Ambika's nightgown down to her waist, freeing the older girl's breasts. Destiny stopped kissing the older girl and rose up to her knee. Ambika noticed her condition, started to blush, but she didn't try to cover herself. She simply turned her face towards the side to hide her shame. Destiny's eyes glittered as drank the form of Ambika through her eyes. "You are beautiful," Destiny muttered in a smitten tone and took off her corselet, revealing her own chest to Ambika. As soon as Destiny took off her corselet, Ambika wasn't able to avert her gaze any longer and her eyes landed on Destiny's milky white breasts. Destiny slowly leaned down and placed her mouth over Ambika's left breast. Ambika moaned in pleasure and her back arched back as Destiny started to nibble and suck on her breast. Destiny started to grope and play with Ambika's other breast. Ambika's hands snaked around Destiny's head and she started to run her fingers through Destiny's crimson hair, lost in passion. Something is happening," Ambika loudly exclaimed as her body started to shudder, and moments later, a wet patch appeared over her crotch area over the nightgown. "So, that's an orgasm." "That was my first orgasm," Ambika thought and wanted to hide her face in shame, but it became quite impossible as Destiny placed her lips on Ambika's. "Tonight, I am going to make you mine," Destiny said in a possessive tone between the kiss, and Ambika almost came again after hearing Destiny's possessive tone. Destiny rose up again and grabbed the hem of Ambika's nightgown. With a little bit of effort, Destiny pulled off her nightgown, revealing the white knickers Ambika was wearing underneath. Ambika's knickers were completely wet due to her previous orgasm. Destiny sniffed the place and with a yank, she pulled off Ambika's knickers before the older girl could say anything. Ambika blushed in shame as her special place was revealed and she subconsciously closed her legs. Destiny simply smiled softly after that. "You are beautiful, Ambika. You don't need to be ashamed," Destiny cooed and care shred the older girl's face. Ambika blushed but slowly spread her legs. Destiny looked down and found a small bush of snow-white hair over Ambika's snatch. Destiny ran her finger through the bush. "Can I get rid of this? Or eating you out might be problematic," Destiny said in a teasing tone, and once again Ambika simply blushed and started to sputter, unable to form anything coherent. "Why yes," Ambika stuttered out, but all of a sudden she froze. "What do you mean to eat me out?" Ambika questioned hurriedly, but it was already too late. With a small flick of Destiny's hand, the small bush of snow-white hair was gone and Destiny once again sniffed the place and gave it a lick, taking in Ambika's taste. "HNGH," Ambika moaned. "What the hell are you doing? That place is dirty." Ambika protested, trying to get up, but she couldn't as Destiny looked up and passionately stared into Ambika's eyes. "You taste incredible," Destiny said with a straight face and once again started to kiss Ambika's sacred garden. "Don't say things like that, you shameless girl." Ambika screamed out in shame, but Destiny didn't stop and continued licking and kissing Ambika's scared garden. Destiny finally decided to take the next step and her tongue slowly entered Ambika's vagina. Ambika's head shot back in pleasure. She blushed and looked at Destiny, who seemed to be having the best meal she ever had. "Since you seem to like it that much, you don't need to hold yourself back," Ambika muttered with a red face. Destiny hummed and her tongue finally found a thin membrane-like barrier. That must be her hymen, Destiny thought, and looked up so she could stare into Ambika's eyes. "This might hurt," Destiny said, and once again plunged her finger inside Ambika's folds. Ambika clutched the sheets as Destiny's finger finally seemed to break through the barrier. Ambika slightly tossed around, but after a few drops of blood, Ambika calmed down. "I am okay," Ambika said while breathing heavily, and once again Destiny started to insert her finger inside Ambika's fold while placing gentle kisses over the top of Ambika's snatch. "It is coming," Ambika exclaimed loudly as her body started to spasm. Destiny slowly raised her head from in between Ambika's scared garden and laid down beside the older girl. Ambika was breathing heavily after coming for the second time. Destiny placed her lips over Ambika's and started to gently kiss her. The older girl returned the kiss with the same fervor. Ambika's hands were already resting over Destiny's breasts as she was gently playing with them. "I want to taste you too," Ambika muttered with a massive blush on her face. Destiny simply grinned and pulled off her knickers, revealing her sacred garden to Ambika. With a wave of her hand, Destiny cleared the crimson bush over her snatch. "I will try my best," Ambika said in a determined tone and dove down for her meal. Destiny's pussy was pretty wet due to all the heat. Ambika gave an experimental lick and slowly pushed her finger inside Destiny. Destiny moaned in pleasure. "Don't worry, break my hymen." "I am ready," Destiny said in a confident tone when she felt Ambika's finger scratch against her barrier. Ambika gave a small nod and pushed forward, breaking Destiny's barrier. Destiny rose up and grabbed Ambika's free hand and placed it on her breasts. Ambika didn't need to be told what Destiny wanted. Ambika started to finger and lick Destiny's pussy at the same time. With her other hand, she kept fondling Destiny's breasts. "Keep going. I am really close," Destiny exclaimed, and Ambika increased the speed of her ministrations. Destiny arched her back and moments later, she dropped back on the bed while breathing heavily. Ambika licked everything before crawling towards Destiny. "You were amazing," Destiny said and snaked her arms around Ambika and pulled the older girl over her chest. Ambika blushed, but this time she didn't avert her gaze. "I tried my best," Ambika said meekly, and Destiny pecked the girl on her lips. "I know," Destiny said and rolled around so that she could be on the top. Destiny started to gyrate her hips over Ambika's, getting into a scissors position. Ambika moaned loudly in pleasure, and it was the same for Destiny. Both of them started to moan wantonly after a few moments. "I am coming," Destiny moaned, and both Ambika and Destiny shuddered as both of them reached the climax at the same time. "I love you, Destiny," Ambika breathed out and fell asleep immediately due to feeling tired. Destiny was quite surprised after hearing those words. Moments later, a soft smile appeared on Destiny's face and kissed Ambika's forehead. At first, Destiny didn't know how to react to that statement, to be honest. She didn't know what exactly love was. Gellert loves me, Destiny wondered, but she was pretty sure that Ambika's love was different than Gellert's. Destiny was sure that she didn't love Gellert in that way, and vice versa. Destiny had also read books, and there is the only source of her knowledge regarding romantic love. She understood that love was probably much more complicated than what was written in the books, but there were some facts that she couldn't deny, so technically, she did love Ambika, as both of them were currently lying on the bed after making love. "I love you too," Destiny said and laid down beside Ambika. Destiny spooned Ambika from the back and conjured a bed sheet to cover themselves. Destiny immediately started to wonder how her life had changed after meeting Ambika. For the first time, she felt like she had a companion. Gellert was different. He was her father figure, her guardian, but Ambika was her companion, her partner. And possibly something more, Destiny wondered as she kept caressing Ambika's back under the sheets. It was clear that Destiny was going to be the one holding the reins of the relationship, and Destiny was completely fine with it. It matched perfectly with her personality. Destiny couldn't stop herself from smiling gently as once again she wondered that she seemed to be the older one among the two of them. Destiny finally fell asleep while caressing Ambika's back. Line break. Ambika's eyes fluttered open as she groaned. Her eyes grew wide when she found herself sleeping over Destiny's breasts. A massive blush appeared on Ambika's face as she remembered everything they had done last night. Ambika didn't know how to react and steam started to come out of her head. Destiny woke up and saw Ambika staring at her face with a massive blush on her face. A teasing grin appeared on Destiny's face as pecked the older girl on her lips. That seemed to bring Ambika back to reality, and Ambika simply lowered her head, trying to hide her head in Destiny's bosom. Destiny started to chuckle at the cute display. "You don't need to be ashamed, Ambika," Destiny said, and the girl simply nodded her head. After a few moments, the white-haired girl finally gathered her courage and looked up. "So, what are we?" Ambika asked meekly. From her childhood knowledge, she knew that these sorts of things should only be done after marriage, but from the books she had read, said differently. Destiny understood Ambika's inner turmoil and hummed for a moment, thinking about the appropriate reply. "We are probably lovers, if you are okay with that," Destiny said, and Ambika placed her finger over Destiny's lips. "Yes, we are lovers," Ambika said brightly and quickly pecked Destiny on her cheek. A teasing grin appeared on Destiny's face. "Lovers kiss on the lips, come on," Destiny said in a teasing tone. Ambika blushed and hurriedly kissed the younger girl on her lips. Ambika wanted to back out after the kiss, but Destiny's arms snaked around her back, keeping the older girl firmly in her place. The kiss quickly turned into a make-out session as Destiny's tongue made its way inside Ambika's mouth. After a few minutes, the two of them finally separated, a trail of saliva still connecting their lips. Both Ambika and Destiny started to breathe heavily. Destiny's hand slowly trailed down Ambika's stomach and reached Ambika's entrance. Ambika loudly moaned as Destiny started to plunge her finger inside Ambika. On. We shouldn't be doing this in the morning, Ambika muttered in between her moans. Destiny sucked on Ambika's throat too hard, leaving a bruise after hearing those words. Who said that? We will do whatever we want. Now shut up and fuck me. Destiny ordered in a commanding tone. Ambika felt her heart flutter after that, and she slowly lowered her hand to finger Destiny. After a few minutes, both of them reached their climax and started to breathe heavily. Destiny turned towards Ambika and started to smother the older girl with kisses. Ambika could only moan as she was a gooey mess of female flesh in Destiny's hands. Destiny, I need to get up, Ambika protested but didn't push off Destiny as she was also loving the attention. No, I don't want you to leave. Let's stay in the bed, Destiny said like a spoiled child, and Ambika finally started to tickle Destiny. As soon as Destiny's hold slackened, Ambika was out of the bed, but she had to grab the bed for support as her knees felt weak. Are you okay? Destiny asked in a worried tone as she saw Ambika struggle. Ambika nodded her head, but once again her heart fluttered when she heard the worried tone of Destiny. I am fine. I just feel somewhat weak as my knees are shaking. By the way, can I have one of your silk robes? I don't feel like wearing heavy clothes, Ambika muttered, and Destiny immediately agreed. Sure, Destiny said and climbed down off the bed. She also felt slightly weak around her knees. She wobbled for a bit but quickly got back her balance. She summoned her trunk and pulled out a green-colored silk robe and handed it to Ambika. The size wasn't a problem as the robe was charmed with a fitting charm. Ambika quickly placed the robe on her body and looked towards Destiny. Destiny was already dressed in a crimson robe. She really loves that color, Ambika thought as she had previously noticed Destiny's obsession with the crimson color. I also kind of love that color, Ambika mused internally and decided to take an initiative. She pecked Destiny on her lips and quickly bolted out of the room, making her way towards the kitchen. Ambika wanted to take a bath. She felt sweaty after last night's activities, but she was also hungry. If she was hungry, then Destiny was obviously hungry too. She couldn't have that. Subconsciously, her childhood education was once again influencing her. She accepted from the start that Destiny was going to wear the pants in their relationship while she was going to be the obedient wife. Ambika didn't have a problem with that. Actually, she was completely fine with it. So, Ambika entered the kitchen and started to prepare everything. Moments later, Destiny also entered the kitchen, and Ambika was slightly surprised by Destiny's arrival. You don't need to be here, I will prepare the food, Ambika said, but Destiny simply smiled and flicked Ambika's forehead with her fingers. Ow, Ambika said and rubbed her forehead. You know, we both are equal in the relationship. I won't pretend that I know cooking, but I could always help, Destiny said, and Ambika vehemently shook her head. I understand what you mean, but please allow me to be a dutiful wife and lover. Don't take this away from me, Ambika said, but Destiny also didn't want to accept defeat. Moments later, both released a sigh. Fine, but I will still be helping with cleaning, Destiny said, and Ambika could only accept that demand. Destiny understood that Ambika's childhood education was still deeply ingrained inside the older girl's head. Ambika might have accepted the relationship, but she really wanted to take the wife role. There wasn't anything Destiny could do about this, and pushing the older girl too hard might have an opposite effect. Destiny summoned a chair and sat down inside the kitchen. Next, she summoned a parchment and quill. Now that she was free, she decided to pen a letter to Gellert. Should I tell him about Ambika? Destiny wondered and decided to only mention that she had found a companion for her travels. She decided not to mention anything about their budding relationship. Gellert. I have been fine. Though a lot of things have happened since the last letter. Gellert, due to some circumstances, I had to kill 7 Aurors. Even though they were the first ones who started using lethal spells, I don't have any excuse for what I have done. If I wasn't careless at the port, then nobody would have noticed me casting a messenger Patronus or attacking a muggle. Once again, muggles are being given more priority than magical population. Don't need to worry about me though. I am perfectly fine, and I have also learned how to hide myself using human transfiguration. You don't have to worry about anything. I have learned a lot from my mistakes, and I have also accepted what I have done. Enough about me, how are you? Don't forget to send me newspapers related to your second attack, I am looking forward to it. As for the Patronus charm, you must use the happiest memory you have. That is the only way you can master the spell. Gellert, don't even try to use the spell for anything other than protection or sending a message. The outcome won't be good, and I don't want to lose you for such a stupid reason. It is a useful but very dangerous spell. I can't imagine I am trying to warn you, but please be careful. On another note, I have found myself a companion. She is a witch and she didn't know anything about magic. I have decided to take her under my wing. I see a lot of myself in her. P.S. I love the charm you taught me on my 14th birthday. Take care, Gellert. Sincerely. Destiny. Destiny finally finished the letter, she gave it another read and with a satisfied smile, she decided to activate the secrecy charms Gellert had taught her. Destiny wasn't stupid, she openly mentioned killing Aurors in the letter, and goblins were known for their greed. There wasn't anything they wouldn't do for galleons. So, Destiny decided to use a code word. Destiny was still 13 years old, so Gellert would immediately notice something wrong with the letter and use the secrecy revealing spell. Destiny got up from the chair and made her way towards her trunk. After putting the letter inside an envelope, she placed the envelope inside her trunk. She grabbed her advanced curse book and closed her trunk. After that, she quickly made her way towards the kitchen. She plopped down in her seat and opened the book. Destiny was quite intrigued by a mild altering curse. She knew the Imperious curse, but this curse wasn't anything like the Imperious. This curse would simply allow you to alter some minor things inside a person's mind. The speciality of the spell was that nobody would notice the spell. Destiny was also intrigued by another curse, the Dire Misfortune curse. Basically, it was a harmful prank spell. It would cause your subject to have very bad luck with everything they do for the span of a day. It took a lot of power to cast since it messed with your subject's fate. Now, the reason it was still considered a prank spell is because your subject won't die, no matter what. While Destiny was busy with her own stuff, Ambika was happily cooking for herself and Destiny. Even though Destiny was doing her own thing, Ambika was really happy that Destiny had decided to sit in the kitchen, near her. After nearly an hour, Ambika finally finished preparing everything and turned towards Destiny. "Destiny, food is ready," Ambika called out, and Destiny immediately perked up and looked towards Ambika. "Okay, let's take it outside." "I still need to brush my teeth," Destiny said as she got up from the chair. She put down the book and quickly approached Ambika. Destiny pecked Ambika on her lips and walked out of the kitchen. Surprisingly, Ambika didn't blush this time, but she was really happy about her currently budding relationship. Ambika had no idea where this would lead the two of them, but she had already decided to accompany Destiny for the rest of her life. Line break. July, 1921, India. "Can you verify the circle?" "I followed your instructions to the T, but I don't want to end up like a mangled sack of flesh," Ambika said, and Destiny gave her a teasing smile. "Don't worry, babe. I also like the way you are. Can't have you getting messed up," Destiny said and pecked the older girl on the lips. Ambika had kind of gotten used to displays of affection and it made her really happy. Destiny turned towards the ritual circle and started to inspect it. Since it was a simple ritual, the consequences of something going wrong won't be bad, but she still wouldn't risk it. After a minute, Destiny finally nodded her head with a satisfied smile on her face. "It is perfectly fine, now you just need to prepare the ingredients." Destiny gave the green light and Ambika started to prepare the ingredients for the ritual. Ambika was going to go through the same foundation strengthening ritual Destiny has gone through a month ago. It only took her an hour to prepare all the ingredients for the ritual. Once again, Destiny inspected if everything was alright or not before giving the green light. It was still daytime, so after that, both of them busied themselves with their own things. Ambika started to practice her own spell work while Destiny started to read an advanced physics book. Destiny was able to acquire a lot of Muggle physics books through the East India Trading Company. She was currently trying to develop a spell for unsupported flight. Well, she wasn't trying a spell to be exact, as she was really good at intent-based magic. She was simply trying to find a way to achieve unsupported flight. Wizards didn't know shit regarding why they had to stick to the ground. Destiny knew that Muggles had invented a contraption called aeroplanes. Muggles could use that to achieve flight. They had used those things in the First World War. So, once again, Destiny decided to use Muggle knowledge. She wasn't disappointed to find that Muggles have extensively researched the said topic. It was something called gravity that kept her feet stuck to the ground. Now if Destiny wanted to achieve flight, she needed to negate the effects of gravity on herself. But that wasn't the end of the problem. Theoretically, if she negated the effects of gravity on her body, then she would keep floating until she reached space. That would be a bad way to die. If she tried to reactivate the effects of gravity on herself while rising in the air, then she would crash, once again a bad way to die. She needed something in between. She needed to levitate herself up to the desired height, but couldn't use levitation charm as it could only work on inanimate objects. Even if she somehow modified the spell to work on humans, she couldn't use it to travel as it was simply a levitation spell. Destiny groaned in frustration and rubbed her head. That is why Destiny was researching how aeroplanes flew. If she could understand the principles behind it, then she could achieve similar effects via intent-based magic. She simply needed to imagine the end result and her magic would do the rest. That is why intent-based magic was superior to spell work. That is also why intent-based magic was much harder than spell work. It also took more effort and time to learn to use magic with your intent. The majority of the magical population use spell work. This is going to be worth it. Destiny contemplated internally. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye and it was finally time to perform the ritual. "Are you ready?" Destiny questioned as she snaked her arms around Ambika's waist and pulled her closer. Ambika simply relished the feeling of being hugged by her lover. Yes. Ambika said and leaned forward to peck Destiny. Even though Destiny was almost 2 years younger than Ambika, both of them were kind of similar in height. Destiny finally allowed Ambika to leave her embrace so that the older girl could commence the ritual. Ambika quickly stripped out of her clothes. The older girl was no longer ashamed of getting naked in front of Destiny, as the two lovers have been sleeping naked in each other's embrace since the last month. Ambika finally arrived at the center of the circle and sat down. Destiny's eyes were completely fixated on the white-haired girl throughout the whole time. Ambika took a deep breath and activated the ritual. The whole ritual started to glow brightly, and moments later, the circle disappeared in a bright flash. Ambika grimaced as she could see that skin was smeared with impurities and it smelt really bad. Ugh. Wait for me here. I am going to wash myself, Ambika said and rushed towards the washing area. Destiny could kind of agree with Ambika. She might love the older girl, but that didn't mean that she could withstand that disgusting smell. Destiny plopped down in her chair and opened her book to continue reading. Ambika finally returned after an hour, and Destiny's gaze immediately landed on the white-haired girl. Ambika's skin tone seemed to be slightly brighter than before. It was a minor difference, but Destiny still noticed it due to their closeness. Ambika quickly got dressed and approached Destiny. The older girl leaned down and pecked Destiny on her lips. So, do you feel anything different? Destiny questioned, and Ambika nervously shook her head. Understandable. Your grasp over your own magic isn't strong as mine. Most wizards and witches don't notice any difference in their magic, so you shouldn't worry about it, Destiny explained, and Ambika grimaced after hearing Destiny's words. What happened? Destiny questioned as she put down the book. With a wave of her hand, Destiny levitated Ambika over her lap. A cute yelp escaped Ambika's lips. Destiny used normal levitation charm on Ambika's clothes to achieve the feat. I don't want to be like most witches. I want to be strong like you so that I could firmly stand beside you. As of now, I only feel like a burden, Ambika said, looking down at her own lap. Destiny took a deep breath and placed her hand under Ambika's chin. She slowly raised Ambika's head so she could look into the older girl's eyes. You know you are already special to me. I understand where you are coming from and you shouldn't worry about it. I have never thought of you as a burden, and I never will, Destiny said in a commanding tone. Destiny's eyes started to glow. Ambika found herself entranced by those eyes. I will never toss you aside, as you are mine, and I don't give up on anything which is mine, Destiny said possessively, and her magic started to lash around. Ambika blushed at Destiny's possessive tone. Destiny slowly lowered her head and started to kiss Ambika hungrily. Line break. January, 1922, Indianapolis border. An extremely beautiful 14-year-old crimson-haired girl dressed in a leather suit with metal plates could be seen standing over a cliff while looking down at a Muggle village. The girl had an extremely long katana in her hand. The girl's beautiful crimson hair could be seen dancing due to the gentle breeze. The village was just raided by a group of bandits, and the bandits were currently celebrating. Her eyes were glowing eerily as she stared down with an apathetic look on her face. She watched as the bandits plundered the village, arped the women, and killed the surviving men after forcing their wives and daughters in front of them. Destiny Grindelwald pitted the women, as no women deserved such a fate even though they were Muggles. Destiny knew that right now, there was no way to save the Muggles, as she would never save Muggles, but she could end the misery of these women. As a woman, she owed them that much. She slowly started to rise in the air and she slightly raised Neptune. Thunder Palace. Destiny muttered in a firm tone, and lightning bolts started to rain down on the village. Screams were heard throughout the village as Destiny rained down destruction over the village from the sky. If the Muggles were in the situation to see Destiny, then they would have called her the Angel of Death. A minute later, Destiny finally stopped the lightning bolts and a content smile appeared on her face. She could no longer feel any signs of life in the village. She slowly floated down towards the village. She wanted to see her handiwork closely. The remaining houses were blown apart by her lightning bolts and small craters were formed everywhere around the village. The whole village was strewn with mangled bodies which could no longer be recognized as humans. Any other 14-year girl would have puked out their guts long ago, but this wasn't the first time Destiny had killed people in such a messy way. Destiny took a deep breath and started to rise in the air, and moments later, she flew in a certain direction. 2 months ago, Destiny was finally able to do something no one has ever done. She finally created a way to achieve unsupported flight. Unfortunately, it was pure intent-based magic, so she couldn't create a spell. Destiny flew over the snow-covered mountains without bothering about the chilling wind. Destiny was really good at wandless magic, so creating a barrier in front of her wasn't a big deal. A tent came into her view and Destiny landed in front of the tent. Destiny lifted the flap and entered the tent. The tent was much bigger from the inside. It was magically charmed by Destiny with expansion charms. It was big enough to be called a small house from the inside. Even though it only had a room inside, it was still pretty big. A white-haired girl could be seen cooking something while humming a song. Destiny slowly approached the woman and snaked her arms around the woman's waist from behind. Destiny placed her chin over the other girl's shoulder so she could see what the white-haired girl was making. The white-haired girl stopped humming and turned to her head. She pecked Destiny on the lips and resumed what she had been doing previously. "So, how was your flight?" Ambika asked softly. "It was nice," Destiny said. She didn't want to delve into what she had witnessed and done. She wasn't worried that Ambika would react badly or anything, she simply didn't want to ruin the mood right now. "You know, I love your food, right?" Destiny asked, and Ambika couldn't stop herself from giggling. Destiny used that line whenever she wanted Ambika to feed her while cooking, but today Ambika wasn't going to give in to Destiny's childish whims as the food was almost done. "So, how long till we reach Nepal?" Ambika questioned. Destiny was pouting as Ambika didn't give in to her whims. "A couple of hours," Destiny said with a pout on her face. "I am going to miss the alone time in a tent with you," Destiny said and started to sulk, and once again Ambika started to giggle. "Sometimes you act like a baby," Ambika huffed with an amused look on her face. "Of course, I am your baby. You need to take care of me, you know," Destiny pointed out, and once again Ambika couldn't stop herself from chuckling out loud. Sure, whatever you say, babe," Ambika said and finally finished preparing the plates. Destiny allowed Ambika to leave her embrace as Ambika quickly placed the plates filled with warm food on the table. Ambika and Destiny sat down on the opposite sides and began to eat. "Delicious as always," Destiny said with a nod of her head, and Ambika couldn't stop herself from puffing out her chest in pride. The two of them quickly finished their food, and after that, Destiny helped Ambika with the cleaning like always. After getting everything cleaned, both of them walked out of the tent. With a small gesture from Neptune, Destiny shrunk the tent, which took the shape of a small box. Ambika pulled out her trunk from her pocket and expanded it. Ambika popped the hood of her trunk and placed the small box inside her trunk. As soon as the white-haired girl was done, she shrunk back her trunk and placed it in her pocket. Neither of them were feeling cold thanks to the heating charms. Destiny started to rise in the air and she gently plucked Ambika from the ground and hugged her tightly. Moments later, she started to fly in a certain direction. Both Destiny and Ambika had gone through a couple of more rituals, and due to that both of their physical strength was quite enhanced. It wasn't anything outrageous, but they could still lift an average human using their both arms. Destiny and Ambika finally arrived in Nepal after a couple of hours, just like Destiny has said. Destiny landed near the entrance of the Magical Society of Nepal. "How are you feeling?" Ambika asked softly. Destiny simply rubbed her arms. "Sore," Destiny deadpanned. "Sorry," Ambika apologized as she lowered her head. Destiny raised her hand and flicked the older girl's forehead. "Ow. What was that for?" Ambika asked and rubbed her forehead. "That was for being an idiot," Destiny said and placed her lips on Ambika's before the white-haired girl could say anything. Ambika moaned when the two of them finally separated. "That's unfair," Ambika muttered in a low tone. Destiny always kissed her whenever her guard was down. She didn't hate it, but Destiny had an unfair advantage. "Everything is fair in love and war, my dear," Destiny reminds the older girl with a smug grin on her face. "Ass," Ambika huffed with an annoyed look on her face and waved her wand to fix her messed up hair. "Yes, I know you love my ass," Destiny added with a grin, and Ambika blushed. After a moment, Ambika huffed. "You are incorrigible," Ambika said and started to walk away. Destiny immediately caught up to Ambika and snaked her arm around the older girl's waist and pulled her closer. "That is why you love me," Destiny said and kissed the white-haired girl's cheek. Ambika simply snuggled into Destiny's embrace. "That I do," Ambika said meekly and snuggled closer. The Muggles completely ignored the duo due to the Muggle-repelling charms. After a few minutes, the two of them finally stepped into the magical side of Nepal. The Magical Society of Nepal was pretty small. It was so small that they didn't even have any sort of law enforcement. Even after that, the magical side of Nepal was pretty famous in India. This is the place to visit if you are looking for questionable stuff and outright banned or illegal stuff. Since Nepal was a different country, the Indian Ministry of Magic didn't have any jurisdiction here. That is why all types of business were conducted openly. You want assassins or slaves? Just ask for it, everything is available here. Since there was no type of law enforcement, the place was filled with various types of criminals. Remember what I had said, this isn't a nice place. So, don't leave my side even for a second, Destiny whispered into Ambika's ear, who meekly nodded her head. The whole alley was filled with shady people and all of their eyes zeroed in on Destiny and Ambika as both of them were pretty young. Destiny didn't bother to disguise herself or Ambika as she was confident enough that she could deal with any sort of threat. Even though everyone was watching Destiny and Ambika, nobody approached them. Even if there was no law enforcement in this place, the population here still followed a code. If you are making the first move, then you should be held responsible for the consequences, and if you die after going after a wrong target, then it is on you. Destiny has heard all of these before coming here. Destiny made her way towards what seemed to be a bookstore. So, are you looking for anything in particular? Ambika whispered into Destiny's ears, and the younger girl simply hummed in agreement. Young Mrs., how may this humble shop owner help you? A fat man approached the duo with a sweet smile on his face, and Destiny almost rolled her eyes. You won't think twice before backstabbing us for a few galleons, Destiny scoffed internally. It won't be necessary. I simply want to look around until something catches my eyes, Destiny answered in a neutral tone, and the fat man simply nodded his head and walked away from the duo. Both Destiny and Ambika started to look around the store. With a wave of her hand, Destiny pulled out an ancient-looking book from the top shelf. Destiny didn't even need to take a second glance to know that the book was related to blood magic. Destiny flipped the book open without touching it and found that the book was written in Latin. With how much dust the book has collected, Destiny was sure that the book has been in the store for quite some time. The spells used in Nepal and India were in Sanskrit. That must be why nobody bought this book, Destiny wondered thoughtfully. Destiny quickly cast a few inspecting spells to see if the book was legit or not. The book seems to be legit. I will be taking it, I suppose, Destiny thought as she continued looking around. Ambika was curious about the book Destiny was summoned from the top shelf, but she decided to ask after leaving the store. Did you find anything interesting? Destiny asked, and Ambika shook her head in denial. She had seen most of the books in Destiny's collection. Obviously, they were somewhat different as they were written in English, and most of these books were in Hindi or some other regional languages or Sanskrit. Even though Ambika didn't want to buy anything new, a couple of potion books did catch her eyes, and Destiny also gathered a few more books related to obscure magic and curses. Destiny finally placed the stack of books on the counter. The fat man looked at the bundle of books and leered at Destiny and Ambika. That will be 10 galleons. The fat man said with a lecherous grin on his face. Destiny narrowed her eyes after hearing the price. The fat man was trying to rob her blind. Even Ambika knew that the shopkeeper was trying to overcharge them. Oh, is that so? Destiny asked coldly, and her eyes started to glow as her magic started to lash around. The fat man flinched in fear. Are you sure that you aren't overcharging us? Destiny questioned, and the man started to feel an unbearable amount of pressure on him. The man gulped in fear and chuckled nervously. Did I say 10 galleons? I must have made a mistake due to my age. It's 2 galleons, the man said sheepishly, but there was a hint of fear in his voice. There were no wizarding schools in India or Nepal, so almost everyone was homeschooled. Due to that, only a few wizards and witches became strong enough to mature their magical cores to a solid state. The strong wizards and witches opted for better jobs like being an auror or a duelist. Those jobs had better lifestyles and money than running a shop in a place like this. But Destiny didn't stop and kept glaring at the men. He shrieked in fear. 1 galleon and 3 sickles. That is the lowest I can go, the men said, and Destiny finally stopped releasing her power, and then she nodded her head as a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Destiny quickly placed the money on the counter, and with a wave of her hand, then she shrunk the stack of books and placed them inside her pocket. The fat man could only gulp loudly after he saw the casual display of wandless magic. Both Destiny and Ambika walked out of the store without wasting any more time. Destiny and Ambika kept walking down the streets doing some street shopping, but unfortunately, nothing caught the attention of either of their eyes. I feel sorry for them, Ambika whispered in a low tone. Destiny already knew what Ambika was talking about. In front of a luxurious house, a bunch of topless women could be seen displaying their assets to the public to get some customers. Even though in a corner of her, Destiny felt bad for them, she couldn't do anything for them. Maybe change the rules when Gellert takes over the world, Destiny wondered. Except that, she could do nothing. Ambika looked around as the duo entered the shadier part of the market. Ambika subconsciously scooted closer to Destiny. Where are we going? Ambika asked in a low tone. Since we were already near the slave market, I decided to buy ourselves a house elf, Destiny said with a small nod, and Ambika tilted her head in confusion. She didn't have any idea what a house elf was. What is a house elf? Ambika asked, and for a moment Destiny had to wonder how she was going to answer the question, but she needed to deal with something else before she could answer Ambika's question. Oi. Looky here. Are you young beauties lost? Why don't you accompany us? I mean to the back of the alley. A man in his 30s asked Destiny and Ambika with a lecherous grin on his face. Soon several men surrounded Destiny and Ambika to stop them from running away. Scram or die, Destiny said coldly, and she could feel that Ambika was freaking out. Any normal girl in her situation would be feeling the same, but Destiny wasn't a normal girl. The men started to laugh boisterously. A few prostitutes looked at Destiny and Ambika with pity in their eyes. I was asking you nicely, but it looks like it didn't work. Me and my men like breaking strong women, the man finished with a sneer. Get them. The man ordered his men. Chapter 10, Reunion. The men started laughing boisterously. A few of the prostitutes looked at Destiny and Ambika with pity in their eyes. I was asking you nicely, but it looks like it didn't work. It's fine though, me and my men like breaking strong women, the man finished with a sneer. Get them. The man ordered his men. But before any of the men could react, Destiny sighed along operad with Ambika. It wasn't a problem as Destiny already had her arm wrapped around Ambika's waist and Ambika was also snuggled into Destiny's arm. Destiny also wanted to get out of the disadvantageous position as she and Ambika were surrounded. The ringleader gawked at the display, but it was too late. Destiny and Ambika were already a few feet away from the group of men. Destiny retracted her hand from Ambika's waist and jabbed it towards the group of men. The few of them were pushed a couple of meters back by an invisible force. All of them groaned in pain as they landed on each other. All the bystanders were quite shocked by the display, as for the most of them this was probably the first time they saw someone perform wandless magic. The leader was the first to recover and get up as he whipped out a wand to attack Destiny. Destiny has already expected this, so she decided to deal with him before he could even point his wand in her direction. Diffindo, Destiny thought mentally as she cast a severing charm wandlessly, which took off the man's wand arm as soon as the man pulled out his wand. For a few moments, the man wasn't even able to comprehend what had happened. Arg. The pain finally registered in the man's mind as several bystanders gasped. Though, Destiny wasn't satisfied with just that. They had dared to desire something which belonged to her and now they are going to pay for that. Avah Destiny muttered, and with a green flash a lackey who was finally able to get up, dropped to the ground. All the bystanders shrieked in fear and scurried away. Destiny cast an anti-apparition jinx to stop the attackers from running away. I will kill anyone who dares to pull out his wand, Destiny said in a serious tone, and the group of men froze in fear. Now, the whole group finally knew that they had picked the wrong targets to mess with. Someone willing to use the killing curse in an open place like this isn't anyone you should mess with. Yes, there were a lot of people in this place who knew the killing curse, but only a few would dare to use it out in the open. This place might be lawless, but people are still afraid of dying, and the majority of the magical population deeply feared the killing curse. It was declared unforgivable for a reason. Sorry. Please forgive us. The men started to beg and bow. They didn't even dare to draw their wands as all of them were too afraid to die. The leader of the group was still moaning in pain while gripping his stump. Ambika, be a dear and kill him, Destiny said, and Ambika gasped in surprise. She already knew that Destiny had killed people, but this was the first time Destiny had killed someone in front of her. Ambika was still reeling in shock when Destiny called out her name. The leader and his men gasped and his men scurried away from him. None of them wanted to get killed, even if accidentally. He wanted to beg, but with a wave of her hand, Destiny silenced the men. Okay, Ambika said weakly as she stepped forward. Ambika slowly raised her hand, as she noticed that her hand was shaking, but there wasn't anything she could do to stop it. She had killed before, but that was an accident. She didn't mean for it to happen. This was the first time she was going to take someone's life willingly. She could have rejected Destiny, but she doesn't want to disappoint her mentor, her best friend, and finally her lover. Destiny was everything to her. Ambika already knew that she probably would never be someone like Destiny, but she always wanted to stand proudly behind the woman. She was afraid that Destiny was going to toss her aside. Ambika took a deep breath and her hand finally stopped shaking. Diffindo, Ambika said in a determined tone, and a gash appeared on the man's neck. The man grabbed his neck with his remaining hand, trying to close the wound, but his efforts were useless as the man started to choke on his own blood, and moments later, the man died. You did good, Destiny said in a soft tone and used an area-wide stunner to knock out the remaining goons. Destiny wanted to kill them all, but she decided to spare them on a whim, but that didn't mean that Destiny forgave them. She had already casted dire misfortune curse on all of them. As soon as she was done, once again, she snaked her arm around Ambika and pulled her closer. Ambika was still feeling restless and slightly uncomfortable, but she somewhat relaxed when Destiny's arm was wrapped around her waist. For now, Destiny didn't say anything else and silently led Ambika towards the deeper parts of the slave market. The duo finally arrived and entered the end of the slave market, and they could see several naked men and women stuffed inside cages. All of them had collars wrapped around their necks. Destiny knew that those collars weren't just for the show, they were charmed with some sort of magic. As she kept going, she finally found a store where house elves were sold. The duo entered the store and a bell chimed to notify the shopkeeper of the arrival of new customers. A regal-looking middle-aged woman came out from the back of the shop to attend the country. The woman smiled politely at the duo. How may I help you? The woman questioned. I want a house elf, Destiny went straight to the point. The woman nodded her head. Are you looking for any specific gender? The woman questioned, but Destiny simply shrugged. As long as the house elf is healthy, I don't care, Destiny said, and the woman nodded her head in understanding. Weebly, the woman called, and a house elf appeared beside the woman with a soft pop. Ambika's eyes grew wide in shock at the strange creature's appearance. Bring Bibli, the woman ordered, and the house elf popped away. Moments later, the house elf appeared with another house elf in the tow. It was a female house elf, not that it mattered to Destiny. Her name is Bibli. Are you satisfied with the health of the house elf? The woman asked and Destiny simply nodded her head. She is okay. How much do I need to pay for her? Destiny asked curiously. She already knew how to form a bond with a house elf, so she didn't bother to ask the woman. Bibli simply kept staring at Destiny and Ambika with her round eyes which held a slight hint of wariness. And Ambika was still trying to wrap her head around the creature's appearance. 60 galleons, the woman said, and Destiny felt a loud thunderbolt drop on top of her head. 50 galleons, Destiny retorted, and the woman frowned. 55 galleons, and that is the best offer you will get. The house elf is in perfect condition, the woman said, her smile returned to her face. It was easy to deduce that the woman was trained to attend this shop, particularly. Destiny simply closed her eyes and she felt the pain. Destiny quickly paid the money with a heavy heart. This was the most expensive transaction she had done. Bibli, accept the bond, Destiny said as she reached out to Bibli with her magic. The house elf nodded her head and accepted the bond. Follow us, Destiny said, and started to leave the store with Ambika. Thank you for your patronage, the woman said. As Destiny simply walked out of the store with Ambika while being followed by her newly bought house elf. The house elf obediently followed Destiny and Ambika without saying anything as her master was yet to speak anything. Destiny wasn't cruel or dismissive of the creature. She simply wanted to avoid a conversation in this part of the market. They could always talk to their heart's content after they left the market. The duo along with their house elf left the slave market without any issues. The two dead bodies and the knocked out bodies were still lying on the street. All of a sudden, Destiny froze in front of a store. There was a magical banner on top of a shelf. The exact words written were, "Imagine hookah," and a man could be seen creating images from the hookah's smoke, a very eccentric name, but if it could do what was being advertised, then Destiny wanted to get a couple for herself. This would be a nice gift for Gellert, Destiny mused as she entered the store. Ambika was also curious and Bibli simply followed her mistress without saying anything. A middle-aged man was sitting behind the counter. He stood up as soon as Destiny entered the store. Tell me about the Imagine hookah. Destiny went straight to the point without beating around the bush. She was intrigued by the product. The man sputtered for a second as he was about to greet his customers. The man took a deep breath to compose himself. It works just like in the advertisement. You can use the smoke to create a projection of your imagination, vision, or your memories, the man explained. The Imagine hookah was the best-selling product of his shop. I see. What are the differences between a pensieve and this? Destiny asked with a curious glint in her eyes. The man surely wasn't expecting this question. So he had to think for a moment before answering. Firstly, this is a projection device and pensieve is an immersion device. Yes, there are pensieves with the projection function, but they are very costly compared to these. Pensieves can be only used to view memories, the man explained with a smile. He isn't telling me something, Destiny concluded. What is the maximum length of a memory projection? Destiny questioned and the shopkeeper's lips thinned. Depends on the user, the shopkeeper answered vaguely. Aha. That's it. So the memory playback time is lesser than a pensieve, Destiny thought. You keep pensieves? Destiny questioned and the man shook his head. Even though the memory playback time wasn't long, she couldn't deny the fact that the device was insanely useful. Destiny decided to buy 2 of them, one of herself and she will give the other one to Gellert. Destiny was pretty sure that Gellert would love the gift. Destiny immediately started to inspect the various designs. A certain normal-looking brass hookah caught her attention. Destiny was completely fine with an unimpressive design. Image here. Destiny knew that Gellert was kind of obsessed with the Deathly Hallows, so he would probably appreciate something representing death. Destiny's gaze finally landed on a skull hookah. Yes, that would be perfect, Destiny mused as she asked the shopkeeper to bring the brass hookah and the skull hookah. Image here. I want to see if they are working properly or not before I buy them, Destiny said, and the shopkeeper simply shrugged and started to prepare the hookahs. After a few minutes, both hookahs were prepared. Destiny subtly casted detection spells to see if anything was poisoned or not. After getting clean results from the spells, Destiny decided to give it a go. Destiny grabbed the pipe of the brass hookah and took a deep breath to inhale the smoke. After a few moments, Destiny released the smoke, creating the huge projection of the snowy mountains that Destiny and Ambika flew over today. The smoke of the hookah was completely harmless as it didn't have any nicotine or harmful chemicals, and anybody with the right ingredients could create the required mixture in a matter of minutes. Beautiful, Ambika mumbled in an odd tone, and Destiny couldn't stop herself from nodding her head. Destiny grabbed the pipe of the skull hookah and took a deep breath as she filled her lungs with the smoke. After a few moments, Destiny finally removed the pipe from her lips and released the smoke, creating the image of Sakura Blossom. This time Ambika didn't say anything as she simply kept staring at the scenery with stars in her eyes. Destiny released a satisfied smirk and turned towards the shopkeeper, who was also watching the Sakura Blossom. For the second projection, Destiny didn't use a memory, she simply used her imagination. She simply imagined the image of Sakura Blossom and she had the result. This is an actual human skull, right? Destiny questioned and the shopkeeper shrugged. Destiny decided to drop the matter but she was pretty sure that it was a human skull. Ambika was still watching Sakura Blossom and she completely ignored Destiny's question. Pack them, how much for the two of them? Destiny asked. Outwardly she looked completely calm but internally she was sulking. 50 galleons, the shopkeeper said and once again a lightning bolt cracked over Destiny's head. This sucks. Destiny mentally screamed. 40 galleons, Destiny offered and the shopkeeper shook his head. 50 galleons along with 5 galleons worth of ingredients, the shopkeeper said and Destiny reluctantly nodded her head. Once again, she paid the galleons with a bleeding heart. Bibli happily picked up the packages and the trio walked out of the store. Are you okay? Ambika asked worriedly. I spent so much money today. Destiny started to sulk comically and Ambika wanted to giggle but the situation wasn't right. Let's get out of here. I want some cuddles, Destiny said in a sullen tone and turned towards Bibli. You can follow me, right? Destiny asked and the house elf eagerly nodded her head. Moments later, Destiny and Ambika disapparated from the market and appeared in the same spot where they had been this morning. Ambika immediately understood why Destiny brought them here, she quickly took out her trunk so she could get the tent ready. Only after a minute, the two witches and one house elf found themselves inside the tent. Bibli, my name is Destiny Grindelwald and this is my lover Ambika Rajat. Destiny finally introduced herself to the house elf she bought from the slave market. Destiny wasn't worried about getting betrayed since she had created the bond. Before the house elf could say anything, Destiny decided to continue. Now, under no circumstances, you are to reveal any of my secrets to anyone other than Ambika. Just like me, Ambika is also your mistress, you will listen to all of her orders and you will treat her like your mistress, Destiny said in a firm tone and Bibli eagerly nodded her head with a little bit of fear in her eyes. Aren't you being too hard on her? Ambika questioned and Destiny simply shook her head. No, I am simply setting down the ground rules. Bibli, under no circumstances you are to betray me in any manner and you will only listen to my and Ambika's orders. Scrap all the previous orders, commands, and suggestions not given by me. Do you understand? Destiny asked in a serious tone. Once again, Bibli nodded her head with a fearful look on her face. After seeing the display, Destiny nodded her head. I hope you can be a part of my family in the future, Destiny said and the look on her face softened. A gentle smile as she patted Bibli's head. Bibli won't disappoint, Mistress Destiny. Bibli said in a determined tone even though there was a glint of fear in her eyes. Destiny was finally satisfied with the orders but she still cast an alert ward which would immediately alert her of someone's arrival or if it is nullified. Destiny was pretty confident that she covered all the bases but dealing with house elves could be tricky. You see Ambika, the shop lady might have looked pretty gentle and polite but she or the original shop owner could have used Bibli to get our details to capture us. This isn't anything new and being careful never hurt anyone, Destiny said and Ambika finally nodded her head in understanding. Ambika understood where Destiny was coming from and she did have a point. I see, it is almost noon, I should start making food, Ambika said and Destiny grinned and grabbed Ambika's hand. No. I want cuddles, let's take a bath and Bibli can prepare the food for both of us, Destiny almost whined and even though Ambika wanted to cook food for Destiny, she finally relented and gave in to Destiny's demands. Ambika quickly gave Bibli some recipe details and told her to prepare the food. Bibli eagerly nodded her head wanting to prepare food for her new mistresses while Destiny started to drag Ambika towards the bath. Destiny pecked Ambika on her lips and started to caress Ambika's body over her clothes. On it seems you can't keep your hands off me, Ambika said in between her moans and Destiny simply trailing kisses on Ambika's jaw. I could never get enough of you, Destiny said but reluctantly let go of Ambika so the older girl could get out of her robes and join her in the tub. Destiny quickly got out of her clothes and used magic to fill the tub with hot water. Destiny entered the tub and leaned her back on the tub. Ambika quickly stripped out of her clothes and entered from the back. She wanted to lean down on the opposite side but Destiny used her magic to pull Ambika to sit between her legs while Ambika's back was resting on her chest. Ambika slightly blushed as she felt Destiny's breasts on her back. Destiny slowly wrapped her hands around Ambika's waist and released a content sigh. Are you alright? Destiny questioned and Ambika slightly turned her head in confusion. She didn't know what Destiny was talking about. For the first time, you took someone's life today on your own accord. So, are you feeling okay? Destiny noticed the look of confusion on Ambika's face and decided to elaborate. Ambika started to stare towards the water as she fiddled with her fingers. To be honest, I am somewhat uncomfortable but I will be fine, you shouldn't worry. I know what would have happened to us if you were weak. Ambika said in a low tone and Destiny gently placed a kiss on Ambika's nape. I am glad that you understand. I love you, Destiny said as her arms around Ambika's waist tightened and she pulled Ambika even closer to her. I love you too, Destiny. Ambika said softly as she relaxed in Destiny's embrace. Line break. March, 1922, Calcutta-Bombay train. I am so sore. Destiny moaned with a grim look on her face as she rubbed her shoulders. Yeah. My whole body is aching, Ambika grumbled as she rolled her shoulders. Destiny simply nodded her head. I always wanted to travel on a train. I am not impressed, Destiny grumbled as she got up from her cushioned seat. Thankfully I decided to travel in the luxury class. I even shudder to think what would have happened if I had decided to travel in the commoner class. Destiny shuddered as she paced around the small room. Since Destiny and Ambika were traveling in the luxury class, both of them had a small room of their own. Destiny had used the money they got after selling Ambika's jewelry to buy the tickets. It was a lot of money, and that is why Destiny had decided against converting the Muggle money in galleons. Muggle money was definitely useful in their travels. Bibli was also traveling with them. Destiny had charmed Bibli's clothes with Muggle-repelling charm. If you give your house elf a cloth, then you would break the bond with your house elf, but Destiny has found a way around that. Destiny wasn't okay with Bibli wearing rags. If Bibli got the clothes on her own, then it wouldn't break the bond, so that is what Destiny used, and Ambika was the one to hand over clothes to Bibli. Even though Destiny had ordered Bibli to treat Ambika as her mistress, ultimately, there wasn't a bond between Ambika and Bibli, so there was no risk of breaking any bonds. You know, when I was young, I sometimes wondered about trains. I have only heard about trains, but I never got a chance to see them until now, Ambika said with a melancholic smile on her face. Now, I really want to see and ride the magical train in Britain, Ambika said with a dazed look on her face. Destiny giggled in amusement. It won't be anything out of the world. Ultimately, it is a normal Muggle train, Destiny said, and Ambika simply scoffed. You can't say for sure, you haven't seen it yet, Ambika defended, and Destiny started to snicker. Sure, whatever you say, my love, Destiny said with a grin and plopped down on Ambika's lap. Destiny slowly wrapped her hands around Ambika's neck as she stared into the older girl's eyes. What are you reading? Destiny questioned curiously. Destiny knew the book's name as it was a book from her own collection, but she didn't know what part Ambika was reading. Did you know that the students of Wagadu only use wandless magic? Ambika answered Destiny with her own question, and Destiny simply snorted. That's simply an advertisement. I agree that the students from Wagadu mostly use wandless magic. They say that a magical focus is unnecessary while mocking the rest of the magical schools, but that is not the complete truth, Destiny said and tucked a strand of snow-white hair behind Ambika's ear. They also use various types of magical foci but can cast most of the spells wandlessly. I can do that too. Anyone can achieve that with enough hard work and practice. No matter what they say, there are some spells which couldn't be cast with a magical focus. For example, the Patronus Charm, then you have the Unforgivables, Fiend Fire, etc. There are a lot of spells like that, Destiny said with a shrug, and Ambika simply nodded her head in understanding. It is better if you learn spells using a magical focus, that way, you will understand the mechanics of a spell. After that, you could always achieve the same effect without a magical focus because you already know what is going to happen and how, Destiny explained with a small smile on her face. So, what do I need to do to learn intent-based magic? Ambika questioned. She was completely entranced by Destiny's words. Nothing much, you need to master nonverbal casting. I have been using nonverbal casting since I started learning magic, so I had a huge head start, Destiny said with a teasing grin and placed her lips on Ambika's. The white-haired girl simply melted into the kiss and happily returned the kiss. Don't worry, babe, I will teach you everything I know. How are you progressing in potions? That is your favorite subject after all, Destiny said as she caressed Ambika's cheek lovingly. I haven't made any groundbreaking progress, but it is coming along better than I had expected, Ambika said with a proud smile on her face. Destiny slowly climbed down Ambika's lap. Good, Destiny said with a stiff nod of her head. When are we leaving India? All of a sudden Ambika asked. Her voice was filled with an undertone of excitement. Destiny cocked her sideways. In a month. We will catch a ferry from the port of Bombay and we will be heading towards Spain, Destiny said while looking outside the window. Ambika's eyes grew slightly wide in surprise. Aren't we going to visit Gellert? Ambika asked as she knew that Destiny missed the men and she was planning to visit Bulgaria. I plan to. I will ask him to visit Spain, Destiny said with a curt nod of her head. Ambika could only nod her head after hearing Destiny's words. Then I will travel back to Bulgaria with him. I plan to participate in a raid, Destiny said as she stared at the hilt of Neptune. Then I will also participate, Ambika proclaimed, but Destiny simply smiled softly. You don't need to force yourself, Ambika. It is something I want to do. I want to show how much I have progressed since we have parted, Destiny said with a grin, but Ambika still had a determined look on her face. But I will still participate, Ambika said, and Destiny didn't try to dissuade the older girl for the second time. If Ambika wanted to participate in a raid, then she won't stop Ambika from participating. Fine, but how long till we get off this death trap? Destiny questioned curiously and Ambika snickered after hearing Destiny's words. Ambika cast a tempest. You have to be patient, my dear, we are already 6 hours behind the schedule, Ambika said and started to snicker. Destiny's face soured and she started to curse like a sailor after hearing Ambika's answer. Ambika kept snickering in amusement as she shook her head. Ambika was also sore, but she was used to this sort of soreness. She had been working hard in the orphanage since she was a small child. Well, whatever. I am going to avoid trains for a couple of months, Destiny grumbled with a sour look on her face. Mistress Destiny, Mistress Ambika, the food is ready, Bibli chirped in an excited tone. At least the food is good, Destiny sighed with a grateful look on her face and Ambika immediately agreed with the younger girl. I also need to practice my blood magic after lunch, Destiny mused in excitement. Line break. June, 1922, Bulgaria. Gellert Grindelwald was standing in front of a window while staring down at people down at the streets. A glint of pity could be seen shimmering in his eyes. He pitied all of them. All of them going on with their lives, completely ignorant of the threat looming over their world. Maybe it is good that they are ignorant, Gellert mused as he kept fiddling with the wand of destiny. Gellert wanted to avoid meaningless deaths, but he would kill anyone who dared to interfere. Gellert was brought out of his musings when someone knocked on his door. Enter. Gellert already knew who it was. Moments later, the door clicked open and Annabelle Ismail entered the room with a stuffed toy clutched in her hands. Good morning, Gellert, the woman cheerfully greeted Gellert. A soft smile appeared on Gellert's face. Good morning to you too. Are you ready? Gellert asked and the woman eagerly nodded her head like a little girl. Let's go. Let's go. The woman cheered with a goofy grin on her face and Gellert simply nodded her head. It has been a few months since Annabelle had been staying with Gellert. Annabelle had become intensely loyal to Gellert and she would literally curse anyone if they dared to badmouth or insult the men. Kaloyan Ismail was mainly responsible for this development as he married another woman so that he could continue his progeny. The Georgieva family wasn't happy with this development, in fact, they were downright furious, but there wasn't anything they could do as what Kaloyan Ismail did was completely legal. Annabelle Ismail was no longer fit to produce an heir and Kaloyan Ismail used the clause to marry another woman even after their marriage contract didn't allow polygamy. Obviously, Annabelle was livid as soon as she found out and attacked Kaloyan Ismail and his new wife. Both of them were able to barely escape with their lives. Kaloyan Ismail's new wife forced the men to press charges on Annabelle Ismail. This further soured the relationship between the Georgieva family and the Ismail family. Kaloyan Ismail also broke his contact with Gellert Grindelwald. Obviously, Gellert wasn't happy with this development, but he wouldn't pursue the men or his family, but that didn't mean he would stop his most loyal follower from enacting vengeance when the time was right. Destiny would have been the most loyal, but she wasn't his follower. After that whole fiasco, Annabelle Ismail had nowhere to go. The Georgieva were ready to welcome the woman back even though internally they were very unhappy with the woman. Due to Annabelle, the name of their family was shamed, but she was still someone from their family, so were ready to open their home for her and welcome her. Even though Annabelle had gone off the deep end, her head could still function perfectly. It only took her a few moments to deduce what her family was actually thinking, so she decided to reject their offer. She finally arrived at Gellert's doorstep and the men happily welcomed her. Gellert knew that the woman was certifiably insane, but he wasn't worried about that. Let me prepare the portkey, Gellert said and picked up a small chalice from his table. Only after a few seconds was he done. Gellert extended his hand towards the woman. The woman giddily accepted Gellert's hand and after only a second, both of them were whisked away as Gellert activated the portkey. Line break. It has been a week since Gellert and Annabelle had arrived in Spain. Since Annabelle was a polite and well-educated woman, she only decided to kill a couple of muggles painlessly to acquire their house. Annabelle was about to kill their child too, but Gellert stopped her. Since it was Gellert, Annabelle didn't argue and agreed with Gellert's decision in an instant. They sent away the child after modifying the child's memories. After that, Gellert had resumed the woman's training. Gellert had been training the woman since she had started living with him. Even now, Gellert was training Annabelle, but he stopped when a blue astral tiger entered the room. Both Gellert and Annabelle were awed by the brilliant-looking feline. The tigress was massive and there was a lining of blue fur on the tigress's legs and back. The tiger looked pretty imposing. Image here. I am waiting for you at the port, a feminine voice was heard from the blue astral tigress. The voice was extremely familiar to Gellert and he immediately recognized the voice. Subconsciously, a smile appeared on Gellert's face after he heard the voice, and moments later, the corporeal Patronus dispersed into thin air. Even though it didn't seem like it, Gellert has been really worried about Destiny, especially after hearing that she killed 7 Aurors. Gellert Grindelwald immediately wanted to head towards India to get Destiny out of the country, but ultimately he decided against that. Destiny needed to travel and learn on her own, he couldn't keep coddling her. Annabelle, we are leaving. Gellert said in a slightly excited tone, and Annabelle seemed to cheer after hearing Gellert's words. Destiny. Destiny. The unhinged woman started to happily sing Destiny's name. Gellert chuckled in amusement. Moments later, both of them disapparated from the house with soft cracks. Both of them knew where the port was, so they didn't need to sidelong apparate. Gellert and Annabelle appeared inside an empty alley. Gellert activated the muggle-repelling charm on his pendant and walked out of the alley, followed by Annabelle. Annabelle was sticking quite close to Gellert due to the muggle-repelling charm. Gellert had no idea how Destiny had charmed his pendant, and he knew charming something like this was pretty dangerous, so he decided not to experiment. Gellert and Annabelle finally entered the port, and both of them started to look around. After only a couple of seconds, Gellert's gaze landed on a bright crimson-haired girl standing alongside a white-haired girl. A smile appeared on Gellert's face as she started to approach the girl. Annabelle noticed that as she immediately decided to follow Gellert. Line break. I like the air. Destiny took a deep breath as their ship docked in the port. Unfortunately, Ambika didn't find any difference in the air, so she simply shrugged. Though she was really grateful that they finally arrived on land. Ambika didn't hate the sea or the trip, but at the same time, she also didn't like it. She found that she was more comfortable if her feet were on the land. At least, it was a lot better than portkey or apparition, Ambika mused. Destiny quickly cast a revealing charm to see if anyone from the magical world was lurking around or not. She had learned from her mistake. A smile appeared on Destiny's face as the result came back negative. There was no one from the magical world lurking around. With a small twitch of Neptune, Destiny cast a Patronus charm to summon Gellert. The blue astral tigress leapt into the air. A few muggles around Destiny noticed the corporeal Patronus, but all of them simply waved it off, thinking that the heat must be getting to their heads. I really want to learn corporeal Patronus, Ambika gushed out in an excited tone, and Destiny simply grinned. I have already taught you. Destiny said with a teasing grin on her face, and Ambika simply gave her a stink eye. Excuse me if my magical core isn't strong like yours, Ambika said in an annoyed tone, but Destiny simply started to snicker after hearing Ambika's words. You are excused. Destiny stopped snickering and said with a straight face. Ambika simply rolled her eyes. You are incorrigible. Ambika huffed, but Destiny wrapped her arm around Ambika's waist and pulled her closer. But you still love me, Destiny said with a smug grin on her face and gently placed her lips on Ambika's. The white-haired girl enthusiastically returned the kiss. Both of them finally separated after a few minutes had passed. That I do, Ambika said softly as both of them decided to climb down the ship. Destiny quickly found a good spot to wait. The spot was easily visible from all the entrances, so Gellert could easily notice her. After 15 minutes of waiting, Destiny finally felt someone approaching her. Her eyes scanned the crowd of muggles, and it landed on a tall, pale-skinned blonde man with heterochromatic eyes. Destiny beamed as a bright smile appeared on her face. Destiny noticed a black-haired woman following Gellert but wasn't bothered by it. Gellert finally arrived in front of Destiny. Destiny immediately wrapped her hands around the man and pulled him into a hug. Gellert happily returned the hug with a smile on his face. You have grown up, Gellert said with a grin when the two of them finally separated. As expected, you look slightly older, Destiny said with a cheeky grin on her face. Gellert started to chuckle after hearing her words. Hello. I am Annabelle. Nice to finally meet you. Annabelle skipped beside Gellert and introduced herself. She looked like a small child on her sugar rush. Her eyes were sparkling with excitement. Destiny knew about Annabelle. Gellert had told her most of the things, and Destiny felt really bad for the woman. Hello, it is nice to meet you too. You can call me Destiny, Destiny said politely, and the unhinged woman immediately pulled Destiny into a tight hug while squealing in joy. Destiny hugged the woman with a smile on her face. After a minute, Annabelle finally allowed Destiny to leave her embrace. While this was going on, Ambika was patiently waiting with a calm look on her face, but internally she was a nervous wreck. Will you play with me? Annabelle asked with an innocent look on her face. Of course, I will. But before anything else, let me introduce both of you to my lover Ambika Rajat. Destiny introduced Ambika with a proud look on her face. Ambika was completely taken aback by Destiny's boldness. She never expected Destiny to reveal it just like that. Ambika was completely gobsmacked, but she lit up like a Christmas tree when she felt Gellert's and Annabelle's gaze inspecting her. For a moment, Gellert was taken aback by the statement. He wasn't angry or anything, he was simply surprised. Destiny had never mentioned this in her letters, so he was taken by surprise. Of course, he didn't care that Destiny loved a girl. After all, he had also fallen in love with a man. Regardless of his own history, he would have still allowed Destiny to love whoever she wanted to. As for Annabelle, she didn't know what to think about that. She wasn't against the idea, and even though she was from a pure-blood family. She knew her family was shit. They were heartbroken after the death of her son, but after the bastard of her husband married another woman, they scorned her for disgracing the name of their family. In other words, the name of the family was much more important than the happiness of your own child. Even though Annabelle wasn't sane any longer, she could easily deduce these simple things. After all, she was a brilliant woman before she was married off to Kaloyan Ismail, but she had no way to show her brilliance as a housewife. Now that she was free from all those shirty customs and her sanity, she was kind of rediscovering herself. Ah, so cute. You must tell me about your travels. Annabelle exclaimed giddily. This is the first time I am out of Bulgaria. Annabelle sulked sadly as she clutched the stuffed toy in her hands tightly. It is nice to meet you, Ms. Rajat. I would like to hear more about you, but this isn't the right place to chat. Why don't we head back to our temporary residence? Gellert offered as he grabbed the hand of Ambika, surprising the white-haired girl, and he softly placed a kiss on the back of her hand. Yes. Yes. All these filthy muggles are making me nauseous. Annabelle said and started to malevolently glare at the muggles who didn't even notice the four of them. Gellert extended his hand towards Destiny while Annabelle did the same to Ambika. Destiny and Ambika grabbed the offered limbs, and the next moment, all four of them disapparated with a small crack. The four of them appeared inside a big house with a soft crack. Destiny looked around, but she quickly lost her interest as it wasn't anything special, while Ambika kept looking around with an odd look in her eyes. She had never seen such sturdy wooden houses. Have the two of you eaten anything? Gellert questioned, but Destiny didn't answer him and pulled out her trunk. With a swift wave of her hand, she enlarged her trunk and popped the hood of her trunk. Destiny shoved her head inside the trunk. Bibli, prepare lunch for 4 people. Destiny exclaimed loudly. Of course, mistress. A chirpy voice answered Destiny. The crimson-haired girl pulled out her head with a pleased look on her face. She noticed that she was getting questioning looks from Gellert and Annabelle, who was curiously watching the trunk. This is a trunk I have charmed all on my own. I was able to build an entire house inside the trunk. I will show you later, Destiny explained with a grin, and Gellert nodded his head with a proud look on his face. Annabelle heard the explanation and squealed like a small girl. After getting on the ferry, Destiny found that she was quite bored as she couldn't practice magic on the muggles or they would notice the disappearances. So, she decided to experiment with something else, and it took her almost a month to perfectly create the house inside the trunk. The process took a lot of time as Destiny was extremely careful throughout the project. She didn't want the house collapsing on itself while anyone was inside due to some negligent spell work. After about a month, she was quite pleased with the finished product. She was also pretty sure that nothing like this was on the market. I have a house elf from Nepal, don't need to worry about food. She will be pretty happy to cook for the 4 of us, Destiny explained. Ah. Looks like I also need to get myself a house elf, Gellert said, and Annabelle cocked her head with a giddy look on her face. Gellert, do you have blank language potions? I need to learn German, Bulgarian, Spanish and any other languages you have learned, Destiny said, and Gellert gave a stiff nod, and with a wave of his wand, he summoned his trunk. After a minute, Gellert handed her a vial. Destiny accepted the vial and gulped down the contents without a second thought. Memories related to the Bulgarian language started to appear in Destiny's mind. Destiny felt a sting of pain inside her head as the memories kept appearing, but she didn't even flinch. After another minute, Destiny finally finished sorting all of the new memories inside her head. Destiny cracked her neck and a smile appeared on her face. Ah. I miss this feeling. I will learn the rest tomorrow, Destiny said in fluent Bulgarian. While this was going on, Ambika silently stood at the side as she didn't know what to do. She was still kind of nervous. So Destiny, why don't you show me what you have learned in the past year while I was gone before we sat down for lunch? Gellert questioned, and a smug grin appeared on Destiny's face. All right, then allow me to show you something that no one has achieved yet, Destiny proclaimed with a proud look on her face as she backed away. She was back to using English, so even Ambika understood what Destiny was going to do. Gellert raised his brows as his gaze was fixed on Destiny. He really wanted to see what Destiny has achieved, and he didn't miss what Destiny had said. According to the crimson-haired girl, no one has achieved this yet. It was a bold proclamation. Annabelle was silently cheering for Destiny with an innocent look on her face. Destiny slowly started to rise in the air, and both Gellert and Annabelle gaped at the young Grindelwald as she rose up in the air without any support. Behold, unsupported flight. Destiny declared with a proud grin on her face. Equals 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 7,300 words in this chapter. Edited by Abigail Pancakes. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 11, The Raid. Destiny slowly started to rise in the air, and both Gellert and Annabelle gaped at the young Grindelwald as she rose up in the air without any support. Behold, unsupported flight. Destiny declared with a proud grin on her face. For a whole minute, Gellert simply kept gaping at Destiny while Annabelle seemed to be shaking. I guess she is excited, Destiny wondered as she noticed the excitement in Annabelle's eyes. That meant that Annabelle was shaking in excitement. On the other hand, Ambika was gobsmacked after watching Gellert's and Annabelle's reactions. This wasn't the first time she had seen Destiny flying, and at the same time she was just learning about the magical world, so the white-haired girl simply didn't know the impact of Destiny's achievement. How? Gellert gasped. It took him a whole minute to get past the initial shock. Destiny was satisfied with their reactions. This was the reaction she expected from Ambika, but unfortunately for Destiny, Ambika found it completely natural. The white-haired girl held Destiny in high regard, and according to her, Destiny could do anything she wanted. To be honest, it wasn't that hard. I simply had to research a lot. The wizarding world lacked knowledge regarding a lot of stuff, probably that is why nobody had achieved unsupported flight until now, Destiny said with a thoughtful look on her face. Annabelle squealed in like a child. Teach me. Teach me. Can you teach me how to fly? I always wanted to fly in the sky like a fairy. Annabelle started to beg while making puppy dog eyes. Destiny's smile flickered after hearing Annabelle's request. That is the problem. I don't have a spell for this. This is purely intent-based magic. I could show you the ropes, but if you aren't good with intent-based magic then I can't help you, Destiny said in an apologetic tone. Annabelle's face fell after hearing Destiny's words. You don't need to worry, I am also not good with intent-based magic like Destiny. Maybe we could develop a spell together, Gellert comforted the deranged woman. Yeah, Gellert is right. I haven't given much time in spell creation, as if I needed something then I could just use intent-based magic, but Gellert is way better than me at spell creation, Destiny said, and she finally descended to the floor. That seemed to brighten up the oldest witch in the room. A huge smile appeared on the woman's face as she started to grin like a loon. Ambika also perked up after she heard that Gellert and Destiny were going to develop a spell for unsupported flight. She also wanted to fly in the sky. So, what now? Destiny asked, and Gellert slowly raised his hand. Let's see how good you have become. Gellert said in a firm tone. Destiny nodded her head with a confident smile plastered on her face. Annabelle, Ms. Rajat, would you two mind moving back? Gellert requested, and Annabelle immediately skipped away towards the wall. Ambika gave a reluctant nod and looked towards Destiny. Good luck, Ambika said as she also walked away, and she finally arrived beside Annabelle. Ambika knew Destiny was strong, but that didn't mean that she wasn't worried. It was completely natural to be worried. Destiny looked towards Ambika and gave her a wink before making some distance between herself and Gellert. Gellert also took a few steps back to make some distance. Are you ready? Destiny questioned in a firm tone, and Gellert decided to attack her rather than answer her question. Bright flashes started to sail through the room as Destiny and Gellert dished it out. Right now, both of them seemed to be on equal footing as both of them were attacking each other with various sorts of spells, but both of them simply kept batting away those spells without any effort. Some spells were lethal while most were not. Ambika kept watching the whole exchange in complete awe. This was simply mind-blowing. Annabelle couldn't hold herself back any longer and she started to clap cheerfully. Annabelle wanted to join them too, but she didn't want to interfere, not that she could, so she simply settled at cheering the two. Gellert finally decided to increase his pace. Gellert started to attack while waving his wand, and spells became much faster and stronger. Destiny didn't even flinch and returned the attacks with the same fervor. Gellert was quite impressed with Destiny's improvement. So, Gellert finally decided to stop holding back. He started to walk towards Destiny. The crimson-haired girl frowned as she was forced to take back a step. Destiny knew that Gellert had stopped holding back, and currently, he was attacking her with everything. Well, not everything, as most of the spells weren't lethal and the lethal spells being used could be easily recognized. Lightning started to crackle around Destiny as she attacked Gellert with several lightning bolts. Gellert jumped back as he had to create multiple shields to defend himself. The lightning bolts shattered multiple shields, but they weren't able to destroy all of them before dispersing. At the same time, several ice spears started to form around Destiny. With a wave of her free hand, Destiny hurled the ice spears towards Gellert. Gellert scowled after watching the approaching attack, but internally he swelled in pride. Protego horribilis, Gellert said, and a massive shield formed in front of him. The ice spears collided against the shield, but all of them shattered after colliding against the shield. Destiny sneered and attacked Gellert with shield breakers. Gellert waved his hand in an intricate pattern and various types of explosion spells sailed towards Destiny through the air. Destiny raised her hand, cast Protego Duo wandlessly to defend herself from the incoming spells. Protego Duo was a type of shield charm one could use to protect themselves from magical attacks and physical impacts. Destiny decided to use this spell as the spells Gellert had used would explode after colliding with the shield, creating multiple physical impacts. Gellert's spells collided against Destiny's shield and all of them exploded, creating multiple shockwaves. The whole house shuddered due to the impacts, but Destiny wasn't affected as the shield also protected her from the shockwaves created by those explosions. Gellert conjured multiple flame whips and attacked Destiny. Destiny saw the attack and with a wave of her hand, she created a wall of water. The flame whips impacted against the wall of water, creating a lot of steam. Gellert waved his hand to clear the steam, but as soon as the steam dispersed, he had to dive towards the ground. Once again, Destiny had used lightning bolts to attack Gellert, but the attack wasn't concentrated at a single point because Destiny couldn't see where Gellert was. Gellert resumed attacking Destiny with a plethora of spells as he slowly got up from the floor. Destiny cursed inside her mind as she missed a good chance to subdue Gellert. Even with the elemental magic, Destiny couldn't get an upper hand in the fight. Gellert was simply too good, and the Wand of Destiny obviously helped. Gellert also didn't look happy, but internally Gellert was swelling with pride. Gellert had a crystallized magical core whereas Destiny only had a solid magical core. The difference between them should have been immense, especially with the Wand of Destiny in Gellert's possession, but that wasn't the case. Destiny was bridging the gap using elemental magic, and Destiny also had a much larger magical core than Gellert, so she wasn't worried about running out of magic. Gellert couldn't be more proud of Destiny, but that didn't mean that he would accept defeat. Then there was another fact that neither of them were using obscure forms of magic to attack each other. Gellert was pretty sure that Destiny's blood magic was way better than her elemental magic, and it was true. Destiny wasn't using blood magic because it was extremely lethal and one hit was more than enough to kill Gellert. Gellert conjured a firestorm and attacked Destiny. Destiny answered with her own attack, but instead of fire, she used water. The firestorm and the water storm collided, creating a huge explosion. Annabelle grabbed Ambika and pulled her white-haired girl in her embrace. Protego horribilis! Annabelle exclaimed, creating a shield to protect herself and Ambika. The whole house stopped shaking as the explosion finally subsided. Nothing was visible for a few seconds, but slowly the room started to clear up. Both Destiny and Gellert were still standing. Destiny was pointing the hilt of Neptune towards Gellert while Gellert was pointing the tip of his wand towards Destiny. Both of them looked slightly winded, but it was clear that both of them were ready to go again, and that is what happened. Both Destiny and Gellert resumed attacking each other. Destiny was using elemental magic while Gellert was using a plethora of spells to defend and attack Destiny at the same time, neither of them giving each other any quarter. Annabelle dispersed the shield she had erected robotically as she kept watching the watch in complete awe. If anybody would have told her that a 14-year-old girl could toe-to-toe against Gellert, then she would have crucioed the poor bastard, but after watching this, she had to grudgingly accept defeat in front of 14-year-old. Annabelle had lost her sanity, but she could still deduce what was what. In fact, her insanity made her even better than before. Ambika was also having similar feelings. Destiny always said that Gellert was stronger than her, and even though both of them seemed to be on equal footing, right now, Ambika knew that Destiny could only match Gellert because of her mastery over intent-based magic. In front of Gellert and Destiny, Ambika found herself to be insignificant. She clenched her fists tightly. She always knew that Destiny was on a completely different level, but she never expected this. As she was right now, she couldn't even dream of going against someone like Gellert for more than 5 seconds. While Annabelle and Ambika were going through character development, Gellert and Destiny were getting more serious. Gellert attacked Destiny with a blue-colored beam and Destiny met his attack with a similar colored beam. Sparks flew out from their attacks. The room was already somewhat roughed up due to the previous explosion, but now cracks started to form around the house due to the raw magical pressure. Slowly Gellert started to push back Destiny, the Wand of Destiny working its magic. Destiny gritted her teeth as she attacked Gellert wandlessly to divert his mind, but Gellert was already expecting something like that, so he simply answered Destiny's attack with his own wandless magic. Destiny couldn't dodge the beam, as doing that would put her at a huge disadvantage, and using a shield charm would also have similar results. She needed to push back. Destiny started to give it her all, but it wasn't any use. Gellert kept gaining more and more ground. Gellert took a step towards Destiny and Destiny had to take a step back to adjust the gap. Gellert grinned and released a massive surge of magical energy. Gellert's beams increased several folds and Destiny was pushed back with a lot of force. Destiny collided against the wall and she gasped in pain as the wind was knocked out of her lungs. Before Destiny could even gather her bearings, a red beam hit her right on the chest, and that was the last thing she saw before her world turned completely black. Gellert wasn't much better. As soon as he knocked out Destiny, he dropped to one of his knees and he started to breathe heavily. His face was filled with sweat. This was the hardest fight he ever had and Destiny wasn't even 15. Gellert slowly sat down on the floor as he felt really exhausted. He couldn't believe that Destiny had pushed him so hard. Only a second later and he would have been the one lying on the floor defeated. He couldn't allow the fight to continue any longer, that is why he gave it his all at the end. Anyways, he was really proud of Destiny. For a few seconds, Ambika kept gaping, but she finally gathered her bearings and rushed towards Destiny to see if she was alright or not. She noticed that Gellert had keeled over due to magical exhaustion. It meant the fight could have gone either way. Annabelle also rushed towards Gellert to check if he was alright or not. Gellert. Gellert. What should I do? You don't look good, Annabelle said frantically while shaking her head. Gellert simply smiled. Can you take me to my room? I want to sleep, Gellert said, and Annabelle nodded her head like a little girl and levitated the men from the ground. Gellert turned towards Destiny and found that Ambika had already pulled Destiny's head over her lap. You simply need to revive her. I had just knocked her out, Gellert said and fell asleep. Ambika nodded her head with a grateful look on her face. Renovate, Ambika said while pointing her wand at Destiny. Destiny gasped for air as her eyes snapped open. Destiny groaned as the memories flashed inside her mind. She had lost, again. How are you feeling? Ambika asked as she gently caressed Destiny's cheek. I feel like I have been stomped by a hippogriff, Destiny grumbled as she snuggled into Ambika's lap. Where is Gellert? Destiny questioned and Ambika shook her head. Annabelle took him to his room. He passed out due to magical exhaustion after defeating you, Ambika said, and Destiny clenched her fists in frustration. It meant that she was this close to defeating him. A loss was still a loss, Northwest matter how close she came to victory. It will be different when I fight him the next time, Destiny thought with a determined glint in her eyes. Ambika leaned down and placed a kiss on Destiny's forehead. You know, this isn't a place to relax, we should be getting up, Ambika said, and Destiny started to pout. But I don't want to, Destiny whined like a child, and Ambika simply giggled. Destiny, I mean it. You need to get up and you will be sore, Ambika said in a firm tone, and Destiny started to get up while grumbling how unfun Ambika was being right now. You can have all the fun in the bed, Ambika whispered in a low tone, and Destiny answered her with a possessive kiss on her lips. Then I will be looking forward to it. I feel heartbroken since I lost, you must take care of me, Destiny said in a teasing tone, and Ambika simply nodded her head. We will see, Ambika said cryptically, and Destiny finally stood up. She felt her back was aching, but she was sure it wasn't anything a relief salve and a pain-relieving potion won't solve. Destiny and Ambika found the living room, and Destiny practically fell into a cushioned chair as she leaned back to make herself comfortable. Only after a few seconds, Annabelle entered the living room, while skipping. She had a cheerful glint in her eyes. She plopped down on Ambika's opposite side. So, what are we doing? Annabelle asked excitedly as she started to rock her chair. I don't know, most of the time I read books and learn magic, Ambika said with an apologetic smile on her face. Oh pooh. So boring. Oh. I know. Let's play gobstones. Annabelle exclaimed in an excited tone as she cheered and started to clap. Sorry. I don't know what that is. Ambika looked somewhat embarrassed and apologetic right now. Annabelle gasped in horror after hearing Ambika's words. No. We can't have that. Let me teach you, Annabelle gushed out with an excited look on her face. You two have fun. I am spent, I should probably take a nap, Destiny said as she closed her eyes. Ambika slowly turned towards Annabelle, who was still looking at her with an expectant look in her eyes. Ultimately, Ambika gave in to the unhinged woman's demands. Line break. Destiny gulped down the German language potion and she grimaced as a sting of pain assaulted her brain. She quickly sorted through the memories. Yesterday was pretty much a blur as she slept like a log for most of the day until it was time for lunch. After that, Annabelle led Destiny and Ambika to a room. At first, she wanted to give them separate rooms as they had more than enough rooms for everyone, but after reminding Annabelle that the two of them were lovers, the oldest woman among the trio giggled and ran away like a schoolgirl. Destiny laid down on the bed after stripping out of her clothes, and Ambika rubbed the salve on Destiny's back. After that, once again Destiny fell asleep and she only woke up a couple of hours before the dinner. Gellert only came down just before the dinner and he looked really tired. Destiny started to tell stories of her travels to Gellert and Destiny throughout the dinner. Annabelle was especially interested in hearing the stories of Destiny's travels. No one could blame, as the woman had seen nothing outside of Bulgaria until now. After dinner, Destiny and Ambika went straight to bed. Gellert had come to know a lot of things about Ambika from Destiny's stories, and he was completely fine with Destiny's and Ambika's relationship. Destiny and Ambika finally fell asleep after making love a couple of times, but didn't forget to cast silencing charms on the walls, so, the next day also started pretty slow as they had nothing to do. Destiny asked for the German language potion after they were done with their breakfast. After getting the vial, Destiny beelined towards her room, so that she could access her trunk after hearing German. As soon as Destiny finished assimilating the memories, she popped the hood of her trunk and she entered her trunk. Destiny quickly grabbed the skull hookah as she wanted to write a message on it before gifting it to Gellert. Destiny pulled out her kitty wand. Destiny slowly inscribed the words, "Für das große Wohl," in German, which translated to, "for the greater good," along with a Deathly Hallows symbol on the front of the skull hookah. Destiny was pretty sure that Gellert was going to love this gift. Destiny grinned as she was satisfied with her work, and she quickly wrapped the skull hookah into a package. Slowly Destiny made her way out of the trunk with a not-so-special-looking box in her hand. Destiny made her way to the training room. Everyone was already there. "Gellert, I have something for you," Destiny said as she levitated the box towards Gellert. The man raised his brows in curiosity as he summoned the box into his hands. "A gift? For me?" Gellert questioned in an amused tone, and Destiny nodded her head with a proud look on her face. "Oh. A gift. A gift. So nice, Annabelle cheered loudly while clapping her hands. Ambika already knew what was inside the package, but she was still interested to see how Gellert was going to react after receiving the gift. Why don't you open and see what's inside? Destiny offered, and Gellert immediately nodded his head with a grin as he gently tore the wrapping paper, revealing a hookah, a skull hookah to be exact. Gellert's eyes caught the inscription written on the front of the skull hookah, and he couldn't stop himself from smiling. For the greater good, Gellert mused with an amused smile on his face. A skull? Annabelle asked as she tilted her head in confusion. It is not just a skull, it is much more than that. Gellert, why don't you take a drag while thinking about some vision and release the smoke? Destiny asked, and Gellert's eyes shined in excitement. This was something really good. After hearing Destiny's words, he already had a pretty good idea about what the hookah could do. Gellert grabbed the pipe and took a deep breath as he released the smoke after a few moments. The smoke created a projector of yesterday's battle along with the sounds. Annabelle started to cheer while clapping. This was the best gift Gellert could have ever asked for. After a couple of minutes, the projection finally dispersed into thin air. I will give you the recipe for the mixture during lunch. It is pretty easy to make if you have the right ingredients in your hands, Destiny explained, and Gellert nodded his head. His eyes were still filled with some awe as he stared at the skull hookah in his hands. Annabelle, I will be back after keeping this in a good place. Destiny, why don't you show her some spells? Gellert said, and Destiny nodded her head. Sure. I can show her a couple of things, Destiny said with a confident smile on her face as she turned towards Annabelle and Ambika. Moments later, Gellert was gone with a soft crack. So, what are we going to learn today? Annabelle questioned excitedly. She had seen yesterday's fight, and it was pretty clear that Destiny was probably Gellert's equal, so she was pretty excited to learn from Destiny. Annabelle wasn't bothered by Destiny's age. Even though Destiny was decades younger than her, Destiny had proved that she was strong and she could go toe-to-toe against someone like Gellert Grindelwald. The Auror and Hit Wizard force of Bulgaria were afraid to pick a fight against that man, and that explained a lot of things. Let's see. How about I show the two of you how to use transfiguration and conjuration in a battle? Destiny asked, and both Annabelle and Ambika nodded their heads without missing a beat. Line break. This is a good place, Destiny said with a satisfied look on her face. It was just an abandoned country house before I decided to fix and renovate this, Gellert said proudly. The whole group finally arrived in Bulgaria via Portkey after spending 2 days in Spain. Destiny wanted to spend more time, but she could always go back with Ambika after leaving Bulgaria. She wasn't planning to stay in Bulgaria for long in the first place. I love the garden and the swing, Annabelle gushed out cheerfully and skipped outside the house to play. I feel really bad for her, Ambika muttered in a low tone. This is the reality of this world. Every year thousands of women lose their children due to the cruelty of Muggles. Most of them don't get justice, as there are always some people who are trying to protect Muggles instead of the magical population. Some lucky women are able to overcome their grief after a long time, but most of them simply lose their grip on their sanity. Gellert said in an emotionless tone, but his eyes were brimming with unshed tears. That is what we are trying to change, that is what we are fighting for, Destiny said in a determined tone, and Gellert nodded his head with a satisfied smile on his face. Destiny, tonight, I want you to use disguise during the raid, Gellert said, and Destiny tilted her head in confusion. Why? Destiny questioned as she narrowed her eyes. You see, a lot of wizards and witches are supporting our cause, but most of their loyalties are fickle. They would betray me if it means saving their own arses. There might be some undercover agents too. I don't want them targeting you, Gellert said, and Destiny simply huffed while glaring at Gellert. I can take care of myself. Destiny argued back, and Gellert shook his head and placed his hand over her shoulder. I know, you are a strong witch, and I don't doubt that you could take care of yourself, but for a moment, let's consider that both of us reveal ourselves. What do you think would happen? From what you have told me, you are already wanted by the Indian Ministry of Magic. So, if you reveal yourself, you will be wanted by the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic. That is something you don't want. Both of us are strong, and I highly doubt that someone would be able to capture you with your power, but you will still become wanted. Right now, Bulgarian Ministry has rejected any offers of help, but they might change in the future. Even if Bulgaria doesn't accept help, they will still treat you as a criminal if you visit another country, Gellert explained, and Destiny could see Gellert's point. I also want you to work from the shadows. That way, if I die or get captured, then you could carry on our dream on my stead or save me, and if they already know about you, then they will be expecting you. Gellert calmly explained as he gently ruffled Destiny's hair. Destiny meekly nodded in understanding as she allowed Gellert to ruffle her hair. Okay, the others are going to arrive at our meeting place in a couple of hours. Why don't you go outside and play with Annabelle? Gellert offered, and Destiny nodded her head and started to walk out of the house, but all of a sudden, Gellert called her from behind. Destiny. Take this, Gellert said, and tossed her a spoon. Destiny easily grabbed the spoon, and she immediately sensed the magic coming from the spoon. It was a damn portkey. Say magic and it will take you, Ambika, and Annabelle straight to our location. Stay at the back during the meeting, Gellert added, and Destiny nodded her head in understanding. Oh, how the hell am I supposed to know where you are going to conduct the meeting? Destiny questioned. All of a sudden, she remembered that she had no idea where Gellert was going to meet his followers. Annabelle will take you to the meeting place, and don't forget to remind her about the meeting. Sometimes she tends to forget about meetings when she gets engrossed in playing, Gellert reminded Destiny in a soft tone. Okay. Destiny muttered as she turned around to leave the house. Moments later, she walked out of the house followed by Ambika. You know, I kind of agree with him. You are very strong, but I don't want to lose you. I couldn't accept that, Ambika muttered in a low tone, and Destiny simply smiled and placed a soft kiss on Ambika's lips. I understand, Ambika. Destiny couldn't fault either Gellert or Ambika. At first, Destiny was somewhat mad that Gellert was still wanting to coddle her, but when he finally explained his intentions, she felt he was right. They were probably going against the whole magical world. At this moment, it might seem like that they were only going against the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic, but in reality, they were going against the whole world. Right now, the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic was rejecting all the offers of help, but if the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic became desperate enough, then they would happily accept help. Destiny was confident enough to defeat 24 Aurors or hit wizards, but she wasn't delusional enough to think that she could defeat 100. That was just the tip of the iceberg. If the International Confederation of Wizards decided to involve themselves, then she would be going against nearly thousands in the least. Thankfully, the ICW doesn't like to involve themselves in domestic incidents. But on the other hand, if Destiny worked from the shadows, then she could move more easily and she wouldn't even need to keep looking over her shoulders. She could also infiltrate various places as long as she was being smart enough about that. Destiny could see the appeal of working from the shadows. She would be like a hidden villain. Destiny. Ambika. You are here. Let's play. Annabelle cheerfully exclaimed, and Destiny simply tilted her head as she decided to do something else. Annabelle, what do you think about a small fight? Destiny asked, and Annabelle seemed to think for a bit until she shook her head in denial. I don't want to fight Destiny. She is very strong, Annabelle said in a dramatic tone while nodding her head. She will defeat me within a few seconds, Annabelle seemed to sulk. Well. I was thinking that I could give you and Ambika some pointers, but it looks like you don't want to learn, Destiny said with a shrug. Ambika's eyes grew wide as she didn't expect Destiny to drag her into this mess. Annabelle's eyes grew wide as her lips started to tremble in fear. No. I will be a good girl. Please teach me. Annabelle lunged towards Destiny and grabbed her hand as the oldest woman among the three started to whine like a child. Fine, you have convinced me, Destiny said with a grin, and Ambika simply rolled her eyes, but she couldn't stop herself from smiling. Line break. I feel like I was run over by one of those trains, Ambika groaned as she lay on the ground while taking deep breaths. Her robes were smeared with dust and sweat, she felt like her lungs were on fire. Sorry. I went kind of overboard there, Destiny said in a sheepish tone as she scratched her cheek nervously. Don't worry. I will give you a body massage, Destiny added. At least I got something good out of this, Ambika chuckled, and Destiny simply rolled her eyes. And what about me? I also want a massage, Annabelle whined like a child and started to pout. Okay. I will give you a back rub too, Destiny relented, and Annabelle seemed to cheer up after Destiny agreed to give her a massage. Well, the two of you need to get up if you still want to participate in the raid, you know. Gellert is probably done by now, Destiny said and cast a Tempest Charm. It was nearly dark and a couple of hours had passed, so Gellert was probably done or the meeting was still on the way. Ugh, okay, Ambika groaned as she got up. Moments later, both Annabelle and Ambika were up. Destiny decided to transfigure her hair and skin tone and be done with it, as it was pretty impossible to recognize her without her crimson hair. Moments later, she also transfigured Ambika's hair color and skin tone, as Ambika's hair was also easily recognizable. Annabelle's curiosity was piqued after she watched them changing their hair color and skin tone. Why are you changing your hair color and skin tone? Annabelle asked with a cute look on her face as she was genuinely curious. I am doing this to hide myself and Ambika. Someone might betray us to the Aurors. I need to work from the shadows if Gellert gets captured by any means. This way, they will have two enemies to worry about, one enemy who is in the open and another working from the shadows, Destiny explained, and a look of realization dawned on Annabelle's face. Remember, Annabelle, this is a secret. You can keep a secret, right? Destiny asked in an amused tone, and Annabelle's back straightened as she did a mock salute with a determined look on her face. Your secret is perfectly safe with me. I am very good at keeping secrets. Annabelle declared proudly with a straight face, and Ambika started to snicker after watching the woman's antics. Annabelle, take us to the meeting spot, Destiny said, and Annabelle eagerly nodded her head. Destiny grabbed Ambika's arm while Annabelle grabbed Destiny's arm. Moments later, the three of them disapparated from the garden with a loud crack. Moments later, the three of them appeared inside some woods. Destiny was still amused due to how Annabelle acted, but she quickly cast a revealing charm and found a lot of people inside the woods. It was filled with a lot of witches and wizards. To be exact, 71 wizards and 56 witches were gathered here. That might not seem to be a lot, but it hasn't been a year yet since Gellert had started his campaign. The three of us entered a clearing where everyone was gathered. Just as Gellert had suggested, they decided to stand at the back. A couple of wizards and witches looked at us for a moment, but after they saw that Annabelle was among the trio, they simply sneered at the woman and looked away. Hump. Stupid arseholes, Destiny sneered inside her mind, and she already knew why they sneered at the woman. All of them looked down at her because her husband had decided to abandon her. Both Destiny and Ambika had heard the whole story from Annabelle when they were in Spain. Annabelle had vowed to murder her ex-husband and his new wife. Destiny kind of agreed with the woman, as the men had decided that having a child with another woman was more important than taking care of your wife. Gellert was explaining where they were going to attack. Tonight, they were going to attack a big Muggle city. Until now, Gellert had only attacked Muggle villages or Muggle towns. This was the first time they were targeting something big like a city. Something like this was bound to attract a lot of attention. So everyone was kind of nervous after Gellert revealed their target. For a moment, Gellert's gaze flickered in the direction of Destiny and her group, but it didn't linger for long. Destiny was pretty sure that Gellert had recognized her, as she had Neptune in her hand. It was a dead giveaway to anyone who already knew her, but those who didn't. It was just something random. Tonight, we are going to face our hardest trial, and we are bound to face opposition from the magical side, but tonight, those traitors wouldn't matter, as tonight, we will be officially declaring war against the Statute of Secrecy. We will fight, we won't stop until we make it clear that magic is might. Gellert declared loudly, and everyone in the room, including Destiny, Ambika, and Annabelle, cheered. After half a minute, everyone finally calmed down. Everyone is sure fired up, Destiny wondered as he looked around. All of a sudden her eyes landed on a woman standing at the back. The woman seemed to be cheerful and all, but not only she had her wand in her hand, but the tip of her wand was placed on a rune etched on her other hand. Destiny decided to keep an eye on the woman, as Destiny was pretty sure that the woman was sending a message or something like that. But Destiny decided not to inform anyone, for now. She was pretty sure that Annabelle would immediately attack the woman and Ambika would probably be fine, but she didn't know a clemency, so she had no idea how to keep her emotions in check. If Destiny was right, which she probably was, then the woman was using a rune to send a message. Destiny had no idea what type of messages you could send with it or how it worked, but her interest was surely piqued. She was going to find out how that rune worked and what it could do. She would even dissect the woman if she needed to. At the end, the woman was still a traitor. All of you know the location. Now, let's go. Gellert exclaimed and operated away, followed by his followers. Destiny pulled out the spoon Gellert had given from her leather dress and held it in front of Ambika and Annabelle. Ambika groaned, but she still grabbed the spoon, and Annabelle started to whine and pout, but she still grabbed the spoon. Looks like nobody is a fan of portkey, Destiny thought dryly. Note to self, make something better in the future, Destiny mused as she finally decided to activate the portkey. Magic, Destiny muttered, and she felt a tug around her navel as she along with Ambika and Annabelle were whisked away. Destiny gracefully landed on her feet. Destiny was quite glad that her balance was instinctively good. Unfortunately, Ambika was completely pants at her landing, as this was her second time using a portkey. Ambika stumbled as soon as her feet landed on the ground, but fortunately, Destiny was beside Ambika. The crimson-haired girl grabbed her lover from planting her face on the road. Are you okay? Destiny asked, and Ambika meekly nodded her head. Destiny promptly planted her lips on Ambika's as a sign of good luck. Destiny's gaze flickered towards a woman retreating from the crowd. Destiny turned towards Gellert, who seemed to be busy guiding everyone right now. Annabelle, you take Ambika with you. I need to do something on my own before I can join the two of you, Destiny said, and Ambika was about to protest, but she stopped when she noticed the serious look on Destiny's face. Okay, Ambika simply nodded her head in understanding. But you are going to miss the fun. Annabelle practically whined like a child, and Destiny couldn't stop herself from chuckling. Don't worry. I will be having fun, Destiny said cryptically as she turned in the direction where the woman went. Okay, the two of you stay together. I will find the two of you as soon as I am done, Destiny said, and before either Ambika or Annabelle could say anything, Destiny cast the disillusionment charm on herself as she started to walk in the direction where the woman had gone. Ambika simply gazed where Destiny previously was before disappearing. Will Destiny be okay? Annabelle asked innocently with a worried look on her face, and Ambika simply smiled as she turned her head towards Annabelle. Don't worry, she will be fine. We should start moving or we would be left behind, Ambika said, and Annabelle gasped in horror. The deranged woman grabbed Ambika's hand and started to drag her towards her crowd. Annabelle would be damned if she missed all the fun. While the two of them joined the crowd, Destiny finally entered the alley the suspicious woman had entered. Destiny's suspicion was spot on as a group of aurors were gathered around the woman. The woman was probably giving them information. More than 36 heirs were gathered and Destiny wasn't confident enough to take on all of them. So, she simply decided to wait and listen for now. It was kind of hard to listen to everything as Destiny couldn't get close to them. Destiny was able to pick a few bits and pieces of their conversation. From what she understood, this is where the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic had decided to attack and subdue Gellert and his band of miscreants, according to the heirs. Destiny sniffed after hearing their words. It was pretty clear that even though the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic was kind of afraid of Gellert, they were still severely underestimating him. Right now, they were probably considering Gellert to be an extremely strong terrorist, but no matter how strong he was still one man and they were planning to exploit that fact. The Bulgarian Ministry of Magic wasn't even considering the others as threats. They were sure that taking down Gellert would make them scurry away like rats, and they were right, taking down Gellert would do that, but they were overlooking something. Firstly, they needed to defeat Gellert to achieve something like that, and Destiny knew that with the Wand of Destiny in his possession, Gellert could practically crush the whole lot of them without much of an effort. The group of heirs wanted to divide themselves into smaller groups and surround Gellert from all the sides at the same time. Destiny had to admit that it was a good plan. Destiny was confident that their plan would have worked if Gellert didn't have a plethora of area of effect attacks in his arsenal. Though Destiny wondered why the heirs didn't ambush Gellert and his band in the woods, that way, they could have avoided the Muggle casualties. Destiny didn't start loving Muggles all of a sudden, but she was really curious. As ambushing them in the woods would have been more viable, and Gellert had already notified everyone of the location, so they could have set up an ambush with ease. There must be a reason. The group of heirs finally broke up into smaller groups, and the woman Destiny had been following joined a group of 4. The wizard who seemed to be in charge of this assault was among the 4 in the woman's group. Destiny slowly rose up in the air, as she decided to ignore everyone else and follow the group of 5. Destiny didn't bother to inform Gellert about the attack, as the man was already expecting an attack and he could easily take care of them without much difficulty. Additionally, Annabelle would be there too. The deranged woman wasn't strong like Destiny or Gellert, but she could easily take care of a couple of Aura grunts. If nothing else, she could hold back the assault of 5 Auras for a couple of minutes, without any problems. All of a sudden, the group of 5, Destiny, had been following while floating in the air halted in their steps. Particularly the women were the ones who stopped, and then they signaled the others to stop too. They started to frantically look around. "Are you sure? There is nobody around us," a man whispered furiously. "I don't know, but I feel like I am being watched by some pervert," a woman said as she shivered for some reason. Destiny rolled her eyes. "Bitch, you are not that beautiful to begin with. Even if you were, I wouldn't have assaulted you right in the middle of a Muggle road. There is a proper procedure to things like this." Destiny complained inside her mind. "Yeah, she is right. I also feel the same," the woman Destiny had been following from the start said while looking around with some worry in her eyes. "What the fuck? This is fucking ridiculous." Destiny griped inside her mind. Yeah, Destiny did check out other women from time to time. She had even noticed Ambika doing the same. The white-haired girl was subtle, but she wasn't subtle enough. Destiny didn't mind, as being in a relationship didn't forbid you from looking. Additionally, she was also guilty of doing the same crime, so it would be kind of hypocritical of her if she reacted. Regardless, Destiny couldn't believe this was actually happening, when she haven't done anything, yet. Right now, Destiny felt really offended. Morgana. They are making me feel like I am a sexual offender even when I am completely innocent. Destiny snarled inside her mind as she malevolently glared at the 2 women among the group. The leader sighed and cast a revealing charm. "Well, there goes my chance of a sneak attack," Destiny internally groaned. "See, there is no," the leader began to say, but all of a sudden he froze as the revealing charm came positive. His head snapped upwards and everyone followed his gaze. Destiny simply cast an anti-apparition along anti-portkey Jinx. The Aurors grimaced as they felt the magic wash over themselves. The leader finally located Destiny even though she was using the disillusionment charm. The man attacked Destiny's silhouette with a stunning charm and Destiny simply batted away the spell with a free hand. Destiny created a huge pool of water above their heads. The leader couldn't continue the attack as he had to raise a shield along with the others to protect themselves from being washed away by the massive wave of water. Destiny used this chance as she slowly landed on her feet and dropped the disillusionment charm. "Glacius," Destiny muttered in an imperial tone as the massive amount of water she had created only a few moments ago turned into ice in a matter of a few seconds. Equals 7562 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 12, Time Skip. Glacius, Destiny muttered in a regal tone as the massive amount of water she had created only a few moments ago turned into ice in a matter of seconds. Destiny wanted, she could have killed them, but she wanted to capture this group alive. That is what she was trying to achieve, but she could get rid of everyone except that first woman and the leader if the push comes to shove. Destiny was sure that she could extract a lot of information from this bunch. Destiny needed to know why the Aurors didn't ambush them inside the forest, and the leader of the group obviously knew why. Destiny cast the revealing charm and found a witch and wizard were trapped in the ice while the others were fine. Moments later, the right side of the ice wall exploded, hurling huge chunks of ice towards Destiny. The crimson-haired girl wasn't even fazed, and she simply swatted away the ice chunks with a wandless shield. The woman Destiny had been following since the start whipped her wand towards the remaining part of the ice wall, and Destiny clicked her tongue while wagging her finger with an amused look on her face. TCH. 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 I wouldn't do that if I were you. I wouldn't do that if I were you. After all, you don't want to break your friends, do you? Destiny said in an amused tone. She wasn't bothered by the fact that the leader and the other wizard had their wands trained on Destiny. Who are you? The leader questioned, trying to gather some information. He was a senior Auror, and he was quite shocked with the power of this young witch. He was damn sure that the witch was using either glamour charm or polyjuice. Destiny knew that these five were the only ones in her vicinity. So, Destiny decided to give them her identity. She could at least do that to respect her fellow wizards and witches, even though they were traitors. Slowly Destiny's form started to transform and she returned to her natural form. Destiny Grindelwald, not at your service, of course. Destiny introduced herself with a bright smile on her face. The eyes of the remaining Aurors grew wide in surprise as they immediately attacked Destiny with sorts of spells. Destiny simply swatted away the spells with a bored look on her face and knocked out the wizard other than the leader with a darker variety of stunning charm. The leader knew that this was a kill or be killed situation. AVAH.KUDAHVRA. The leader exclaimed as a bright green flash originated from the tip of his wand and rushed towards Destiny. Destiny was quite impressed that the men had dared to use the killing curse, but Destiny simply sidestepped and dodged the spell. Imperio, since the Auror leader wanted to play with the unforgivables, Destiny decided to give it a try. Attack that woman but don't kill her, Destiny ordered. The experienced senior Auror tried to fight Destiny's Imperios, and the men somewhat succeeded. The men didn't attack the woman who was still attacking Destiny, but he also couldn't break Destiny's curse, so he simply stood frozen in his spot. I need to work on my Imperious curse, Destiny thought in a dry tone, and knocked out the men with the same stunning charm she had used previously. This was a darker variety of stunning cha because you needed a specific counter curse to revive the victim, whereas, in the case of the generic stunning charm, the victim could be awakened by various methods. Some victims could even wake up on their own, but they will have a massive headache after doing something like that. The woman Destiny had been following from the start grimaced as their leader went down like a sack of potatoes. The woman was good, but she wasn't that good, so Destiny simply knocked out the woman without wasting any more time. Destiny waved her hand and huddled the three Aurors together. Destiny dropped the anti-apparition and anti-port key wards. Bibli, Destiny called out, and Bibli appeared in front of Destiny with a soft pop. Take these three and keep them inside that special room inside my trunk, Destiny ordered, and Bibli nodded her head, and moments later, she was gone with the three bound Aurors. Destiny melted the ice wall with a wave of her hand, releasing the other two Aurors. They were still alive, they would recover, but they were going to be sick. They were traitors to the wizard kind, but it was their fault that they turned out to be traitors. Their superiors, who were dishing out the orders while sitting inside an impressive office, were the actual traitors. Obliviate, Destiny simply decided to erase the memories of her interaction with this group of Aurors. She bound the two of them and decided to leave them here. This was much better than outright killing them. Once again Destiny reapplied her disguise and she slowly rose up in the air after casting the disillusionment charm on herself. She simply wanted to check on Gellert. She was more than confident that Gellert could take care of himself, but being too careful never hurt. It didn't take Destiny much time to find the said men. Just like Destiny had anticipated, the men had destroyed the Aurors. Nearly half of them were dead while Gellert had decided to leave the other half alive. That was a good strategy, kill some to make a statement while letting the others go, so that they could spread the word. Destiny shrugged and decided to look for Ambika and Annabelle. Once again, she easily located the two. Most of the attackers were giving Annabelle a wide berth as the insane woman was wreaking havoc in the Muggle city without any restraints, but Ambika was still beside that woman. Destiny slowly landed beside the duo and deactivated her disillusionment charm. Destiny. You were about to miss the fun. Come on, join me. Let's burn down everything. Annabelle exclaimed in a cheerful tone. Destiny didn't say anything, but with a small flick of Neptune, she created a massive firestorm that engulfed several buildings around them. Annabelle squealed like a little girl and she started to clap her hands cheerfully. Are you sure you aren't overdoing it? Ambika asked in a worried tone. She was completely fine with everything happening around her, but that didn't mean that she would allow Destiny to keel over after exhausting her magical core. I have a lot of magic to spare and I am just starting, Destiny said with a smirk and continued raising down everything with her massive firestorm. Annabelle stopped cheering and decided to join in. She wasn't going to be outdone by Destiny. Ambika simply shrugged and decided to keep an eye on both Annabelle and Destiny, so that she could stop either from overdoing themselves. The other wizards and witches decided to keep more than a significant distance from those three. Nobody recognized the girls beside Annabelle, but it was pretty clear that one of them was almost strong like Gellert Grindelwald. All of these wizards and witches respected power, that is the reason they were following Gellert Grindelwald. Finally, some idiotic fool decided to unleash fiend fire. Obviously, they lost control, but it didn't matter as their objective was to destroy the city, but leaving fiend fire unattended is pretty dangerous as it would engulf everything in its path. Gellert, you need to remind these fools to not use fiend fire if they can't control it in the first place, Destiny said in a cold tone as she approached Gellert. Ah, young people. It is too hard to control them. They think they know better, Gellert said with a grin, and Destiny couldn't stop herself from chuckling. So, are we going to leave the flames? Destiny questioned, and Gellert continued to twirl the wand of destiny in between his fingers. Moments later, Gellert waved his wand, and a massive sign of the Deathly Hallows formed in the sky. Most of the city is already destroyed, you should go back. I will take care of everything, Gellert said while looking towards the raging flames of fiend fire. Okay. Destiny said and operated away with Ambika. Only after a second, Annabelle also operated away. Slowly the other attackers also started to apparate away when they finally noticed the Deathly Hallows symbol floating in the sky. It was Gellert's call sign, but nobody among his followers knew the true meaning of the sign. Line break. So, you left to capture Horus on your own? Ambika asked in a somewhat incredulous tone. She was confident about Destiny's strength, but she didn't know if Destiny could win against a group of 30 Horus. Yes, I need to capture them, and for the record, I didn't attack them until they were separated from the main group, Destiny said with a roll of her eyes. I am just worried about you, I can't lose you, Ambika said, and Destiny grabbed the older girl and placed her lips on Ambika's. Destiny gently pushed Ambika against the wall and started to make out. They finally separated from each other after a few minutes. Ambika's cheeks were flushed and she was breathing heavily. Don't worry, babe. I won't leave you, Destiny said with a grin, and Ambika could only nod her head meekly. So, what are you going to do with those Horus? Ambika asked curiously. I want some information from them. If they cooperate, then I will let them go. After all, I am a good girl, but if they fight, then I would stop being gentle. At the end of the day, they are traitors, even if they were only following someone's orders, Destiny finished with a sinister grin on her face. Ambika slightly shivered in fear and excitement. Ambika didn't know why she felt excited whenever Destiny was being dark and vengeful. Something must be wrong with me, Ambika wondered as she knew that she shouldn't be turned on when Destiny is planning to cause pain. Are you planning to join me? Destiny questioned, and after a few seconds of silence, Ambika nodded her head. Destiny simply grinned and led the white-haired girl towards the integration room she had made inside the trunk. It could be a torture room too if Destiny desired. Ambika decided to watch Destiny from the side. The two of them finally arrived inside a brightly lit room. It wasn't painfully bright, but it would still make anyone uncomfortable. There were several chairs bolted to the three, and currently only 3 chairs were occupied. The Horus Destiny had captured were bound to the chair, and the 3 of them were still knocked out. Destiny slowly approached them. Ambika, why don't you go and stand at the back? Destiny requested, and Ambika simply shrugged and decided to follow her lover's command. I can also have a better look at Destiny from here, Ambika mused internally as she lightly rubbed her thighs. This was so wrong, but she shouldn't stop herself from getting excited. Destiny finally arrived in front of the 3 captured Horus, and then he started to check their binds. It wouldn't do her any good if they got free during the interrogation. After a few seconds, a satisfied smile appeared on Destiny's face as she finished inspecting the binds. Looks like I need to praise Bibli. Destiny mused as she finally decided to revive the Horus. With a wave of her hand, Destiny revived all 3 of them at the same time. All 3 of them gasped as they regained their consciousness. Their eyes snapped open, but they immediately flinched as they turned their faces away due to the uncomfortable light inside the room. Slowly their eyes adjusted to the light and they started to look around with some difficulties. You. The leader of the Horus immediately recognized Destiny and he started to struggle. Let us go. The leader added as he kept struggling. Destiny softly chuckled. I am flattered that you recognized me, but I can't let you go, Destiny said as she started to pace in front of the bound trio. What do you want from us? The woman Destiny has been following from the start questioned with a scowl on her face. I want to know why the Horus didn't attack Gellert Grindelwald in the initial meeting spot, Destiny questioned in a disinterested tone. She was pretty sure that she wasn't going to get an answer. As expected, the Horus scowled after hearing the question. You are in a lot of trouble. If you let us go, then we will talk with our superiors. We will try to get you an easy sentence due to your age. All of a sudden, the leader began to say. Destiny simply ignored the offer, or she acted like she didn't even hear the offer. Fine, let's move on to the next question. Destiny said, and her gaze focused on the lone female aura in the room. How does the rune on your hand work? Destiny asked softly. I don't know what you are talking about, the female aura said, and Destiny simply released a sigh. Since you three have decided not to cooperate, I will also stop being nice to you, Destiny said, and pointed the hilt of Neptune towards the third aura in the room. Until now, he had maintained complete silence, and that is why Destiny decided to start with him. Krooco, Destiny muttered, and the man started to shake due to the unimaginable pain, but he didn't scream out loud. This only lasted for seconds, as the aura finally started to scream at the top of his lungs. Stop. Stop. The female aura screamed in an almost pleading tone, but the leader didn't say anything, he simply kept struggling in his bounds. After 2 long minutes, Destiny finally lifted the curse. The said aura sagged in his chair as he started to take deep breaths. Destiny glanced towards the female aura and the leader, and she simply smirked. You see, the three of you have yet to understand your current situation. My name is Destiny Grindelwald. In front of me, the three of you are traitors to your kind. You honestly don't want to know what we do to the traitors, Destiny said in a cold tone. With a cold smirk on her face, she slightly shifted Neptune. Krooco, the female aura wasn't strong like the male aura. She started to scream at the top of her lungs as soon as the curse made contact with her. Destiny tilted her head with a confused look on her face. I expected her to be stronger. After all, the aura department selected her for the infiltration mission, Destiny wondered, and continued to use the curse on the female. Stop. I will speak. The leader screamed, and Destiny finally lifted the curse. Well, that wasn't so hard, was it? Destiny asked with a smirk. The leader hatefully glared at Destiny, but Destiny was completely unbothered by the glare. So, why didn't you guys attack us when we were gathering? Destiny questioned. The leader didn't answer, so Destiny shifted the hilt of Neptune towards the other male aura. Ha! I wanted to set up an ambush inside the forest, but I couldn't. There were a lot of pureblood members there, and we might have hurt someone by accident. My boss also wanted to show that we are doing something. Stopping Gellert Grindelwald while he was attacking some city would have been grand, and we would have regained the reputation we have lost, the leader said sullenly while looking down. Understandable, Destiny gave a stiff nod. Destiny had heard from Gellert that sometimes, politics was more important than duty. Now tell me how that rune works and what it can do. Destiny said, and with a wave of her hand, she revealed the rune on the woman's arm. It is a single-word message rune. It allows the user to send one-word message to the other side. There is a rune cluster in our office. We can hear the message through that, the leader explained in a defeated tone. Destiny tapped her chin with a thoughtful look on her face after hearing the explanation. How does it work? How can this relay the message? Destiny asked, and the leader started to shake his head. I don't know. The leader said, and a probe of passive legitimacy told Destiny that the man wasn't lying. He honestly had no idea how the thing worked. Pity. Destiny muttered and knocked out 3 of them at once. Obliviate. After that, Destiny obliviated all 3 of them, and then she slowly approached the female aura, so that she could inspect the rune before sending them off. You are really going to let them go? Ambika questioned, and Destiny nodded her head. But, I never said that I am going to let them go without any sort of punishment. When I am done with them, they won't even remember how to cast the levitation charm. Destiny said with a sinister grin on her face. These 3 were their enemies. After inspecting the rune for a whole hour, Destiny finally discovered some of the secrets. She found how the rune ticked. She found at least how it was sending the message. It was simply ingenious rune, and now that Destiny knew how it worked, she was pretty sure that she could create a better version of this. Mistress Destiny, Master Gellert be looking for her. All of a sudden Bibli popped beside Destiny and said in a respectful tone. Tell him that I am on my way, Destiny said without even bothering to look. She still kept inspecting the rune, she didn't want to miss anything. She even found a way to intercept the message. After making a few more mental notes, Destiny finally stood up. Line break. Destiny, I heard you brought a few guests, Gellert said as Destiny, followed by Ambika, finally entered the dining hall. Gellert had a glass of wine in his hand. With a flick of his hand, he poured a drink for wine and levitated it towards Destiny's hand. Ambika wasn't a drinker, so he refrained from offering a drink to the white-haired girl. Yes, but they have outlived their purpose. So, I will be sending them off after dinner. Destiny said as she took a large sip from her glass. An impressed smile appeared on Destiny's face as she gave an appreciative nod. Oh. I am glad. Tonight, it was a huge victory for us, Gellert said, and Destiny hummed in agreement. So, what are you going to do now? Destiny questioned as she sat down. Ambika followed the crimson-haired girl's example, and she also sat down. I will stay in this country for another month and then move on to some other European country, now that the movement has finally started. A lot of witches and wizards are going to flock around for our cause, Gellert said softly, and Destiny nodded her head in understanding. Well, it isn't anything new. The weak have always gathered around the strong and the anti-Muggle sentiments were always there, they were simply suppressed. They simply didn't have anyone to lead them, Destiny said with a snort, but at the same time, she was smiling. True, there are only two types of people, leaders and followers, and you can be only either of them, Gellert said with a nod of his head. That is why I didn't want you to swear your loyalty to me, Destiny. Leaders are the ones who shape this world and I want you to be a leader. Gellert added proudly while intently looking at Destiny. I am flattered, Gellert, and I finally understand what you meant, don't worry, Gellert. I will never disappoint you, Destiny said in a determined tone. Ambika simply decided to remain silent and listen. I am a follower, and I don't mind being a follower. Ambika knew that she was simply a follower. Destiny was destined for greatness, there was something about Destiny, she had seen the same thing in Gellert too. Both of them weren't afraid of going against the world. Ambika knew that almost everyone complained about unending problems around the world, but only a handful ever dared to pick a fight and do something about it. Others obviously flocked around those types of people. Destiny and Gellert were both leaders. Both of them had decided to pick a fight and do something about the existing problems, instead of complaining. Both of them could have acted like nothing was wrong with the world, and left it for someone else to deal with, but no. They decided to recreate the world with their own hands. I know, you won't. So, what are you going to do from now on? Gellert asked, and after looking thoughtful for a moment, Destiny simply shrugged. I will continue traveling, build a force for myself, what do you think, Gellert? Destiny asked, and Gellert hummed with a smile on his face as he twirled the wine glass in his hand. You should do whatever you want, Destiny. If you want to build an army, then do so, or if you simply want to travel around and continue learning, then you should do that, Gellert said softly in a caring tone. Okay. I will probably do both. Travel around while creating my own army. Destiny said with a curt nod of her head. Then her gaze focused on Ambika, who was silently listening to their conversation until now. Ambika, I am going to create my own army and I am going to name it Crimson Knights. Destiny exclaimed in an excited tone as she clenched her fists with an excited grin plastered on her face. Ambika could only smile wryly after hearing Destiny's exciting proclamation. Gellert spat out the wine in his mouth and started to cough. He couldn't stop himself from grimacing internally. He still couldn't understand why Destiny was so fixated on the color crimson. Gellert, are you fine? Destiny asked in a worried tone as she made her way towards Gellert with a look of worry on her face. Gellert started to sputter as he couldn't find any excuse to use, but thankfully Ambika decided to come to his rescue. He must have been very excited after hearing the name of your army, Destiny, Ambika said in a cheerful tone, and Gellert sent the white-haired girl a grateful look. Yes, Gellert said swiftly, and Destiny didn't look fully convinced, but she still nodded her head. If you say so. By the way, have you planned where you are going? Destiny asked as she made her way back to her seat. France. Gellert said, and Destiny raised her delicate eyebrows. I thought you hated France, Destiny pointed out, and Gellert seemed to contemplate for a few moments. You are right. Then Russia it is, what do you say? Gellert asked, and Destiny seemed to hum in agreement. That is a nice place. By the way, where is Annabelle? Destiny asked curiously. She is resting, she used a lot of magic during the attack, Gellert said, and he poured himself another glass of fine. If it isn't a bother, can you take her with you? Gellert asked, and Destiny's eyes grew wide in surprise. Okay, she is nice, but I think we should ask her what she wants before deciding anything else, Destiny said, and Gellert nodded his head in agreement. What do you think the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic is going to do now? Ambika asked nervously. She didn't want to interrupt Gellert and Destiny, but she really wanted to know. I think they will finally lower their heads and accept help from the outside. What we did today was pretty big. We destroyed a Muggle city, and at the same time we challenged the Statute of Secrecy. The ICW won't take this lying down, Gellert said in a serious tone. Destiny gritted her teeth in anger. Filthy fuckers. All of them are simply traitors. Destiny growled out in anger, and Gellert nodded his head. Yes, they are, but it is not the time to attack them. They have a lot of strong wizards and witches under their payroll. Even if the two of us together might come out victorious, the casualties are going to be way too high. We will take down the ICW when they are at their weakest, Gellert said, and Destiny couldn't refute Gellert's statement. That is good for now, I suppose, Destiny said, as she also knew that they couldn't attack the ICW right now. They needed to gather more allies so that they could establish a new ICW after they destroy the current one. For the greater good, Destiny said as she raised her glass. Gellert smiled proudly and repeated the gesture. For the greater good, Gellert added with a proud look on his face. Line break. January, 1927, Netherlands, present time. A lot has happened in the last few years. A 19-year-old Destiny Grindelwald released a content sigh as the warm water started to trickle down her body. She placed her hands against the wall to support herself in the shower. 2 feminine hands snaked around Destiny's waist and the hands started to explore her body. 2 soft mounds also pressed on her back. A wide grin appeared on Destiny's face as she allowed the arms wrapped around her body to continue exploring. You know, I have missed this so much, Destiny cooed as she slowly turned. Destiny finally came face to face with her lover Ambika Rajat. Destiny slowly leaned down and she placed her lips on Ambika's. Ultimately Destiny ended up carrying Ambika to their bed and making love to her multiple times before Ambika finally fell asleep. Destiny kept gently caressing Ambika back as Ambika was deep asleep over her chest. She must be really comfortable. Destiny mused in amusement as she kept caressing Ambika's bareback. The white-haired girl couldn't seem to keep her hands off Destiny's breasts and ass and Destiny loved the attention. Destiny released a sigh as she slightly shifted to make herself more comfortable. All of her plans were progressing nicely. Crimson Knights have finally infiltrated all the ministries of magic around the world without any expectation. Now, she was going to move on to the next phase of the plan. She wanted to infiltrate the magical academies. Currently, there were 11 magical academies recognized by the International Confederation of Wizards. 1 St. Beauxbatons Academy of Magic which is located in Pyrenees, France and it covers France, Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Belgium. 2 Nd. Castelo Bruxo is located in the Amazon rainforest, Brazil, and it covers all over South America. 3 Rd. Demstrang Institute which is located in Scandinavia, the northernmost range reaches either Norway or Sweden and covers northern and eastern Europe but they are willing to accept international students. 4th. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is located in Highlands, Scotland, and it covers Scotland, England, Ireland, Northern Ireland, and Wales. 5th. Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is located in Mount Greylock, United States of America and it covers all over North America. 6th. Koldovstoritz is located in Russia and it covers all of Russia. 7th. Mahutokuro is located in Minami Iwo Jima, Japan and it covers all over Japan. 8th. Wagado is located in the Mountains of the Moon, Uganda, and it covers all over Africa. 9th. Sydney College of Wizardry is located in Sydney, Australia, and it covers all over Australia. Oh. Though Destiny had no idea why it was named College of Wizardry even though it was a school. 10th. Xiatian Academy of Magic is located on the Himalayan mountain range in China. They have also made a huge magical settlement in that area and named it Shangri-La. Xiatian Academy of Magic was formed in the last few years and it was recently recognized by the ICW. Even though it covered all over China, it only accepted pureblood and half-blood students from all over China. Oh. 11th. The Sin Mosque of Magic is located in Kuwait, near the Gulf and it covers all the Middle Eastern countries. Oh. Even all these magical academies were scattered across the world, all of them had one thing in common. All of them were built over several ley lines. Destiny could do a lot of things if she had access to them. She didn't have any current plans of using ley lines, but she could always get new recruits from those magical academies. I also need to visit Gellert. Destiny pondered. She already had 2 Crimson Knights working in Makusa and she could also infiltrate the place using human transfiguration, but she was going to wait for a week. Destiny could feel that her magical core was about to crystallize. Previously, her magical core had matured overnight. She also remembered that Gellert's magical core had crystallized in just one night, but her magical core was much bigger than Gellert's, so she wasn't exactly sure. Ah, let's sleep. I am freaking tired, Destiny thought and snuggled into Ambika's arms. Line break. Destiny woke up when she felt a pair of soft lips trailing kisses down her throat. Destiny giggled and her eyes snapped open. She could also feel a lot of difference in her own body, specifically her magical core. Looks like someone can't keep her hands off of me, Destiny said in a sing-song tone and Ambika finally stopped and looked up so she could stare into Destiny's eyes. It is not my fault that you are so beautiful, now, shut up and let me explore you, Ambika said and started to lick the valley in between Destiny's tits. A soft moan escaped Destiny's lips. My magical core inspection can wait, now, I have something else to inspect, Destiny thought as she groped Ambika's perky ass and gave a hard squeeze. Ambika couldn't stop herself from moaning. After nearly an hour, Destiny and Ambika finally walked out of their quarters. Destiny had a small scowl marring her face and Ambika was dutifully following her. Ambika was being careful to stay half a step behind Destiny. Are you sure you aren't going to change your mind? Destiny stopped and questioned. An amused glint appeared in Ambika's eyes. No, I am not going to change my mind, Ambika said with a straight face, but Destiny knew that the white-haired girl was having a lot of amusement. Fine, but why am I doing this in the first place? Destiny questioned in an annoyed tone. Destiny, the new recruits need a reality check. You don't want them getting captured due to their overconfidence, do you? Ambika asked and Destiny simply snorted. And, there are a lot of Crimson Knights who have no idea why we follow you, Ambika revealed the second reason. When Destiny gave her an answer, Ambika decided to continue her explanation. The Crimson Knights know that you are the leader and you have their loyalty due to their oaths, but most of think that you are the leader only because of your last name, Ambika continued explaining. You need to show them your power, they need to see that you are not the leader due to your last name. I have talked with both Vladimir and Donovan and they completely agree with me, Ambika finished and released a sigh. Sometimes dealing with her lover can be really tiring. Destiny seemed to ponder for a few moments with a serious look on her face. Where are Vladimir and Donovan? Destiny asked curiously, but at the same time, she looked like she was ready to whine and pout. Ambika rolled her eyes. Sometimes, Destiny could be such a baby. If you don't remember, then Vladimir and his squad are leaving for the dueling tournament in Yemen, Ambika reminded, and Destiny groaned in annoyance. And Donovan along with his team are busy with scouting and recruitment, Ambika reminded the younger woman in a somewhat condescending tone. Okay. Even though I pity the recruits, I understand that it is for the greater good, Destiny mumbled with an amused glint in her eyes. It is just like how the expression goes, killing two birds with one stone, Ambika said with a straight face, but her eyes were also filled with mirth. Anyways, I need to practice on my own, before giving them a thrashing. Last night, my magical core finally reached the crystallized state, Destiny said, and Ambika's eyes grew wide in shock and surprise. Really? You reached the crystallized magical core state? Ambika asked in pure disbelief and awe. Destiny was already practically unstoppable, but now. Ambika didn't even know if there was anything to compare Destiny with. Well, she could always compare her with Gellert. A smug grin appeared on Destiny's face as she apparat to her personal training area. Moments later, Ambika also appeared at some distance and a look of pure awe appeared on her face as Destiny started to release her magical power. Her crimson hair started to rise up and her crimson eyes started to glow brightly. Now, I pity her enemies, Ambika contemplated as Destiny finally started to practice her spell work. Destiny herself was awed by the improvement. Power, unimaginable amounts of raw magical power washed over Ambika and her mind was practically blown off. This is true power. Destiny screamed inside her mind. The difference between solid magical core and crystallized magical core was like comparing a small lake with an ocean. A bright smile appeared on Destiny's face as finally finished checking out all the improvements. I wonder who is going to win now, Gellert or me? Destiny questioned internally. She was almost blown away by the improvement. I wonder what would happen if I used the wand of Destiny right now, Destiny mused as she finally got a grip over her overwhelming magic. I almost pity our enemies, Ambika said with an odd look on her face. Destiny grinned and clenched her fists tightly. You won't understand the difference like that, you need to have a crystallized magical core yourself if you truly want to understand the difference. I finally understand why Gellert is so strong, Destiny said as her eyes continued to glow brightly. You came this close to victory when you fought him last time, Ambika said, and Destiny nodded her head with a grin. Yes. I am sure that I will be able to defeat him right now, but he is kind of unreachable, right now, Destiny said in an amused tone, and Ambika didn't know how she should react, so she decided not to make any comments. Okay, let's go and take care of those pesky problems, Destiny said, and Ambika really pitied those new recruits. Destiny was already annoyed, so she was going to destroy them along with their overconfidence, and at the same time, everyone would get to see that Destiny wasn't the leader due to her last name. Both Destiny and Ambika apparat to the main training area and found that it was filled with a lot of witches and wizards. As expected, the new recruits were already there and they were being instructed by a witch. Destiny easily noticed that the recruits weren't paying attention to their instructor. Sophia, these are the new recruits, right? Destiny questioned in a polite tone. The witch, instructing them, froze for a second and bowed politely as she noticed Destiny. Lady Grindelwald, the witch named Sophia, curtsied. The new recruits immediately straightened up and all of them curtsied at the same time. Lady Grindelwald. All of them said at the same time with a small bow. Destiny gave them an appreciative nod and turned towards Sophia. Yes, milady. These are the new recruits, Sophia said in a respectful tone, and Destiny hummed with a contemplative look on her face. Then, let's see how they perform in combat, Destiny said, and Sophia's eyes grew wide in surprise, but she quickly gathered her bearings. Of course, milady. Let me separate them into two groups, Sophia said, and Destiny stepped forward. Ah, there will be no need for that. Why don't you pit all of them against me? Destiny questioned in an amused tone, and all the new recruits started to look at each other while Sophia started to sputter incoherently. Milady, there are 50 of them, Sophia sputtered out, and Destiny simply waved her hand with a small smile on her face. It wouldn't be a problem, all of them seem to be kind of weak, Destiny said in a mocking tone, and she felt all the recruits tense up. This is also why the recruits needed to be trashed after their initiation. Destiny was the leader of the Crimson Knights and her title wasn't for show. She wasn't the leader because she had created the Crimson Knights, she was the leader because she was the strongest. Destiny needed to remind everyone about this fact from time to time. Most Crimson Knights didn't have any idea about their leader's power as Destiny never fought anyone. Sophia was among one of them. She had no idea how strong Destiny was. That is why she wasn't confident if Destiny could actually fight the new recruits or not. She knew that Destiny was strong, but she didn't actually know how strong. It was the same with the new recruits. Destiny didn't recruit them herself. Most of the recruitments were done by Donovan Creed and his team. The members who didn't know about Destiny's power simply thought that she was the leader because of her last name. Grindelwald was a pretty famous name around the world right now. Anyone would recognize the name. Destiny looked around at the group of faces. Sophia, why do you officiate the fight? Destiny offered, and now that it was pretty clear that Destiny was going to fight the whole group, the others in the training area also stopped their own practice and decided to watch the fight. Most of them had never seen their leader fighting someone, and the ones who had seen her fight simply wanted to see another spectacle. Ambika was standing at the edge of the training area with a stoic look on her face. She knew that Destiny was going to win. Of course, milady, Sophia said, as decided to move back a few steps to give everyone some space, but she didn't go too far. To be honest, she wasn't expecting a long fight. That is why she wanted to be close so that she could stop the fight as soon as possible. Like many others, she didn't even consider for a moment that Destiny was going to win. Yes, she might be stronger than all of them individually, but she possibly couldn't beat a group of 50, right? That would be something simply surreal. Start. Sophia exclaimed loudly, and just before her eyes, Destiny Grindelwald demolished the group of 50 in a matter of seconds. Complete silence, nobody dared to even breathe after Destiny finished knocking out the last recruit. Some started to pinch themselves to see if they were dreaming or not, while some were rubbing their eyes to check if their eyes were working correctly or not. Sophia's eyes were wide as saucers and her jaw was hanging open. Just like she had thought. The fight was short, but she could have never imagined this type of outcome. Was something like this even possible? A sense of fear, dread, and respect made its place in Sophia's mind, and she wasn't alone. Sophia, you will be able to take care of them, won't you? Destiny was the first to break the silence. Sophia could only nod her head with a dumb look on her face, and moments later, her eyes started to shake in fear. The gap between herself and the crimson-haired woman standing right in front of her was monumental. Sophia was a 25 years old, pureblood witch who had graduated from the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. After that, she was in Auror training for 2 years, but she never ended up being an Auror. She was expelled from the Auror Academy because her group had tried to apprehend a criminal in the Muggle area, but they ended up injuring a Muggle in the process. It wasn't something major, but the Muggle had ended up running away before they could obliviate him. Sophia had a lot of combat experience and training, and that is why she also prided herself to be a strong woman, but all of that was simply her delusion. The crimson-haired woman standing in front of her had shattered her delusions. She wasn't strong. In front of Destiny Grindelwald, she was simply a child throwing a tantrum. The young Grindelwald didn't even use a magical focus for Morgana's sake, and she utterly destroyed a group of 50 like nothing. The whole fight was completely effortless for the woman. Was that even a fight? It was like watching a teacher disciplining her unruly students. Sophia had heard that Gellert Grindelwald was unstoppable. Now she finally understood what it meant. Her whole body shivered in terror. Everybody knew about Gellert Grindelwald. He was out in the open, but nobody knew about Destiny Grindelwald. What sort of damage could this woman cause? Even though Sophia felt fear, she couldn't stop herself from feeling excited. Those ministry bastards and those filthy muggles would never know what hit them. They would be swept away by the power of Destiny Grindelwald. A sort of newfound respect formed inside Sophia's mind. She wasn't the only one going through these changes. Everyone who saw the fight started to respect Destiny Grindelwald. Very well then, I will be leaving, Destiny said as she started to walk away from the training area, and moments later, she operated away with a soft pop, and Ambika dutifully followed Destiny and operated away too. That was a brilliant display, milady, Ambika said in an excited tone, and Destiny rolled her eyes. You know, it is only the two of us here, Destiny said, and Ambika didn't say anything, but there was an amused glint in her eyes. By the way, where is Anna? Destiny asked, and Ambika simply gave Destiny a pointed look. You know how she is with the children. Ambika reminded Destiny. Ah, the children love her though, Destiny said, and Ambika nodded her head. She treats them like her own. She is also the best for their protection too. She would murder anyone trying to harm the children, Ambika added, and Destiny simply smiled. She had improved a lot. I am sure that Gellert would be happy too, Destiny said with a soft smile on her face. Annabelle had improved a lot after she started to spend time with the children Crimson Knights have saved. She treated the children like her own, and she was extremely protective of them. She would curse anyone trying to harm them, and that is why Destiny had decided to leave the responsibility of protecting the children to Annabelle. By the way, are you really not going to save Gellert? Ambika asked in a curious tone. I am planning to pay him a visit. If he asks me to save him, then I will save him, but I am sure that he already has some sort of plan, Destiny said, and Ambika found herself agreeing with Destiny. She had only met the man a few times. Destiny practically grew up with him, so she was going to trust Destiny's judgment on this matter. So, when are you leaving? Ambika asked, and Destiny shook her head. I haven't planned that yet, but I will be leaving somewhere around this week. There is something I need to do before leaving, Destiny said with a stiff nod of her head. Equals 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 7529 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 13, The Leader and the Follower. 2 days have passed since Destiny had parted an enlightening lesson to her Crimson Knights. Since then, she has spent most of her time curled inside her room. She has only left her room for food and other regular necessities. Her lieutenants could manage the helm of the Crimson Knights for a couple of weeks without any problems. Currently, Destiny's head was buried inside a pretty old-looking tome. The Grindelwald grimoire casually resting on her lap. She had acquired the tome from Egypt and she also had to spend quite a bit of galleon to put her hands on the tome, but the tome was worth all the gold she had spent on it. The tome was filled with various types of ancient magics. The tome was so ancient that it even predated Herpo the Foul, and that was saying something. The wizard who wrote this book was able to reach the crystallized core state and he was also able to create a consciousness for magic. The wizard had written down the whole process in explicit detail. The tome was practically priceless and a treasure trove, but it was so old that it was written in an ancient Egyptian language known as hieroglyphs. The witches and wizards who had liberated the tome had no idea how to read the tome, but they knew it was valuable. That is also why Destiny was able to get the tome, or it would have been shipped to the ICW archives, as they couldn't allow someone random to have access to such arcane knowledge. Destiny had bought the book on a whim. She could see that the tome was ancient, so it must contain some ancient knowledge too. Destiny also had no idea how to translate hieroglyphics into something understandable, so she decided to track down someone who could. It took her a week to locate that said person. Unfortunately, that man was a muggle. After a few hours of the liberal use of legilimency, she also became an expert in hieroglyphics. It still took her a lot of time to translate, but it was steadily progressing. After translating a page, she would write down everything in the Grindelwald grimoire for easier access. Destiny had single-handedly bolstered more knowledge inside the Grindelwald grimoire than all the Grindelwalds combined. Yes, she had also increased the number of securities on the grimoire using blood magic. Gellert would be proud and pleased of her even though he hadn't seen the Grindelwald grimoire for several years. Destiny finally closed the tome as she finally finished translating another page. With a wave of her hand, she summoned the ink bottle and the quill. She gently opened her family grimoire and moments later, she was diligently writing down the translated version of hieroglyphics. Thankfully, the Grindelwald grimoire was charmed with unlimited pages, so Destiny wasn't worried about running out of pages. Destiny had no idea about grimoires belonging to other families. She knew that most pureblood families owned a family grimoire, but she couldn't ask someone about their family grimoire. It was a very personal thing, and trying to gain access to someone else's family grimoire using underhanded means was a heinous crime. After a few minutes, Destiny was finally done noting down the translation. She was about to open the tome, but she froze when someone knocked on the door. Destiny closed the family grimoire and with a flick of her hand, she opened the door to find Quentin Moore standing on the other side of the door. "Milady," Quentin greeted Destiny with a respectful bow. Destiny smiled and gave a small nod of appreciation. "What is up, Quentin?" Destiny asked as she put away the quill and the ink bottle. "Milady, it is already time for dinner. I knew you would be engrossed in your research, so I decided to give you a reminder," Quentin said in a respectful tone. Destiny's eyes grew up in surprise, but her surprise didn't last for long, as this wasn't the first time she had lost track of time, and at the same time this wasn't going to be the last time. With a flick of her hand, Destiny put away the Grindelwald grimoire along with ancient tome inside her trunk. "Let's go," Destiny said, and Quentin immediately started to lead the way, not that he needed to, as Destiny was quite familiar with the whole place. The two of them finally arrived inside a small dining space. Only Destiny and her lieutenants dined in this place, while the other members of the Crimson Knights would dine in the hall near the backyard of the property. After arriving in the Netherlands, Donovan and his team were able to discover this place. It used to be a farm, but the land lost its fertility with time, so the family decided to sell the land and move away. The property was dirt cheap as nobody wanted to buy it. There was a rumor that the land had been cursed. Everyone thought that was probably why the land lost its fertility. Anyways, Donovan was able to buy the property with ease and he didn't even have to spend a lot of money. After that, Destiny erected the unplottable wards while other warders erected the other wards. With magic, they easily fixed the house, and at the same time, they also expanded the house physically before expanding it magically from the inside. Destiny nodded towards Donovan and Ambika. Vladimir was in Yemen along with his team for the dueling tournament. Destiny approached the head position of the table and pulled back the seat. The others quickly took their seats. When the others were finally seated, Destiny finally took her seat. Destiny took her seat last to demonstrate that she was the protector of the table and that any threat that would interrupt their dining would be dealt with by her. It was an old tradition forgotten by a lot, but most pureblood families still favored the tradition. Destiny was taught by Gellert, so she still followed the practice. Ambika and Quentin were closest to Destiny, signifying their higher standing among the lieutenants. Donovan knew that Ambika and Quentin were more favored by Destiny, but he didn't have any problems with that. Right now, he was dining with Destiny meant that she trusted him, and that was enough for him. Donovan was a pureblood wizard. While he wasn't from a prominent family, he knew how their societies worked. Some wizards might laugh at him for following a young woman, but he knew better. Destiny Grindelwald was unfathomably strong, and to be honest, he wasn't bothered by following her. The food finally appeared on the table, courtesy of house elves, of course. The four of them started to eat in silence. After finishing the dessert, Destiny wiped her face and decided to wait for the others to finish. After a couple of minutes, the others were done too. The plates disappeared, leaving behind only wine glasses. "Milady, when will you be leaving?" Quentin asked in a respectful tone. He was the first one to speak up after dinner. I think I will be leaving tomorrow." "Quentin, can you inform the knights who have infiltrated Makusa about my arrival?" Destiny questioned as she leaned back in her chair. "It will be done, milady." Quentin nodded his head in understanding. After that, Destiny's gaze focused on Donovan. "Donovan, how is the recruitment going on?" Destiny asked as she took a small sip from her glass. "Everything is going on smoothly, but I think that we might have some problems in the future," Donovan answered, and everyone's gaze was now focused on Donovan. Destiny raised her brows due to curiosity. "What sort of problem?" Destiny asked curiously. "Milady, I think the ministry has been notified about our presence. My team and I have seen quite a few Aurors lurking around our recruitment center," Donovan explained, and Destiny tapped her fingers on the table with a thoughtful look on her face. "Quentin, I want you and your team to look through the knights to see if we have a traitor among us or not," Destiny said with a serious look on her face. Quentin's team was bound by the strongest oaths, as they were the assassins. Whenever Destiny needed to get rid of someone silently, she would give the responsibility to Quentin and his team. Destiny wasn't worried about her identity being revealed, as everyone among the knights had taken oaths during their initiation to keep her identity secret. Destiny had worked really hard on that particular oath, as she needed to get rid of all the loopholes. At this stage, getting her identity revealed would ruin a lot of her future plans. "It will be done, milady," Quentin said with a small bow. "Donovan, I need you to remove all the incriminating stuff. If Aurors raid your office, then it must seem like any other freelance offices," Destiny said with a pointed look. "If you think that the risk is too high, then remove the stop recruiting and abandon everything," Destiny added, and Donovan immediately nodded his head in understanding. Then Destiny's gaze finally focused on Ambika. "Is there anything you have to report, Ambika?" Destiny asked with a straight look on her face. In front of the others, she was Ambika's superior, so she had to act like that. It wasn't like Destiny was ashamed of her relationship or anything. All the lieutenants knew about her relationship, even some of the knights also knew about it. Ambika also agreed with Destiny. She didn't want to be treated favorably in front of the others. "No, milady. Everything is perfectly fine right now," Ambika answered the question with a small shake of her head. "Good," Destiny said with a stiff nod of her head. "That will be all for today. Good night," Destiny said as she slowly stood up from her seat. The others followed her lead and stood up too. After giving everyone another look, Destiny directly operated inside her room. After a few moments, Ambika also operated inside the room. Destiny raised some wards in the room so that nobody else could enter her room, and after that, she slowly climbed into the bed after stripping out of her clothes. With a wave of her hand, Destiny summoned her family grimoire in the ancient tome. "I am going to take a shower," Ambika muttered in a tired tone as she entered the bathroom. She didn't bother to close the door as she started to shower. Destiny looked in that direction and decided to put away the old books and join her lover. Destiny operated inside the bathroom and started to hungrily kiss Ambika. The older woman happily submitted herself. "We are going to have a wild night, my love," Destiny whispered huskily into Ambika's ear, and her whole body shivered in anticipation. Destiny didn't disappoint the older girl, as moments later, she pushed Ambika up against the wall. Line break. The next day, Destiny's kitty wand hexed her awake. Destiny's eyes snapped open and she immediately noticed Ambika's soft snores. A smile appeared on her face as she slowly crawled out of Ambika's arms. Destiny leaned back on the bedpost and she started to gently run her fingers through Ambika's hair. It was still dark outside, but a soft light was illuminating the room. Destiny gently crawled out of the bed, and after that, she cast a heating charm to keep Ambika warm. Without bothering about anything else, Destiny made her way towards the bathroom. She activated the water heating rune and turned on the shower. After a nice and relaxing bath, Destiny finally walked out of the bathroom after drying herself. Ambika was still fast asleep, and it was understandable as last night was pretty wild. Destiny quickly got dressed and started to pack for a small trip. Destiny finally called Bibli and asked her to make her some nice breakfast. Good morning, love, Ambika said softly as she slowly sat up on the bed. The sun was already coming up, so there was a lot of light inside the room. Destiny immediately noticed the hickeys around Ambika's neck, and she was also sporting a couple of hickeys on her body. She noticed them when she looked at herself in the mirror during the shower. Good morning, Destiny said, and she quickly approached Ambika. Destiny leaned down and pecked the older girl on her lips. Were you going to leave without telling me? Ambika asked in a teasing tone. Destiny gasped in mock horror. I would have never done that, or maybe I would have, Destiny finished with a grin on her face, and Ambika gave her an annoyed glare and tossed a pillow towards Destiny. Destiny grabbed the pillow and placed it on the bed. Do you want something to eat? Destiny asked, and Ambika shook her head in denial after thinking for a moment. No, I am not feeling hungry right now, Ambika said, and Destiny simply shrugged as she resumed her packing. Ambika decided to lie down and watch Destiny. When are you going to return? All of a sudden Ambika questioned. I don't know, but I don't think that it will be anything more than a week, Destiny said after a few moments of silent pondering. Bibli finally arrived with the food, so Destiny hurriedly finished her packing. Destiny quickly finished her breakfast and looked towards Ambika. I am gonna miss waking up with you in my bed, Destiny said with a grin, and Ambika simply rolled her eyes, but she couldn't stop herself from smiling after hearing Destiny's words. After that, Destiny quickly charmed a spoon as an international portkey and shoved her trunk inside her pocket after shrinking it. By the way, stay safe and take care, Destiny said, and once again pecked Ambika on the lips. After that, Destiny activated the portkey and she was whisked away with a familiar pull around her navel. Destiny gracefully landed on her feet, but she still decided to take a moment before moving. International portkeys would always end up messing with your balance. Destiny had appeared near the port. After a few moments, Destiny took a deep breath and operated away with a soft pop. Moments later, she appeared in a dark alley near the Woolworth Building, the current headquarters of the Magical Congress of the United States of America, or MACUSA for short. Sun was yet to rise in this country, so it was still dark, and as expected in the early morning, the streets were completely empty. My lady, a feminine voice was heard, and a middle-aged witch came into view. Destiny had noticed the woman as soon as she had arrived inside the dark alley, even though the other witch was under disillusionment charm. Destiny gave the woman an appreciative nod. It is nice to see you, Moira, Destiny said with a small smile on her face as she kept staring at the headquarters of MACUSA. I have been fine, milady, Moira answered in a respectful tone. That is good to hear. So, you aren't being suspected by anyone, right? Destiny questioned softly, and Moira immediately shook her head in denial. No, milady. Most of the time, I am completely ignored by everyone. Nobody bothers about me until they need to find an old book of records or something, Moira explained, and Destiny nodded her head in understanding. Moira Calvert worked in the Department of Records, and just like the name, all magical events or incidents were recorded, and all those records were stored and managed by the Department of Records. That was a brilliant place to look for new recruitments, as all magical incidents were recorded by her department. Like birth or death of someone magical, or bursts accidental magic, even if someone came to age, then that was also recorded. And Moira was privy to all of that information, and nobody would give a fuck if anybody noticed Moira looking through some books. Destiny was really giddy when she heard that one of her knights was able to infiltrate the Department of Records. America was still under the Rappaport's law, so MACUSA avoided all sorts of contact and communication with the No-Maj community. That is why most of the magical children born from No-Maj parents were severely abused. Recruiting them to her side would be easy as hell. So, I guess I can't enter the building right now without raising the alarm, can I? Destiny questioned as she turned around to look at Moira. I would be delighted to host you at my apartment, for the time being, milady, Moira said in a nervous tone. It was the exact answer to Destiny's question, but she understood what Moira wanted to say. Sure, lead the way, Destiny said with a smile, and Moira extended her hand. Destiny accepted the offered limb, and moments later, both of them disappeared with a somewhat loud pop. Destiny and Moira appeared inside a small and cozy flat. Destiny looked around and curiously, and she was slightly impressed. The apartment felt kind of homey. While Destiny was checking out the flat, Moira was nervously staring towards Destiny. Welcome to my humble apartment, milady. I hope I didn't displease you, Moira said in an apologetic tone, and Destiny simply waved her hand in a dismissive manner. It is no big deal. This is perfectly fine. You live here? Destiny questioned as she turned Moira. Yes. I rented this apartment after getting my job, Moira answered, and Destiny started to hum. Moira internally released a sigh. Moira was one of those knights who had seen Destiny's magical might, so she truly feared and respected Destiny. This place is certainly nice. Destiny hummed as she walked towards the window. She looked down towards the street and she found that Moira's apartment was in a Muggle residential area. Destiny had also noticed a couple of wards around the apartment, nothing too serious, of course. Milady, would you like some tea or coffee? Moira asked as she started to make her way towards the kitchen. Coffee, please, and for the time being, you should call me Destiny, Destiny said softly. She was still staring out of the window. Moira froze for a moment after hearing Destiny's words. Destiny turned around and quickly made her way towards the table. The living room was attached to the kitchen. Destiny pulled back a seat and sat down. Only after a couple of minutes, Moira placed the coffee mug in front of Destiny and she only took her seat after Destiny gestured her to sit down. This is your house, Moira, you shouldn't wait for my permission, Destiny deadpanned. But that won't be appropriate, Moira argued back and Destiny simply released a sigh. If that is what you wish, by the way, the coffee is brilliant, Destiny said with a smile as she took a small sip from her mug. Thank you, Mila. Destiny, Moira froze in fear when Destiny gave her a pointed glare. So she instinctively used Destiny's name, even though she didn't want to. Once again Destiny's features softened as she continued to sip her coffee. She is insanely scary when she wants to be, and I'm sure that her eyes flashed for a moment. Moira screamed inside her mind. She decided to be more careful from now on, and she also decided that she was going to treat Destiny as her guest. After all, that is what Destiny wanted. So, what can tell me about where Gellert is being kept? Destiny asked, and Moira instinctively straightened herself. I know where he is being kept and I also know what type of securities there are, but I haven't seen or been there myself, Moira answered, and Destiny nodded her head in understanding. Tell me, Moira, have you heard about legilimency? Destiny asked, and Moira nervously nodded her head. Legilimency is mind reading, right? Moira asked, but she didn't give any time for Destiny to answer and decided to continue. I don't know it myself, but I heard about it, Moira added, and Destiny smiled. Basically it is mind reading, but it is much more than that. Do you know occlumency? Destiny asked, and she finally put down her coffee mug as she was done with it. Ah, yes. I do have some basic shields, but they are nothing special, Moira answered. She finally understood where this conversation was going. Would you mind if I use legilimency on you? I just want to see some memories so I can follow your work habits, and I also want to see the information regarding Gellert's prison cell, Destiny requested, and even though Moira was nervous, she agreed without a second thought. I don't mind. What am I supposed to do? Moira asked, and Destiny smiled brightly after hearing the question. Just think about your work and the time you heard about Gellert's cell, Destiny answered, and Moira nodded her head with a determined look on her face. Moments later, Moira felt a presence enter her mind, but she didn't falter. She continued to stare into Destiny's eyes. Destiny easily slipped through Moira's mental shields like they weren't even there in the first place. She finally came across Moira's job life. Her work wasn't anything complicated. Even if Moira spent her whole day sitting around doing nothing, nobody was going to say a thing, and that is what Destiny was going to do. She was also going to sit around doing nothing, maybe read a few records if she was bored. Finally, Destiny started to look for the memories related to Gellert's cell. Memories started to flash through Moira's mind as she relived the memory for the second time. Destiny finally pulled out of Moira's mind with a contemplative look on her face. To be honest, she wasn't happy with how Gellert was being kept, but he was being considered as a Dark Lord, so you can't expect anything else. Moira hissed in pain as she felt a small throbbing pain in her head. Don't worry, the pain will go away in a few minutes. I was being very careful, Destiny said, and Moira nodded her head in understanding. So, Gellert is being kept inside a solitary cell, and at the same time, it is the most secure cell. If I want, I could break him out, but I can't do it without raising an alarm. The wards around Gellert are also very dangerous, and it would take me some time to break them without harming Gellert, Destiny mused as she leaned back in her seat. Gellert's magic was being suppressed by the magic suppressing cuffs, and the rest of his magic was being used to power the wards surrounding him. The wards were very lethal, only air could pass through the wards they were using. Anything living would be fried to death. There were also several listening charms placed around the room. Destiny, are you okay? Moira asked in a worried tone when she saw that Destiny wasn't saying anything. I am fine, I was just wondering about the wards inside Gellert's cell, Destiny said with a pondering look on her face, dismissing all of Moira's concerns. After a few moments, Destiny released a huge sigh. Do you mind if I take a nap before heading to Makusa? Destiny questioned curiously. No, of course not. I have a small secondary bedroom. Moira began to speak, but Destiny cut her off before she could finish what she was trying to say. Lead me to your secondary bedroom. I won't have a problem with a small room, Destiny said as she slowly got up from the seat. Moira excitedly nodded her head and led Destiny towards the secondary bedroom. The room was only big enough to fit a double-sized bed, but it was completely fine with Destiny. Oh, thanks for the hospitality, Moira, Destiny turned around and said with a bright smile on her face. Moira slightly blushed and nodded her head before walking away as she didn't want to impose Lady Grindelwald any longer. Line break. After a few hours, Destiny once again found herself standing outside the Woolworth building. She easily noticed the wizards and witches entering the building and muggles mostly avoiding them. It was pretty understandable as the building had been surrounded by muggle-repelling wards. Destiny snorted and slowly her whole visage started to transform and then her whole body started to transform. Moments later, Destiny finally finished transforming into Moira Calvert. She cracked her neck and started to walk towards the building. Woolworth Building is a 60-story skyscraper located on Broadway in the borough of Manhattan in the city of New York. It was built in 1913, and that is when the Makusa decided to move into this building. Right now, the Woolworth Building is the tallest structure in the world. Destiny entered the building after waving her kitty wand. From Moira's memories, she knew how the entrance worked, so she wasn't worried. The secret entrance to the government headquarters was through an ultra-fast spinning revolving door that led into a brilliantly lit grand lobby with a cathedral-like ceiling that reached nearly 700 feet. Destiny wasn't going to lie, she was somewhat awed by the sight in front of her. She had seen everything in Moira's memories, but seeing all of this in person felt really awesome. A large and elaborate monument graced the Makusa entrance, paying homage to those who died during the Salem witch trials. Destiny stopped in front of the monument to pay her respects. The building housed both no-majas and magical population. The only outer mark of the Makusa's new secret location was the owl carved over the entrance. Any witch or wizard would need to wave their wands when they walked by the owl carving to gain access to the magical side of the building. That really irked Destiny to no end. Hypocritical bastards. You are paying respect to the people who died during the Salem witch trials and you are sharing the building with the same filth who were responsible for the witch trials. Pathetic, Destiny thought disdainfully. Destiny shook her head to clear her mind and she slowly made her way towards the lifts. After a few minutes, Destiny found herself inside the Department of Records. She gave polite nods towards all of her colleagues as she made her way towards her own booth. Moira has been polite to everyone in her department, so Destiny also had to act like that to avoid any suspicion. Destiny finally plopped down in Moira's seat and released a sigh. She flexed her hands snuggled into the chair. Destiny decided to wait for half an hour before doing anything else. After finally confirming that everything was okay, Destiny activated the astral projection spell. Just like the name of the spell creates an astral projection of the user, but the spell has no uses except for illusion purposes as you can't speak while in your astral form. But Destiny has discovered something completely outrageous about the spell. Even the person who had invented the spell had no idea about this. You could use wantless magic when you are in your astral form. Your spells are going to be more than significantly weaker, but you could still cast spells wandlessly if you have enough power. Destiny had a lot of power to spare, so she wasn't going to have any problems. Destiny had previously experimented with this spell and she knew that she would cast weak legilimency probes while in this form. So, she could easily enter Gellert's mind. She wouldn't be able to do anything after that, but she was sure that she wouldn't need to. There was another limitation about the spell: your astral form can only travel up to 1 kilometer radius. That was more than enough for Destiny. Destiny's astral form quickly passed through the floors as she kept heading towards the prison. Right now, Destiny was completely invisible. In this form, she could even control her transparency. After a couple of minutes, Destiny finally entered the prison. She quickly made her way towards the most secure cell. After all, that is where Gellert was being kept. Destiny finally found the room and she noticed several guards were positioned outside the cell. She sneered in their direction before entering a cell. As soon as Destiny's gaze landed on Gellert, she felt a pang inside her chest. Anger and rage bubbled inside her after she saw Gellert's condition, but she forcefully controlled herself by using a clemency. Gellert had a gaunt look on his face and his hair and bread were disheveled. Gellert was basically wearing rags and Gellert looked slightly skinny too. They must be starving him. He also seems to be sleep-deprived, Destiny concluded and released a huge sigh. Before anything else, she needed to speak with him. Destiny decided to remain invisible. She stared into his eyes and then she slowly entered his mind. She didn't want to cause him any type of distress. Gellert slightly flinched as soon as he felt a foreign presence inside his mind, but only after a moment. A small smile graced his face as recognized the familiar presence inside his mind. He had no idea how Destiny was able to enter his mind, but he quickly calmed himself. Destiny knew a lot more spells than him. As soon as Destiny entered Gellert's mind, she found herself staring at Gellert's mental shields. As expected, Gellert's shields were still standing strong. Moments later, her surroundings changed and Destiny found herself inside a regal high-class room and Gellert was sitting on the opposite side of the room. Neither Destiny nor Gellert said anything, both of them simply kept staring at each other in complete silence. You got caught, Destiny deadpanned and moments later, her lips started to twitch. Bwahaha. Destiny burst out laughing. Gellert threw her a filthy look. Yeah, laugh it up, Gellert said in an annoyed tone as he sagged in his chair. Destiny continued to laugh as she slowly sat down on the other chair in the room. Destiny finally stopped laughing and took a deep breath to gather her bearings. I would have asked you how you were, but I have already seen your condition, Destiny said as she crossed her legs. Gellert simply shrugged. They have been trying to get information out of me but nothing has been working for them, Gellert answered with a small grin and Destiny simply cocked her head sideways. Since Veritaserum can't make you forcefully answer something, they are trying to break my shields. Once again Gellert shrugged. Destiny knew how Veritaserum worked. It compelled you to tell the truth, but it wasn't absolute, as you could keep your mouth shut and refuse to answer. Veritaserum can't make you answer something, and someone very good at occlumency can also fake answers while he or she is under Veritaserum's influence. And they won't learn anything from you. I will be taking you out of here, Destiny said in a firm tone, but Gellert started to chuckle while shaking his head. No. You don't need to. I already have a plan, Gellert said, and Destiny decided to relent. So, how did you get caught? Destiny asked curiously. Her eyes were filled with amusement. Gellert gave her another filthy look and a window appeared inside the room. Moments later, a memory started to play out and Gellert could be seen fighting multiple heirs and winning. But all of a sudden, he was pulled back and at the same time, he was also relieved of his wand. Gellert dropped to his knees and the men who had incapacitated him using a magical beast used the revealing charm to reveal his real face. After that, Gellert was carried out by the heirs and Destiny easily noticed something surprising in the memories. Gellert wasn't using the wand of Destiny, in fact, he was using his original Blackthorn wand. Why weren't you using the Elder Wand? Destiny questioned as soon as the memory finished playing and the window disappeared. It has been a year since I stopped using the Elder Wand. I want to give it to you, so I was getting used to my own wand, Gellert explained and Destiny gave him an annoyed glare. I have told you before, I don't want the wand. You can keep it. Destiny said dismissively and Gellert shot out of his seat. Another window appeared inside the room, but this time it wasn't a memory. Outside the window, a serene grass field could be seen. Have you ever wondered why I always stopped you from swearing loyalty to me? Gellert questioned and Destiny immediately nodded her head. She had thought about it a couple of times, but she could never make out anything of it. Because, it was never meant to be, Gellert said and Destiny tilted her head in confusion. I am simply meant to be a diversion, Gellert said and he slowly turned around. Destiny stood up from her seat with a confused look on her face. She had no idea what Gellert was trying to say. What do you mean? Destiny asked in a confused tone, but an absurd thought was slowly creeping through her mind. Gellert smiled softly and dropped to one of his knees and lowered his head. Destiny immediately gasped in surprise. I, Gellert Grindelwald, swear on my magic, body, and soul that I would be completely loyal to Destiny Grindelwald, and I also swear to serve her loyally throughout the rest of my life. From today onwards, I swear to follow you, milady. Gellert finished loudly and magic flashed around both Destiny and Gellert, signifying that the oath was active and legit. Morgana's tits. What the fuck were you thinking? Destiny shrieked with a scowl on her face. She was way too shocked to stop Gellert, and when she was able to gather her bearings, Gellert was already halfway done and stopping an oath halfway could have severe consequences. Gellert simply raised his head and smiled. It was always meant to be like this, milady, Gellert said, and Destiny started to venomously glare at the men kneeling in front of her. Destiny wanted to scream and rage at the men, but she took a deep breath to calm herself. She needed to center herself before doing anything else. First order, never call me milady, call me Destiny, Destiny said as she kept glaring at Gellert. And for fuck's sake, stand up. Destiny snapped and Gellert simply smiled and stood up on his feet. Ha. Now, are you going to tell me what you meant by those cryptic words? Please don't tell me that you had seen a vision of me leading us, Destiny said as she started to rub her temples and Gellert looked slightly uncomfortable. Ah. Yes, Gellert said and Destiny's intense glare returned, but Gellert stood straight looking too proud of himself. If you want to know the details then you can. Gellert began to speak but Destiny cut him off before he could even finish. Nah. I don't want to hear shit and gospel. It is better if you don't tell me anything, Destiny groaned as she plopped down in her seat. God damn it, Gellert. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? Destiny questioned in a frustrated tone and rubbed her face. Do what you have been doing and I will do what I was doing. Everything remains the same except the fact that now, I am following you. At least, secretly, Gellert pointed out softly as he didn't want to earn any more of Destiny's ire. Destiny didn't say anything for a couple of minutes as she was still trying to wrap her head around everything. She released a defeated sigh and leaned back in her chair. She didn't glare at Gellert any longer, but Gellert could see that Destiny's eyes were burning with determination. Fine. I can work with that, but for now, I still need your guidance. What should I do now? Destiny asked and Gellert's eyebrows twitched in irritation. He wasn't expecting Destiny to turn the table so quickly. Since Destiny had ordered him, he needed to follow the order. I think you should head over to Britain, Gellert said after thinking for a minute. Britain, why? Destiny asked with a confused look on her face. Destiny knew that Gellert had ignored Britain until now due to Dumbledore because he still had some lingering feeling about him, but why ask her now? Because we have no support base in Britain. A lot of people want to support us, but they don't know how to reach us and Britain has already put me on their hit list. Britain is still untouched by our agenda, Gellert explained and Destiny simply rolled her eyes. You could have simply said that you want me to take care of your ex-lover, Destiny deadpanned, and Gellert started to chuckle. Destiny already knew about the blood oath, so neither Gellert nor Albus Dumbledore could face each other in active combat. Gellert needed someone's help to take care of Albus Dumbledore, and Albus Dumbledore would also need to do the same. You are wrong, you see. I will be out of here in 2 months, and after that, Dumbledore will be plotting against me. He can't face me in direct combat, but that doesn't mean that he won't oppose me. His power base will be based in Britain. That is why I want you to go there and weaken his power base, if you can. And simply recruiting new members would also work. It would be like killing 2 birds with 1 spell, Gellert elaborated, and Destiny agreed with Gellert on this matter. She also knew that they needed to spread their influence in Britain, or they were going to face severe opposition from the country when they finally tried to take over. Destiny already had a couple of knights in the British Ministry of Magic, but they weren't enough. Okay. I will be heading to Britain, Destiny said, and then her face hardened. Though I will kill Dumbledore if he tries to oppose me, Destiny said in a serious tone, and Gellert grimaced, but he didn't say anything. He knew for sure that Albus was going to die by Destiny's hands. He didn't see it in a vision or anything, but he knew that it was going to happen in the future. They wanted to enslave Muggles, and Albus was opposed to that idea. He was bound to cross wands with Destiny someday, and he knew Destiny would come out victorious for sure. I won't ask you to show mercy, Gellert said with a straight face. Okay, do you know the name of the guy who caught you? Destiny questioned imperiously. Yes, his name is Newton Artemis Fido Scamander, or Newt Scamander. He is a magizoologist, or that is what he calls himself. He is a Dumbledore supporter, and I believe Dumbledore was the one who sent him here, Gellert explained, and Destiny tapped her knee with a pondering look on her face. I was never good with magical beasts. Destiny muttered and shrugged. Good, if that is all, then I am leaving, Destiny said as she got up from her seat, and Gellert nodded his head. Good, take care of yourself, and remember Albus is very manipulative, so he might send someone to infiltrate your army as a spy, Gellert said, and Destiny wanted to roll her eyes, but she gave him a stiff nod. Destiny wasn't stupid, that is why she was still hidden in the shadows, even though she was actively recruiting new members in her army. You also take care, and don't forget to send me a message after escaping. I will be in Britain, Destiny said, and her presence disappeared from Gellert's mind. Gellert plopped into his chair, but moments later, a kind and a caring smile appeared on his face. Destiny Grindelwald Savi. Gellert mused in amusement as his thoughts drifted towards the distant future. Line break. Destiny finally returned to her body, and she was glad that nobody had bothered her while her mind was drifting somewhere else. Destiny took a deep breath and started to wonder about the future. She never expected that Gellert would swear loyalty to her. That was pretty absurd. But he had sworn loyalty to her, and there was no going back now. Destiny slammed her head on the table, and a frustrated groan escaped her lips. She really wished that Ambika was here right now. She badly needed a shag. Another pitiful groan escaped Destiny's lips. Only after a few hours, Destiny was bored out of her mind. How the fuck can anyone sane can work in a place like this and remain sane? Destiny screamed inside her mind. She was utterly bored. She had gone to the cafeteria for lunch and found that everyone in Moira's department were complete loners. So, Destiny finally decided to start looking through record books as she didn't have anything else to do. Destiny finally walked out of Makusa looking really disgruntled. Destiny directly operated into Moira's apartment, and she found the other woman sitting near the window while reading a book. How do you even work in that place? Don't you find it boring? Destiny questioned, and Moira shot out of her chair. She was so engrossed in reading that she didn't even notice Destiny's arrival. Sorry, Mill. Destiny, Moira remembered Destiny's order. I didn't notice your arrival, Moira added, and Destiny waved her hand in a dismissive manner. It is fine. Destiny said, and moments later, her stomach growled, followed by Moira's stomach. Moira immediately blushed while Destiny's eyebrows started to twitch. Is there a nice restaurant around here? Destiny questioned, and Moira nervously nodded her head. But it is owned by Nomages, Moira said nervously, and Destiny simply shrugged. I don't care, and additionally, Muggle food is cheap, Destiny said, and nodded her head like a sage. Moira agreed with Destiny, and only after a few minutes, both of them walked out of the apartment, making their way towards the restaurant. 7240 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 14, Magical Britain. January, 1927, Netherlands. You are going to leave, again? Ambika questioned in a sullen tone. She wasn't happy about Destiny wanting to leave so soon. She just returned from America after meeting Gellert. Destiny saw the older girl's reaction and started to snicker. Oh, you don't need to be like that. I am not leaving tomorrow. I am going to stay here for at least a week before leaving, Destiny cooed as she caressed Ambika's bare back. Both of them just finished making love for the second time, and Destiny finally decided to initiate the conversation. Ambika gave Destiny a pitiful look. "Can't you take me with you?" Ambika asked, and after a few moments of silence, Destiny released a defeated sigh. "You know I can't," Destiny said while shaking her head. Ambika looked away. "Have you grown tired of me?" Ambika whispered in a low tone, and Destiny felt like someone had punched her in the gut. "No. It is nothing like that. I will never grow tired of you or anything. As I said before, you are mine and I am not going to toss you away," Destiny growled as she grabbed Ambika's chin and turned her head. "You see, I can't take you because you need to be here so that you can manage the nights in my absence. I know, ideal relationships don't work like that, but our relationship isn't ideal," Destiny said, and Ambika relented as she couldn't refute Destiny's words. "I see your point, but I don't like it," Ambika grumbled in an annoyed tone, and Destiny smirked as she wrapped her hands around the older girl's waist and pulled her closer. "I also don't like it if I am being honest, but there is nothing I can do. I am trying to change the world, so I can't lose sight of my objective," Destiny softly said, and Ambika didn't look happy, but once again she relented as she didn't have any arguments against that. She knew exactly what she was getting herself into when she had started the relationship with Destiny. She had noticed how their relationship had progressed from there. Ambika has also grown up a lot, and a lot of things have also changed for her. She had also learned how relationships were supposed to work and all. She was really happy where she was, but there was something constantly nagging inside her mind. It was her weakness. She hadn't said anything about it, but she felt really insecure due to her weakness. She wasn't weak compared to other mundane witches, but she was laughingly weak compared to Destiny. She always wondered if Destiny would someday toss her away due to her weakness. She wanted to serve Destiny throughout the rest of her life as a devoted follower, and stand beside Destiny as a faithful lover, but with her current power, it was simply impossible. That is why Ambika had recently delved into research. She had been looking for ways to increase her magical power. She knew some rituals, but all of them were pretty outrageous and all of them had some side effects and none of them were anything good. That is why Ambika was very reluctant to go through those rituals. She was also pretty sure that Destiny would never allow her to go through such rituals, consequences be damned. Then there was another method. Once again Ambika was very reluctant with the method, but this method was much safer than the rituals. Alas, nothing in the world is free. The second method also came along with some side effects. If Ambika chose the second method, then she would need to share Destiny with other women. The idea was pretty appealing. Ambika wasn't going to lie, and at the same time, she knew that Destiny wouldn't be against the idea. For now, Ambika decided to fall asleep as she was really tired after their lovemaking session. She knew that she needed to come clean in front of Destiny before trying anything else, but she still needed to make up her mind and she wasn't going to do anything without Destiny's express permission. So it was alright. For now, Ambika knew that she needed to research more. Line break. A whole week passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout the week, Destiny spent as much time as possible with Ambika while she continued to translate the ancient tome whenever she wasn't spending her time with her lover. Ambika was rather pleased with this development and she was happy to please Destiny in return. Ambika was sad that once again, Destiny was about to leave, but she didn't show it on her face. Destiny was also feeling slightly bad, but she was planning to make it up to Ambika afterwards. Right now, Destiny was making her way towards the meeting room. Vladimir and his team have finally returned from Yemen. Destiny finally entered the meeting room, her crimson cape billowing behind her imperiously as she strode inside the meeting room. All of her 4 lieutenants stood up and gave a respectful bow. Lady Grindelwald. All of them greeted Destiny at the same time in a respectful tone. Destiny gave a stiff nod in appreciation. Destiny pulled back her chair and sat down and her lieutenants followed her example. "So, how was your tournament, Vladimir?" Destiny questioned, looking rather curious. "It was very interesting, milady, but unfortunately, I wasn't able to secure victory," Vladimir said in an apologetic manner, and Destiny raised her delicate eyebrows in interest. "Then your opponent must have been really good?" Destiny questioned, and Vladimir seemed to reluctantly nod his head. "My opponent's name was Fleamont Potter. He is the heir apparent to the Potter family. He was using family magics and he was pretty good with a wand too," Vladimir said grudgingly, and Destiny smiled. "Then I hope that I get to meet him when I am in Britain." "How old is he?" Destiny asked as she leaned back in her seat. "He had graduated from Hogwarts last year," Vladimir said, and Destiny was impressed. The boy was probably 17 or 18 and he was already so strong. Yes, Destiny was impressed. "I see. Donovan, stop the recruitments from today onwards. I want you and your team to collect information from the Muggle world. Don't need to do anything drastic, just loiter around and see what is going around the world," Destiny commanded in a polite tone. "Quentin, I need you to continue your previous mission and you already know what to do, Ambika. Vladimir, take a break and then start training the newer recruits." Destiny finally finished giving out the orders and all 4 of them nodded their heads. Destiny gave a satisfied nod and stood up. Then I will be leaving, Destiny said, and her features softened as she glanced towards Ambika. The white-haired witch blushed intensely as the last night's conversation resurfaced inside her mind. Destiny easily discerned the reason for the blush and grinned. I am going to miss you, Destiny said softly, but she still kept grinning. Destiny leaned down and pecked Ambika on her lips. Ambika looked flushed as the last night's conversation was still replaying inside her mind, but she agreed that she was going to miss Destiny. The others weren't bothered as they already knew about the relationship. Destiny activated her portkey and with a familiar tug around her navel, Destiny was whisked away. A few seconds later, Destiny gracefully landed on her feet and shook her head to clear the dizziness. International portkeys always made her dizzy, and she wasn't the only one with that problem. Destiny found herself standing in front of the leaky cauldron. It was a pretty famous pub, and it was a milestone used by a lot of magical population as apparition or portkey points. Destiny strode inside the room and she immediately noticed everyone's gaze focused on her. Yes. Be thankful to be graced by my beauty. It has been a long time since Destiny has been using narcissism to deal with all the attention. Destiny approached the counter and found a woman attending the counter. There was a shelf on the counter filled with Daily Prophet newspaper. Destiny grabbed one and placed a sickle on the counter. Can I get you something else? The matron asked Destiny in a polite tone, but Destiny easily noticed that it was almost fake as the woman was weirded out by her clothes and hair. Yes, tea and some scones please, Destiny ordered as she made her way towards the corner of the room. The matron nodded her head. The pub was bustling with wizards and witches, so it was completely packed. Destiny finally found an empty spot, but she noticed that people are actively avoiding that table. Only one of the seats on the table was occupied. It was occupied by a young witch, and Destiny noticed that some people were even avoiding looking in her direction. Destiny was obviously intrigued, so she beelined towards the table. Excuse me, would you mind if I sit here? Destiny asked, and immediately the whole pub turned completely silent. The young witch was scribbling something on a parchment. She also had a stack of books placed on the table. The witch finally stopped her scribbling as she looked up. She is hot as fuck. Destiny internally grinned. The witch was extremely beautiful. She had slightly curled midnight black hair, and the most entrancing part were her eyes. Her bright green eyes were just irresistible. Destiny found herself being drawn in by those green orbs. Image here. Of course, have a seat, the witch answered in a polite tone, and Destiny gave her a grateful smile and sat down. Immediately murmurs broke around the pub, and Destiny knew that she was involved in whatever they were whispering. You use a katana as your magical focus? The witch questioned as she eyed Neptune. Yes. I am surprised that you noticed. Not many do, Destiny said, and the witch tilted her head with an amused glint in her eyes. Yes, I suppose. So, you are from Japan? The witch questioned, and Destiny smiled in return. No. I am from Austria actually. I got this from Japan when I turned 11-inch, Destiny answered, and the matron of the pub finally arrived with Destiny's tea and scones, and as soon as she placed the plates, she scurried away from the table. For whatever reason, everyone seemed to be afraid of the witch sitting in front of Destiny. I wonder why everyone seems to be so uneasy, Destiny mused, and the green-eyed witch smirked devilishly after hearing Destiny's words. Ah, that would be due to my last name. Everyone tends to avoid a black, the witch answered, and Destiny finally understood why everyone was avoiding the table. The witch was from the Black family. The Black family was one of the most renowned pure-blood families in Britain. Obviously, Destiny has done her research before coming to this country, and she knew a lot of stuff about the Black family. The Black family was staunch traditionalists, which was now being referred to as dark, and they hated Muggles and Muggleborns with a passion. That wasn't anything new, more pure-blood families did that. I have heard about the Black family, Destiny said vaguely, and the witch simply shrugged. Please help yourself, Destiny added, pointing towards the scones. Thank you, but I just ate, the witch politely refused, which wasn't anything out of the expectation. Destiny smiled and took a sip of her tea, but not before using some diagnostic spells. The green-eyed witch narrowed her eyes. That was pure wandless magic, the witch stated, and Destiny smirked in return. You must be very strong, the witch added, looking rather impressed. I will take that as a compliment, Destiny answered, and for the first time, she eyed the books placed on the table. Cassiopeia Black, the witch finally introduced herself and extended her hand. Destiny accepted the extended limb and shook her hand, gently. A/N, in canon, Cassiopeia Black was born in 1915, but I decided to change it. In my fanfic, she was born in 1907. She is only a few months older than Destiny. My name is Destiny. Destiny felt really odd as she wasn't able to give her last name, and even Cassiopeia frowned, but decided not to make any comments. Are you perhaps pursuing a master's in charms? Destiny questioned, trying to change the topic. Yes, I am trying to write a paper by myself. Currently, I am trying to find myself an apprenticeship, Cassiopeia answered in a neutral tone. Good luck, Destiny said genuinely, and Cassiopeia gave her an appreciative nod. So, you graduated from Wagada Magical Academy? Cassiopeia questioned, and Destiny politely shook her head. Destiny understood that Cassiopeia reached the conclusion because of her display of wandless magic. I never went to a magical academy, I wouldn't have learned anything new from there, Destiny said, and Cassiopeia raised her delicate eyebrows in a questioning manner. When I received my letter from Mahutokuro, I was already learning some advanced magic, Destiny elaborated. Cassiopeia kept staring at Destiny for a few seconds until she cracked an amused smile. I like you, and that's saying something, as I don't like many, Cassiopeia said with a grin. Tell me, how long have you been in this country? Cassiopeia questioned curiously. It has been a few minutes, I suppose, Destiny mused with an amused glint in her eyes as she wasn't sure how much time has passed since she arrived in this country. I will be honest, I don't know much about this country, Destiny added, and she finally finished eating all the scones. Ah. Cassiopeia released an understanding sigh. Can you tell me where I can find some good books? Destiny requested politely. You can check Flourish and Blots, but if you want real books then you must pay a visit to the Nocturne Alley. There are several bookstores there, Cassiopeia answered as she started to think about something else. Cassiopeia Black was a true Slytherin if nothing else. She remembered how Destiny had refrained from mentioning her last name. It was suspicious, but she didn't question it out loud. Cassiopeia didn't know if Destiny was a mudblood or half-blood. From Destiny's posture and table manners, she might very well be a pureblood witch. There was one thing Cassiopeia Black knew for sure, was the crimson-haired woman's magical power. Nobody from her family was capable of using wandless magic, and it wasn't some elementary spell. Destiny cast detection spells wandlessly. That was simply surprising. So, Cassiopeia Black decided to offer something she would have never offered to anybody else. This crimson-haired woman sitting in front of her was an enigma. It has only been a few minutes since she has met this woman, but that was more than enough. Cassiopeia really wanted to see how capable this woman was. If you want, I can show you around, Cassiopeia offered, and after a few moments of silence, a small smile graced Destiny's lips. I would be grateful for your help, Destiny answered, and Cassiopeia grabbed the parchment and placed it inside her book. After that, Cassiopeia tapped the stack of books and all of them shrunk down. Cassiopeia placed the books in her robe pocket and stood up from the table. Destiny followed Cassiopeia's example and stood up. Destiny and Cassiopeia made their way towards the entrance of the Diagon Alley after Destiny cleared the bill. Cassiopeia tapped a few bricks with her wand and the wall started to open up, and Destiny easily memorized the bricks. This is much bigger than I was expecting, to be honest, Destiny hummed as she looked around. Cassiopeia smirked and pointed towards the building. Destiny immediately recognized it to be the Gringotts before Cassiopeia could say anything. Ah. Gringotts. Their banks are pretty similar everywhere, Destiny pointed out, and Cassiopeia tilted her head looking intrigued. I can't say I can agree with you. I have never been outside magical Britain, so I have no idea, Cassiopeia said with a shrug, and Destiny simply smiled. By the way, I have heard a lot about the Ollivanders. So, are their wands really that great? Destiny asked curiously, and Cassiopeia seemed to contemplate for a few seconds. I suppose so, I bought my wand from there, and to be honest, my wand has been aiding me throughout the years astoundingly, Cassiopeia answered, and Destiny tapped her fingers on Neptune. Can you take me to the Ollivanders if you don't mind? Destiny requested, and Cassiopeia stifled a giggle. I already said that I was going to show you around, come on, follow me, Cassiopeia said as she started to lead Destiny through the crowd. Once again, Destiny was receiving weird looks, but once again she allowed her narcissistic thoughts to take over. The crowd was parting away due to Cassiopeia, and Destiny was really amused by the sight. Cassiopeia led Destiny to a somewhat old-looking derisive shop. The shop was narrow and looked really old. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC, was written over the shop's entrance with gold letters. Cassiopeia pushed the door open and a bell chimed. Moments later, both Cassiopeia and Destiny entered the store. Destiny was impressed with the number of wands being kept inside the store, and it was obviously magically expanded from the inside. An old man walked out from the back of the store. The man was easily a century old. Destiny deduced that fact from the man's posture and physical appearance. Ah. Cassiopeia Black, 9-inch black walnut with a dragon heartstring core. I hope that my wand is still aiding you perfectly fine. The old man questioned as he approached the counter. I would like it if you don't advertise my wand specifications in front of the others, Cassiopeia said dryly. And my wand is working perfectly, thank you for asking, Cassiopeia added in a similar tone. She forgot how she hated the fact that man loved to advertise his work. Then how may I help you and your friend? The old man asked as his gaze lingered towards the crimson-haired woman. My friend here needs a wand, Cassiopeia answered, gesturing towards Destiny. Oh my, that katana is a powerful magical focus, the old man gasped. Well, it doesn't matter. May I take some measurements? The man questioned as he produced a measuring tape from his robes. Destiny agreed. Your main arm? The old man asked, and Destiny extended her right arm. The old man quickly took some measurements and ran inside his shop. A few seconds later, he emerged with a lot of black boxes. He pulled out a white wand and placed it in Destiny's hand, and moments later, it shot out of hand and punched a hole through the wall. Your magic is quite strong, young lady, the old man muttered dryly. Someone might have mentioned that, Destiny said sarcastically, and the old man seemed to become more excited for whatever reason. After nearly 30 minutes, Destiny finally found a match. Destiny felt her magic sing as soon as she grabbed the wand. The wand gave her a somewhat similar feeling to the wand of Destiny. Neptune gave her a feeling of harmony, while the wand in her hand was giving her the feeling of power, just like the wand of Destiny. 15. You with a thestral tail hair core, the old man muttered in awe. I never expected that wand to find a match, the old man added in a melancholic tone. Destiny wasn't a fool, the wand in her hand was eerily similar to the wand of Destiny, so it must have some history. Why? Destiny asked curiously. Even Cassiopeia was paying rapt attention. One of my ancestors was somewhat obsessed with some fabled artifacts, so he decided to recreate one of them. He created several wands using different materials, but none of them ever chose anyone, until today, the old man answered with a satisfied and somewhat proud smile on his face. I see, Destiny nodded her head. Even though the men didn't mention the name of the artifacts, Destiny already knew what the man was talking about. I want a wand holster too, Destiny added, and the man summoned a wand holster from a nearby shelf with a flick of his wand. Destiny placed the holster around her right arm and strapped her new wand in the holster. How much do I need to pay? Destiny asked politely. It would be 3 galleons in total, the old man said, and Destiny quickly handed 3 galleons to the men. After that, both Destiny and Cassiopeia left the store. He was quite interesting, Destiny said with an unsure look on her face as she didn't know how to describe the man in one word. That's Cassius Ollivander for you. He is slightly off the rocker, but he is scarily good in what he does. The reputation of Ollivanders is not fake, their family have been running the business for more than a millennium without any competition for obvious reasons, Cassiopeia explained, and Destiny hummed in understanding. There are other wand makers who make custom wands for their customer, but none of them can match the finesse and integrity of the wands created by an Ollivander. Cassiopeia continued her explanation, and with a flick Destiny had her new wand in her hand. I suppose. This wand feels great in my hand. I am not gonna lie, Destiny said as she tapped Neptune with her new wand and shrunk it. After that, she gently placed Neptune in her pocket. Neptune was still going to be her main magical focus, but using a wand is pretty convenient. This is the bookstore I was talking about, Cassiopeia said while pointing towards a small, but a somewhat crowded bookstore. Flourish and Blots. Destiny read the store name. If you want, we could check it out, Cassiopeia offered. Sure, I will take you up on that offer, but I am afraid that I am going to waste your day, Destiny politely replied, and Cassiopeia simply smirked in return. Rubbish, I am happy to help, Cassiopeia said and led Destiny towards the bookstore. Unfortunately, just like Cassiopeia had suspected, Destiny didn't find anything interesting after browsing through the whole store. The whole store was filled with casual magic books. I was kind of suspecting that you wouldn't find anything interesting in here. You see, this is a bookstore where muggles and muggle-borns are brought to buy their books when they are introduced to the magical world, the trend continues. So, the store avoids keeping books that might hurt the delicate sensibilities of those students, Cassiopeia said in a clipped tone. Destiny didn't need to use legilimency to know that Cassiopeia hated muggles and muggle-borns, but Destiny did discover a very important fact from Cassiopeia's words. For now, she decided to keep mum. She could always ask the green-eyed witch later. Destiny wasn't naive, she knew that Cassiopeia had some sort of ulterior motive for helping her. Destiny doesn't know shit about the Black family, true, but she knew that purebloods won't help the others out of their goodwill, at least they won't help a complete stranger without expecting nothing in return. Come on, there are a couple of more stores in Nocturne Alley, you might find something interesting in there, Cassiopeia said and led Destiny towards a much older part of the alley. This used to be the original shopping settlement, it still is for all the traditionalists, but it is somewhat avoided because some decided that following our tradition and old ways means we are dark, Cassiopeia scoffed. Anyways, the Diagon Alley was built to welcome the Muggleborns, it developed and grew throughout the years, and now, the Diagon Alley is known as Magical Britain's most prominent market. After all, right now, the Muggleborns are the majority, Cassiopeia finished in a neutral tone, but Destiny knew better. Cassiopeia was internally very unhappy. Unfortunately, once again, Destiny didn't find anything interesting in the rest of the bookstores, or at least she didn't find anything new in there. It was already time for lunch, and Cassiopeia had shown Destiny all the important shops in the Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, so they decided to return to Leaky Cauldron for lunch. This time Destiny decided to acquire a private room as she didn't want to be stared at while eating. Cassiopeia was also feeling the same, so after a couple of minutes, they found themselves sitting inside a room with some food placed in front of them. So, why did you help me? Destiny asked curiously. She couldn't hold herself back any longer. Cassiopeia didn't answer and stared at Destiny for a few moments. "It is a gamble to be exact," Cassiopeia answered with a cryptic smile on her face. "You see, I am a Slytherin," Cassiopeia said, and Destiny tilted her head in confusion, so Cassiopeia decided to give the crimson-haired woman a brief overview. Hogwarts was founded by 4 people. Salazar Slytherin, Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Helga Hufflepuff. So, Hogwarts was divided into 4 houses. Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. I was sorted into Slytherin. We value ambition, cunning, leadership, and resourcefulness among a few other things, but none of them are that important. You said that you didn't go to any magical academy, but you are strong. Nobody in my family is capable of performing wandless magic, and you were casting diagnostic charms wandlessly. If that isn't impressive, then I don't know what is." Cassiopeia finished with a grin and took a small sip from her wine glass, but she immediately grimaced as she didn't like the wine. "I could have been faking it. There are various types of magical focus around the world. I could be using one of them and act like I am using wandless magic," Destiny pointed out and casually leaned back in her chair. Cassiopeia simply placed her hands on the table, and within a matter of a second, she had her wand pointed towards Destiny, and moments later, she fired a stunning charm at Destiny. As a matter of fact, Destiny was slightly impressed with the speed of the draw. It wasn't the fastest she had seen, but it was still impressive for someone at Cassiopeia's age. Destiny simply swatted away the stunning charm with her hand while she had a dismissive look on her face. Cassiopeia's smile widened. "I rest my case." Cassiopeia tucked away her wand with a smug grin on her face. "You are good, but you need to work a lot on your speed and power," Destiny commented. Cassiopeia would have felt insulted, but she already knew that the woman sitting in front of her was leagues above her. "So, what do you want?" Destiny questioned and rapped her fingers on the table. It was a loaded question, and both of them knew that. Cassiopeia carefully arranged the answer in her mind. "I want you to ally yourself with our house. You are extremely strong, and our house would definitely profit if you decide to form some sort of tie with our house, and we aren't the only ones who would profit from such an alliance, you would too. Black family is one of the noble and most ancient houses. We are one of the largest, oldest, and wealthiest pure-blooded wizarding families in Great Britain, and one of the Sacred 28. You see, if you ally yourself with our house, then you get a serious backing, and with your power, our family isn't going to limit you at anything," Cassiopeia explained in a haughty tone. Destiny wasn't sure how she was supposed to react after hearing an offer like that. She didn't feel offended though. Pure-blood families offered alliances like these, but it wasn't anything common. Unfortunately, Destiny would have to deny the offer, but she wouldn't mind if the blacks joined her cause. "That is an appealing offer, but from what I have concluded, you and your family hate Muggleborns and half-bloods. I remember that I never gave you my last name." "I could very well be a Muggleborn," Destiny said with a thin smile on her face, and Cassiopeia pressed her lips together. "True, we feel that Muggleborns and half-bloods are beneath us, but then you have Albus Dumbledore. He is a half-blood, but none of us are ever going to challenge him. His magical might is enough to wash away his other shortcomings," Cassiopeia said with a tight smile on her face. You gave me a lot to think about, but before anything else, I think I should properly introduce myself," Destiny said as she straightened her back and extended her hand towards Cassiopeia. The green-eyed witch accepted the hand. "My name is Destiny Grindelwald. It is nice to make your acquaintance, Miss Black," Destiny said in a prideful tone, and Cassiopeia's eyes grew wide after hearing Destiny's last name, and she felt like a bludger had been slammed into her gut. Destiny grinned wickedly and took a sip from her own wine glass, and she internally grimaced. "This wine is so bad," Destiny thought disdainfully and placed the glass back on the table. The wine completely ruined her mood. Throughout the rest of the meal, she was going to refrain from grabbing the glass again. While Destiny was internally glaring at the wine glass, Cassiopeia was having a hard time forming any sort of coherent speech. She kept opening and closing her mouth, but no words came out. She simply kept gaping like a fish out of the water while staring at Destiny with wide eyes. "How can I believe you?" After a whole minute, Cassiopeia was finally able to form a coherent sentence, but her voice was still kind of weak. Destiny grinned and slowly raised her right hand to reveal a signet ring with the emblem of the Grindelwald family. It was the heir ring of the Grindelwald family, but in this case, an heiress. The Grindelwald family wasn't a well-renowned family until Gellert started his movement. So, right now, Grindelwald family was a pretty renowned family. That is why Cassiopeia easily identified the heir ring in Destiny's hand to be genuine. Cassiopeia gulped loudly. She had heard all about Gellert Grindelwald, and even though the men had been trying to enslave the Muggles, it didn't mean that he wasn't dangerous. Cassiopeia took a deep breath and she decided to deal with the matter at hand. She had already shown weakness in front of the crimson-haired woman, but she wasn't going to do that for the second time. She was a Black of the Black family and she had a reputation to maintain. "No offense, Miss Black, but I would have to refuse your offer," Destiny added, and Cassiopeia nodded her head with an understanding look on her face. "I see, and even though I am disappointed, I can understand why you had to reject the offer. Cassiopeia said with an understanding look on her face. Though, I would like to be your friend if you don't mind, Cassiopeia added. Destiny kept staring at the green-eyed witch with a contemplative look on her face. After a few seconds, Destiny smiled. I would like to be your friend too, Destiny said with a grin, and Cassiopeia also smiled after hearing Destiny's words. Line break. This is a nice house, Destiny muttered as she looked around. Cassiopeia had invited Destiny to stay with her after she found that Destiny was yet to make any arrangements for her accommodations. My father had gifted this house to me and my betrothed as dowry. I decided to keep it for myself since I loved the house, Cassiopeia explained as she rummaged through her liquor cabinet. She had a house elf, but asking a house elf to pour a drink for your guest was considered an insult in the pureblood circle. Your betrothed. I hope that he is as nice as you, Destiny said as she stared towards the beach. The property was under unplottable wards, but she quickly discerned that the house was located in Cornwall County. He wasn't, but you don't have to worry about him. He is dead, Cassiopeia deadpanned as she finally pulled out a couple of glasses from the liquor cabinet. Both Destiny and Cassiopeia had previously agreed that wine was right for the situation, so they decided to go with something strong. How? Destiny questioned as she turned around and started to approach Cassiopeia. Destiny plopped down on the opposite side of the couch and released a content sigh. He had an unfortunate accident. It was terrible from what I have heard, Cassiopeia answered without missing a beat. She uncorked the fire whiskey bottle and poured drinks for herself and Destiny. So, how did you kill him? Destiny questioned. She was smart enough to read between the lines. Cassiopeia gave Destiny an amused look, and picked up her glass and extended the other glass towards Destiny. I am obligated to say that I don't know what you are talking about, Cassiopeia replied in an innocent tone. And from what I heard, he was making a volatile potion. The cauldron exploded and the potion melted his skin. Cassiopeia nodded her head with a satisfied smile. Quite terrible indeed, and I think I am obligated to say that I am sorry for your loss, Destiny said with a grin and took a small sip from her glass, but not before subtly using detection spells. Thank you, Cassiopeia cracked up and started to chuckle. Destiny also joined in, and both of them started to chuckle. So, you want to become a charms mistress? Destiny questioned curiously and Cassiopeia shook her head. Not exactly. I want to become an enchanter, but to become a certified enchanter, I need to have masters in charms, runes and arithmancy. I decided to start with charms, Cassiopeia explained after taking a small sip from her glass. To be honest, I have no idea how someone is supposed to get those degrees, Destiny said with a shrug. She never paid attention to these kinds of stuff. Well, someone would simply need to get an apprenticeship with a master or mistress of a specific field, and after you finish learning, you can take up the exams in ministry. If you pass, then you get your master's degree, Cassiopeia answered and Destiny hummed in understanding. Can someone take the exam by self-studying? Destiny asked and Cassiopeia nodded her head. Yes, but nobody does that. The exams are really tough and you need to pay a fee for the exam, and you can only give the exam once in a year, Cassiopeia explained and poured herself another glass. Destiny finally nodded her head with an understanding look on her face. I see, so, I suppose your betrothed wasn't supportive of your career choice? Destiny asked with an amused grin on her face and Cassiopeia snorted in amusement. Of course not, he wanted me to be an obedient housewife. My second betrothed was also like that, so, he also had an unfortunate accident, Cassiopeia answered with a satisfied smile on her face and Destiny's eyes grew wide for a moment. Wait. Second, betrothed? Destiny questioned incredulously. Oh yes, my father wasn't happy that my first betrothed died, so he decided to arrange another one for me. Unfortunately, he also died. He dropped from the stairs and broke his neck. Poor man, Cassiopeia wiped a fake tear from her eye. After that, I earned the reputation of being a cursed bride. No matter how much my poor father tried, nobody would agree to marry me, and my mother absolutely refused to allow the family pen to be dipped in my inkpot. Cassiopeia couldn't keep that act any longer and burst out laughing. Your life is certainly interesting, Cassiopeia, Destiny muttered dryly and started to chuckle too. So, when I asked my father if I could keep this house for myself or not, he happily gave me the house. Cassiopeia wiped away another tear. Once again it was fake. Though, I won't lie. I miss my mother and sister, Cassiopeia muttered in a slightly sullen tone. I don't have any siblings, so I have no idea how to feel about them. Destiny shrugged and Cassiopeia gave her a look of sympathy. I don't like my younger brother much, he is really unpleasant, but I like my sisters, Cassiopeia added and continued to drink. Destiny wandlessly lifted the bottle and poured herself another drink. Cassiopeia gave a longing look towards the floating bottle. It must be great, right? I mean being able to use magic wandlessly. Cassiopeia asked curiously. She is a pureblood witch, she respected power like all the other purebloods. Sure, they hated most Muggleborns, but there was a genuine reason for it. Muggleborns came into their society and will keep comparing everything with the Muggles. Muggles were inherently hated by the wizarding population because of the witch hunts. So, any self-respecting wizard or witch would obviously be offended whenever their world is compared with the Muggle world. Secondly, most Muggle-borns insult their culture and traditions and they would try to change it to match the Muggle world. Yes, wandless magic does have its perks, but there are some limitations too. Offensive magic is very limited wandlessly and there are some spells you can't cast without a magical focus. For example, the Patronus Charm or the Unforgivables, Destiny explained and placed the bottle back on the table. I wouldn't know. I can't cast anything wandlessly. Wandless magic is the sign of a strong witch or wizard, at least, that is what our family thinks. Cassiopeia smiled softly. She wasn't surprised at all when Destiny mentioned the Unforgivables, and Patronus Charm was hard, but most of the Aurors know how to cast that. Destiny took another sip from her glass. Cassiopeia. Destiny began to speak, but Cassiopeia cut her off. You can call me Cassie if you want, Cassiopeia spoke in a neutral tone. Cassie it is. Tell me, Cassie, why did you invite me to your house? Destiny questioned with a serious look on her face and Cassiopeia released a sigh. I don't have any malicious intent against you if you are asking that. Even though you are related to Dark Lord Grindelwald, you are an exceptionally strong witch in your own regard. Dark Lord Grindelwald has been captured, and he is awaiting his trial. I know you have rejected my offer, but you might need some protection in the future. My family can give you that protection, Cassiopeia answered in a serious tone and tipped the glass in her mouth. Moments later, she burped and a ball of fire came out of her mouth. You would risk your family's reputation and credibility in order to protect me? Destiny asked, looking slightly bewildered. As I said, I was in Slytherin just like most of our family. We are cunning and ambitious. You are an extremely strong witch in an alliance between our family and it will be profitable for both parties, Cassiopeia said sincerely. Destiny used a little bit of passive legitimacy and she was surprised to find Cassiopeia's shields were quite impressive. Destiny was about to retreat, but she noticed that the shields were being lowered. Destiny was completely stunned by the fact that Cassiopeia was allowing her to see inside her mind. So, Destiny decided to take a peek and she confirmed that Cassiopeia was being sincere. After that, Destiny retreated from Cassiopeia's mind. We are taught a clemency as soon as we turn 6. It is necessary for our family, we have a family trait, it is called black madness, without a clemency we will start to lose our sanity as we grow older and become stronger, Cassiopeia explained and took a small sip from her glass. I am sorry I tried to invade your privacy, but I needed to see if you were being sincere or not. Destiny apologized, but Cassiopeia simply smiled and waved her off. You don't need to apologize, if I was in your place then I would have also done the same, Cassiopeia released a tired sigh, but moments later, she smiled. Well, enough about me. Tell me about yourself, Cassiopeia said, trying to change the topic. What do you want to know? Destiny asked as she had no idea how to start this conversation. I mean, how did you become so strong? Cassiopeia asked in a neutral tone, but Destiny noticed that Cassiopeia looked slightly excited. I don't know, to be honest, I kept training and training. I never stopped. When I started learning magic, I never imagined that I would become so strong, but I did have a good teacher, Destiny finished with a grin. You mean Gellert Grindelwald? Cassiopeia asked with a slight undertone of awe in her voice. Yes. He was brilliant, you know, and the thing is, he never stopped me from learning anything I was interested in. He always encouraged me and found some time to guide me even when he was busy with the tournaments. Destiny smiled brightly when she finished speaking. Tell me, Cassie, what do you think of his ambition and agenda? Destiny questioned nonchalantly, but Cassiopeia knew that it was a loaded question. I don't agree with him, at least not completely, Cassiopeia answered in a neutral tone, but internally she was nervous. If Destiny took an offense and decided to teach her a lesson, then she couldn't do anything. Destiny simply gestured her to continue. I agree with him, our whole family agrees with him that Muggles should be enslaved and we shouldn't hide behind the statute any longer like rats, but we don't agree with him over the fact that he considers Muggle-borns to be our equals, Cassiopeia finished and once again she took a large gulp from her glass. I suppose I understand where you are coming from or where your family is coming from. I know why purebloods hate Muggle-borns or half-bloods, but you see there is a reason why we don't agree with that, Destiny said as she slowly stood up. Let's go outside, if you are willing to hear what I have to say, Destiny said and Cassiopeia immediately stood up from her seat. Cassiopeia obviously wanted to hear what Destiny had to say, at least she would hear her out. Destiny gulped down the contents of her glass in one go and placed the glass on the table. Destiny led Cassiopeia outside the house, but she didn't wander outside the wards. With a wave of her hand, Destiny raised 2 sand pillars and then she transfigured them into 2 chairs. Cassiopeia's eyes bugged out at the casual display of wandless magic and Destiny couldn't help but feel amused with Cassiopeia's reaction. 73-74 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 15, The Gaunts. Can you please stop doing that? It makes me feel really inadequate, Cassiopeia said and shifted uncomfortably. Destiny started to chuckle after hearing the green-eyed witch's words. Sorry for making you feel like that, but using magic wandlessly had become kind of normal for me in the last couple of years, Destiny chuckled as she sat down in her own chair. Cassiopeia followed the example and sat down in her own chair. By the way, I was simply joking. You don't have to change anything. I think it is a good incentive for me to start training again, Cassiopeia said with an amused grin on her face. Cassiopeia pulled out her wand and cast a tempest. Wait. Let me inform my house elf to make us something light, Cassiopeia said and Destiny wordlessly agreed with her. Dinky. Cassiopeia called out and moments later, a house elf appeared beside Cassiopeia with a small pop. What would Dinky be doing for Missy Cassie? The house elf asked in a chirpy tone. We would be eating something light for dinner, Cassiopeia said and the house elf popped away after nodding her head. After that, Cassiopeia glanced towards Destiny. Tell me, Cassie, why do you hate Muggleborns? Destiny questioned without wasting any more time. Cassiopeia snorted after hearing the question. You mean, besides the obvious reasons? Cassiopeia asked sarcastically. Humor me, Destiny insisted. Cassiopeia took a deep breath. Well, first of all, they insult our culture and tradition like we are a bunch of barbarians or cavemen. They think their world is better than ours and they want to turn our world into the Muggle world. That is just the beginning, I could keep going on. Cassiopeia sniffed and leaned back in her chair. Do you really think it is their fault for thinking like that? No, it isn't. They act like that because they grew up in the Muggle world, with the Muggles and they take those animals as their role models. Tell me, Cassie, do you hate newborn Muggle-born children? Destiny asked softly and after a few seconds of thinking, Cassiopeia shook her head in denial. You see, you don't actually hate those children, after all, they are just the same. You or the others simply hate the world in which they grew up, and by extension you those children too. What if they grew up with your families, learning your tradition and culture, would you still hate them? Destiny asked passionately. Cassiopeia pondered Destiny's words for a couple of moments, then she grudgingly shook her head. She wanted to argue that Destiny was wrong, but she couldn't do that. Destiny was right on every account. Yes, they considered themselves superior to Muggleborns, but that was only because Muggleborns insulted their tradition and culture while praising everything about the Muggle world. The Statute of Secrecy was established worldwide in 1692. At first, the wizarding population wanted to do nothing with the Muggle world, but after a few years, they decided to bring in new blood. Yes, they decided to allow Muggleborns to be brought into their world. At first, the wizarding population happily welcomed the Muggleborns even though they were somewhat wary of them at the same time. Slowly it started to change when the Muggleborns started to reveal the existence of their world to the Muggles. That is when the discrimination started. Some families started to see that Muggleborns were a danger to their society and that is how the initial bigotry started. Throughout the years, the hate and bigotry only increased. Cassiopeia knew the whole history, most of her family members also knew the history. Black family was one of the oldest and most prominent families, they were present when the Statute of Secrecy was established, and they saw exactly how Muggleborns were trying to destroy their world. Cassiopeia had access to the untampered history, so she couldn't deny Destiny's statement. Those problems could have been avoided if Muggleborns grew up in their world. Muggles would never understand their world, it was a simple but bitter truth. No, I wouldn't hate them. Cassiopeia's voice was barely louder than a whisper. If what you are saying can be done, then I don't mind giving it a try. To be honest, a lot of us are tired, but we can't accept them because of their usual habits, Cassiopeia said and Destiny hummed in agreement. That is all I am saying, you should give it a try. Do you know, there are some Muggleborns who despise the Muggle world. Their parents try to murder them or they abuse the child in an attempt to stamp the magic out of them. Destiny clenched her fists tightly as she spoke. Cassiopeia looked completely aghast. How can someone do that to their own children? Children were considered gifts in the magical world and the parents cherished their children. Yes, some parents would very harshly discipline their children, but at the end of the day, they still loved their children. Muggles are worse than animals, Cassiopeia spat out in disgust. True, they are savages, Destiny added with a serious look on her face. After all, she had experienced their savagery firsthand. Well, that is what I wanted to say. Should we go inside? Though, I would like to stay here, the wind is great, Destiny smiled softly as she relished the wind caressing her skin. I don't mind sitting outside and I also like the wind. Shall I bring the drinks here? Cassiopeia asked and Destiny simply grinned and summoned the fire whiskey bottle from the inside. After that, she conjured 2 glasses along with some ice. Yes, I was missing the ice, Cassiopeia gave Destiny a grateful smile as Destiny poured the drinks. Destiny handed one glass to Cassiopeia and kept the other one for herself. Cassiopeia raised the glass. To our budding friendship, Cassiopeia said with a smile. Destiny took a moment before raising her own glass. To our budding friendship, Destiny said with a similar smile. Destiny was really glad that she found a friend so quickly after arriving in this country. She was from a prominent pureblood family, that was a bonus. Line break. Destiny was hexed awake by the alarm spell. Destiny shot out of her bed and looked around for a moment until she remembered where she was. She rarely used the alarm spell, so she was taken off guard. Destiny finally calmed down and she started to stretch while yawning. It was bright outside, so Destiny suspected that she had overslept. With a wave of her wand, Destiny cast Tempest, and her suspicion was confirmed. Destiny was only wearing a pair of brassiere and knickers. It has been some time since she had stopped wearing corselets. Once again, Destiny yawned and made her way towards the washroom. Cassiopeia was kind enough to give her a bedroom connected with a bathroom and a walk-in closet. After taking care of morning business, Destiny walked out of the bathroom, dressed in a completely new set of clothes. Destiny had her new wand tucked away in her new holster and Neptune was tucked inside her pocket. After that, she walked out of her room as she wanted to greet Cassiopeia and get some food. Destiny reached the living room, but Cassiopeia wasn't there. So, Destiny cast the revealing spell and found that only a house elf was inside the house besides her. Moments later, the said house elf appeared bedside her with a small pop. What can Dinky be making for Missy Destiny? Dinky questioned eagerly. How did you know that I was hungry? Destiny questioned, looking slightly amused. Dinky thought that Missy Destiny be hungry after waking up, Dinky said while nodding her head. You are right. I don't have anything in mind, you can choose a dish, but don't make anything excessive, okay? Destiny smiled softly. There were a lot of wizards and witches out there who abused their house elves, but Destiny wasn't one of them and clearly, Cassiopeia wasn't one of them. The house elf eagerly nodded her head. By the way, where is Cassie? Destiny asked curiously. Missy Cassie be going to the leaky every morning. Missy Cassie be liking the fresh air in the morning, she says she can think more clearly, Dinky answered, and before Destiny could say anything, she popped away. Destiny decided to return to her own room and bring the ancient tome and the Grindelwald grimoire with her to the dining room. She could continue translating the tome while waiting for the food. Destiny was able to translate 2 more pages before Dinky arrived with the food. So, Destiny put away the tome and grimoire as she was really hungry. When Destiny finally finished eating, she decided to move to the living room and continue the translations. After a couple of hours, the flue flared and Cassiopeia walked out of the flames. With a wave of her wand, she removed the soot from her robes. Good morning, Destiny greeted Cassiopeia, looking up from her books. Good morning to you, too, Cassiopeia greeted back with a smile. After that, Cassiopeia threw herself on the couch. She looked quite tired. She rolled her shoulders and her gaze focused on Destiny. So what have you been up to? Cassiopeia questioned curiously as she leaned forward. Destiny looked up from the grimoire. Some time ago, I found this tome and since then, I have been busy translating it, Destiny explained. She wasn't worried about revealing these sorts of things to Cassiopeia. First of all, Cassiopeia wasn't strong enough to pose a threat to her and secondly, if she could bring Cassiopeia to her side then, she would not only gain the support of the blacks, but she would also get her hands on a lot of obscure and ancient magic. It is written in hieroglyphics, but the book is a treasure trove, Destiny added chirpily and resumed what she has been doing. Oh. What is the book about? Cassiopeia questioned. She was intrigued as soon as she heard that it was written in some lost language. Since Destiny was investing her time to translate it, then it must be very important and Destiny herself mentioned that the book was a treasure trove and that was all Cassiopeia needed to know. No offense, but the book is not for you. You only have a liquid magical core and you need to have crystallized magical core to even practice anything inside this book, Destiny answered honestly, but she gave Cassiopeia an apologetic smile. Cassiopeia looked unhappy, but she accepted the reason. You have a crystallized magical core. Both my father and uncle who is also the current Lord Black think that Dumbledore's magical core is also crystallized. Probably you two are the only ones in this country with crystallized magical core. Cassiopeia exclaimed with stars in her eyes. Probably, Destiny mused. The rest of the day was completely normal. The two of them kept talking about various topics and whatnot. Cassiopeia was extremely interested in obscure forms of magic and Destiny was only happy to oblige, but at the same time, she was careful. She didn't reveal all the details as she wanted to keep Cassiopeia wanting more. 2 more days passed quite normally and there was finally something which caught Destiny's eyes. Cassie, there was something I wanted to ask you, Destiny said and she slowly closed the ancient tome and her family grimoire when she noticed Cassiopeia return from her leaky cauldron. Yeah, sure. I don't know if I could answer your question or not, but I will try my best, Cassiopeia answered with a serious look. With the sudden change of Destiny's expressions, she understood that it must be something serious. What can you tell me about the Gaunt family? Destiny's question took Cassiopeia completely by surprise. She wasn't expecting a question like this. Cassiopeia bit her lips as she put the words together inside her mind. She didn't have anything polite to say about that family, but she would try to answer Destiny's question best to her abilities. They are one of the oldest magical families, and they are also one of the Sacred 28, or well, they used to be. Once upon a time, the Gaunt family was powerful, feared, respected, but now, they are mere jokes. They are a shame to all the pureblood families. Cassiopeia spat out the last words. I have heard that they can speak to snakes, is that true? Destiny asked softly. She was only interested in that particular ability. Nothing else. Yes, it is true. They can speak to snakes. They are the descendants of one of the founders, Salazar Slytherin. He was a Parselmouth. As a Slytherin, it shames me that someone like them possesses such a renowned ability while we don't. Cassiopeia's voice was completely icy. Destiny grinned. Oh, how many of them are there? Destiny questioned, looking slightly excited. From what I know, there are only 3 members alive right now. Their family used to be great, but those fools destroyed themselves by practicing inbreeding. All pureblood families practice inbreeding, but we have learned to introduce new blood among us. We have learned from our mistakes, but they didn't. Cassiopeia shrugged in frustration. They were too proud to accept that their ways were wrong and a whole bloodline was destroyed. Just like that, Cassiopeia finished and started to shake her head in disappointment. Almost all the pureblood families have learned to introduce new blood among them. They are not marrying muggleborns or half-bloods, but they are marrying purebloods from other families to keep the blood fresh. Yes, it didn't mean much in the long run, but it was much better than staunch inbreeding. Do you know if anyone among the current members are Parselmouths or not? Destiny nudged, her eyes were glowing in excitement. Cassiopeia noticed Destiny's eyes and she almost blurted out the word, beautiful. Cassiopeia shook her head to clear her mind. I know for sure that Morphin Gaunt has that ability. Instead of English, he keeps hissing most of the time, Cassiopeia answered with a sigh. You said that they used to be a part of Sacred 28, what is that? Destiny asked as she returned to her spot. Right now, she had a contemplative look on her face. A/N, the description regarding the Sacred 28 is going to be AU, so please don't complain afterwards and the explanation will be important. It won't be important right now, but it will be pretty important in the later parts. It is somewhat complicated to explain, but at the same time, quite simple. Basically, Sacred 28 are the true purebloods of the Pureblood Society, Cassiopeia answered in a somewhat prideful tone. Then what about the other pureblood families? I know for sure that there are a lot more pureblood families out there, Destiny questioned curiously. She knew that pureblood families were way too proud of their lineage, but she hoped that all this Sacred 28 tripe would mean something in the real world. Not just your common, I am the superior pureblood, tripe. They are considered as purebloods too, but they are purebloods only recognized by the system. They aren't true purebloods. The Sacred 28 consists of families who can trace back their ancestry to Myrddin Emrys, or better known as Merlin. Cassiopeia finished her explanation with a proud look on her face. Ah, so, that's how it is. At least, this isn't your common pureblood tripe. All of their families are related to Merlin. If I was in their shoes, then I would be prideful too, Destiny mused internally. Ah. I understand. So, how can a family belonging to the Sacred 28 be ousted? Destiny raised an eyebrow along with the question. The position was hereditary. Since the family still existed, they should still be a part of the Sacred 28, right? They have lost all of their political, economic, and magical power throughout the years. They even lost their seat on the Wisengamot. They are basically squibs with a little bit of magical power, Cassiopeia answered in a dismissive manner, but it was clear that she was angry. In a couple of decades, their family won't even exist anymore. No self-respecting family would allow a witch from their family to be married to one of the Gaunts. That is why the other families from the Sacred 28 have decided to oust the Gaunt family from the Sacred 28. We can't oust them literally as they can trace back their ancestry to Merlin and we can't change their ancestry, but we have stopped considering them one of us. None of us would shed a tear for them if their family is to die tomorrow, Cassiopeia bit out in a clipped tone. Ah. I see. So, what would happen if the Gaunts were to disappear today? Destiny asked, looking really excited. Cassiopeia seemed to ponder the question for a few seconds. There will be some noise if somebody finds out about their disappearance. Nobody wants to mingle with Gaunts. An investigation will be initiated, but that would be simply a formality, Cassiopeia shrugged. Destiny started to rub her chin after hearing Cassiopeia's answer. Tell me, Cassie, would you like to have the ability to speak Parseltongue? Destiny asked with a grin. Cassiopeia's eyes grew wide by the sudden outrageous offer. It took Cassiopeia several seconds to react accordingly. You are telling me that I can become a Parselmouth, please tell me you aren't joking. Cassiopeia blurted out hurriedly. Nope, not joking. Just tell me if you are interested or not, Destiny pressed on. Of course, I am more than interested, any self-respecting Slytherin would be, Cassiopeia snapped back, but she looked almost giddy. Good, but first you need to swear an oath of secrecy. The magic I am going to use is considered highly illegal in almost all the magical communities, Destiny said with a serious look on her face. Cassiopeia was slightly taken aback by the sudden demand of an oath, but she wasn't put off by it. She would even swear her loyalty to Destiny for a chance like this. Cassiopeia immediately pulled out her wand. I, Cassiopeia Ursula Black, swear on my magic that I would never reveal any secrets belonging to Destiny Grindelwald in any form without her permission, so mote it be. Cassiopeia swore and the tip of her wand lit up, signifying that the oath was established. There were some loopholes, but Destiny could manage it easily since Cassiopeia swore that she wouldn't reveal anything Destiny considered to be a secret. Destiny smiled brightly and stood up with a beaming smile on her face. Good, so, where can I find them? Destiny asked, and for whatever reason, Cassiopeia's smile widened. I know where they live and you are very lucky. Marvolo Gaunt was recently released from Azkaban, Cassiopeia smirked. Unfortunately, Morphin Gaunt is still imprisoned in Azkaban, Cassiopeia sighed in disappointment. She really wanted to get rid of the pathetic family. Destiny has read and heard about Azkaban. It is not a nice place, and at the same time, all the Dementors reside on the island. Azkaban is used by the British Ministry of Magic as a prison. What did they do? Destiny was curious. It was pretty clear that the Gaunts weren't liked, but she still wanted to know why they were sent to the prison. Apparently, Merope Gaunt fell in love with a Muggle and she was discovered by Morphin. Marvolo and Morphin decided to play Curse the Muggle. They were caught by Bob Ogden, Cassiopeia answered. Ah, yes. If you curse Muggles, then you are going straight to prison. I wonder why all magical governments are so dedicated to protecting Muggles instead of protecting the wizard kind, Destiny pondered. She wasn't even angry or upset after hearing about their crime. Okay, so, are we going to apparate? Destiny asked, and Cassiopeia nodded her head. Good, let's go then. Destiny extended her hand towards Cassiopeia. The green-eyed witch accepted the offered limb, and moments later, both of them disapparated with a somewhat loud pop. Both Destiny and Cassiopeia gracefully landed on their feet. This place is truly shitty. Now, I understand why the other pureblood families don't want to mingle with these shit stains. Destiny looked displeased with the location. She could see a rundown small shack at the end of the dirt road. It was surrounded by some vine and trees, the shack was filthy and dilapidated, they had also nailed a dead rotting snake on the door. Destiny couldn't blame the pureblood families for hating these fools. So, how are we going to do this? Cassiopeia asked, and Destiny simply smiled, and with a small flick, Destiny found her wand in her hand. With a small flick, Destiny erected the anti-portkey and anti-apparition wards along with several other wards that would stop flu from functioning if there was a flu inside that lousy hut. Cassiopeia wasn't even surprised with that casual display of advanced magic, she was becoming kind of numb to all of that. Destiny cast a revealing charm and found only one person inside the house. It was a man, so it must be Marvolo. Let's go, we shouldn't keep our sacrifice waiting, Destiny said, and Cassiopeia couldn't help but stumble. Morgana. Did she just say sacrifice? No surprise, she was sure that it was highly illegal. Well, I can't find myself to care. In fact, I am quite giddy. For the first time in my life, I am about to witness sacrificial magic. I have read about them in our library but never witnessed one. My father and my uncle are going to be so jealous, Cassiopeia internally cheered. Destiny ripped apart almost half of the shack with a slight flick of her wand. Marvolo, who was standing by the door, waiting for the right moment to shoot killing curse at the attacker, was also thrown aback, but Destiny was very careful, not wanting to hurt him much. Imperio, Destiny muttered, and Imperius the man before he could even gather his bearings. Once again, Cassiopeia wasn't surprised. With a wave of her free hand, Destiny cleared the rubble. Destiny pointed her wand towards the floor and with a minute jab, she conjured a snake. Make it dance, Destiny ordered through the connection. Marvolo's will was pathetic at best, he didn't even put up a fight, not that he could gain anything by trying to fight. Marvolo hissed at the snake with a blank look on his face, and the snake started to move weirdly. I suppose that is how snakes dance, Destiny pondered in amusement. Well, he is a parselmouth, Destiny looked towards Cassiopeia and said with a grin. So what are we going to do now? Cassiopeia asked curiously. Destiny vanished the snake with a wave of her hand. Now, we collect some of his blood, Destiny answered and conjured a bowl with a wave of her hand. Destiny ordered Marvolo to sit down in front of the bowl. Marvolo used his own wand to make a cut on his palm, and then he placed the palm over the bowl. After a few minutes, the bowl was completely filled with blood and Marvolo looked slightly pale. After that, Destiny fixed the wound since the stupid man didn't even know the basic healing spells and she didn't want him to bleed out like a pig. Step forward, Destiny ordered the man, and the man stepped forward with a blank look on his face. Destiny started into the man's eyes and entered his mind. The mind was a cesspool filled with shit. Destiny was disgusted, but she continued to rummage through his mind. After a couple of minutes, she finally found what she was looking for. Thank Circle he didn't auction off his family grimoire. Destiny was glad that they still had their family grimoire along with some of their family books. They kept everything under a loose floorboard instead of Gringotts. They didn't have enough gold to maintain a vault at Gringotts. Destiny smirked and once again looked around. As soon as Destiny finished looking around, she stunned Marvolo with a jab of her wand. She wandlessly levitated the man to the side as he wasn't needed right now. Cassiopeia saw Destiny staring into the man's eyes and she knew what Destiny was doing, so she decided not to disturb Destiny. Tell me, Cassie, do you know anything about sacrificial magic? Destiny asked in an amused tone and erected a small ward around the bowl which was now filled with blood. She didn't want the blood to be contaminated by something foreign. I have read a few rituals, but I have never practiced them. Nobody in our family has ever witnessed sacrificial magic, but I am sure that our ancestors have practiced the art, Cassiopeia answered honestly. You see, most people don't mingle with sacrificial magic. It is very dangerous and you need to be very proficient at blood magic, Destiny said as she started to draw a ritual circle with the bowl in the middle. Cassiopeia nodded her head in understanding. She knew that blood was the main ingredient in any type of sacrificial magic. I am going to sacrifice our generous volunteer to cleanse this blood, Destiny added with a grin as she continued to draw the ritual circle. Cleanse. Cassiopeia tilted her head in confusion. Of course, I am not going to use this tainted blood for the original ritual. This blood is tainted by generations of inbreeding. To get the best results from the ritual, I must remove that taint from this blood. When I am done, the blood will be as pure as the first gaunt, Destiny explained and Cassiopeia's eyes widened in shock and surprise, but internally she was completely giddy. The first gaunt was the strongest gaunt. In the past, witches and wizards were much stronger than the current generation. Nobody knew exactly why, though there were some theories running around. Some believed that Muggleborns were stealing their magic, which was completely outrageous and only pureblood bigots believed in this theory. Secondly, magic, in general, was becoming weak or they have lost their ways to harness more powerful magic. Many believed in this theory and finally, some believed that it was due to inbreeding. This was the most obvious reason, but nobody wanted to accept this due to their own shame and whatnot. Destiny finally finished preparing the ritual circle. That's it. Destiny exclaimed cheerfully and levitated Marvolo towards the center of the circle. Destiny held the men over the bowl. Cassie, it would be better if you step back, Destiny warned and conjured an intricate dagger with her wand. Destiny took a deep breath and started to chant in Sanskrit. The ritual circle started to glow. Destiny placed the dagger at the man's left wrist and made a cut. The ritual circle started to glow brightly as his blood started to drip over a smaller circle within the ritual matrix. Cassiopeia had no idea what language Destiny was using, which was making the scene more enticing for her. Obscure magic must be mysterious or it loses its vibe. Destiny was really good at maintaining the vibe as far as Cassiopeia was concerned. Next, Destiny made a cut at the man's right wrist. Once again the ritual circle started to glow brighter as soon as the blood started to drip over another smaller circle inside the ritual circle. Destiny's voice rose up another octave as she placed the dagger over the man's throat. Destiny slashed the man's throat after a few moments and the ritual circle became blindingly bright when the blood dripped into another smaller circle inside the ritual matrix. Marvolo's body started to glow and he finally regained his consciousness, but he couldn't scream because his throat was slashed. He was feeling unimaginable pain, but he couldn't move or scream, he could only choke on his blood. The men slowly started to shrivel up and the bowl started to glow brightly. Moments later, Destiny stopped her chant and the ritual circle stopped glowing, leaving behind charred lines on the floor. Marvolo was mummified and his body was slightly smoking too. The blood inside the bowl was still glowing, but after a few more seconds, the glow subsided. Destiny grinned and she was about to remove the mummified husk when the Gaunt family ring slipped off the man's finger and cluttered on the ground. Destiny raised an eyebrow and cast a cooling charm on the ring. She grabbed the ring and immediately her eyes grew wide. Either this stone is the real deal or this is the best replica, Destiny concluded. Gellert was obsessed with Deathly Hallows, so obviously Destiny was also pretty knowledgeable in that regard and she would recognize the stone anywhere. Destiny placed the ring in her pocket. She would check if the stone was the genuine artifact or not when Cassiopeia wasn't around. She wasn't going to trust Cassiopeia with one of the Deathly Hallows. She hadn't even told Ambika about the truth of Gellert's wand. After that, Destiny wandlessly banished the mummified body to the side. She conjured a big glass vial and charmed it unbreakable with her wand. Destiny slowly and gently levitated the bowl filled with the cleansed blood. After that, she carefully poured the contents of the bowl inside the vial. She closed the lid of the vial and shrunk it with a tap of her wand. Destiny grabbed the vial and tucked it inside her pocket. Destiny stood up and with a flick of her wand, she ripped apart the floor revealing the secret hiding place. Is that Gaunt family grimoire? Cassiopeia asked, looking slightly surprised. Yes, and there are some other Gaunt family books too, Destiny chirped in a cheerful tone. Destiny started to wave her hand and she transfigured some rubble into a bag. Destiny levitated all the books inside the compartment and placed them inside the bag. She wasn't going to touch any of them with her hands, all of them were laced with nasty curses and only a Gaunt by blood can touch them without getting harmed. Then, she levitated the bag towards Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia immediately grabbed the bag and decided to carry it without any complaints. Cassie, how much time do you need to find someone in London? Cassiopeia was slightly bewildered by the sudden odd question. A witch or wizard could be found easily as I know where to look, but I don't know about muggles or squibs, so I would need to pay some contractors, Cassiopeia said with a thoughtful look on her face. Good, let's talk after we return to your house, Destiny said and both of them walked out the shambles of Gaunt Shack. Destiny stopped and turned around. Fiend fire. A tiger made up of fire lunged out the tip of Destiny's wand and engulfed the shack. That will take care of any magical signature. Destiny said with a grin. Destiny expertly controlled the cursed flames and kept them around the shack. After a couple of minutes, the shack was completely gone, so Destiny banished the flames. Marvolo was nuts, so his death might be considered an accident. With a wave of her wand, Destiny dropped the wards she had erected and gave a small nod while looking towards Cassiopeia. Moments later, both Destiny and Cassiopeia disapparated with a soft pop. Line break. Cassie, can you get me these ingredients? Destiny asked while holding out a parchment towards Cassiopeia. The green-eyed witch accepted the parchment and quickly scanned the list. After a couple of seconds, Cassiopeia simply nodded her head. Dinky can get all these ingredients for us, Cassiopeia answered and Destiny gave her a small nod. Good. Do you have a ritual room or something in this house? Destiny asked and Cassiopeia immediately shook her head in denial. The Blacks had a ritual room in their ancient house, but there was no way she could access it without informing her father or uncle. I see, then, I will need to prepare the circle outside the house, Destiny muttered with a thoughtful look on her face. Dinky. Cassiopeia called out and the said house elf appeared with a soft pop. Cassiopeia handed her the parchment. Go and buy everything on that list. You remember where to go, right? Cassiopeia asked, and Dinky nodded her head. Dinky won't be disappointing, Missy Cassie, Dinky proclaimed and disappeared with a small pop. Destiny. I don't know much about rituals, but I have read that rituals should be performed on specific days of special significance to get better results. Do you think it will be okay to perform the ritual tonight? Cassiopeia asked in a slightly nervous tone. Destiny grinned after hearing the question. You are right, in most cases performing a ritual on a day of special significance can get you better results, but the ritual we are going to perform is completely independent of that specific factor, Destiny answered. Cassiopeia nodded her head in understanding. You said you would be preparing the ritual circle outside the house, why? Cassiopeia asked curiously. She was really intrigued by the topic and she wanted to learn everything she could. The ritual we are going to perform would release a small shockwave at the end. I don't want to damage the house, it is a nice house, Destiny smirked. Once again, Cassiopeia nodded her head in understanding. Ah, what was the language you were using during the sacrificial magic? Cassiopeia asked. Sanskrit. I learned it when I was traveling through India, Destiny answered immediately. I think I should start the preparations, Destiny sighed and walked out of the house. Cassiopeia obviously followed her as the green-eyed witch didn't want to miss anything. Destiny pulled out her wand and started to transfigure the sand into a flat marble surface. Destiny wanted to avoid any type of inadequacy, that is why Destiny had decided to use her wand. Cassiopeia had learned how to transfigure something into marble in Hogwarts. It was in her Newt's course. When Destiny was finally satisfied with the marble floor, she started to carve the ritual matrix on the marble slab. It took Destiny nearly 1 hour to carve the ritual matrix on the marble. By the time Destiny was done, Dinky had returned with all the ingredients, so Destiny decided to start preparing the potion. Line break. 2 wizards appeared just outside a small village named Little Hangleton. The 2 of them were dressed in robes. Both of them were Aurors, and they were sent to inspect the location because half an hour ago, huge magical activity was picked up in this region and everyone knew that only one magical family resided here. They looked around to check nobody was around and then they pulled out their wands. They cast a revealing charm and then they started to cast some minor wards around the area to stop muggles from snooping around while they were investigating the location. Slowly they started to walk towards the place where the Gaunt shack used to be. What the bloody hell happened here? The first wizard questioned as he looked at the charred ground with a bewildered look on his face. Mate, the Gaunts lived here, what else can you expect from those wankers? The second wizard questioned and the first wizard hummed in agreement. He must have gone nuts in the Azkaban, maybe that is why the wanker thought that releasing fiend fire in the middle of a forest was a good idea, the first wizard suggested after casting a couple of detection charms. True, but something feels off here, the second wizard said as he looked around, trying to find something. Come on, mate. This is an open and shut case, the full released fiend fire, and we know how the casters end up after using fiend fire, the first wizard argued back. Correct, that is why I am feeling that something else happened here, the second wizard said as he bit his lip. Fine. Enlighten me, oh great Sigrin Longbottom, the first wizard said in a sarcastic tone. The second wizard gave him a dirty look. Fine, let's check the facts, the second wizard, now known as Sigrin Longbottom, said. The first wizard nodded his head and gestured his partner to continue. We know that Marvel O'Gaunt was a weak fool who didn't even graduate from Hogwarts, Sigrin said. Check, the first wizard chirped. There is no way that a weakling like him could have controlled fiend fire, Sigrin made the second point. Check, the first wizard added, looking slightly confused right now. Then see here, the fiend fire was contained around the property. Fiend fire in a place like this would have caused a huge disaster, but see the grass here, Sigrin said and pointed towards the edge of the grass. They are dried and shriveled up, but the flames haven't touched them, Sigrin added, and now the first wizard could see Sigrin's point. The flames might have been stopped by the wards. The first wizard suggested, and Sigrin gave him the "Are you fucking serious?" look. If this house belonged to a family other than Gaunt, then I could have believed that. Gaunts are dirt poor, they can't even afford a Gringotts vault, how can they afford wards? Sigrin questioned. I don't know. Look. We know that fiend fire isn't easy to control, and what you are suggesting would mean that someone like Dumbledore is responsible for this, the first wizard pointed out, and Sigrin released a sigh. You may be right. I might be thinking too much into it. We can cross off Dumbledore's name from the suspect list though, Sigrin started to laugh. It was just a gut feeling, nothing else, Sigrin added. Mate, in our line of work, the gut feeling goes a long way. Hey, tell you what. Let's go and report everything to Scamander, let's see what he has to say, the first wizard offered, and Sigrin agreed with his partner. Moments later, the two of them nodded at each other and disapparated with a soft pop. Line break. After boiling the potion for exactly an hour, Destiny poured the Gaunt blood inside the cauldron. She let it simmer for 2 more hours before turning off the fire. Destiny internally cheered as the potion was perfect, and with that, she was halfway through the whole process. What now? Cassiopeia asked. She sat by Destiny's side throughout the whole process. Now, we perform the ritual. But before we could start, there is something else we need to take care of, Destiny said in a mysterious tone, but at the same time, she sounded really cryptic. Is there something else you need? Cassiopeia asked, and Destiny smiled wryly. Yes, for the ritual I need to put you under the Imperius curse, Destiny said, and as soon as the words registered inside Cassiopeia's mind, she stiffened and raised her guard, even though she knew that it was probably useless. Why? Cassiopeia asked in a neutral tone, but internally she was panicking. She knew that if Destiny decided to put her under the Imperius curse, there was no way that she would be able to stop her. Destiny released a sigh and leaned back. For this ritual, we would need to draw runes on our whole body using this potion. A single mistake can be disastrous. I know the runes because I have done this before, but you haven't. That is why I have to put you under the Imperius curse, that way I can control all of your actions, Destiny explained. For a whole minute, Cassiopeia didn't say anything. She finally released a defeated sigh. My parents would curse me to the next century if they heard about this. Cassiopeia muttered while shaking her head. She finally looked at Destiny, who was still waiting for the response. Fine, I agree, Cassiopeia relented, and Destiny beamed at her. Good. I suppose we shouldn't waste any more time, Destiny gushed out somewhat excitedly. Destiny jabbed her wand and conjured a paintbrush. After that, Destiny stood up and started to strip without any shame. Cassiopeia started to blush as Destiny took off her leather suit. Destiny's abdomen was adorned with several rectangular muscles protruding out of the skin. The muscles were stacked into 2 symmetrical columns and 3 symmetrical rows. Cassiopeia had no idea what they were called, since this was the first time she saw muscles like that on someone's body, but Destiny's midsection looked smoking hot due to those muscles. Cassiopeia's blush intensified when Destiny took off her brassiere and revealed her chest, and without wasting any more time, she took off her knickers too. Cassiopeia had been hiding a secret from her family and friends. She was a witch's witch. That was the main reason why she had decided to offer soon-to-be husbands. That is why Cassiopeia couldn't look away. She kept staring at taking in Destiny's form with lust in her eyes. Cassiopeia was brought out of her musings when Destiny snapped her fingers. Cassiopeia tried to focus on Destiny's face, but no matter how much she tried, she simply couldn't. Destiny is a piece of art. Cassiopeia had seen many naked women. After all, she lived in boarding school. But Destiny, she was something else completely. Cassiopeia's breath hitched as she couldn't stop marveling at Destiny's body. It was an extremely beautiful sight, and Cassiopeia could already feel some wetness between her thighs. From your reaction, I can see that you very much like what you see, Destiny said with a teasing grin on her face, and Cassiopeia dumbly nodded her head. I am flattered, but I think we should move on, Destiny said, and Cassiopeia finally snapped back to attention as she knew what was going to happen. Right now, she was both hot and nervous, but for different reasons. Cassiopeia gave a determined nod. After getting the confirmation, Destiny pointed her wand at Cassiopeia. Imperio, Destiny cast the curse and Cassiopeia's eyes became glazed for a moment. After a few moments, Destiny felt the spell settle and the connection was finally established. Since Cassiopeia was readily submitted to the curse, Destiny didn't even have to fight for control. Cassiopeia picked up the brush from the table and dipped it inside the cauldron. After that, she started to draw runes on Destiny's body using the contents of the cauldron. Destiny stood there patiently as Cassiopeia continued to draw runes around her body. After half an hour, Cassiopeia finally finished drawing the runes. Destiny's whole body including her face was covered with runes. She had cast a hair branding spell to get her hair out of the way when Cassiopeia started to draw the runes on her back. Destiny checked all the runes for the second time using the connection, and when she was finally satisfied, she released Cassiopeia from her control. "Let's get this done," Destiny said with a smirk and started to head towards the ritual matrix. It took Cassiopeia a moment to gather her bearings as she felt slightly nauseous when Destiny released her from the curse. 7385 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 16, Parseltongue, R18. A/N, I am going to use section sign for the Parseltongue conversation. Equals 7385 Now that Cassiopeia was once again in control of her own actions, she decided to keep staring at Destiny. Even though Destiny's whole body was covered by runes, it didn't damage her overall beauty. Cassiopeia couldn't help herself but get around at the sight in front of her. Destiny was also amused as she had clearly noticed that Cassiopeia was marveling at her naked body, and to be honest, Destiny couldn't find herself to complain. Destiny could practically feel the desire oozing from the green-eyed witch. Cassiopeia continued to take in Destiny's form with a flushed look on her face. Finally, Cassiopeia decided to ask one of the important questions, which has been nagging inside her mind since Destiny had released her from the Imperious curse. "I felt really great when you put me under the curse. This is the first time I have felt like this," Cassiopeia said with a confused look on her face. It wasn't exactly a question, but the confused look on her face relayed the intent perfectly. "So, your family has trained you to resist the Imperious?" Destiny asked without looking back, and for a moment, Cassiopeia froze. She had revealed something she shouldn't have, but only after a moment, she shrugged dismissively. Destiny had performed sacrificial magic and now, she is going to perform some sort of blood magic ritual. If the ritual is successful, then they are going to gain the Gaunt family magics, which is at the end of the day is called line theft. A very serious crime in magical Britain, especially when you are doing it to one of the sacred 28 families. Yeah, so, she concluded that at the end of the day it didn't matter, so she simply revealed that she had been put under the Imperious curse, which was pretty tame and insignificant considering everything Destiny had done today. Destiny had also performed one of the unforgivables, so there was that too. A/N, slight AU about the Imperious curse description. Yes, both of my parents have used the curse on me to make me resistant to the curse. Their curse felt like I was fighting them, it felt like someone was forcing their will on me, but with you, it was completely different, Cassiopeia said in a somewhat confused tone. When I was under your control, I felt blissful and amazing. I felt like it was the greatest thing in the world. I wanted to keep feeling like that, and I didn't want to fight the curse. Cassiopeia finished her explanation and Destiny finally reached the center of the ritual matrix. She turned around and stared at Cassiopeia. Yes, but it is not a secret, my dear. It took me a lot of practice to reach that level. Anyone who is good with Imperious curse uses this particular trick. It is based on simple logic. The victim feels nice and blissful, so your victim never tries to fight back, and that is also why it is easier for you to maintain the curse, Destiny explained with a grin. Cassiopeia pondered for a few moments and found herself agreeing with Destiny. I see. Cassiopeia muttered and didn't say anything else as for now, she didn't want to disturb Destiny. Destiny sat down cross-legged at the center of the ritual circle. She placed the tip of her wand at a small circle in front of her and started to feed it with her magic. Moments later, the ritual circle lit up, but Destiny didn't stop pumping her magic into the matrix. Destiny cursed internally as the runes on her body lit up and all of them started to glow. Destiny felt like someone was removing her skin using a blunt knife. It was extremely painful, but she didn't scream. She continued to pump magic into the ritual circle and slowly the runes on her body started to disappear. After a few seconds, all the runes were gone from Destiny's body and a strong shockwave was released from her body. It was so strong that Cassiopeia was knocked down on her ass and the marble flooring also cracked, destroying the ritual matrix. Destiny was breathing heavily and her whole body was smoking, but she didn't have any burns on her body. Destiny slowly stood up and she could feel that her magic had changed slightly. She was very attuned to her magic, so noticing something like that wasn't very hard. After a few moments, Destiny felt her magic stabilizing. With a wave of her hand, Destiny helped Cassiopeia to get up. That was a pretty strong shockwave, Cassiopeia grumbled as she dusted off her derriere. Yes, it was. I wasn't expecting such a strong shockwave. Anyways, let's test it out if I can speak to snakes or not, Destiny grinned, and with a flick of her wand, she conjured a snake. Cassiopeia's eyes started to shine in anticipation. Hello, Destiny said, but as soon as the words came out she frowned. That's English, Cassiopeia commented. Destiny didn't bother with any retort. She started to use her occlumency to increase her concentration. Hello, Destiny hissed, and immediately a grin formed on her face. The snake's face whipped in Destiny's direction and it started to stare at Destiny. Cassiopeia's eyes grew wide, she could barely hold back her excitement. "A speaker," the snake hissed back. Destiny couldn't stop a smug grin forming on her face. "Yes, I am a speaker." "Have a rat," Destiny grinned and conjured a fat rat for the snake. The snake immediately pounced on the rat and swallowed it. It was a conjured snake, but its body was fully functional. "Thank you for the meal, speaker," the snake hissed with a hint of gratefulness in its voice. Destiny smiled and vanished the snake with a flick of her hand. After that, Destiny vanished the cracked marble slab and she started to transfigure a new one. It took her some time, but she finally finished preparing the ritual matrix for Cassiopeia. This time, Destiny had to slightly tweak the ritual matrix as she didn't know if Cassiopeia could power the ritual on her own or not. "So, are you ready to become a parcelmouth?" Destiny questioned with a grin on her face, and Cassiopeia immediately nodded her head. She was acting like an excited child who got her favorite toy. "Then, let's go inside," Destiny suggested, and Cassiopeia immediately rushed inside the house. Destiny chuckled and followed the green-eyed witch inside the house. "Okay, take off your clothes," Destiny instructed, and Cassiopeia immediately lit up like a Christmas tree. Immediately she shook her head and started to take off her robes, but she was pretty nervous on the inside. Destiny was extremely beautiful. Cassiopeia didn't know if her own body could match that level or not. Destiny was confident about her body too, she never bothered to cover herself, even now she looked pretty confident, and from the looks of it she wasn't bothered by her nakedness, and she also wasn't planning to cover herself anytime soon. Cassiopeia finally took off her blouse and revealed that she was wearing a brassiere and a corset separately. She slowly took off her bottom and revealed her toned legs and her knickers. Destiny immediately noticed a small patch of wetness on Cassiopeia's knickers and started to grin. Cassiopeia nervously shifted on her feet as she noticed Destiny's grin. She knew where Destiny was staring and she couldn't stop herself from feeling nervous. She was a witch's witch, but Destiny was yet to show any signs of preferring witches. Cassiopeia took a deep breath and started to take off her corset. Destiny was pretty amused when she deduced that Cassiopeia couldn't understand her signals. It proved that Cassiopeia hadn't been with any witches, even though she clearly preferred the company of witches. Destiny wouldn't have cared in the least if that wasn't the case. Cassiopeia finally revealed her slim waist and flat stomach to Destiny when she finally took off her corset. After some more nervous shuffling, Cassiopeia unhooked her bra and dropped it on the floor. Cassiopeia revealed her gorgeous breasts for Destiny to ogle, and Destiny didn't bother to mask her hungry gaze. "Looks like I have found our first candidate for our future coven," Destiny contemplated inside her mind. At least if Cassiopeia is fine with being in a coven, Destiny thought dryly, but at the same time, she was pretty excited at the prospect. Destiny had discovered that Ambika was researching covens and her white-haired lover wanted to form a coven. Ambika hadn't said anything to Destiny, but it was clear as day. The woman has been researching covens, she would have given up if she had any problems with sharing Destiny. Ambika was ready to share Destiny with at least one more witch. Ambika had thought that she was being subtle and secretive, but she forgot that she was taking books from Destiny's private collection for her research. Destiny kept a track of her books, and nobody besides her lieutenants were allowed to take books from her private collection. Anybody could have taken them, but only Donovan and Ambika were studious among her lieutenants. Both Vladimir and Quentin kind of hated theory, so she crossed them off the list. Now, Donovan was passionate about politics, he was never into obscure forms of magic. So, Destiny decided to pay close attention to Ambika, and she found that her suspicion was spot on. Destiny decided to confront Ambika the night before she had planned to leave. A smile appeared on her face as she remembered the conversation. Flashback. "What are you reading?" Destiny questioned in a teasing tone while looking over Ambika's shoulder. Ambika was so engrossed in her reading that she didn't even notice when Destiny arrived behind her. Ambika shrieked in surprise and immediately closed the book she had been reading. She instinctively clutched the book in front of her, trying to hide the book from her crimson-haired lover. "So, what are you hiding from me?" Destiny asked with a grin, and she sat down behind Ambika. Destiny slowly snaked her arms around Ambika's waist and pulled her into her arms. Ambika felt Destiny's breasts press against her back and she released a sigh and found herself leaning on Destiny. Ambika knew that there was no use in trying to hide anymore. I have been doing some research in coven, Ambika answered after a few moments of silence. Covens, do you want to make a coven? Destiny questioned softly. Ambika expected various types of reactions from Destiny and this one was one of the nicer varieties. No, I want you to make a coven, Ambika quickly corrected Destiny. Okay, why? Destiny questioned and this time, Ambika felt really nervous. You know, I am not strong like you. I want to become stronger, but I can't. I can feel that my progress has slowed down, Ambika said, looking down at her hands. You know, you are being stupid. I would have never tossed you away or left you behind, Destiny whispered in Ambika's ear. I know, but I want to keep supporting you. I need more power to do that, Ambika said and Destiny hummed in understanding. So, are you okay with the fact that you would have to share me with other women? Destiny questioned curiously and Ambika released a frustrated sigh. I am not, at least not completely, but I can get used to it. Having more lovers is certainly appealing, Ambika chuckled at the end. My, you have become quite naughty, haven't you? Destiny asked in a teasing tone and ran her hands over Ambika's stomach. What do you think about it? Are you okay with it? Ambika asked in a worried tone. The idea of having more lovers is certainly appealing and as the leader of the coven, I will get a significant boost too, so I am fine with it, I suppose, Destiny answered honestly. She was fine with a monogamous relationship, but at the same time, she wasn't averse to a polygamous relationship. In fact, she was very excited about the prospect. Okay then, so, what now? Ambika asked in an unsure tone and a feral grin made its way to Destiny's face. Now, I am going to punish you for hiding something like this from me and then I will ravage you, Destiny whispered into Ambika's ear and the white-haired witch shuddered at the sinful promises. Destiny tightened her hold on Ambika and moments later, she operated away Ambika. The white-haired witch yelped in surprise as Destiny tossed Ambika towards the bed. Flashback ends. Cassiopeia blushed intensely when she noticed Destiny's listed gaze focused on her body. Do you want me to help you? Destiny asked in a teasing tone and Cassiopeia froze after hearing the question. She had no idea how she was supposed to answer the question. Cassiopeia's brain finally started to work again. She shook her head and immediately pulled down her knickers, revealing the most sensitive part of her body. Her pussy lips were glistening with her juices and she had a cute little tuft of black hair adorning her pussy. Destiny licked her lips in desire at the sight, but she decided to wait for now. She picked up the brush and dipped it in the potion. Then, she started to draw runes on Cassiopeia's gorgeous body with a straight face. She didn't want to tease Cassiopeia right now, as a simple mistake could be devastating. Cassiopeia was embarrassed, but she slowly became comfortable being naked around Destiny. She had lived with other girls for 7 years, so she did have some experience being naked around other girls. Cassiopeia also realized that Destiny was a witch's witch. She had noticed the lust and desire in Destiny's eyes. Their budding friendship might turn into something more during the night. She belonged to a pureblood family, so she was still pure, but now, she was known as the Cursed Bride. Well, the night was already special, though she wouldn't mind if it became even more special. But for now, she decided to stand still and allow Destiny to draw the runes on her body. After half an hour, Destiny finally finished drawing runes on Cassiopeia's body. Destiny reviewed the runes before giving the green signal. Done, Destiny declared with a grin on her face and put down the brush. A little bit of potion was left inside the cauldron, but it wasn't enough for a third participant. I am really excited, let's get it done, Cassiopeia blurted out excitedly. Right now, her nervousness was being suppressed by her excitement. Destiny giggled and gestured Cassiopeia towards the ritual matrix. As soon as Cassiopeia started to walk towards the ritual matrix, the blush started to return to her face. She could feel Destiny's gaze fixated on her body. Cassiopeia took a deep breath and walked towards the center of the ritual matrix. She remembered how Destiny had sat down in the middle, so she followed the crimson-haired girl's example and sat down in the middle. Cassiopeia, the ritual is going to need a lot of magic. So, I will be the one who will supply the magic and you will feel a lot of pain, but you must stay in your spot, Destiny explained in a serious tone and Cassiopeia nodded her head with a determined look on her face. There was no going back right now. Good. I am going to start, Destiny said and placed the tip of her wand over a smaller circle. Cassiopeia gave her another determined nod and Destiny finally started to feed magic to the ritual matrix and the whole thing started to glow brightly. The runes on Cassiopeia's body started to glow too. This is more than a lot of pain. Cassiopeia screamed inside her mind. She had never felt so much pain in her life. It was hard, but Cassiopeia wanted to survive, so she held on even though she felt like blacking out. She stubbornly held onto her consciousness. Finally, the runes on her body started to disappear and moments later, a shockwave was released from her body, but this time the shockwave wasn't strong like Destiny's. Destiny finally stopped pumping her magic into the ritual matrix and Cassiopeia slumped back, completely unconscious. Like Destiny, Cassiopeia's body was also smoking, but she didn't have any injuries. The ritual was successful, so there wasn't anything to worry about. Destiny smiled and levitated Cassiopeia and decided to carry the green-eyed witch to her bedroom. Destiny arrived at Cassiopeia's bedroom and she gently laid down the sleeping beauty in the bed. Destiny conjured herself a silk robe. Since Cassiopeia was knocked out, there was no need to keep bearing her body any longer. She covered Cassiopeia's body with a bedsheet and then she finally decided to grab the Gaunt family grimoire. She made her way to the living room and returned to Cassiopeia's bedroom with the Gaunt family grimoire in her hand. Destiny sat down at Cassiopeia's study table and cracked open the book. Destiny couldn't stop herself from grinning like a loon. The Gaunt family was a direct descendant of Merlin, so there was a high chance that she would find some very obscure and ancient form of magics. Destiny wasn't surprised to find that the book was written in parseltext. Destiny started to read the history of the family and she found that Gaunts were also the direct descendants of the Slytherin line. Apparently, Merlin had a child with a woman named Sabrina Gaunt, who came from a family of wizards and witches. Destiny's eyes grew wide when she found that Sabrina Gaunt had inherited a ring from her father which later came to be recognized as the Gaunt family ring. Destiny found that Sabrina's father's name was Desmond Peveril and she no longer held any doubts. The genuine resurrection stone was in her possession. For whatever reason, Sabrina Gaunt didn't know the actual value of the ring. Destiny didn't know if Desmond Peveril had intentionally hidden the true nature of the ring or he had died before he could tell his daughter, and it was going to remain a mystery for now. Destiny didn't want to tempt fate and summon spirits from the afterlife. Destiny had read the tales of Beetle and Bard, and she didn't want to end up committing suicide. She had much more important things to do, like making a coven. Destiny giggled as soon as she thought about that, or like enslaving the Muggles, for the greater good. So, Destiny ultimately decided to continue reading the grimoire. Destiny finally found how the Gaunts were related to the Slytherin family. After a few decades, Sabrina's grandson was born. Years later, the last member of the Slytherin family, Zinnia Slytherin, was brought into the Gaunt family through marriage with Sabrina's grandson, Castile Gaunt. A/N, I will be going AU with Salazar Slytherin. Instead of promoting blood purity, I will portray him as a man who wanted to take away Muggleborns from the Muggle families for their own safety, and in later years, he wanted to stop admitting Muggleborns in the school to maintain their secrecy and safety. That is how the Parseltongue ability was brought into the Gaunt family. Apparently, the Slytherin family was being hunted by a lot of enemies from both the magical and Muggle worlds. Some people didn't like the fact that Salazar Slytherin wanted to remove magical children from Muggle families for the well-being of those children. That is why Zinnia Slytherin decided to abandon her proud Slytherin name and take up the Gaunt family name. That is also why the Slytherin family was never seen again. To honor the Slytherin family, the Gaunts decided to destroy their family grimoire and create a new one. The new grimoire was completely written in parseltext in honor of the Slytherin family. Destiny had simply cleansed the blood to remove all the negative traits from the blood to remove the effects of generations of inbreeding, but she never considered the Parseltongue to be a negative trait, so it wasn't removed from the blood. In fact, the ability was enforced. After all, magic was all about intent. Destiny finally reached the part where the Chamber of the Secrets was mentioned and she found Gaunts were responsible for keeping the location of the Chamber of the Secrets a secret. Destiny was ecstatic to find that a basilisk was residing inside the chamber. Destiny wanted to read more, but she looked up from the book when Cassiopeia groaned and sat up while rubbing her head. Cassiopeia shrieked in indignation when she discovered that her breasts were hanging out in the open and she was still naked under the sheets. Destiny closed the Gaunt family grimoire and placed it on Cassiopeia's table. Then she started to unashamedly stare at Cassiopeia's breasts. Cassiopeia noticed the gaze and then she hurriedly pulled up the sheets to cover her breasts. Destiny clicked her tongue in disappointment, but moments later, a lecherous grin appeared on her face. Cassiopeia didn't know why, but she felt like an innocent little lamb who was being stared at by a big bad wolf. Why would you do that? I was enjoying the view, Destiny said in a teasing tone. Don't say something shameful like that, Cassiopeia protested weakly. It was pretty clear that she liked the compliment as she was sporting a not-so-subtle blush. You know, you don't need to be ashamed of yourself. I am also someone who likes the company of a witch, Destiny hissed, and Cassiopeia's eyes grew wide in glee as she clearly understood what Destiny said. Cassiopeia immediately shot out of the bed and threw away her cover without bothering about her nakedness. She rushed towards Destiny and pulled the crimson-haired woman into a tight hug. You have no idea what it means to have this ability in certain circles, Cassiopeia hissed back as she hugged Destiny. Once again, she started to feel the heat as her breasts were pressed against Destiny's breasts. The silk robe Destiny was wearing was so thin that it felt like it wasn't even there. I am glad that I was able to help you, Destiny hissed back with a smirk. The two of them finally separated and Cassiopeia once again blushed when she remembered that she was standing completely naked in front of Destiny. You know. I am really grateful too, Cassiopeia said, and after a few moments, she lit up like a Christmas tree. Would you like to share the bed with me? Cassiopeia practically whispered the words and Destiny didn't answer, but she slowly placed her hand under Cassiopeia's chin and lifted her, so she could stare into Cassiopeia's eyes. I would love that, but I don't want to sleep with you if you are just doing it to thank me, Destiny said with a serious look on her face. Cassiopeia immediately shook her head. No. I do like you. You are drop-dead gorgeous and like me, you are also a witch who likes the company of a witch, so, honestly, I want to spend the night with you. I wouldn't lie. I also want to thank you for what you have done, Cassiopeia answered honestly as she kept staring into Destiny's eyes. Cassiopeia was slightly shorter than Destiny so she had to keep staring up. I see, but, I want to tell you something else before starting, Destiny said, and Cassiopeia looked somewhat worried now. Can we talk afterwards? I don't want to ruin the mood, Cassiopeia said with a somewhat desperate look on her face. I promise I won't hate you or blame you for whatever it is. I just want to enjoy the night with you, Cassiopeia said softly and Destiny released a sigh, but she started to smile as she slowly leaned down and captured Cassiopeia's luscious lips. Lemon 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 starts. Cassiopeia moaned in Destiny's mouth as opened her mouth to allow Destiny's tongue to enter her mouth. Destiny's hands slowly trailed down Cassiopeia's back until her hands were resting on her soft and perky bum. Destiny gave her a squeeze and once again, a moan escaped Cassiopeia's lips. Destiny separated her lips from Cassiopeia's with a wet plop and a string of saliva was still connecting their mouths. Destiny got rid of her robe with a wave of her hand and before Cassiopeia could admire Destiny's body, she was lifted up by Destiny in bridal style. Cassiopeia was surprised, but she liked the feeling of being carried in such a manner. Destiny gently placed Cassiopeia on the bed and she was about to climb up too, but Cassiopeia stopped her. Can you wait a bit? I want to see and admire your body before you join me, Cassiopeia gently requested and Destiny simply grinned after hearing Cassiopeia's request, but she decided to indulge the green-eyed witch. Destiny stood by the bed as Cassiopeia trailed her hands over Destiny's stomach, she kept running her fingers over Destiny's abs for a few seconds, until she decided to cope a feel of Destiny's gorgeous breasts. Cassiopeia grabbed Destiny's boobs and gave them a squeeze, earning a small moan from the crimson-haired woman. Cassiopeia felt really satisfied after hearing the moan and her hands slowly trailed down towards Destiny's most private part of the body. To be honest, Cassiopeia was quite surprised to see that Destiny didn't have any hair down there. Destiny's lips were slightly wet and Cassiopeia ran her fingers over Destiny's entrance in a teasing manner. Destiny's breath hitched when Cassiopeia caressed her entrance. Come join me, Cassiopeia said huskily, her eyes filled with lust and desire. Destiny smirked and climbed over the bed and she immediately claimed Cassiopeia's lips. Cassiopeia's hands snaked around Destiny's back while Destiny's hands claimed Cassiopeia's breasts. Destiny pinched Cassiopeia's erected nipple, earning a loud moan from the said witch. Cassiopeia wasn't idle and her hands finally trailed down to reach Destiny's bum. Cassiopeia gave them a light squeeze, making Destiny squirm a bit, but Destiny liked it a lot, so she stopped kissing Cassiopeia and she started to trail down kisses over Cassiopeia's collarbone. Cassiopeia groaned in pleasure when Destiny licked one of her sensitive nipples. Oh. Destiny, Cassiopeia moaned loudly when Destiny enveloped one of her breasts inside her mouth. It was a completely foreign experience for Cassiopeia. She had touched herself before too, but what she was currently experiencing was completely mind-blowing. Cassiopeia felt her climax approaching, and only after a few moments, she started to come when Destiny ran her fingers through the small tuft of hair above her entrance. Cassiopeia started to breathe heavily, trying to catch her breath and Destiny decided to stop her ministrations and lied down beside Cassiopeia. That was amazing, even though you didn't have to do much, Cassiopeia grumbled in a disappointed tone and Destiny chuckled and captured Cassiopeia's lips. The night is still young, Cassie. We will have a lot of fun, but now, I want you to return the favor, Destiny said with a wide grin on her face. All of a sudden Cassiopeia felt pretty nervous. Cassiopeia quickly understood that this wasn't Destiny's first time, in fact, Destiny seemed to be quite experienced. So, she didn't know if she could return the pleasure to Destiny, but she promised herself that she was going to do her best. Cassiopeia leaned forward and placed her lips on Destiny's. Cassiopeia's kiss was pretty sloppy at first, but she was quickly getting the hang of it. Both of her hands trailed upwards until she was cupping Destiny's breasts. Meanwhile, Destiny wrapped her hands around Cassiopeia's waist and pulled her closer. Cassiopeia pinched Destiny's nipples and this time she did moan. Cassiopeia internally cheered and her confidence rose, she started to grind her heat against Destiny's heat earning another moan. Destiny was hungrily caressing Cassiopeia's back and bum. Don't stop. I am close. Destiny whispered huskily when she felt like her release was approaching. Cassiopeia decided to increase her speed as she was close too, she screamed Destiny's name and pinched her nipples tightly as she climaxed. Destiny couldn't hold both anymore and bit down on Cassiopeia's shoulder when she reached her climax too. Cassiopeia slowly slid off Destiny as the two lovers basked in the afterglow of their mutual release while passionately staring into each other's eyes. Both Cassiopeia and Destiny were breathtaking heavily while sporting massive blushes. Even though Destiny was breathing heavily, she wasn't tired like Cassiopeia. Destiny's body was way stronger than any other average human due to her body being enhanced by several rituals and her own magic. That is why Destiny's had way more stamina than any other witches. Cassiopeia snuggled into Destiny's bosom and hugged her tightly. That was the strongest orgasm I ever had, but I don't think I can continue. I am sore as hell and I am tired too, Cassiopeia said in a tired tone. She could barely keep her eyes open. Lemon 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 ends. No problem, we can always continue together after we finish our chat, Destiny replied softly and moved some strands of hair from Cassiopeia's face. Destiny leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Cassiopeia's forehead. I don't know what you want to talk about, but I don't think I will be leaving your side. I want this to continue and you aren't going to get rid of me that easily, Cassiopeia said in a teasing manner. Why? Don't tell me you already fell in love with me, Destiny questioned in mock horror, and a soft giggle escaped Cassiopeia's lips. I don't know much about love, but I am ready to swear my loyalty to you. Staying by your side will be very profitable for me. Cassiopeia answered honestly, and to be honest, Destiny wasn't offended. In fact, she was glad that Cassiopeia was being truthful. My, you seem to be an opportunist, my dear, Destiny teased with a grin on her face, and Cassiopeia returned the gesture. I was in Slytherin, remember, Cassiopeia reminded Destiny and snuggled closer to Destiny. Moments later, she felt Cassiopeia's breaths even out, so Destiny simply kept caressing the green-eyed witch's hair. Right now, Destiny wasn't feeling sleepy, so she decided to ask Dinky to bring her some food while she decided to continue reading the Gaunt family grimoire. Destiny carefully snuggled out of Cassiopeia's grip, but she allowed Cassiopeia to keep hugging her waist. Destiny covered herself up to her waist while covering Cassiopeia up to her head with a sheet with a wave of her hand. Dinky! Destiny called, and the said house elf appeared with a soft pop. The house elf gave her a beaming smile. Destiny wasn't bothered by the fact that her chest was completely exposed to the house elf, as they never cared about human anatomy. What can Dinky be doing for Missy Destiny? Dinky asked in a chirpy tone while looking extremely happy for whatever reason. Destiny found herself rather curious, so she decided to ask the house elf. Why do you look so happy, if you don't mind me asking? Destiny asked curiously, and Dinky froze for a moment, but her happiness wasn't dimmed at all. Missy Cassie finally found a partner. Dinky is being so happy today, the little creature cheered. I see, by the way, can you bring me some food? Destiny didn't know how to react after hearing Dinky's statement, so she decided to ask her for food like she initially wanted. House elves could be happy for weird reasons, at least Dinky's reason was pretty genuine. Of course, Missy Destiny, the house elf popped away. Destiny summoned the Gaunt family grimoire. She cracked open the book. She decided that she had read enough history, for now, so she decided to see what sort of magic Gaunts were good with. The magical section was divided into 3 parts. The Slytherin part was in the front. It contained all the magical knowledge collected by the Slytherin family. The Slytherin part wasn't updated after the death of Zinnia Slytherin, while the second part was filled with Gaunt family magics. The Gaunt part of the grimoire hasn't been updated for almost 200 years, and finally, the third part was filled with parcel magic. Some of the rituals mentioned in the Slytherin part were completely foreign and new to Destiny, while most of the curses mentioned in the Slytherin part were also new. The Slytherins were pretty good with blood magic, at least Salazar Slytherin was from the records, and he had created a way to curse a whole bloodline with a little bit of blood. Simply ingenious. Apparently, the 4 founders were considered to be the greatest wizards and witches on par with Merlin and Morgana. Destiny discovered that the theory wasn't a complete hoax. The founders were extremely strong, but Destiny didn't have any way to know how strong exactly when compared to Merlin and Morgana. Destiny quickly shuffled through the rest of the Slytherin part. She decided to study everything carefully at a later date. Destiny finally reached the Gaunt part of grimoire, and she was quite surprised to find that the Gaunt family's speciality was secrecy and sensory magic. The Gaunt's family had created their own versions of glamour charms and disillusionment charms, which were way better than their common versions. A/N, not all the facts regarding the Fidelius charm are confirmed. Some are speculations at best. So, some of you might find that the spell description I am going to use to be a bit of an AU, so a fair warning. Destiny also discovered the modified version of the Fidelius charm. Destiny knew about the Fidelius charm, but she had never used it due to 2 major shortcomings. The first one, the secret keeper, can't reside within the hidden property. Yes, they could visit, but they can't reside within the property for whatever reason. The second shortcoming was that the charm could only be used to hide a property, but the modified charm resolved both of the shortcomings, but it needed tremendous amounts of magical power to cast. This charm could also be used to hide something like a name or a specific part of a house. Since the first shortcoming was resolved, a person can be their own secret keeper. Destiny was already planning to use the charm to keep her name a secret, with herself as the secret keeper. Since the oaths of the Crimson Knights weren't made using her name, the oaths will hold without any problems. But her lieutenants have sworn loyalty to her using her name, so their oaths might break. Even Gellert has done the same, so before trying anything, she needed to conduct more research on the topic. The charm was already complicated, and nobody has ever tried to cast the charm on their names. She could always ask her lieutenants and Gellert to swear allegiance for a second time if the oaths nullify themselves after casting the modified Fidelius charm to hide her name. Circumventing oaths were very risky, but if you know what you were doing then you could do it without any problems. Destiny could always release them from their oaths if she couldn't find any other solutions. She had no idea how the oaths would react if she made her name a secret. Yes, that is what she was going to do. She would release the 5 of them from their oaths and then she would cast the charm. That would be the simplest solution. For now, she was going to wait until Gellert's escape. Gellert had refused her help to be rescued and the reason behind Gellert's refusal was simply beyond her. Destiny released a defeated sigh, thinking about Gellert would cause her a headache. For now, she decided to continue reading. Destiny discovered a lot of interesting spells like the sonar charm. The spell would create a 6th sense for you. You would be able to sense everything around you within 5 meters of the radius using sounds. The spell also had a counterpart that used magic to create a 6th sense inside your head. It worked just like that sonar charm, but instead, it used magic pulses released from your body. For Destiny, the magic variety of the spell was more fitting as she had a lot of magic to spare and she couldn't keep talking or making sounds all the time. The range of the magical variety of the spell was also a lot more than the normal one. The normal variety of the charm was easy to use and it consumed less magic, but as Destiny mentioned, she always had a lot of magic to spare. So, without wasting any more time, Destiny summoned her wand and tried to activate the charm. After the 4th try, Destiny finally succeeded and she felt a sting of pain in her head due to all the additional information being received by her brain. It took a few minutes for her brain to finally get used to the additional sensory ability. At first, it was simply breathtaking. She could see everything within 20 meters of radius around her. She could see Dinky working on food inside the kitchen with her mind's eye. Destiny had to actively use her occlumency to get rid of all the useless information received by her new sensory ability. It was somewhat hard to continue like this, but Destiny was pretty determined. If she continued using the spell then the whole thing was going to become completely natural to her. Destiny leaned back and closed her eyes. She wanted to familiarize herself with this new sensory ability, before moving on with the grimoire. After a couple of minutes, Dinky popped inside the room. "Missy Destiny, where be Dinky keeping the food?" The cheerful house elf asked in a chirpy tone. Destiny didn't bother to open her eyes. She decided to use her new sensing ability. "Give it to me here," Destiny said and grabbed the small plate from the house elf. Dinky looked at Destiny strangely for a moment, until she shrugged and decided to pop away. Destiny tilted her head in amusement and started to eat the food. After finishing her food, Destiny levitated the empty plate towards Cassiopeia's desk. Destiny slowly opened her eyes and continued to read. Most of the remaining spells were pretty normal and common, so Destiny didn't find any of them to be interesting. Destiny kept turning over the pages with a bored look on her face until her gaze landed on an interesting jinx. She grinned as she read the description of the spell. The taboo spell was an extremely powerful jinx. Using this spell you could make any word taboo and if anyone uses the word within the range, you will know their exact location. The spell could also weaken the wards around the person who said the taboo word, but the effect might vary due to different strength of wards. The range of the spell depended on the caster. Destiny immediately decided that she was going to cast the spell to make her last name into taboo. Since she shared her last name with Gellert, Destiny would immediately know whenever somebody was talking about them, but she needed to modify the spell too. She wanted to add intent behind the taboo activation. The taboo will only activate when one of their enemies uses their last name. So, Destiny had to modify the spell so that it could sense hostile intentions, no matter how minute they were. She might also need to create a magical artifact to automatically create records of the taboo activation. Yes, that would be best. After that, Destiny didn't find any more interesting spells in the Gaunt part. So, she moved on to the parcel magic section and everything in this part of the grimoire was completely new. Destiny had never heard about parcel magic and here was a whole section of the grimoire filled with said magic. She released a tired sigh and she decided to put the grimoire away. She was tired and she would forget about sleep if she started looking through the parcel magic section. Destiny also wasn't bothered by the fact that her new sensory ability was continuously using her magic as her magic regeneration refilled her core before the spell could even make a dent on her overall magical reserve. That is why Destiny decided not to deactivate the spell. She slowly lowered herself into Cassiopeia's arms. The asleep witch snuggled closer and Destiny couldn't stop a smile from appearing on her face. Moments later, Destiny also closed her eyes and after that, she dimmed the lights with a wave of her hand, but she noticed that she could still clearly see the room due to her new sensory ability. After nearly half an hour, sleep finally claimed Destiny's world. Line break. Destiny woke up when she sensed something moving in her periphery due to her new sensory ability. Destiny opened her eyes and found Cassiopeia stretching her body with a silly grin on her face. Destiny cast the Tempest spell with a wave of her hand and she found that it was already 6 in the morning. "Oh, sorry. Did I wake you up?" Cassiopeia asked with an apologetic look on her face, and Destiny shook her head with a soft smile on her face. "It is okay. I woke up due to my magical sonar," Destiny said as she slowly sat up in the bed. Cassiopeia immediately blushed due to the sight in front of her. Destiny grinned and leaned forward and pecked Cassiopeia on her lips. Cassiopeia froze for a moment, but she quickly gathered her wits. "Magical sonar?" Cassiopeia asked with a confused look on her face. "Yes, it is a nifty spell found in our new Gaunt family grimoire," Destiny said with a grin, and Cassiopeia couldn't stop herself from laughing out loud. Destiny wrapped her arms around Cassiopeia and pulled her closer, the green-eyed witch yelped cutely but didn't struggle. "Would you like to continue what we were doing last night?" Destiny whispered huskily into Cassiopeia's ear, and the green-eyed witch shivered. "I would like that." Cassiopeia's answer was instantaneous. Destiny chuckled and started to kiss Cassiopeia's jawline. "But before we could start anything, we need to talk," Destiny whispered into Cassiopeia's ear as she continued her ministrations. Cassiopeia moaned in pleasure. "What do you want to talk about?" Cassiopeia asked in a distracted voice. "Well, you see, I already have a lover, but fortunately both of us want to make a coven," Destiny said, and she finally stopped caressing Cassiopeia's most sensitive spots. "So, if you want to continue this, then you have to join the coven," Destiny explained in a serious tone. Cassiopeia closed her eyes and started to ponder Destiny's words. Cassiopeia finally opened her eyes after a whole minute and she looked straight into Cassiopeia's eyes. "I don't think that would be a problem. The idea of sleeping with other women is quite enticing, and I also get to stay beside you," Cassiopeia said with a grin, and Destiny captured the green-eyed witch's lips as soon as she finished speaking. "Then I am going to make you mine," Destiny said with a predatory grin, and she pushed down Cassiopeia on the bed. The green-eyed witch blushed meekly and allowed Destiny to have her way with her, since Cassiopeia knew that was going to love each and every moment of it. Equals 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 7452 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 17, Moving On. Cassiopeia blinked as she finally woke up. She rubbed her eyes to get rid of her sleepiness. She slowly sat on the bed only to find that her bed was empty. Cassiopeia looked outside the window and she immediately noticed that it was already somewhere around noon. Cassiopeia felt sore, but it was a good kind of sore. She smiled brightly as she remembered the times she and Destiny made love in the morning. It was even better than what they had done last night. She also remembered that she had decided to join Destiny's coven and she wasn't going to change her mind. Cassiopeia grabbed her wand from the bedstand and cast the Tempest spell. She was right, it was already noon. It is no wonder that Destiny was no longer in the bed snuggling with her. Cassiopeia didn't bother putting anything on her body as she went straight inside the bathroom. She desperately needed a bath. She was very sweaty. Cassiopeia found that her bath was already prepared. She quickly washed her body and entered the bath to relax. She leaned back in the tub and released a content sigh. Cassiopeia shivered in pleasure when she remembered how Destiny had pleasured her in the bed using the skill called Parcel Tongue. Cassiopeia has obviously returned the pleasure when she ate out Destiny. Cassiopeia simply couldn't believe how much her life has changed in the last 24 hours. She got to witness sacrificial magic firsthand, then she participated in an illegal ritual through which she became a Parcelmouth, and finally, she found herself a lover. A lover who happily returned the pleasure, and Cassiopeia remembered how she had been putty in Destiny's hands. Destiny was obviously a very skilled lover and she wasn't shy of displaying her skills. Though Cassiopeia was quite glad and disappointed at the same time over the fact that Destiny didn't claim her virginity even though they made love multiple times. As a pureblood witch, she was glad that she didn't lose her purity before her marriage, but as a woman, she wanted Destiny to claim her. Cassiopeia released a tired sigh. She was a witch from a prominent pureblood family. She wasn't delusional enough to think that her family would allow her to marry a witch. Cassiopeia personally knew a lot of witches who preferred the company of otter witches. Her paternal grandmother also preferred the company of witches, so it wasn't anything new in her black family. But all of that happened behind closed doors. Same-sex relationships weren't anything new in their society, but all of that happened behind closed doors. So, Cassiopeia wasn't going to have any problems if her family discovered her preferences, but her family would never allow her to pursue such a relationship out in the open. Losing her purity before her marriage might have gotten her kicked out of the family, but it might have forced Lord Black and her father to reluctantly agree to sign a betrothal contract between herself and Destiny. Cassiopeia released another sigh as she slowly climbed out of the bath. She quickly dried herself and her hair with drying charms as she walked out of the bathroom. She quickly made her way towards her wardrobe. While she was getting dressed, once again her mind started to wander. There was still a chance that her family might agree to sign a betrothal contract as Destiny was no normal witch. Right now, Destiny was probably the strongest witch in the country or maybe the whole continent. Well, Cassiopeia could always decide something after talking with Destiny. She slowly walked out of the room and she decided to look for Destiny. Cassiopeia arrived in the living room and her jaw dropped on the floor while eyes almost popped out of her skull when she saw the scene in front of her. Cassiopeia completely ignored Dinky, who was also standing there with a gobsmacked look on her face. Destiny was standing barefoot outside the house, dressed in her usual clothes, and various types of magical beasts made up of fiend fire danced around her. Cassiopeia simply couldn't comprehend what she was watching. Such control over a dangerous spell like fiend fire was simply unheard of. Destiny had her eyes closed and she was waving her wand like she was directing an orchestra. Destiny jabbed her wand forward and gigantic pillars of sand rose up from the ground. Destiny continued to wave her hand, and the sand pillars started to combine together to form a gigantic sandcastle. Destiny stopped moving her wand and another stream of fiend fire poured out of her wand, creating another group of animals. Destiny finally lowered her wand and the gigantic sandcastle slowly dissolved into the ground. Destiny lowered her wand and slowly the creatures made of fiend fire started to dissolve. Cassiopeia thought that the outrageous display of magic was finally over, but she couldn't be any more wrong. Destiny flicked her wand and a gigantic wave of water rose up from the sea. Thankfully the wards extended up to a part of the sea or the Muggles would have noticed the supernatural phenomenon. Cassiopeia continued to gape as Destiny created a wall of water using the water from the sea. Cassiopeia couldn't fathom how much magic Destiny must be using to achieve such a feat. Destiny finally opened her eyes and waved her wand, creating a gigantic flame whip. The flame whip snapped against the water wall, creating a lot of steam. Moments later, Destiny started to shoot various types of spells against the water wall. Destiny's hand was a complete blur as she kept shooting spells at the water wall. Cassiopeia noticed that most of the spells Destiny were using were completely unknown to her, but there were a few she could recognize. Destiny continued to shoot spells without taking a break for several minutes. She finally stopped shooting spells and lowered her wand. Moments later, she jabbed her wand towards the water wall and it started to freeze rapidly. Only after a few seconds, the gigantic water was frozen solid. Cassiopeia noticed that Destiny didn't use a spell to achieve such a feat. Moments later, the frozen water wall started to melt rapidly, but it didn't lose its form. After the water wall returned to its former state, Destiny slowly lowered the water wall back into the sea. Destiny finally released a tired sigh. She was also breathing heavily. Destiny glanced towards her wand and found that her wand was slightly smoking. The wand isn't designed to handle such strong magic, Destiny concluded, and turned towards the only to find both Dinky and Cassiopeia gaping at her. Destiny smirked and started to walk towards the house. She entered the house and Cassiopeia and Dinky were still gaping at her. "Close your mouths or the two of you might catch flies," Destiny grinned in amusement, and Cassiopeia and Dinky finally snapped back to reality. Dinky immediately popped away with an embarrassed look on her face while Cassiopeia started to stammer. "So, did you like the show?" Destiny asked as she pecked Cassiopeia on her lips and then she plopped down on the couch. Cassiopeia opened and closed her mouth a couple of times, but she couldn't form any words. "I honestly don't know what to say about a display like that. I didn't even know that something like that was even possible," Cassiopeia said with a look of complete awe on her face. "I will take that as a compliment," Destiny said as she nodded her head. "That was a bloody compliment. I don't know what else to say. What you did out there was simply overwhelming," Cassiopeia breathed out and she plopped down on the couch too. "How did you become so strong? What types of rituals did you perform?" Cassiopeia asked with a lost look on her face, and Destiny started to chuckle. "The answer is simple. I trained my ass off since I was only 6 years old, and as for rituals, I have performed a lot of them, but they simply strengthened my foundation and some of them increased my physical strength," Destiny explained, and Cassiopeia looked at her somewhat incredulously. Destiny released a sigh when she noticed Cassiopeia's incredulous look. It was a completely natural reaction, so she wasn't offended. "You see, there are a lot of rituals I know through which you could drastically increase your magical power in a few months, but all of them come with a very steep price," Destiny said with a serious look on her face. "I have never used rituals to boost my magical powers. Yes, I have used rituals to gain some ability like the parcel tongue or strengthen my body, but I have never used a ritual to increase my magical reserve or anything like that," Destiny added as leaned back on her couch. "I see. Well, I believe you. There is no reason for you to hide anything, and I have also read about the rituals you just mentioned. Nobody sane would perform rituals like that. The gains are simply not worth it," Cassiopeia said while shaking her head. Destiny smiled softly after hearing Cassiopeia's words. "Though I could teach you," Destiny offered, and Cassiopeia would be a fool to reject an offer like that. She might never reach Destiny's level, but if Destiny taught her, then she could easily become one of the strongest witches in this country. "I would be a fool to reject an offer like that. I would love to be taught by someone amazing like you," Cassiopeia declared with a bright smile on her face. Line break. After a nice and long relaxing bath, Destiny decided to make her way towards Gringotts. She needed to buy a property to make her a base for her knights, but to do that, she needed gold. That is why she was making her way towards Gringotts. She needed to withdraw a lot of gold. Destiny operated at the apparition point of Diagon Alley, and then she made her way straight towards Gringotts, her cape billowing behind her. Once again, Destiny was getting weird looks from everyone around her, but she didn't allow it to bother her. She read the poem written in front of Gringotts and she simply shrugged. If Destiny needed to steal anything from them, then she would simply collapse their cave system underneath Gringotts, and then she would use magic to drag the vaults out of the rubble, or she could simply use Protego Diabolica to kill everything living inside the bank before indefinitely borrowing all the gold she needed. The interior of all Gringotts branches was exactly the same, so Destiny ignored all of that and walked up to a teller. She cleared her throat to get the attention of the goblin sitting behind the desk. "I want to withdraw some gold," Destiny spoke in fluent gobbledygook, shocking everyone present inside the bank. The goblin almost fell off his chair, while the other goblins kept staring at her with wide eyes. Even the wizards and witches present inside the bank kept staring at her with dumb looks on their faces. Destiny didn't speak in gobbledygook to gain attention, she simply wanted to keep her interaction a secret. "Name and account number," the goblin sitting behind the desk questioned in gobbledygook. "I don't have an account in this country." "Take this key and get me 200 galleons, you can have a galleon for quick service," Destiny said, and placed a pouch and her Gringotts vault key on the table. The pouch was magically expanded from the inside. The goblin didn't say anything and grabbed the vault key and the pouch. Then the goblin jumped off the tool and disappeared inside the bank. Destiny crossed her arms in front of her chest and started to tap her foot on the shining marble floor as she decided to wait for the goblin to return with her gold. Destiny completely ignored the wizards and witches present inside the hall. After a couple of minutes, the goblin returned with the pouch, which was clearly filled right now, and the Gringotts vault key. The goblin placed the pouch and key on the desk and climbed on his tool. Destiny grabbed the pouch and opened it. She looked inside and wandlessly cast the counting charm to count the galleons inside the bag. Only after a moment, she closed the pouch and smiled at the goblin. She grabbed her vault key. She immediately knew that 201 galleons had been withdrawn from the account. It was a hidden function present in vault keys, but the goblins deliberately kept it deactivated. Destiny obviously knew how to activate the function on her own. It saved a lot of her time. She didn't need to keep checking her account statements each month due to this function. "Thank you, have a good day," Destiny waved at the goblin and turned around to leave the bank. As soon as Destiny was out, she operated back to Cassiopeia's house. Cassiopeia was working on her papers like usual when Destiny returned. "Cassie, do you know someone who can arrange a bit of property for me?" Destiny asked as she plopped down on the other couch. Cassiopeia stopped writing and looked up from her paper. "You want to buy a property? How big of a property are you looking for?" Cassiopeia questioned, and Destiny seemed to think for a bit. "Big enough to house nearly 4,000 people," Destiny gave her a rough estimate. "There are approximately 3,000 Crimson Knights, then there were nearly 100 children under her care. Well, under Annabelle's care to be exact. She was going to stay in Britain for quite some time, so she needed a future-proof place. That is why she gave Cassiopeia such a big number." Cassiopeia choked after hearing the number, but she quickly gathered her bearings. "You would need a huge mansion in the least to house so many people," Cassiopeia sighed. "I have to use some of my family contacts to get you something like that," Cassiopeia added. "The mansion is unnecessary. I simply need the land," Destiny said, and Cassiopeia smiled after hearing Destiny's words. Destiny simply needed land, and her knights could easily build a mansion in a few days. It will help their training too. That would be easy. "Do you have any problems with this location?" Cassiopeia asked, and Destiny shook her head. "Good. I will just need to buy a lot of land next to this house. It would take me 2 days at most to arrange everything," Cassiopeia smirked. "How much gold do you think you are going to need?" Destiny asked in a neutral tone, but internally she was very happy with this development. "Maybe somewhere around 100 galleons." Cassiopeia guessed with an unsure look on her face. "You don't have to worry about gold. I have enough gold in personal vaults to finance a whole mansion," Cassiopeia proudly declared. "I have already decided to join your cause and swear loyalty to you. Just think of this as my initiation gift," Cassiopeia added. Destiny tapped her chin, and after a few moments of tense silence, she gave a curt nod. Cassiopeia smiled and went back to work on her papers. Destiny didn't want to take the money, but when Cassiopeia decided to put it like that, denying the gold would have been a very serious insult according to traditions. After a few moments, Destiny operated inside her room. There were very serious wards around the house, but Cassiopeia was kind enough to add her to the wards on the second day of her stay in this house. That is why Destiny had been able to freely apparate in and out of the house. Destiny opened her trunk and she pulled out a wooden box along with some writing materials. Destiny placed the box on the bed, and then she grabbed a pen to quickly pen a letter. Yes, unlike the rest of the magical population, Destiny was well versed with the Muggle inventions. A pen was way better than using a quill, so obviously Destiny was going to use a pen to write a letter. Dear Ambika, I hope you didn't miss me. I have some good news. I have already found ourselves a fitting coven member, and through her, I was also able to acquire a huge plot. Don't use portkeys, use some muggle method to enter this country. Laws regarding portkey and international portkey are very strict in this country. They will easily track our location if we activate so many portkeys at the same time. Start your journey as soon as possible. I will be awaiting your arrival. Take care, and have a safe journey. Your love. Destiny. Destiny finished the letter and she used her signet ring to close the letter. She tapped the wooden box with her wand and the box opened with a click. Destiny placed the letter inside the box and closed the lid of the box, and she tapped the box with her wand. A soft chime was heard from the box and a bright smile appeared on Destiny's face. Destiny quickly put away her writing materials back inside her trunk, but she levitated the wooden box over the study table. After that, she locked her trunk, and then she operated inside Cassiopeia's room to grab the Gaunt family grimoire. With the grimoire in her hand, she returned to the living room where Cassiopeia was working on her papers. Cassiopeia looked up from the table when she heard Destiny's arrival. She immediately noticed the grimoire in Destiny's hand. There are lots of amazing stuff in that grimoire. Cassiopeia gushed out excitedly, and Destiny completely agreed with the green-eyed witch. Last night, she was unable to check the parcel magic section due to her tiredness, but now, she was completely free, so she was going to slowly skim through that part. These spells weren't much different than the normal spells, but the counter charms were a completely different matter. So, if your victim survived, then they would need a fellow parcelmouth to cast the counter curse. Destiny also decided to test out a few spells. Like always, Destiny decided to forego any wand movements and incantations, though she did mutter the incantations inside her head. Destiny clearly noticed the difference. The amount of magic she had to use was significantly lesser than the typical counterpart of the spells. Destiny couldn't stop grinning at the revelation. Destiny kept skimming through the book, and after some time, she found herself practically salivating when she read about the Parseltongue wards. The wards were like any other normal wards, but they could be only deactivated by a parcelmouth. Well, the wards weren't absolute, they could be overpowered, but there were not many witches and wizards out there who could normally overpower a ward. The normal ward breakers would be completely useless against Parseltongue wards until they decide to overpower the wards. Overpowering a ward needed a lot of power too. Line break. January, 1927, Netherlands. At the end of the day, Ambika finally returned to the room she shared with Destiny. She felt kind of lonely, but it was okay. She was about to start undressing when she noticed the wooden box kept on the table was buzzing. There was a small stone engraved on the front of the box and it was steadily blinking. Ambika immediately became excited. Bibli, Ambika called out. She knew that Destiny had sent her a letter, and it might take some time. So, she decided to ask Bibli to prepare the bath for her. The house elf appeared beside Ambika with a soft pop. What can Bibli be doing for Mistress Ambika? Bilby asked while batting her massive eyes at Ambika. Can you prepare the bath for me? Ambika requested softly, and Bibli eagerly nodded her head. Of course, Mistress Ambika, Bibli said, and disappeared with a soft pop. Ambika sat down at her study table and tapped the wooden box with her wand. The lid of the box opened with a click, and as Ambika was expecting, there was a letter inside the box. Ambika opened the envelope with her wand and she quickly read through the letter. For a moment, a complicated look appeared on her face when she read that Destiny had found a coven member. After a few moments, Ambika released a tired sigh and started to grin. It was more than slightly difficult to accept the fact that she was going to share Destiny with other women, but she was already preparing for it, so it was somewhat fine. When she was finally done reading the letter, she put it down on the table with a contemplative look on her face. She needed to discuss this with the other lieutenants before making a decision. Ambika slowly stood up and started to remove her clothes. Since she had asked Bibli to prepare her bath, she decided to take a bath before meeting her fellow lieutenants. It has been a long day and a little bit of relaxation wouldn't hurt anyone. After removing all of her clothes, Ambika quickly entered the bath. The house elves would take care of her clothes, so she didn't bother to remove them from the floor. After spending nearly an hour inside the bath, Ambika walked out of the bathroom, dressed in a bath gown. Strappy, Ambika called out, and a house elf appeared with a soft pop. Please inform the other lieutenants to meet me in the meeting room in half an hour. Lady Grindelwald has sent a letter, Ambika said in a firm tone. The house elf respectfully bowed his head and popped away. Then Ambika made her way towards her wardrobe. After 5 minutes, Ambika was completely dressed in a new set of robes. Just like she had guessed, the clothes on the floor were gone. There was still some time before the meeting, so she decided to eat something light while waiting. So, she summoned a house elf and asked him to bring something to eat for her while she sat down at the table. She grabbed the book she had been reading and set an alarm hex to remind her about the meeting. The house elf returned with a plate filled with some snacks. Ambika quickly devoured everything while reading the book. She was lost in her research when she was hexed by her wand. Ambika quickly put away the book and operated inside the meeting room. Her fellow lieutenants were already present there. She quickly sat down at the table, not wanting to waste any more time. Lady Grindelwald was able to acquire the land for our base in magical Britain with some help. She wants us to leave as soon as we can. Ambika quickly rattled off everything necessary she needed to reveal. The other lieutenants quickly digested the information provided by Ambika. We would need to prepare a lot of international port keys, Vladimir said with a thoughtful look on his face, but Ambika shook her head. Lady Grindelwald said that the laws regarding port keys and international port keys are very strict in magical Britain. If we activate so many port keys at the same time, then the ministry will easily discover our location. That is something we want to avoid, Ambika explained, and the other 3 lieutenants hummed in understanding. I can take my team and arrange a ferry for ourselves, Quentin suggested. No. Traveling via ferry will take a lot of time. Traveling via train will be much easier, Donovan interrupted before Quentin could continue. What about the border checking? Vladimir asked. We have all the necessary Muggle documents. If needed, we could always use our wands to get our way, Ambika pitched in, and everyone nodded their heads in agreement. By the way, how soon can we leave? Ambika asked, and other lieutenants pondered the question for a moment. My squad will be ready to leave by tomorrow morning, Quentin answered. Same here, Vladimir pitched in. Finally, everyone turned towards Donovan. My team will need at least a day, but the children are going to need more time, Donovan said, and Ambika seemed to contemplate for a moment. We can ask the house elves to help the children, Ambika suggested, and the other lieutenants immediately agreed. So, we leave in a day, Ambika finalized, and the other lieutenants also agreed. Quentin, take your team and find out the train timings and find out the places where we would need to change trains, Ambika ordered, and Quentin nodded his head in understanding. After that, the meeting was dismissed since they had nothing more to discuss and all of them had a lot of things to do. Line break. January, 1927, Great Britain. It has been 2 days since Destiny had talked with Cassiopeia about acquiring a piece of land. After a little bit of legwork and greasing palms, Cassiopeia was finally holding the deeds of the new property in her hand. She had to walk a lot so that she could meet a couple of people face to face. Cassiopeia needed them to know that the whole thing was very important for her. She also had to throw a bit of gold here and there to quicken the process. So, she ended up spending 95 galleons to get the whole thing done. She expected that she would need to spend a bit more, but she was thankful that she didn't have to. Cassiopeia did have the gold, but that didn't mean that could spend all of that without a care. Cassiopeia was a bit put off by the fact that for whatever reason, Destiny had stopped her from swearing loyalty. Destiny wasn't very forthcoming with the reason, but Destiny mentioned that it was something serious. Cassiopeia released a sigh and shook her head to clear her mind. Then she operated back to her house. Cassiopeia found Destiny curled up on the couch wearing only a pair of underwear. Cassiopeia licked her lips in excitement, but she decided to hold herself back, for now. Destiny was still skimming through the Gaunt family grimoire. Cassiopeia cleared her throat to gain Destiny's attention. Destiny immediately looked up from the grimoire. Hello, Cassie, it seems that you have something for me. Destiny asked, and Cassiopeia simply handed the deeds to Destiny. Thank you. You have no idea how much you have helped me, Destiny said in a grateful tone. You are most welcome. So, can you tell me why you don't want me to swear loyalty to you? I don't think there is a reason. Cassiopeia decided to use this chance and speak up her mind. Destiny released a sigh and closed the grimoire. I am sorry I have offended you, that wasn't my intention. You might have already noticed that I like to work from the shadows, unlike Gellert. So, I need to keep myself hidden as long as I can, or as long as it is convenient for me. I have found a modified version of Fidelius's charm. Do you know what a Fidelius's charm is? Destiny questioned, and Cassiopeia shook her head in denial. The Fidelius's charm is a very powerful spell used to hide places or to conceal secrets. It was an extremely difficult, multifaceted, and potent charm that could be used to conceal a secret inside an individual's soul. Since Cassiopeia didn't know about the spell, Destiny decided to give her a brief overview. I see, sounds pretty impressive, Cassiopeia said with an impressed look on her face. She was about to reach towards the couch, but Destiny grabbed her wrist with a grin and pulled her. Cassiopeia ended up sitting on Destiny's lap. Cassiopeia slightly blushed, but she quickly gathered her bearings. She had been in way more embarrassing positions with Destiny. Yes, it is one of the most impressive charms I know. Now, the witch or wizard housing the secret is known as the Secret Keeper. A dwelling whose location had been protected by this spell becomes invisible, intangible, unplottable, and soundproof. Destiny continued her explanation, and Cassiopeia seemed to be almost gobsmacked. She had never heard about a strong protective charm like this. From the description, the Fidelius's charm seemed to be the best ward system out there. So, why were the older families not using this charm to protect their ancestral homes or manors? Cassiopeia understood that the Fidelius charm must be one of the oldest and ancient spells in existence, but someone must have known something about this spell. Additionally, after the spell is implemented, the secret can only be revealed by the secret keeper and he has to do it voluntarily. Someone can't discover the secret by some accident. It is simply impossible even if they stumble across a property protected by the Fidelius charm by some freak accident. They simply wouldn't know what they are even looking at, so they would simply dismiss it and walk away, Destiny said, and by now, Cassiopeia didn't even know what to think. What's even more impressive is the fact that the secret keeper has to reveal the secret voluntarily. Methods of magical coercion like Veridiserum, Legilimency, Cruciatus Curse, or the Imperius Curse wouldn't work, Destiny finished with a grin. Cassiopeia stared at Destiny completely slack-jawed. After a few seconds, Cassiopeia finally gathered all of her bearings. If this spell is so impressive, then why isn't this charm used? Cassiopeia asked in an incredulous tone. This is the first time I have heard about this spell. I agree that I am not knowledgeable like you, but someone other than you must know about this charm, right? Cassiopeia asked hurriedly. I can point out a few reasons why this charm isn't used or widely known, Destiny said with a small nod. First of all, the Fidelius charm is one of the most obscure and ancient spell, so I suppose it is lost through time, Destiny speculated, and Cassiopeia could see the point. She had herself reached the conclusion before, but hearing it from Destiny simply reassured her own speculation. Second, it is one of the most complicated spells out there. I am sure that some wizards and witches had discovered this spell, but they probably gave up because of how complicated this spell is. There is a chance that you might end up dead if you make a mistake. Destiny raised 2 fingers in front of Cassiopeia as she pointed out the second reason. Third, you would need insane amounts of magic to cast the Fidelius charm. Most wizards and witches would end up dead if they tried to cast the Fidelius charm over a small cottage. I am sure that even I would end up magically exhausted after I finish casting the charm over a large mansion, and my magical core is 4 times bigger than Gellert's, Destiny explained as she raised a third finger. Cassiopeia's jaw dropped in surprise when Destiny revealed the third reason, and her eyes almost popped out of her eye socket when Destiny revealed the size of her magical core. Cassiopeia was sure that by the end of the discussion, she would end up with a dislocated jaw. Fourth, the Fidelius charm can only be used to hide a property or a place, Destiny revealed as she raised the 4th finger. And lastly, the secret keeper can't reside inside the property. So, if I cast the charm on the house, I would have to leave. That was the final nail in the coffin, and Cassiopeia finally understood why the charm wasn't used. Yes, she could see how amazing the spell was, but now, she also knew about the glaring reasons why the spell wasn't used. I see. By the way, what does the Fidelius charm have to do with why you don't want me to swear loyalty to you? Cassiopeia asked curiously. She still remembered how the conversation started. As I was saying, I have found a modified version of the Fidelius charm. This modified charm solves 2 of the most glaring problems of the original charm. I can use this modified charm to hide anything, and the modified charm also allows the secret keeper to reside inside the property, Destiny explained with a grin on her face. You see. I want to make my name a secret with me as the secret keeper, Destiny revealed, and Cassiopeia gasped in shock. She never imagined that Destiny would be planning something insane like this. So, I would need to release everyone from their oaths before casting the charm, as I don't know how the charm would affect the oaths. That is why I wanted you to hold off, Destiny explained and caressed Cassiopeia's cheek. Cassiopeia knew that Destiny had already received confirmation that her group was already on the way here. So, she wouldn't need to wait that long. Destiny finally leaned down and captured Cassiopeia's lips. After that, the green-eyed witch simply melted in Destiny's arms. Line break. I agree with Longbottom, something is wrong with this whole scenario. There are no signs of wards, but the fiend fire didn't spread out in a location like this. Theseus Scamander said as he looked around the charred ground. Theseus Scamander was born on February 25, 1888. Theseus Scamander is one of the most renowned senior Auror of the British Auror Force. He is regarded as a war hero after his involvement in the First World War. Everyone knew that he was the first in the line to become the head Auror. See. I told you something is wrong here, Sigrin Longbottom grinned while looking at his partner, Rupert Vasey. So, what should we do now? I don't think Travers would allow us to invest any resources in a wild goose chase, Rupert Vasey said in an annoyed tone. Let me talk to him. This isn't a goose chase anymore. I know for sure that something is very wrong here. I think something very illegal was done here, and then the culprit decided to release fiend fire to remove all the magical residue, Scamander concluded with a grave look on his face. Do you know who could have done this? I know for sure that fiend fire is almost impossible to control, so someone of Albus Dumbledore's caliber must be responsible for this, Sigrin Longbottom pointed out, and Theseus Scamander rubbed his face. I don't know. I have no idea who could have done this, but I know only one wizard who can match Dumbledore's power, and that wizard is currently imprisoned in Makusa, Scamander said with a complicated look on his face. Both Sigrin Longbottom and Rupert Vasey immediately understood who Theseus Scamander was referring to. That is why we can't ignore this incident. There is probably an unknown wizard of Dumbledore's caliber running around Merlin knows doing whatever, Theseus Scamander groaned in frustration. It might be a witch too, Sigrin Longbottom corrected, but Rupert Vasey burst out laughing. You must be joking. A witch of Dumbledore's caliber, yet try something else, Rupert Vasey blurted out while laughing. Theseus Scamander wouldn't have put it like that, but he knew that the chances of the culprit being a witch was very low, but not zero. As an experienced Auror, he knew that he shouldn't underestimate anyone or it might come to bite him on the arse at a later date. Line break. Destiny took a long drag from her hookah and released the smoke after a moment. The image of a somewhat disfigured and ugly woman formed in the air. Cassiopeia kept glancing in between the magical artifact and the image floating in the air. Cassiopeia had no idea why Destiny decided to show her the image of this woman. Her name is Merope Gaunt, she is the squib daughter of Marvolo Gaunt. She isn't anything special, but she has something very special in her possession, Destiny said and pointed towards the locket hanging around the woman's neck. Cassiopeia has heard about the squib daughter of Marvolo Gaunt, but this is the first time she saw the woman. Cassiopeia was sure that she had seen that locket somewhere, so she quickly searched through her memories and gasped in surprise when she finally remembered where she had seen that memory. Salazar Slytherin was wearing the same locket in his portrait guarding the secret shortcut between Dungeon's antechamber and the entrance hall side room. That is Salazar Slytherin's locket, or at least that is a good replica, Cassiopeia blurted out in an incredulous tone. The image finally dispersed into thin air and Cassiopeia glanced back towards Destiny, who was smirking right now. Yes, that is the Slytherin's locket. I don't know if Merope Gaunt knows the true value of the locket or not. Marvolo knew about the true value of the locket, but he hadn't told anything to Merope, Destiny explained, and Cassiopeia scowled in anger. She couldn't believe that the Slytherin's locket was in the possession of a squib who didn't even know what she was actually wearing. Do you know where she is? Cassiopeia asked, but she didn't look much hopeful. Apparently, she has eloped to London along with a muggle, Destiny said, and Cassiopeia snorted in disdain. I need to speak with some of our family associates. You don't mind if she is killed in the process, do you? Cassiopeia asked, and Destiny shook her head after contemplating for a moment. No, don't kill her. Bring her here. If she is a Parselmouth, then her death will be a loss, Destiny said, and Cassiopeia simply raised her brows in confusion. But didn't you say that she is a squib? Cassiopeia looked really confused right now. Yes, but squibs can see magic, so there is a chance that she carries the talent in her blood, but she can't use it, Destiny explained, and now that Cassiopeia thought about it, Destiny was right. So, she simply nodded her head in understanding. Destiny. Cassiopeia called out nervously, and Destiny gave Cassiopeia a questioning look. There is something else I wanted to talk about, Cassiopeia began in a nervous tone. So, what do you want to talk about? Destiny urged Cassiopeia to continue. For a moment, Cassiopeia shifted uncomfortably in her seat, but then she took a deep breath. I went out to meet my parents and Lord Black, Cassiopeia blurted out extremely fast. Destiny blinked in confusion. I didn't get a single thing you said. Why don't you try again, but a little bit slower? Destiny suggested, and once again, Cassiopeia took a deep breath to calm herself. I want you to meet my parents and Lord Black, Cassiopeia said, and after hearing her words, Destiny leaned back on the couch. Why? Destiny asked with a somewhat serious look on her face. She had no idea what Cassiopeia wanted, but it must be something serious or Cassiopeia wouldn't have been a nervous wreck. In the last few days, Destiny has come to know Cassiopeia pretty well. The green-eyed witch always carried herself with utmost confidence, so this was completely out of her usual personality. Destiny did have some ideas regarding what Cassiopeia wanted to talk about. Destiny has refrained herself from claiming Cassiopeia's virginity. She knew how pureblood families were regarding the purity of their daughters. The Black family would freak out if Cassiopeia ends up losing her virginity to someone before getting married, cursed bride or not. That is how pureblood families were. For a few seconds, Cassiopeia didn't say anything. You have asked me to join your coven, that is basically asking for marriage, and believe me, I want to join your coven, but I want to do it with my family and Lord Black's approval, Cassiopeia said in a somewhat desperate tone. She kept staring at Destiny with a nervous glint in her eyes as Destiny contemplated everything she had just heard. Okay. I will meet your parents and Lord Black. How soon can you arrange a meeting? Destiny asked in a firm tone. This was the first time she was about to meet the parents of her lover. Ambika didn't have parents, so it never mattered, but Destiny wasn't going to back down. I could take you to meet them tomorrow, but there is something more I wanted to talk about, Cassiopeia said, and Destiny simply urged the green-eyed witch to continue. I want to tell Lord Black and my parents about the gift you gave me. I mean the gift of Parseltongue, Cassiopeia said, and once again, Destiny found herself contemplating her options. What Cassiopeia was asking for was very risky. If by any chance Lord Black to blackmail with the information, then it was going to be a complete mess. Destiny would never give up on her dreams and their cause. If needed, she would remove the Black family from the face of Earth. Destiny liked Cassiopeia, but there was no way Destiny was going to give up on her ambition for a woman. No matter how beautiful that woman is. While Destiny was busy contemplating her options, Cassiopeia was becoming nervous with each passing second. She knew that she might be pushing her luck with the last suggestion, but she wanted to portray Destiny in a favorable light in front of her family. Her family respected power above everything. Even their family motto, toujours pur, which meant always pure, could also be ignored for power. Cassiopeia wanted to make her family see reason, so they would allow her to join a coven or allow her to marry a witch. Cassiopeia knew that Destiny wanted to act from the shadows. The crimson-haired witch practically wanted to hide her name using an ancient charm. So, Cassiopeia concluded that Destiny might be worried about her information becoming public. I can ask them to swear secrecy oaths, Cassiopeia suggested, and Destiny immediately perked up. That would work. Okay, you can tell your family about your new gift, but only if they agree to swear secrecy oaths, otherwise I would be very much displeased, Destiny said with a serious look on her face. She wanted to scare Cassiopeia, so she started to release her magical power. Cassiopeia gulped audibly when she felt an overbearing pressure wash over her. She noticed that Destiny's crimson hair has started to shift eerily while her crimson eyes has started to glow. Cassiopeia could only nod her head fearfully. For the first time, Cassiopeia understood that Destiny might seem to be pretty easygoing most of the time, but behind that facade, an extremely dangerous witch was hiding. Up to 2 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. ===========================================================================================================================https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 18, The Black Family. Cassiopeia took a deep and tossed some flow powder into her flow. As soon as the flames turned green, Cassiopeia stepped into the heatless green flames. Black abode, Cassiopeia spoke out loudly and clearly. Only after a moment, she was watching various fireplaces passing by. Before she could contemplate any more about it, she found herself walking out of the fireplace of Black abode, her familial residence. Cassiopeia waved her wand over her to remove all the soot from her hair and her robes. There was a little girl sitting in the living room, her head buried in a book. She easily noticed when the flue flared with green flames, which meant they had a guest. So, she looked up from the book, and moments later, her face morphed into pure joy. Cassie! The little girl exclaimed loudly, looking excited and cheerful. She placed the book on the table beside her and jumped down from the couch. The little girl rushed into Cassiopeia's arms, who was now kneeling so that the little girl could hug her. Cassiopeia was almost knocked over when the little girl slammed into her chest. She smiled brightly and hugged back the little girl. Doria Black was only 7 years old and she was also Cassiopeia's youngest sibling. Cassiopeia caressed the little girl with a bright smile on her face. How have you been, sister? I hope father and mother are not being too hard on you. Cassiopeia asked with a grin when Doria finally separated from her arms. The little beamed at Cassiopeia, but moments later she puffed out her cheeks and started to pout cutely. I have missed you and father has started to teach me a clemency, and mother has been teaching me a few charms. I have learned the color-changing charm. Do you want to see it? Dora babbled on with an excited smile on her face. Sure, Cassiopeia chirped with a smile. Doria ran back to the table, that is where her wand was. She picked up the wand and tapped the table with her wand. Calaveria, Doria muttered, and the table became yellow. She immediately looked towards Cassiopeia, obviously, expecting to be praised. That was brilliant, Doria. You are the smartest 7-year-old I know, Cassiopeia complimented the girl, who beamed proudly. Internally, Cassiopeia wondered what Destiny was learning when she was 7 years old. Moments later, Cassiopeia cleared her mind. She didn't want to think about it. She was afraid that she would find everyone pathetic if she discovered what Destiny was learning when she was a 7-year-old girl. Cassiopeia was brought out of her musings when she heard someone clear their throat. Cassiopeia turned towards the door, only to find her mother, Violetta Black née Bulstrode, standing at the door with a soft smile on her face. Cassiopeia stood up as she was still kneeling on the floor and she slowly made her way towards her mother. Violetta's smile widened when her eldest daughter hugged her and she happily hugged back her daughter. How have you been, daughter? It has been some time since your last visit, Violetta said as she checked out her daughter to see if anything had changed or not. I have been here for Christmas, mother, and it is only January, Cassiopeia pointed out dryly. Violetta simply waved off in a dismissive manner. Ignore the minor details. I would have preferred if you lived with us, Violetta complained, but moments later, she caressed her daughter's cheek. But as you know, I am completely supportive of your ambition, Violetta added with a smile. And, I am really grateful for that, Cassiopeia said softly. By the way, where is Marius? Cassiopeia asked and Violetta released a tired sigh. You know how he is, he has been flying with Arcturus since the morning, Violetta said as she led Cassiopeia towards the backyard. Cassiopeia's eyes grew slightly wide when her mother mentioned that Arcturus was here. Arcturus Black III is the eldest son of Sirius Black II, the current Lord Black, and Arcturus is going to be the next Lord Black, or he is supposed to be the next Lord Black if nothing changes. Most of the pureblood families had very flexible laws and traditions for the ascension. After all, nobody wants blood to be spilled among their family. Right now, Arcturus Black III is the eldest among the young generation of the Black family, and at the same time, he was also the strongest among the young generation. So, there was nobody to contest him. Phineas Black II, her father's older brother, never married, so he didn't have a son who could take the mantle of Lord Black. Then there is Arcturus Black II, who was also her father's older brother. Arcturus Black II has married Lysandra Black née Yaxley. Lysandra Black has given birth to 3 daughters, Kalidora Black, Cedrella Black, and Caris Black. Since all 3 of them were daughters, they couldn't take the mantle of Lord Black. That finally leaves her father, Cygnus Black II. She was his oldest, but since she was a daughter, she couldn't take the mantle of Lord Black. He did have 2 sons, Pollux Black, and Marius Black, but they were simply too young to challenge Arcturus. So, the mantle of Lord Black will be going to Arcturus Black III. Violetta and Cassiopeia finally arrived at the backyard where Arcturus could be seen flying with Marius. Cassiopeia couldn't help but smile. After graduating from Hogwarts, Arcturus has been learning politics from his father. Lord Black needed to be cunning and vicious to hold the reins of the family. He was also being trained by his father and Aunt Elidora. Aunt Elidora was old, but she still took some time to teach young Arcturus. Both Violetta and Cassiopeia continued to watch the 2 of them playing around in the sky and both had to look away whenever Arcturus showed something downright dangerous to Marius, who had stars in his eyes. After another half an hour, the 2 of them finally came down. If Arcturus was slightly surprised to see Cassiopeia here, then he didn't show it on his face. Greetings, cousin. How have you been? Arcturus greeted Cassiopeia with a smile on his face. I have been well, tell me about yourself, cousin. Cassiopeia returned the question and Arcturus continued to smile. You know how it is. Politics this and political intrigue that. Father says that I am almost ready, he is going to allow me to represent him on Wisingamot in the next session, Arcturus said in a proud tone. Cassiopeia's eyes grew wide and she gave him an impressed nod. That is great, Arcturus. So, when will you be taking the mantle of Lord Black? Cassiopeia asked and Arcturus's smile became wider, but he released a disappointed sigh. Not yet, at least, not until I get married. I also want to travel the continent, Arcturus said and Cassiopeia gave him a questioning look. You were never interested in traveling the continent. What changed? Cassiopeia asked curiously and once again, Arcturus released a sigh. Not much, but I simply want to look around and learn a couple of things. Not that it matters. Father would never allow me, and after becoming Lord Black, I will have other duties, Arcturus said in a strained tone. Father doesn't want me to leave. Especially now that Grindelwald is caught, he says the magical governments are going to use no-nonsense policies against all the purebloods for a couple of years, Arcturus said while shaking his head. Gellert Grindelwald has rattled the statute of secrecy, all the magical governments are going to enforce the statute of secrecy even more rigidly. So, a lot of purebloods were going to be prosecuted just to show that the ministries have started to apply the no-tolerance policy. Then after a few years, once again the system was going to become lax since the ministries can't keep prosecuting the purebloods for too long. Magical ministries are established by the purebloods all around the world. Without the support of purebloods, magical governments can't keep working. Even a minister can't keep his seat without the support of purebloods, but for whatever reason, a minister would always fight for protecting the Muggles, no matter how much of a pureblood bigot he is. Yet, nobody has been able to discover why though. If something happens here then it will be manageable, at least that is what Father thinks. Since Britain wasn't affected by the terror of Grindelwald, he expects nothing drastic happening in this country, Arcturus shrugged and Cassiopeia understood where her uncle was coming from. Then she finally turned towards her brother, who was venomously glaring at her. Ah, hello, little brother, how are you? Cassiopeia asked with a grin on her face as she ruffled the boy's hair. Maria snorted and swatted away her hand. I am not talking with you. Only now did you remember me, the boy continued to glare at Cassiopeia and he puffed out his cheeks. Cassiopeia chuckled fondly at the boy and pulled out a few chocolate frogs from her pocket. Marius's face immediately became joyous and snatched the boxes from her sister's hand. I forgive you. Marius gushed out excitedly and he was about to run away but Violetta grabbed the boy's shoulder to stop him from running. What have I told you about not being rude and how purebloods act? Violetta asked in a stern tone. Marius immediately looked down and then he turned back towards his older sister. Thank you, Marius said, and Violetta finally let him go. That is much more like it, Violetta added with a stern look on her face, and then she also smiled and ruffled Marius' hair, who simply nodded his head. Violetta finally shooed him off and he immediately dashed towards the house. Don't forget to share some with her sister, Cassiopeia called out loudly, staring at his retreating back. Sure, she heard Marius' voice as he disappeared into the house. You know, you shouldn't spoil him so much, Violetta said while giving Cassiopeia an annoyed look. After a few moments, her features softened. I suppose it is fine though. It is an older sister's job to spoil her siblings, Violetta smiled and caressed her oldest daughter's cheek. So, Arcturus, are you going to stay for dinner? Cassiopeia asked, and the slightly older boy simply nodded his head. Come on, let's go inside. This is no place to talk, Violetta complained and ushered the two of them inside the house. Violetta quickly led the two of them to her parlor. By the way, how are your studies going on? Arcturus asked after all three of them were finally seated. Violetta had asked a house elf to bring them some snacks. Nice. I have finally finished my papers on charms and I will be posting it after another review. Let's see what happens, Cassiopeia said, and Arcturus nodded his head. Violetta seemed to have a pleased look on her face. Violetta has nothing to do with studies after she graduated from Hogwarts, not that she wanted to, but she was glad that her daughter was pursuing such a respectable career. I see, if you want, I could arrange a tutor for you, Arcturus offered, and Cassiopeia simply shook her head. I can handle it myself. Thank you for the offer though, you know how most tutors are, they wouldn't like the fact that they are teaching a witch, Cassiopeia pointed out, and Arcturus growled in anger. If they know what's good for them then they wouldn't. We are blacks, they should be proud that we are hiring them, Arcturus sniffed. 3 plates filled with various types of snacks appeared on the table. I suppose, but I am confident that I will be able to do it on my own. By the way, when is father going to return? Cassiopeia asked her mother. He is supposed to return before lunch. Do you want to discuss something with him? Violetta asked curiously, and Cassiopeia nodded her head. Violetta decided not to pursue the topic. The three of them continued to chat regarding various types of topics. It was almost noon when Cassiopeia's father returned. He was surprised to see that her daughter was visiting, but he was very happy to see his daughter here. Only if he could set her up with a man, but she would probably end up killing him too, so he gave up. Obviously, he knew that his daughter was the one who arranged their untimely accidents. It was clear that his daughter didn't want to get married, so he had decided to give up, for now. If her daughter finds a man on her own, then she is free to pursue a relationship with him, but he must be from an appropriate family. So, how have you been, daughter, and how are your studies? Cygnus Black too asked as he slowly sat down. I have been fine and I have finally finished my papers on charms. I see, that's very good, Cygnus said while nodding his head. Father, there is something I wanted to talk about, Cassiopeia said with a serious look on her face. Cygnus was slightly alarmed inside his mind, but he didn't say anything out loud and glanced towards Arcturus. I will excuse myself, Arcturus said while getting up, but Cassiopeia simply waved her hand and asked him to take a seat. You are the future Lord Black, I think you should hear this too. This is very important, so I must ask for secrecy oaths from all three of you, Cassiopeia said in a serious tone, and this time everyone was alarmed after hearing her words. Secrecy oaths. Is it really that serious? Arcturus asked, looking slightly worried, and Cassiopeia simply nodded her head. Arcturus knew that it must be something serious or Cassiopeia wouldn't have asked for it. Meanwhile, Cygnus seemed to contemplate his options. This wasn't the first time they were going to use secrecy oaths in family conversations, but Cassiopeia was definitely the youngest who had asked for it. As long as there is a release clause, I am willing to swear a secrecy oath, Arcturus was the first one to agree. After some more contemplation, Cygnus also agreed to swear a secrecy oath as long as there is a release clause. Violetta didn't say anything because her husband was present here. If her husband decided to swear an oath, then she would dutifully follow his example. After that, Arcturus, Cygnus, and Cassiopeia quickly prepared the wordings for the oath. The oath basically said that whatever Cassiopeia said to them today won't be revealed by them in any manner, and with Cassiopeia's permission, they could be released from the oath. Arcturus, Cygnus, and Violetta quickly swore the oath. As soon as the oath was in place, Cassiopeia pulled out her wand. Serpensortia, Cassiopeia flicked her wand and conjured a snake. She thought that this was the best way to start the conversation. Arcturus, Cygnus, and Violetta gave Cassiopeia confused looks. Climb of my arm, Cassiopeia hissed at the snake, and everyone beside Cassiopeia gaped at the display. The snake obviously followed her command and climbed up on her arm. Arcturus didn't know what to think, and Cygnus simply opened and closed his mouth, but no words came out. Meanwhile, Violetta simply covered her mouth with a look of awe on her face. How? Cygnus finally stuttered out. To be honest, he had no idea what to think. Cassiopeia was a Parselmouth, they had a Parselmouth in the family. It was amazing. His brother would be over the moon, but why did Cassiopeia ask them to swear a secrecy oath? Now, you might be wondering how could I not discover this skill before? Cassiopeia asked and the other blacks present in the room simply nodded their heads. It is because I didn't possess the skill before. It is simple as that, Cassiopeia said, and the other blacks present inside the room simply gave her confused looks. What do you mean that you didn't have this skill? Is Parseltongue some sort of manifestation skill? Arcturus asked with an incredulous look on his face. No, you are born with it, Cygnus corrected, and Cassiopeia nodded her head in agreement. I wasn't born with this skill, you could say that someone gifted me the skill of Parseltongue, Cassiopeia revealed, and once again the other gaped at her. Gifted, how? Arcturus asked and Cassiopeia shifted in her seat. This was the moment of truth. Since all three of them were looking for an explanation, Cassiopeia decided to give them a full explanation. She told them how she met an extremely strong witch in Leaky Cauldron. Obviously, her audience wanted to know how strong, so she revealed the fact that the woman was capable of casting most spells wandlessly. Once again, her audience was completely surprised. After that, she revealed how the witch said that she could perform a ritual to give her the ability, and finally it was Cygnus who caught up. So, this benefactor is responsible for the disappearance of that filth, Marvelo. Good riddance. Good, but how did she give you the ability? Cygnus questioned and Cassiopeia simply continued her story. She told them how the witch sacrificed Marvelo to cleanse the blood, her audience blanched st the mention of sacrificial magic, and finally, she revealed how they performed the ritual to become a Parselmouth. Cassiopeia revealed a lot of things, but she was very careful not to mention Destiny's name. Destiny wanted to reveal that to her family herself. I see. I don't know how to react. You have no idea how happy I am. Slytherin's gift is finally in possession of our family. You have acted like a perfect Slytherin and I am proud of you. I am sure that brother would be extremely happy to learn about your new ability. Cygnus beamed at his daughter with a proud look on his face. Cousin, I suppose that you were accompanying this witch throughout the whole thing? Arcturus asked with a grim look on his face. Cassiopeia simply nodded her head. So, you were an accomplice? Arcturus stated and released a sigh. Cousin, can anything be traced back to you? After all, the things that witch has done are extremely illegal. Sacrificial magic, blood magic ritual, line theft, should I go on? I am not scolding you or anything, but I simply want to know, so that we can prepare a defense if anything comes back to you, Arcturus said with a careful look on his face. Now, even Cygnus seemed to be worried about his daughter, who looked like the proudest father just a moment ago, and Violetta was white as a sheet. She looked extremely worried for the sake of her daughter. Cassiopeia also understood where Arcturus was coming from. No, you don't have to worry about her. She removed all the magical traces using fiend fire. Nobody would ever be able to trace anything back to her or me. Even if they find out about her, they couldn't connect anything as they don't have any proof, Cassiopeia explained, and both Arcturus and Cygnus released a relieved sigh while Violetta still seemed to be worried. That is good. Arcturus grinned. He was also extremely happy for his cousin. He knew that Cassiopeia would be revered by the whole family and even the other families from the Sacred 28 for having such a renowned ability. Cassiopeia, if what you told us about that witch is true, then she is probably the strongest witch in this country right now, Cygnus mused, and Arcturus gave him a look. How old is this witch? And I have also noticed that you have deliberately refrained from mentioning her name. Cygnus stated with a questioning look on his face. Arcturus and Violetta immediately turned towards Cassiopeia with expecting looks on their faces. Yes, I have refrained myself from mentioning anything about her because she wants to reveal all that to you herself, and I am sure that allying our family with her would be very advantageous, Cassiopeia said in a reassuring tone, but her family didn't seem to be so assured. They looked at each other and Arcturus was the first one to speak up. Are you sure about that? If you're talking about an alliance, then we would need to bring my father, Arcturus said with a thoughtful look on his face. Arcturus might be very much younger than Cygnus, but he was the future Lord Black, so he has a lot of power in the family. Yes, it would be better if you summon Lord Black, Cassiopeia agreed, and Arcturus promptly left the parlor to use the flow. Are you all right, daughter? You aren't having any problems, right? Violetta asked in a worried tone. This is the first time she had said anything after swearing the oath. I have been fine, mother, my magic is also fine. At least, I haven't faced any problems as of yet, Cassiopeia answered, trying to alleviate her mother's worries. Tell me, daughter, can you read their family grimoire? Cygnus asked in a hopeful tone, and Cassiopeia nodded her head with a grin. Cygnus harumphed in joy. Tell me, are the Gaunts truly the descendants of the Slytherin family? Cygnus asked, and Cassiopeia nodded her head. Yes, but they have almost lost the ability to wield magic. Do you know that they haven't updated their family grimoire in almost 200 years? Cassiopeia asked, and Cygnus could only shake his head in disappointment. It seemed that Cygnus wanted to say something more, but he stopped. Arcturus is back with his father, Cygnus said as the wards notified him of their arrival. Only after a few moments, Sirius Black 2 strode into the room followed by Arcturus. Cygnus, Violetta, and Cassiopeia tried to stand up, but Sirius simply waved them off. Now, none of that. We are among family, Sirius declared in a firm tone and sat down. Then his gaze focused on Cassiopeia. I have been told that you have come across something very special, Sirius stated and leaned on the table in front of him. Yes, uncle, since Sirius has told them that they were among family, which meant he didn't want to be treated formally. Here is the secrecy oath we have prepared, Cassiopeia added and handed over a parchment to her uncle. Her uncle quickly read the oath. Nothing outrageous. Sirius admitted and quickly swore the oath. As soon as the oath was in place, Cassiopeia gave another demonstration followed by another explanation. By the end of the whole explanation, Sirius looked completely ecstatic. He cast a Tempest Charm, and then he looked back at Cassiopeia. It is almost time for lunch, why don't you invite your benefactor for lunch? If she is available, of course, Sirius suggested, looking almost giddy. If he could ally such a witch with their family, then it would be great. Sirius had noticed that Cassiopeia has refrained from mentioning the witch's name, so the witch might be a half-blood. Not that he cared anymore. Pure blood supremacy only mattered so much. Albus Dumbledore is a half-blood, but right now, he is probably the strongest wizard in the country. He would happily allow this witch to marry Arcturus, but he would obviously see if the witch is worth it or not. From what he has heard, the witch is supposed to be somewhere around Dumbledore's caliber, and that was saying something. I don't think that would be a problem, Cassiopeia said with a smile, and she slowly stood up. After giving a polite nod to her uncle, she walked out of the room. She arrived in the living room and promptly left via the flow. Meanwhile, Violetta called her little ones and told them to behave since they were going to have an important guest. After a couple of minutes, Cygnus Black 2 perked up. My daughter is back with our guest, Cygnus said, and Sirius gave him a small nod. Even if Sirius was happy and wanted to get the witch into their family, he wasn't going to make it easy for her. They were blacks, if they seemed too eager then they would look weak. Moments later, Cassiopeia entered the room, followed by a tall witch. The witch was dressed in a black leather bodysuit with gold and black metal platings along with a crimson cape matching her crimson hair and crimson eyes billowing behind her back. There were several gold spikes protruding from her shoulder, and finally, the witch had a sword in her hand. If nothing, the witch seemed to be very eccentric, but they couldn't deny that the witch looked quite regal and superior dressed like that. Greeting Lord Black, I feel honored to be invited for lunch, Destiny said with a small smile, and Sirius gave her a small nod. Please have a seat, I am also delighted to meet you. I have heard a lot of impressive things about you from my niece, Sirius returned the pleasantries in a polite manner. Thank you, Destiny smiled politely and took a seat. Cassiopeia returned to her previous seat. Ah, forgive me, where are my manners? I haven't even introduced myself. I am Destiny Grindelwald and I am pleased to make your acquaintance, Lord Black, Destiny introduced herself with a smirk. She had raised her hand to reveal her signet ring and she was satisfied with their reactions. Sirius, Cygnus, Arcturus, and Violetta stiffened as soon as Destiny revealed her name. Arcturus placed his hand over his wand, but he didn't dare pull it out. Sirius and Cygnus have also done the same, and Destiny didn't miss the fact that all three of them reached for their wands. That was the most appropriate reaction, Destiny supposed. You two are quite fast, but I am most impressed with you. Your reaction seemed to be the fastest, Destiny said with a smirk as she pointed out their reaction speeds. Arcturus seemed to be the fastest, Sirius was a little bit slower, and Cygnus was the slowest. All three of them decided not to humor Destiny with a reply, but they still decided to keep their hands over their wands. What do you want from us? Sirius was the first one to speak up. Nothing much, but tell me, Lord Black, what do you think about our ambition? Destiny asked. She would ask Cassiopeia's hand in marriage, but that could wait. Sirius looked contemplative, but it was Arcturus who decided to speak up. Father, if I may. Arcturus asked his father's permission. Sirius simply gestured to continue. Arcturus then turned towards Destiny. You want to subjugate Muggles, right? Arcturus asked, and Destiny nodded her head. And you are also firm believers of magic is might, right? You also want to remove the discrimination between purebloods and mudbloods, right? Arcturus asked, and Destiny frowned but nodded her head. And that is something we don't agree upon, Arcturus said with a thin smile on his face. Destiny leaned back in her seat. Albus Dumbledore is a son of a so-called mudblood, but can you defeat him? Destiny asked, and the blacks didn't have any answers for that. Fine. Let's think about the problem logically. Let's say that there are 200 purebloods. Obviously, they are going to marry each other, right? Destiny asked Arcturus, who nodded his head. Now, there are a lot of families who have only one child, after all, they don't want to divide their family fortunes, right? Destiny asked, and once again Arcturus nodded his head. Sirius and Cygnus had no idea where Destiny was going with this line of questioning. We also know that there are some pureblood families who use various means to conceive only a son, right? Destiny asked, and once again Arcturus nodded his head. So, let us consider that those 200 purebloods ended up producing 150 pureblood children. They won't be giving up their traditions, so they will continue to follow the same system and we end up with even fewer children. If we go by this logic, then there will be no purebloods after 10 generations, Destiny revealed, and all the blacks including Cassiopeia looked very alarmed. And your family is big, but we all know what is going to happen if you marry someone too close to your blood, Destiny shrugged and the blacks gulped loudly. Now that someone has rubbed the cruel facts on their face, they could see that Destiny was right. Purebloods would stop existing if this continued like this. It won't be happening tomorrow, but it will happen eventually if they don't do anything right now. Nobody has ever pointed out these facts, and Sirius shuddered to think what would happen if they ended up becoming inbreds like Gaunts. That would be complete horror, but at the same time he couldn't outright accept mudbloods into his family, but now that he thought about it, he didn't have any other options if he didn't want to end up like the Gaunts. Then there is another problem. The majority of the wizarding population consists of Muggle-borns. With the Muggle-born discrimination laws in place, the Muggle-borns find themselves jobless and ridiculed, so they do the only thing they could do. They leave magical Britain, Destiny shrugged. Muggle-borns don't have many options since they are discriminated against throughout Europe, so they usually end up returning to the Muggle world. Now, here is the kicker. Suppose the war breaks out between Muggles and magical population, who do you think they will fight for? Destiny asked, and once again the blacks didn't have any answers for that. I know blindly allowing Muggle-borns into the ministry can be problematic too, since we don't know if they are loyal to us or the Muggles, Destiny said with a wave of her hand, and the blacks nodded their heads in understanding. I see your point. I will be honest with you, I won't be able to change my worldview in a day, but you have given me a lot to think about. Especially, when I know that you are right, Sirius said with a contemplative look on his face, while Arcturus and Cygnus nodded their heads in agreement. But even after all this, I still don't understand, why do you fight? From what I know, Grindelwald family is a pureblood family, so why fight for the rights of Muggle-borns? After a couple of minutes of silence, Cygnus asked curiously. Gellert Grindelwald started his career as a duelist, he had everything, so why did he suddenly decide to become a Dark Lord? Destiny smiled and leaned on the table using her elbows. Tell me, Mr. Black, do you have any idea how many magical children are killed each year by the Muggles? Destiny asked, and after a bit of thinking Cygnus simply shook his head. He honestly didn't have any idea, and neither Sirius nor Arcturus has any idea, but there was something telling them that they weren't going to like the idea. Thousands only in the country, Destiny answered with a dark look on his face. Immediately all the blacks choked. Merlin. Violetta gasped in shock as she covered her mouth, and both Cassiopeia and Arcturus were completely horrified while Sirius and Cygnus looked completely heartbroken. That is what we are fighting for. Muggle-borns are born to Muggles, but most of them don't even make it to Hogwarts. You see, Muggles like normalcy, but the accidental magic of children is a threat to their normalcy. They would do anything to maintain their normalcy. It makes them go to unimaginable lengths like stamping out the magic out of their children, Destiny said grimly. Sweet Morgana. Violetta gasped in horror while the other blacks looked horrified. They abuse their own children, how could they? They are monsters. Violetta continued with a furious look on her face, and Destiny simply nodded her head. Yes, they are monsters, savages, barbarians. We are fighting to save those children, and we are also fighting for our freedom, Destiny revealed, once again confusing all the blacks. Freedom? Cassiopeia asked in a surprised tone. Yes, she could understand the children, but freedom? Freedom from what and who? Yes, freedom. Freedom to live freely. Magic blooms only in rare souls. Magic is granted to those who live for higher things, but we still live in hiding, scuttling away like rats in sewers. We say no more. The statute of secrecy was created to protect us from Muggles, but it has turned into something else. Now, the statute of secrecy is only in place to protect the Muggles. If a Muggle attacks you, then the Ministry won't do anything, they will tell you to contact Muggle authorities, and if a wizard or witch defends themselves with magic from a Muggle, then they find themselves in a prison for defending themselves. Tell me, how is that fair? Destiny questioned, and the blacks completely agreed with what Destiny was saying. After all, they had seen it happening with their own eyes. It is time for us to take the world for ourselves and create a better place for everyone. It is finally time for us to make a stand and reclaim what is ours for the greater good. Destiny finally finished her speech as she clenched her fist. She had subconsciously started to release her magical power, and the blacks were completely captivated by her power. Destiny didn't need to use legilimency to know that the blacks were already on board. She was extremely glad about this development. Having the blacks as allies would be really great for her venture in magical Britain. We would like to be a part of your cause, Sirius declared, and Destiny simply smiled and nodded her head. Destiny rummaged through her pockets and pulled out a scroll. She enlarged the scroll and wandlessly floated the scroll to Sirius. Lord Black caught the scroll and opened it to see the contents. It was a basic non-disclosure magical contract. I am extremely careful about my secrecy, so I would be relieved if you signed that contract. You are free to read the contents before deciding anything else. This is something I have prepared recently. Destiny said with a smile. She didn't want to reveal anything about the modified Fideliu's charm to them. Cassiopeia was a different thing, she had a different sort of bond with her. Destiny was also glad that Cassiopeia didn't blurt out anything, otherwise, she would have been extremely displeased. Sirius Black too quickly read the stipulations of the magical contract Destiny had given. He showed the contract to both Cygnus and Arcturus, but none of them said anything. Sirius finally placed the contract on the table. Nothing outrageous, but before signing the contract, there is something else we need to discuss, Sirius said, and Destiny simply gestured him to continue. I want to know if you work for Gellert Grindelwald or if you are completely separate from his forces, Sirius almost demanded, but his tone was still polite. I need to know if you have any actual power or not before I decide to invest my family resources to your cause, Sirius added with a hard look on his face. Both Arcturus and Cygnus seemed to have similar intentions. Meanwhile, Cassiopeia looked really worried while Violetta simply kept glancing at everyone with a glint of worry in her eyes. Destiny wasn't offended in the least. If she was in their shoes, then she would have also done the same. They simply wanted to know if Destiny was a leader or a glorified follower. At the end of the day, it wouldn't make a difference since they have already decided to join their cause. The way Destiny had pitched the whole deal, there was no way that they would back out after giving their word. True, actions spoke louder than words, but the Blacks didn't have any reason to back out, but Destiny needed to establish her position. If she was just a glorified follower, then they would not follow her orders or respect her in that matter. Since Destiny knew that she needed to make an impression, she decided to do something heavy-handed. There is only one thing purebloods respected more than heritage or ancestry. They unanimously respected power. Destiny also needed to ask for Cassiopeia's hand. Destiny needed to convince them that allowing their daughter to openly marry a witch is very advantageous for their family. Getting the Blacks on her side would also help. They could arrange meetings between like-minded people. Do you have any suggestions, Lord Black? Destiny asked curiously. She already had some idea. Yes, how about a small duel? Sirius suggested, and Destiny intentionally seemed to contemplate her options. No, Destiny refused with a straight face. Sirius, Cygnus, and Arcturus looked at each other. Destiny's impression in their minds went down in an instant, but before they could say anything. Even Cassiopeia looked shocked and surprised at the statement. Sirius was about to say something, probably something snide, but Destiny cut her off. A duel would be really unfair. How about the three of you try to fight me at the same time? Destiny suggested with a grin, and all the Blacks beside Cassiopeia bristled at that. Sirius had heard a lot about the woman's magical prowess, but he wouldn't believe anything until he had seen it with his own eyes. If that is what you want, Sirius said as he slowly stood up. He wanted to embarrass the girl. He thought that the girl might be powerful, but surely she can't fight all three of them together. If someone is magically strong, then it doesn't mean that they are strong fighters. Destiny was extremely young, somewhere around Cassiopeia's age, so none of them expected her to be experienced in a fight involving multiple opponents. Please lead the way then, Destiny said with a smile, and she stood up too. The Blacks led Destiny to the backyard. Cassiopeia quickly grabbed Destiny to leave some parting words. Please go easy on them, Cassiopeia whispered into Destiny's ear, and Destiny gave her a small nod. Violetta was standing beside her daughter, and she clearly heard her daughter's words. You think she can win? Violetta asked her daughter in a low tone. I don't think she will win, I know for sure that she will win. You have no idea what she is capable of. When I said that she is Dumbledore's equal or greater than him, I meant it, Cassiopeia said with a confident smile on her face. Violetta thought that her daughter's trust was misplaced, but she shook her head. Cassiopeia was a Black, she wouldn't trust someone so blindly unless her daughter had seen some proof. Sirius, Cygnus, and Arcturus stood in a line, but they were quite a few feet away from each other. Destiny was standing on the opposite side, but there was a significant distance between Destiny and the three men from the Black family. Restrictions? Arcturus was the one who asked. No unforgivables, he received an answer from Destiny. The men from Black family nodded at each other. They quickly got into their dueling stances, but Destiny didn't bother to change her posture. For this battle, Destiny decided to use her wand. Her opponents sneered at her callous display, but they didn't say anything out loud. The first spell came from Cygnus. Destiny batted away the spell dismissively. Moments later, all three men from Black family started to attack Destiny with various types of spells. Destiny easily recognized most of the spells, so she simply kept batting them away dismissively. Destiny's opponents were becoming frustrated by her casual defense. Is that all? Destiny asked in a disappointed tone, and her three opponents growled in outrage. Destiny finally decided to counterattack. She decided to use Stinging Hex. As soon as Destiny started to attack, the men from BLCK family were already on the defense. Destiny took a step forward and they had to take a step back due to the onslaught of attack. They didn't even know if Destiny's wand was moving at all or not, as even if her wand was moving, it was too fast for a human eye to see. Sirius, Cygnus, and Arcturus felt insulted, humiliated, and humbled. They have recognized the spell Destiny was using to attack them, and they simply couldn't believe that they were being overwhelmed by stinging hexes. If the news got out, then they would become a laughingstock among the Sacred 28. Enough. Sirius screamed and started to use Black family spells to attack. Cygnus and Arcturus followed his example, and they also started to use Black family spells. Destiny immediately stopped moving forward, as most of the spells they were using were completely unknown to her, so she deduced that they were using their family magics. So, Destiny obviously decided to return the favor in kind. Her opponents were obviously using lethal spells, but she decided to continue using non-lethal spells. Destiny finally got bored and started to push them back again, with various types of non-lethal spells. Sirius was engulfed up to his neck by the ground, while Cygnus found himself wrapped by chains, and Arcturus was the one who was able to hold back the longest, but he was also defeated when his wand sailed out of his hand, and moments later, he was magically bound. So, gentlemen, are you finally satisfied with my power? Destiny asked with a smirk as she released everyone. Sirius admitted his defeat. It was fair and square, but that didn't mean that he would have to like it. The Black family is at your service, Lady Grindelwald, Sirius said with a bow of his head. He was a lord of one of the most ancient and noble houses, but the young woman standing in front of him was extremely strong, and he respected power like any other pure-blood families. Arcturus, Cygnus, Cassiopeia, and Violetta also followed Sirius's example and bowed their heads respectfully. Raise your heads. The name of the Black family will be written in glory when wizards and witches finally rule the world, Destiny said with a grin on her face. Let's claim our rightful place in the world, for the greater good, Destiny added softly. For the greater good, the members of the Black family chorused, and Destiny couldn't stop smiling. Now, with the Black family on her side, her job became a lot easier. Up to 2 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. == 7227 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 19, The Unspeakables. The food is simply fantastic, Mr. Black, Destiny complimented Cygnus with an impressed look on her face. She was quite aware that neither Cygnus nor Violetta had prepared the food, but purebloods were purebloods. They didn't like giving credit to creatures, but Cassiopeia was also kind to her house elf, so she must have learned it from somewhere. Please call me Cygnus, my lady, and unfortunately, I can't take credit for the food. All credits lie on the shoulders of our house elf, Geesey, Cygnus answered back in quite a respectful tone. I see. Geesey. Destiny called out, and moments later, a house elf popped inside the room. Destiny noticed that the house elf might be showing off a strong front, but the house elf was clearly afraid of her. Thank you for the food, Geesey. You may leave, Destiny said with a smile, and the house elf smiled widely before popping away. There is something I have noticed, the House of Black seems to treat their house elves quite nicely, which isn't the case with most wizarding houses. May I ask why? Destiny asked, looking at Sirius. My lady, house elves are our servants, they have access to our homes and they probably know everything we do. Even though the house elves can't go against their master's orders, they could still pass some delicate information to our enemies, to harm us indirectly if they are vindictive enough, and we are the House of Black. Even our servants are members of our house, and none of our members would be mistreated, Sirius proclaimed with a proud look on his face. Destiny tapped her cheek with the digits of her left hand. I see, that is quite liberal, I must say. I am impressed, Destiny grinned, and she slowly placed her empty wine glass on the table. Now, let's talk about the alliance between myself and your family, Destiny reminded, and Cassiopeia immediately perked up, but the other members of House of Black simply gave her confused looks. Marius and Doria were too young to participate in the discussion, so Violetta had told them to remain silent. Alliance, my lady. I am not complaining, but we have already sworn to join your cause, so why would you still want to form an alliance between yourself and our family? Sirius asked curiously. He didn't want to be disrespectful, so his tone was quite nervous. That might be, but I want to have a closer bond with your family, Lord Black, Destiny said, and Sirius finally understood what Destiny was trying to say. Please call me Sirius, my lady, and are you proposing a betrothal? Sirius asked, and everyone besides Cassiopeia finally understood what Destiny was pointing at. Sirius it is, and yes, I am talking about a betrothal, Destiny said with a nod of her head. She could have said what she wanted openly, but that would have been rude. Destiny had always liked these little games. Of course, my lady, we would be delighted. I am sure Arcturus would be extremely delighted too, Sirius said with a smile on his face, but Arcturus seemed to be slightly put off by the development. I see. I am sure that Arcturus is a fine man, but you see I like the company of witches. So, I wasn't asking for a betrothal between myself and Arcturus, I was referring to Cassiopeia, Destiny revealed, and all the Black family members immediately glanced towards Cassiopeia, who was a blushing mess right now. Sirius turned back towards Destiny with a tight smile on his face. I don't know what to say, my lady. This has never been done openly. Same-sex relationships aren't anything new in our society, but everything happens behind closed doors. Sirius trailed off with an apologetic look on his face. We might be looked down upon by the other pureblood families, but that is not the problem. We are blacks, we don't care what lesser houses think. This wouldn't be the first time, we will be creating a new tradition, but there is another problem, the factor of heirs. This time it was Arcturus who spoke up. Sirius immediately agreed with what Arcturus was saying. Meanwhile, Cygnus decided to remain completely silent, and Violetta seemed to be throwing her oldest daughter worried glances. Destiny knew that this topic was going to come up. She already knew quite a few methods of conceiving children between women. Obviously, she has never thought of having children, she was only 19 years old. You don't have to worry about heirs. There are several ways to conceive children between women, Destiny said with a smile. Then Sirius looked slightly uncomfortable, but he turned towards Cygnus. He was Cassiopeia's father and his opinion mattered the most. What do you think, Cygnus? Sirius questioned softly. Cygnus closed his eyes and released a sigh. Then he glanced towards his daughter. Is this what you want? Cygnus asked Cassiopeia in a firm tone. Yes, father, Cassiopeia answered in a determined tone without missing a beat. Then Cygnus turned back towards Sirius. She is fine with it, so I don't have any problems. She has my permission. I know we might be laughed at for some time, but we are blacks, we never cared what lesser people thought about us, Cygnus said in a firm tone, and Sirius gave him an understanding nod. Then Sirius turned back towards Destiny. My lady, we agree with your proposal, Sirius said, and Destiny nodded her head. But there is something else you need to know. I intend to create a witches' coven, Destiny revealed, and this time, instead of looking uncomfortable, everyone besides the children and Cassiopeia looked completely ecstatic. Really? It has been centuries since the last coven was created in magical Britain. I am so proud of you, daughter, Violetta cooed as she started to pat her eldest daughter's head with a smitten look on her face. Wait, you aren't uncomfortable with us? Cassiopeia gasped in surprise as she questioned her father. Of course not. You, my daughter, will be a part of an ancient tradition and culture. How can I be angry? I couldn't feel any prouder of you. A true black indeed, Cygnus said with an elated look on his face, and Sirius nodded his head in agreement. I see, that is good, I suppose. Now, let us move on to other topics. Destiny cleared her throat, everyone finally calmed down. When Destiny finally had everyone's attention, she glanced towards Doria and Marius. Violetta immediately understood what Destiny wanted to say, so she stood up and quickly ushered the kids out of the room. Sirius, can you tell me which families are likely to join our cause? Destiny asked, and Sirius immediately started to think about the families that might support their endeavor. If their cause was simply about pureblood supremacy, then a lot of families would have joined their cause without a second thought, but they wanted to create a world where magic was might. The branch family of Bones will eagerly join us. Then there are the houses of Avery, Bulstrode, Parkinson, Flint, Crouch, Caro, Knott, and Yaxley. Some of them might be reluctant, but they will probably join our cause since all of them hate Muggles and they are quite afraid of them due to the recent war, Sirius said with a thoughtful look on his face, and Destiny immediately perked up after hearing the man's words. Really? I thought purebloods are too arrogant to consider Muggles to be a threat. No offense though, Destiny said with an undertone of curiosity in her voice. Purebloods hated Muggles, true, but this was the first time someone admitted that purebloods are afraid of Muggles. Sirius smiled solemnly. No purebloods would admit that, of course, but they are afraid of Muggles. In their war, a lot of wizards and witches died when they were caught in between the crossfire. Not only that, there are rumors that Muggles have found a way to replicate the exploding curses, but they use some sort of metal containers to carry it, Sirius said with a grim look on his face. There are also some rumors that they have found a way to drop exploding curses from the sky. We have lost a few of our kind to those too, Cygnus said while shaking his head. Destiny took a deep breath and leaned down on the table, and she pulled out her trusty M1911 from her gun holster, which was placed around her back. Do you know what this is? Destiny asked, and everyone inside the room shook their heads. Violetta finally returned, so Destiny cast a few privacy charms with a wave of her hand, once again shocking all the blacks beside Cassiopeia. This is a gun. This is something the Muggles used to kill their kind in the war, Destiny said, and conjured a metal plate with another wave of her hand. Watch this, Destiny said, and pointed her gun at the plate, and she pulled the trigger. Bang. A loud bang rang throughout the room and all the blacks flinched in fear, but they were even more horrified to see the hole on the plate Destiny had conjured. They glanced at the wall behind the plate, and they noticed that there was also a similar-sized hole. Sorry for the wall, Destiny apologized and summoned the bullet from the hole in the wall. That was just like the piercing curse, but it was so fast that I couldn't even see it. Arcturus gasped in shock. This is a gun and it shoots a projectile called a bullet out of its mouth. All the Muggle soldiers carry this. There is one thing Muggles are extremely good at, and that is discovering easier methods of killing each other, Destiny said with a grin, and her audience was completely horrified. And the rumors about those exploding curses are also true. They are called bombs. Now, you might be wondering why I know so much about their weapons, right? Destiny asked, and the blacks were too horrified to even nod their heads. Muggles are our enemies. Know your enemy and your battle is half won, Destiny smiled. For the next few minutes, nobody said anything. Destiny left the blacks to ponder. It was pretty clear that the purebloods didn't know anything about the Muggle weapons, but now that they knew what sort of weapons Muggles used, they were horrified. Most purebloods thought that Muggles still use swords and pitchforks, and none of the purebloods would try to learn anything from the Muggle-borns. I think we need to arrange a meeting among like-minded families as soon as possible. Arcturus was the one who spoke up after the revelation. My lady, can you give us more information about the Muggles? I know that it is not my place to ask me, but our very existence is at risk and we don't even know anything about our enemies, Arcturus said with a complicated look on his face. I don't mind, but I don't want to repeat anything. I think everyone deserves to know the truth. It is pretty clear that the old ways would serve us no longer. We need to make a stand now, or there wouldn't be anybody left to stand at the end, Destiny said while shaking her, and the blacks could only nod their heads in understanding. The meeting had been an eye-opening experience for them. They simply didn't know that Muggles could be such a threat. They knew that a lot of their kind had died in the war, but they simply didn't know how. They had been speculating, but they didn't have anything concrete until now. Theseus Scamander was called the war hero. They knew that Theseus was involved in the Muggle war, but he never revealed how Muggles fought to the wizarding population. My lady, please give us a week and we will arrange a meeting between the families who are likely to support our cause, Sirius said in a determined voice, but Destiny shook her head. No. For now, collect information. Leave some hints, but no more than that. I will inform you to arrange the meeting after my forces enter the country. Just like I have said, Sirius. I am extremely careful about my secrecy, Destiny said, and Sirius immediately nodded his head in understanding. All of them aside from Cassiopeia had signed the non-disclosure magical contract Destiny had presented. Sirius, can you get a few of my associates into the ministry? I mean as employees. Destiny asked, and Sirius nodded his head. Doing something like that will be very easy, Sirius confessed arrogantly. Okay, can any of you tell me about these unspeakables? Destiny asked the next question, and everyone immediately glanced towards Violetta, who slightly shifted in her chair when all the attention was leveled in her direction. Violetta quickly straightened her posture. My father was an unspeakable, he has only retired a few years ago. I don't know if he would be able to tell you anything or not, but I can take you to meet him, my lady, Violetta said in a respectful tone. That would be ideal, Destiny was somewhat pleased. From what she had read about them, unspeakables were extremely secretive and they were completely autonomous. Which family is the most pro-Muggle family? Destiny asked, and this time both Sirius and Arcturus seemed to ponder for quite some time. That would be the House of Scamander, the main family of Bones, Weasleys. There are a lot of minor pureblood families who are pro-Muggles, but they don't have as much power as the ones I have mentioned, Sirius answers, and Destiny nodded her head. They are traitors, Destiny stated with a straight face. Yes, my lady, they are blood traitors. They are a part of the Sacred 28, but much to everyone's shame, they are advocating Muggles. The Weasleys are the worst, they don't want to be a part of Sacred 28. They have been avid supporters of the Muggles, Muggleborns and half-bloods, Sirius spat out while gritting his teeth. He stopped himself from saying mudbloods since he knew Lady Grindelwald's view on them. They are not blood traitors, but instead they are traitors to wizard kind for advocating Muggles, Destiny said and tapped her finger on the table. I think that would be enough for today. Mrs. Black, how soon can you arrange a meeting between your father and me? Destiny asked as she glanced towards Violetta. Please call me Violetta, my lady. I can take you to meet him tomorrow if you want. Violetta suggested, and Destiny agreed as she didn't have anything important to do other than learning magic. Now, I am quite sure that all of you have a lot to discuss, so I will be excusing myself, and once again, thank you for inviting me for lunch, Destiny said with a smile and slowly stood up from the seat. Of course, my lady. It had been our pleasure hosting you in my house. Cygnus also stood up and politely bowed his head. The other members also followed his example. Daughter, why don't you accompany Lady Grindelwald? I assume that she is living with you. Cygnus asked, and Cassiopeia flushed after hearing her father's question. She easily understood what her father was pointing at. Yes, father, Cassiopeia admitted, and after that, she quickly followed Destiny out of the room. Cassiopeia led Destiny to the flue, and Cassiopeia grabbed some flue powder and tossed it into the fireplace. As soon as the flames turned green, Destiny stepped into the fireplace. Black Townhouse, Cornwall. Destiny called out, and moments later she was gone. She arrived at Cassiopeia's house, and with a wave of her hand, she removed the soot from her hair and clothes. Moments later the flue flared up and Cassiopeia walked out of the fireplace. She waved her wand over her head to remove the soot. Ha! I can't believe everything went so well, but I am glad, Cassiopeia said as she released a relieved sigh. Destiny immediately wrapped her arms around Cassiopeia's waist and pulled her closer. Destiny grinned and lowered her head so that she could capture Cassiopeia's lips. I like your family. I wonder if they would like Gellert or not, Destiny wondered in an amused tone, and Cassiopeia could only chuckle after hearing Destiny's words. They will, if they know what's good for them. By the way, I like the way you use stinging hexes to humble my family. Cassiopeia grinned, and Destiny finally led the girl towards the couch. You aren't angry? Destiny asked in a surprised tone. I had thought that you would be angry over the fact that I humiliated them, Destiny added, and Cassiopeia hurriedly shook her head. It is their fault. They shouldn't have underestimated you in the first place, Cassiopeia answered and placed her head over Destiny's shoulder. I had thought that they would make a bigger fuss when you asked for my hand in marriage, Cassiopeia said softly, but there was a hint of worry in her voice. It seems that your family was very eager to ally themselves with me with a marriage. They know that due to your status, their standing will be higher among my followers. Their speculation isn't wrong, but at the same time, not exactly correct, Destiny said with a thoughtful look on her face. And they also happily agreed with my coven plan. Well, they seemed to be ecstatic at the idea. Destiny rubbed her chin, and Cassiopeia smirked and pecked Destiny on her cheek. I also didn't know that they would react like that. I really expected them to freak out, but my family always loved obscure forms of magic. They are also traditionalists. We have the records, but we can no longer practice them. I think they are proud that one of them is going to be an old and obscure tradition, Cassiopeia explained, looking quite thoughtful. Day by day, we are abandoning most of our tradition and culture. Instead of Samhain, Halloween is celebrated in Hogwarts. Halloween is a Muggle festival, but the liberals want to make the Muggle-borns feel more comfortable in our world. We have tried to get it changed, but once again liberals blocked our efforts, Cassiopeia continued, looking really dismayed. Destiny, when you take over the ministry or the world, can you restore our traditions and culture? Cassiopeia pleaded with a glint of desperation in her eyes. Destiny didn't mind either, but she knew that purebloods valued traditions, and she could understand where they were coming from. Destiny believed in her cause, so she wanted to recreate the world in her image. Purebloods believed in their traditions and culture, so they also wanted to bring it back. Of course, but there will be both. Everyone will be free to celebrate what they want, Destiny answered, and Cassiopeia could accept that. Everyone would be free to celebrate what they want, which was a lot better than what they had right now. Line break. The next day Violetta arrived at Cassiopeia's house a couple of hours before noon. As usual, Destiny was busy doing her own stuff curled up on the couch. Cassiopeia was sitting on the opposite side. She seemed to be working on her own papers. Violetta didn't understand much, but he was still proud of her daughter nonetheless. Greetings, Lady Grindelwald. My father is waiting at Black Abode to meet you, Violetta greeted Destiny. She put down the tome in her hand and stared at Violetta. I see, then I shouldn't keep him waiting, I suppose, though I thought that I would be meeting him at your paternal manor or estate, Destiny mused in a curious tone. I thought that you would like to meet him in a familiar place. Forgive me if I presume too much, my lady, Violetta apologized, and Destiny started to chuckle while waving her hand dismissively. There is no need to be so stiff, Violetta. I am not a tyrant. You might have joined my cause, but that doesn't mean that you have become my servant, Destiny pointed out in an amused tone. And you are free to greet your daughter. I might be staying here, but this is still a Black family property and nobody should take away your right to greet your own daughter in your own house, Destiny added in a firm tone. Violetta could only smile gratefully at Destiny. Thank you, Violetta added in a grateful tone, then she turned towards her daughter. Good morning, daughter, Violetta greeted her daughter with a bright smile on her face. Good morning, mother. I would have loved to chat with you some more, but I think my grandfather is waiting for you, Cassiopeia reminded Violetta and Destiny. Violetta, please lead the way, Destiny said with a wave of her hand. Violetta nodded her head and led Destiny towards the flow. After only a minute, the two of them found themselves in Black Abode. Violetta quickly led Destiny towards their parlor. Destiny found an old man who was already sitting in the parlor, playing with Doria. As soon as Violetta and Destiny entered the room, the old man's gaze focused on the new arrivals. The old man glanced at Violetta, then his gaze shifted over to Destiny, and immediately his eyes grew wide in surprise, but it was only for a moment. The old man narrowed his eyes and Destiny immediately sensed a passive mental probe brush against her mental shields. True unspeakable indeed, Destiny thought dryly. The man didn't even look ashamed after his failed legitimacy probe, but the man slightly shifted his posture. The men seemed to be slightly more guarded, but it wouldn't be a problem if the push came to a shove. Violetta was completely oblivious to this development. "Father, this is the person I was talking about," Violetta said, gesturing towards Destiny, and the men simply gave her a polite smile. "At first, I didn't think much of you, but you have impressed me quite a bit in a matter of a few seconds," the man said with a practiced smile on his face. "Gawain Bulstrode, what can I do for you?" Gawain asked with the same smile on his face. Destiny finally sat down on the opposite side of the table. "Doria, why don't you go outside and play?" Violetta suggested. DOA, the little girl glanced at everyone present inside the room, and moments later, she cutely nodded her head. "Okay, mother," Dora quipped as she left the room. Meanwhile, Destiny rummaged through her pocket and pulled out a scroll. Violetta immediately recognized the scroll. It was the same scroll Destiny had given them yesterday. So, Violetta already knew what her lady was about to request. Destiny didn't say anything, but she wandlessly levitated the scroll towards Gawain Bulstrode, who was watching Destiny with wide eyes. It was not every day that you found someone capable of performing wandless magic. True, she simply levitated a scroll towards him, but she did it wandlessly. That was very impressive if nothing else. "That was quite impressive. I only know 2 men who are capable of performing wandless magic," Gawain said in an impressed tone. He accepted the scroll and opened it. He quickly scanned the contents and looked up at Destiny. "Basically a secrecy oath, I see," Gawain muttered and placed the scroll on the table. He pulled out a black quill from his robes and scratched his name on the paper. Destiny immediately recognized the quill. It was a blood quill. It was a restricted artifact. Only the goblins and ministry officials were allowed to use this artifact. It seems that the unspeakables also had access to blood quills. Even if Gawain had used a normal quill to sign the contract would have still recognized his magic. "There," Gawain said and pushed the contract towards Destiny. She smiled and collected the scroll from the table. "It is nice to make your acquaintance, Mr. Bulstrode. I am Destiny Grindelwald." Destiny introduced herself in a dramatic tone, and she was satisfied with Gawain's reaction. The man's eyes grew wide comically as he stared at the young woman sitting in front of him. He glanced towards his daughter and she simply gave him a nod of confirmation. "That was quite a surprise, Miss Grindelwald." Gawain still looked quite surprised. "So, how can this old man help you?" Gawain asked curiously as he leaned forward on the table. "I have heard that you were an unspeakable." Destiny asked, and Gawain once again glanced towards his daughter, who looked completely stoic. He turned back towards Destiny and gave a stiff nod. "Good, what can you tell me about the unspeakables?" Destiny stated as she leaned on the table. "Ah. You have to forgive this old man, Miss Grindelwald. I won't be able to tell you much because the unspeakables are a paranoid bunch and they are extremely secretive. Even though I am retired, I am still under their oaths. I could only give you a brief overview of the Department of Mysteries, nothing more." "At least not directly," Gawain said, and Destiny looked pretty disappointed. "Pity. So, what can you tell me about this Department of Mysteries?" Destiny asked curiously. She didn't miss the fact that Gawain mentioned that he couldn't reveal anything directly, so she was obviously going to ask him elaborate. That is why Destiny didn't seem to be disappointed. There are mainly 6 divisions within the Department of Mysteries. There are some minor divisions too, but only a handful of unspeakables work there. Let's start with the main divisions. The first one is Brain Room. The concept of thought process is studied in this room. Basically, we study how thoughts are produced in this room. "I can't go into any more details," Gawain said, and Destiny simply gestured him to move on. Destiny also wanted to know how thoughts are produced in a brain, but since Gawain couldn't go into any more details, it was completely useless to her. For now, at least. Maybe in the future, she could gain access to the knowledge collected by the Department of Mysteries. Next, we have the Hall of Prophecy. Records of prophecy are stored inside this room. These prophecies are held in glass orbs, and these glass orbs are magically protected so that only the keeper of the Hall of Prophecies can touch them or the subject or subjects referring to an individual prophecy, Gawain explained, but Destiny didn't find the Hall of Prophecy to be interesting. After that, we have the Death Chamber. There is only one thing in this room. There is a stone archway with a tattered back curtain hanging from it. This arch is called the Veil of Death. It is said that the archway is the gateway to Death's realm. The Ministry of Magic used to toss criminals through the Veil of Death who were sentenced to death. Since they never walked out of the archway, we believe it to be a one-way ticket to Death's realm, Gawain explained about the third room, and this time, Destiny was very interested. Several questions sprung up in Destiny's mind. She already knew that the Deathly Hallows were a real deal, but to be honest, she didn't know if the Hallows were actually created by death or not. Now, she has found a gateway to Death's realm. Destiny was yet to use the Resurrection Stone. She didn't want to end up throwing herself in the Thames after summoning the spirit of the dead. She had also used the Death Stick for 4 years. She knew for sure that there was something special in the wand. The power she felt with that wand in her hand was simply unmatchable. She was phenomenal with that wand even when she was barely 11. She wondered what she would be able to do with that wand in now. Well, there was only one way to find out. Destiny wondered who was responsible for creating the Veil of Death. She wasn't even sure if it was actually the gateway to Death's realm. After all, there was no proof. The Veil of Death could be very well an execution device. Someone had probably to create a way to execute people without worrying about body disposal and end it with the Veil of Death. For now, Destiny decided to drop the matter as there was no way she could discover anything about the Veil from here. Then we have Love Room, Gawain said, and Destiny simply raised her brows in a questioning manner. Love Room? Destiny questioned with a weird look on her face. Yes, Love Room, Gawain repeated with a nod of his head. What do you know about love potions? Gawain asked, and Destiny simply shrugged. To be honest, not much, but I do know how to check my food and drinks, oh, and also the air, and I also know how to spot the signs, Destiny pointed out with a dismissive look on her face. That is good enough. You see, we might call them love potions, but they can't create love. They can only create infatuation, and we study why the potions can't recreate the feelings of love in the Love Room, Gawain explained, and Destiny cocked her head sideways in understanding. I see. It seems that there are still a lot of things I need to know, Destiny said in an amused tone, and Gawain nodded his head with a smile. We learn something new every day. Then, we have the space chamber. It is a dark room filled with models of the planets. We Unspeakables work on all of our astrology projects in there. Gawain trailed off, but it was pretty clear that Gawain was not that familiar with this particular room. And finally, we have the Time Room, the most secure place inside the Department of Mysteries. I can't tell you much about this room except for the facts that all the time turners are kept here and we research about time in there. With that, Gawain finally finished his explanation. I see. As expected, the Department of Mysteries is filled with interesting things, Destiny grinned in amusement. Though, there is something that has been bugging me. Why are you helping me, Mr. Bulstrode? I mean, you didn't even hear what I wanted to achieve and you still explained so much to me, Destiny asked while giving Gawain a questioning look. Gawain laughed lightly. I have heard your last name, that is enough for me. I know what you want to achieve and I completely agree with you. We know how quickly the Muggles are developing. Our department likes to keep an eye on them. It would be disastrous for us if they discover us, Gawain said in a grim tone. A lot of our kind died in the war, and the thing is, they simply died in the crossfire. Most of them weren't even involved in the war directly, but they were still killed. 2 whole families were killed while they were having dinner. Bombs dropped on their houses, Gawain spat out in disdain. It wasn't our war, but they dragged us in, Gawain said while shaking his head in disappointment. What you are doing must be done. Muggles would discover us, I mean, the Unspeakables are sure of it, we just don't know when. Then we will have what happened in the Middle Ages. Witch trials, witch burnings, and all that. Right now, Muggles are fighting among themselves, but as soon as they discover us, they will band together against a common enemy, us, Gawain laughed dryly. Violetta's face was marred with complete horror, her whole face was ashen like she had seen a ghost. Yesterday, Destiny's explanation was scary enough, but after hearing how bad the things truly were from her father's mouth, she didn't know how to react. Her world has been turned upside down in 2 days, but this was better than being killed while having dinner with your family. Muggles will obviously try to control us simply because they don't understand our powers, and at the same time, they are also afraid of our powers, but there will be some radical groups too. They will call us unnatural and they will try to cleanse the world of our existence, Gawain said and started to laugh humorlessly. So, you are also aware of the problem. Destiny muttered with a satisfied look on her face. Oh, it is just not me, but our whole department is aware of this problem. We always wanted to provide our services to Grindelwald, but he never stepped into Great Britain, Gawain said, and Destiny immediately perked up after hearing that the Unspeakables wanted to provide their services for their cause. Destiny wondered if Lady Luck was shining on her. I see, what type of services are you talking about? Destiny asked curiously, and Gawain simply smiled and leaned on the table, but after a few moments, his smile thinned. Nothing directly. All Unspeakables swear an oath to only serve the Department of Mysteries. Yes, we could swear a loyalty oath to you, but the department will always come first. The primary job of the Unspeakables is research. We research magic along with its many aspects, Gawain explained softly and released a sigh. We could also fight for you, but that might destroy our autonomy. Our autonomy is our best weapon. If our autonomy is gone and our department is absorbed into the ministry, then we would no longer be able to move through the shadows. Gawain looked frustrated by the end of his rant. I will be happy with whatever help you can give me, Destiny said with a neutral look on her face. She understood what Gawain was trying to say. They will help her with research and they will also collect information for her, but they wouldn't be fighting on the front lines with her. Destiny was completely fine with that. Miss Grindelwald, would you like to meet the others? Gawain asked and Destiny nodded her head, but before Gawain could continue Destiny raised her hand. I won't be meeting them in your department. I want to believe everything you are saying, but it is too good to be true. Let's go somewhere else, Destiny said as she slowly got up from her seat. Destiny was happy, extremely happy with this development, and that is why warning bells were ringing inside her mind. She didn't find any faults in Gawain's reasoning. If the unspeakables are really keeping an eye on the Muggles and they have also witnessed the horrors of the war, then it wouldn't be a surprise if they were ready to join their cause. Destiny had mingled with Muggles, even if she hated them. Just like she had said yesterday, knowing your enemy is important. At the rate the Muggles were developing, it was just a matter of time before they were discovered. The statute of secrecy in magical Britain was especially dodgy. Muggle-borns along with their parents who were Muggles were brought into their world and they were shown around. What if one of those said Muggles are related to the army, or they are high-ranking officials in the army? What if Muggles were already preparing to take over their world? Every year most of the Muggle-borns would leave the magical world, never to return. Where the hell were they going? They didn't have any Muggle education after the age of 11, so they probably couldn't get a proper job in the Muggle world too. For all she knew, the Muggle army already knew about their existence and right now, they were preparing to take over their world. Destiny knew for sure that the army officials were religious and extremely patriotic. They simply wouldn't accept that there is a separate country within their borders. They would freak out, even more, when they realized that the people living in this hidden country can wield arcane powers. So, yes. Destiny could understand why the unspeakables would like to join their cause, but that doesn't mean that she was going to trust them blindly. She had been very careful up to this point, and she wouldn't become careless now. So, even though she was extremely giddy, she knew that she needed to be extremely careful. I don't mind, instead I would have been disappointed if you had blindly followed me into the ministry. Do you have any places in mind? Gawain asked and Destiny simply cocked her head sideways. Yes, I do. Violetta, can you lower the wards for a moment so that I would apparate? Destiny questioned. She wasn't added to the wards, so she probably couldn't apparate from within the wards. That wouldn't be a problem, my lady. The wards simply stop someone from apparating in, but the wards will not stop anyone from apparating out. I would have added to the wards, but only my husband can do that, Violetta finished in an apologetic tone. That is fine, I suppose, Destiny said and extended her hand towards Gawain. Gawain accepted the offered limb and brushed his lips against Destiny's knuckles. Yep, Destiny forgot that British men greeted women by kissing their knuckles. Yesterday, nobody had greeted her in such a manner, probably they forgot due to the serious topics. After kissing her knuckles, Gawain respectfully bowed his head. Destiny snorted in amusement and moments later, she disapparated along with Gawain. With a soft crack, Destiny and Gawain appeared outside a small village. Destiny let go of Gawain's hand as Gawain looked around. Call them here, Destiny said, and with a wave of her hand, she cast the Muggle-repelling charm around the place, so that Muggles couldn't interrupt their meeting. Gawain nodded his head. He pulled out his wand and pointed towards the sky. Expecto Patronum, Gawain called out and an otter came out of his wand. Moments later, the otter disappeared into the horizon. Destiny conjured herself a chair with a wave of her hand and did the same for Gawain, who had a look of awe in his eyes. I don't need to be an expert in magic, but how much did you practice to achieve something like that? Gawain asked with an odd look on his face. His voice was filled with reverence. Years. I never practiced conjuring chairs wandlessly, it is completely natural to me now. I mean, casting magic. It is like my second nature, Destiny shrugged and Gawain practically had stars in his eyes. He was looking like a child on a sugar rush. Gawain wanted to keep asking questions, but he didn't want to end up annoying Destiny, so he stopped himself. After nearly half an hour, a group of 20 people dressed in grey cloaks arrived via Portkey. All of them were wearing hoods and their faces were hidden by some sort of obscuring charm. Destiny tried to look past the charms, but they were extremely strong. She needed to dispel the charm and Destiny didn't know how to deactivate the charm. One of the people stepped forward. It was hard to decipher their gender with those grey cloaks covering their bodies, but Destiny presumed the person who stepped forward was a man. Why did you call us here, Gawain, and who is this woman? Yes, it was a man. The man questioned Gawain, but his wand was trained on Destiny. The others also had their wands trained on Destiny, but she looked completely relaxed, much to their confusion. Gawain turned towards Destiny. Since he had signed the contract, he couldn't reveal anything without Destiny's express permission. Tell them to swear secrecy oaths to you, Destiny said while looking towards Gawain. Destiny knew that the unspeakables could circumvent the oaths since she hadn't given them her name, but if they swore secrecy oaths to Gawain, then they couldn't circumvent the oaths so easily. Now, there was a reason Destiny was trusting Gawain with the oaths. The thing is, no matter who you swear the oath to, if you break the oath you pay the price. Some think that oaths are based on intent, but that is not true, not exactly. True, the intent is important, as without the necessary intention the magic wouldn't react to the oath, but it was the wording that held the most importance. That won't be happening, Missy, whoever you are, the leader growled menacingly and stepped towards her in a threatening manner. This is when Gawain decided to step in and smoothen the interaction. Just swear an oath. It is important, Gawain said in a grave tone. The man slightly lowered his wand and seemed to ponder, but the others still had their wands trained at Destiny. Fine. I will be putting my trust in you. For now, the man finally relaxed his posture. After watching that, the others also lowered their wands. Destiny was quite impressed with their bond and teamwork. If nothing else, the unspeakables seemed to be a tight bunch. Let's decide on the wording, the leader called out, and Gawain visibly relaxed. Destiny decided to watch from the sidelines and not intervene. Destiny was quite well versed in oaths and their wordings. So, if Gawain tried to stab her in the back by botching the wording, then she would know it right away. In this way, Destiny was testing them, and if they tried to try something, then nobody besides Gawain was going to leave this place. She was going to leave him alive, so he could wallow in guilt and to keep Violetta loyal to her. Gawain and the unspeakables quickly dished out the wordings, and one by one they swore the oaths. Destiny was carefully watching them so that none of them could fake the oath by lacking intent. Destiny smirked as the last unspeakable finished her oath. Destiny grinned and stepped forward. Greetings, it is nice to meet all of you. I am Destiny Grindelwald, and I have heard that all of you wanted to join our cause. Destiny said with a grin, taking all the unspeakables by surprise. Equals. Up to 2 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. == 7139 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys. Chapter 20, Unspeakable Library. So, is this all of you? Destiny asked after she finally finished discussing some initial stuff with the unspeakables. After she revealed her name, they wanted proof, as any other sane person would, so she showed them her signet ring. One of the unspeakables came forward, wanting to check if the ring on her finger was genuine or not. Destiny allowed the men to cast the charm, and when the results came out positive, talking with the unspeakables became quite easy. They were glad that they were finally able to make contact with one of the leaders of the movement. Since Destiny was the genuine heiress of the Grindelwald family, the unspeakables were sure that she was the most trusted aide of Gellert Grindelwald. They also started to call her Lady Grindelwald, not that she cared either way. As long as they followed her orders while staying loyal to her, she wouldn't mind what they called her. That is why Destiny wasn't bothered by the fact that Gawain Bulstrode had been calling her Miss Grindelwald. No, my lady. There are a lot more of us, but right now only my team is free, one of the unspeakables answered Destiny's question. They have removed their hoods, but they didn't reveal their names. They simply couldn't reveal their names to anyone who knew that they were unspeakables. They have used oaths to protect their identities. There are a lot of people who would try to capture unspeakables to get information. So, they have used oaths to protect their identities. So, if one of them gets captured, he couldn't sell out the others no matter what. Some of the unspeakables have been trying to get this law changed because they thought that it was too heavy-handed and barbaric, but the older unspeakables wouldn't allow it, at least as long as they are still in service. So, the unspeakables introduced themselves to Destiny via using their assigned numbers. Unspeakable number 21 was the leader of this team. Destiny understood the necessity for their paranoia and secrecy. For fuck's sake, she was planning to capture an unspeakable and roast him or her for all the information before Gawain had revealed that the unspeakables wanted to join their cause. So, Destiny quickly memorized their numbers. I see. I would like to meet all of you at the same time if that is possible. Destiny trailed off with an unsure look on her face. That would be very hard, my lady. All the teams have different shifts, so you can only meet us in groups, Unspeakable number 21 answered in an apologetic tone. Unspeakable number 21 was one of the oldest unspeakables in service, and he was quite experienced, it showed. I see. Can you ask all of your team members to swear a loyalty oath to you? Destiny asked while rubbing her chin. Of course, my lady. If you have the wordings in mind, or we can prepare the oaths, Unspeakable number 21 answered with a snap. Yes, I do, Destiny said and pulled out a different scroll from her pocket. He levitated the scroll into Unspeakable number 21's hands. The men quickly inspected the oath. We would need to add a stipulation, my lady. I want to add a clause so that I can release them from the oaths after I retire. Somebody else will take my place and it would be wrong for me to keep them bound to me. Unspeakable number 21 explained, and Destiny didn't have any problems with that, but she still decided to put up an argument. How about adding a clause for transferring the oaths to your successor, instead of releasing the oaths, and if one of your men succeeds your position, then they automatically get freed from the oaths and the loyalty oaths of the others gets transferred to him or her. Destiny suggested, and Unspeakable number 21 started to chin with a thoughtful look on his face. That would work, Unspeakable number 21 said with a nod of his head. After that, the Unspeakable started to modify the original oath. It took them only a few minutes to get it done, and one by one the Unspeakable swore loyalty oaths to their leaders. Since they had to use their names for the oath, Unspeakable number 21 had to erect a silencing ward around him. Even though Destiny couldn't hear what they were saying, she could still easily sense their magic reacting with their oaths. Finally, it was the time for the leader to swear his oath to Destiny. Unspeakable number 21 swore the oath. Destiny felt his magic react and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. With a wave of her hand, Destiny ripped the silencing ward. That's good. So, what kind of services can you provide me? I understand that you won't be joining me in the front lines, Destiny questioned curiously. We could spy for you, we could give you all of our research data, we could give you access to our library, we could work as your research team, and we can always provide you with a couple of time turners, Unspeakable number 21 answered with a smile, and Destiny slowly closed her eyes with a neutral look on her face. Even though she looked completely uninterested on the outside, it was completely opposite for her on the inside. She wanted to dance in joy, but doing that would ruin her image, so she simply satisfied herself by dancing inside her mind. She already knew that they were ready to spy for her. She would have gained access to their research data either way, but she was practically salivating over the fact that she could gain access to their library. No matter what anybody says. Destiny was not a fighter. She might be one of the best fighters in the world, but in reality, she was a scholar. She had traveled around the world, collecting magical knowledge or rediscovering lost magic or knowledge. She wondered what sort of arcane magic she was going to discover in their library. Having her own research team was also awesome, and she also wanted to have her own time turners. Destiny slowly opened her eyes. How can I gain access to your library? Destiny asked, looking straight into the Unspeakable number 21's eyes. You won't be able to access our normal library, but you can access our library from a backup location. We have to keep a backup of our library in case the ministry is toppled. There is no way that we would just allow some random Dark Lord to access all that knowledge, so we will destroy the library with fiend fire. For instances like that, we have backup locations, Unspeakable number 21 explained, and Destiny was extremely giddy on the inside. Where is this backup location and how can I access this backup location? Destiny asked in an impatient tone. It would be too hard to tell you. My lady, do you know legilimency? Unspeakable number 21 asked, and Destiny gave him a, are you for real, look, and the man could only nod his head with a sheepish look on his face after he saw Destiny's reaction. Of course, you can. Ahem, my lady, I will be lowering my mental shields, I will show you the memory, Unspeakable number 21 added after gathering his bearings. Destiny was already staring into the man's eyes, so it took her only a moment to enter his mind. As soon as she was in his mind, she found herself in front of a memory. There is a bank in Aberdeen. Inside the bank, there is a very special door. The door can be only seen by someone magical, and you can only open the door with a specific code which is only known by the high-ranking members of the Unspeakables. The bank was also protected by a special type of alert ward. If anybody operated inside or disapparated from inside the bank, the alert ward would trigger. Through the special door, you will gain access to a very special vault. Once again, the vault can only be opened by someone who knows the code. If you try to crack the code or anything, then you won't like what will happen to you, if you are even alive. Through the vault, you will be able to gain access to several underground floors hidden underneath the bank, and that is where the Unspeakables keep the backup of their gigantic library. Unspeakable number 21 is a high-ranking member of the Unspeakables, so he obviously knew the codes for both the door and the vault. For now, Destiny couldn't be any more happier. So, she slowly herself out of Unspeakable number 21's mind. The said Unspeakable blinked and shook his head to clear his mind. That is a pretty nice way to hide something. Destiny grinned. Unspeakable number 21 could only smile after hearing the compliment. There is something else I needed to ask you. Destiny trailed off, and Unspeakable number 21 simply tilted his head in curiosity. Do you know of any wards that can cancel kinetic motion? I searched for a ward like that throughout M Travels, but I haven't found any, Destiny said, and Unspeakable number 21 simply turned towards Unspeakable number 85. My lady, he is the specialist in wards, Unspeakable number 21 said, pointing towards Unspeakable number 85. Unspeakable number 85 came forward so that he could directly give an answer to Destiny, and from the looks of it, he seemed to be thinking very hard. After a few seconds of complete silence, he decided to speak up. What is kinetic motion? The unspeakable number 85 asked, and Destiny almost lost her balance after hearing the question. Destiny gave him an unimpressed glare, and unspeakable number 85 at least had the decency to look embarrassed. Even unspeakable number 21 seemed to be looking embarrassed. Destiny released a sigh and looked into the man's eyes. Unspeakable number 85 was about to break the eye contact, but before he could do that, he felt a presence inside his mind. Moments later, he found himself inside a memory. The man quickly understood what Destiny was talking about. Now that she had given him an explanation, she quickly pulled herself out of the man's mind. After a few seconds, the eyes of unspeakable number 85 regained clarity. I see. So, that is what kinetic motion is. I am quite fascinated by Muggle science. The man trailed off, and then he glanced towards Destiny. Unfortunately, my lady, I don't have any wards that could cancel kinetic motion. I can look for them in our library, but I don't think that I will find anything, unspeakable number 85 said in an apologetic tone. Destiny was slightly disappointed, but there was nothing she could do. I see. Do you think that you can create a ward that could cancel the kinetic motion? Destiny asked, and unspeakable number 85 eagerly nodded his head. It might take some time, but I am sure that I would be able to create something. Now that I know what kinetic motion is, I will be able to ask others for help too, unspeakable number 85 gushed out excitedly, and Destiny was quite pleased to see how eager he was. Well, a ward like would be necessary for their war with the Muggles. Then I will leave you with that. Destiny said while looking at unspeakable number 85, then she turned towards unspeakable number 21. If you want to tell the others about me, then you need to make them swear secrecy oaths to you. Destiny said, and then she asked Gawain to release all the unspeakables from their secrecy oaths. After that, unspeakable number 21 ordered his whole team not to reveal anything about Lady Grindelwald to anyone. Only unspeakable number 21 was allowed to reveal anything, but only if the person in front of them agreed to swear a secrecy oath. Destiny was supremely happy with this development. Now that Destiny didn't have anything to discuss with the unspeakables, everyone decided to leave, but Destiny stopped unspeakable number 21 and Gawain to stay for a moment. Gawain, I would be happy if you decided to join my cause, Destiny said while looking at Gawain. The said wizard simply smiled and respectfully bowed his head. I would be happy to, my lady, Gawain said, and Destiny asked him to swear his loyalty to unspeakable number 21. As soon as the oath was done, Destiny said that they could leave, and moments later both of them were gone. Destiny also disapparated only after a moment. Line break. When Destiny returned to Cassiopeia's house, she found that Violetta was also there. As soon as they noticed Destiny's arrival, Violetta stopped talking and turned towards Destiny to greet her, but Destiny simply gestured to continue as she was. Violetta looked slightly uncomfortable, but she relented. So, how was your day? It was Cassiopeia who broke the ice after Destiny's arrival. It was quite eventful, Destiny said with a curt nod of her head and jumped onto the couch. Destiny closed her eyes and released a tired sigh. My lady, did the unspeakables join our cause? Violetta asked with a hint of nervousness in her voice. Violetta really wanted to know if her father had joined their cause or not, but it wasn't her place to question her lady. She might have been a Bulstrode before marriage, but now she was a Black. The Black family had decided to join the cause, so if her father had refused to join, then her relationship with her parental family was going to sour. You don't have to worry about that. The unspeakables have decided to join our cause, Destiny answered with a faint smile on her face. After hearing Destiny's words, Cassiopeia and Violetta couldn't stop bright and cheerful smiles from forming on their faces. That is great. Having the support of unspeakables is a great boon. A lot of Dark Lords and ladies have tried to bring them into their folds, but they have failed. I think this is the first time the unspeakables have decided to join someone who is trying to overthrow the government, Cassiopeia gushed out excitedly, and Violetta could only nod her head in agreement. They have only decided to join our cause because they understand the threat of Muggles. The magical governments around the world would never admit the fact that the Muggles are a threat. They will simply pretend everything is fine while sticking their heads into the sand. That is how it works, and if anybody tries to do anything, then they are declared Dark Lords or ladies. Destiny trailed off with a bored look on her face. It has happened throughout the history, Destiny added with a shrug, and with a wave of her hand, she took off her boots. The ICW has also transformed into a Muggle protection organization. You have no idea what kind of shit they pull. Destiny continued her rant, and Violetta looked slightly scandalized over Destiny's language while Cassiopeia seemed to be amused. To be honest, neither Violetta nor Cassiopeia have ever tried to challenge the statute of secrecy, so they didn't have any idea what type of punishment you could receive. There is a girl named Sophia in my forces. She is a pureblood, she was in Auror Academy and she was one of the best students. Before graduating, Sophia along with a few more were sent on an easy mission as a test, but due to some twist of fate, a Muggle ended up getting injured and they prioritized their mission over obliviating the Muggle. the muggle ran away and blabbed. Sophia and her team were kicked out of the Auror Academy and they were forbidden from ever working in the ministry. Destiny finished the story and both Violetta and Cassiopeia looked completely horrified. There are a lot more examples like that, but you get the idea, right? Destiny asked with a humorless grin. Violetta and Cassiopeia could only contemplate in silence. After that, Destiny picked up the tome she had been reading before Violetta's arrival. She was also planning to visit the backup vault of the Unspeakables after lunch. For now, she won't be telling anyone about their backup vault. Line break. After a couple of hours, Destiny found herself standing outside the Bank of Scotland. It was a branch of the Bank of Scotland, but it was pretty big and people were continuously going in and out of the bank. Nobody paid any attention to Destiny as she entered the bank. She quickly made her way through the bank until she located the secret door. Destiny tapped the door at specific places with her wand and the door opened with a click. Inside the room, there was only a vault. The vault wasn't anything special, at least from the outside. Destiny entered the room and closed the door behind her. Steadily she made her approach towards the vault. She slowly placed her hand on the dial. Since Destiny knew the code, she started to twist the dial and moments later, entered the combination of the code. The vault door unlocked with a loud clang and Destiny couldn't stop herself from grinning. She pulled the door open and inside the vault, there was a spiral staircase. Destiny stepped inside the vault and the lamps on the walls lit up. Destiny slowly climbed down the stairs as she didn't want to be caught in some sort of trap. She had been continuously using her magic sonar spell along with detection spells. She hadn't seen any traps in Unspeakable number 21's memories, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Destiny was eager, giddy, and excited, but she didn't dare lower her guard. She finally arrived on the first basement floor and Destiny's eyes grew wide. From the memories, she knew that the place was huge, but the memory simply didn't do any justice to how massive the first basement was, and the whole floor was packed with bookshelves and all of them seemed to be full. Destiny wondered how much time it would take her to finish all the books on this floor. After casting a few more detection spells, Destiny grabbed the ledger placed on the study table which was right beside the staircase. Destiny removed the dust with a quick wandless scour jiffy spell before sitting down at the table. She didn't forget to check the table or the chair for any sort of trap. Yes, being paranoid is much better than getting fried. Destiny opened the ledger to see if there were any interesting books or not. There were hundreds of books that caught Destiny's attention, so Destiny decided to read them before leaving. She couldn't take away any of the books with her. If she tried then an alarm would go off in the Department of Mysteries and her jig would be up. So, instead of taking any of the books, Destiny was going to use her clemency to memorize the contents of the books. After that, Destiny quickly made her way towards the second basement. The second basement wasn't huge like the first basement, but it was still quite large. All the books on this floor were of the darker type or downright gut-wrenching types. There was more than just one section of books on blood magic. Destiny found that Christmas had come early for her. Destiny reluctantly made her way towards the third floor of the basement. The third basement was basically filled with junk the Unspeakables would never need. The third basement was the smallest, and it wasn't a backup location to be exact. In fact, it was much more like a storage room. Various types of artifacts were stored in the third basement, but none of the artifacts would be useful for Destiny. Most of these artifacts were probably broken due to the passage of time. Since there was nothing useful in the third basement, Destiny quickly made her way towards the second basement. She wanted to read the books related to blood magic, the other books could wait. So, Destiny grabbed a bunch of books from the blood magic section and sat down at the table. Destiny opened the first book only to find that she was already quite familiar with the spells mentioned in this book, so she put away the book. The second book was mostly the same, but there were a few spells, which were completely new to Destiny. Destiny quickly memorized all the spells. She could always test them later on the Muggles. Even though Destiny was yet to find anything impressive, she wasn't disappointed in the slightest. There were still a lot of books related to blood magic to go through. There was also nothing new in the third book, but the fourth book was a hidden gem. All the spells inside the book were completely new to Destiny. The book was completely dedicated to blood transfiguration. Destiny already knew the blood acid curse, which was also a form of blood transfiguration, but the spells in the book were completely different. If you use the blood acid curse on someone then they will die, because there is no counter curse of the spell, and even if you create a counter curse, it would be completely useless because by the time you would apply the counter curse, the damage would be already done. The death of the victim would be inevitable. But the spells inside this book was specifically designed for torture purpose. In the blood acid curse, the transfiguration was instantaneous, while the spells in the book worked very slowly, making it very painful for the victim. All of them came with their counter curses, and in the case of a few spells, you could also reverse the damage. Even though there were better ways to collect information, there might be some instances where she might want to cause slow and extreme pain to her victim, so she decided to memorize all the spells. Yes, she could always use the Cruciatus curse to cause pain, but she didn't like how she had to revel in the pain of her victim. Destiny did find a roundabout way. She discovered a way to manipulate her intent using a clemency so that she could revel in the pain of her victim without actually enjoying herself, but it was too bothersome. Destiny discovered that she could also use the killing curse without actually hating her victim using this method. Destiny suspected that continuously using the Cruciatus curse and the killing curse might twist your mind, even though Destiny never felt anything different in her mind after using those curses. True, the influence might have been too slow or too small to notice anything, but Destiny never felt any sort of urge to use those curses. Whenever she used them, she did it by her own choice, but it was better to be safe than sorry, and having other options was always better. After finishing the 4th book, she moved on to the 5th book. There was nothing new in the 5th book, so she simply put it was away. She picked up the 6th book, and the 6th book was all about blood adoption rituals. Various methods of blood adoption rituals were mentioned in the book. In magical Britain, only the goblins were allowed to perform the blood adoption ritual since it was a sovereign territory. Destiny found the method Gellert had used to adopt her into his family. The ritual Gellert had used needed the consent of both parties, and there were several rituals too where the consent of both parties were not necessary. There were a few rituals where the consent of the adoptee was unnecessary. You could forcefully adopt a child into your family, and there were also a few rituals where the consent of the adopter was unnecessary. You could forcefully get yourself adopted into a family of your choice. Right now, Destiny didn't have any need for any of these rituals, but she still memorized them. After all, she might need one of these rituals in the future. All of a sudden, Destiny was hexed by her own alarm charm. Destiny immediately cast Tempest to see the time, and she simply released a sigh and slowly got up. She was about to start the 7th book. Destiny levitated all the books to the bookshelves. With that done, Destiny slowly and carefully left the vault. After leaving the bank, she apparat straight into Cassiopeia's house. "Oh. I was wondering when you were going to return," Cassiopeia said in a chirpy tone as soon as she noticed Destiny's arrival. Destiny smiled at Cassiopeia's concern. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Destiny grinned. "Let me take a bath, then I will join you for dinner," Destiny added, and Cassiopeia simply inclined her head in acknowledgement. Destiny simply leaned down and gave a peck on Cassiopeia's lips before heading upstairs. As soon as Destiny entered her room, she noticed that the gem on top of her letterbox was blinking steadily. Destiny tapped the lid of the box with her wand and the lid opened with a soft click. Destiny grabbed the letter without wasting any more time and opened it. "Dear Destiny, we have already departed from Calais and we are going to arrive in Dover in somewhere around a week. After arriving in Dover, I will be sending you a Patronus. With love. Ambika." It was a small note instead of a letter, but it contained all the information Destiny needed. "So, they are going to arrive in a week. It seems that I need to ask Sirius to arrange the materials for the base," Destiny mused and destroyed the note. It didn't contain any sort of secret of anything, but Destiny hated leaving letters lying around, and since the letter didn't hold anything of importance, she decided to get rid of it, instead of preserving it. After that, Destiny placed Neptune on the desk and made her way towards the bathroom. Line break. February, 1927, near Dover. "That is it. We are about to reach the port," Donovan called out loudly from the bridge of the ferry. It has been a week since they have departed from Calais and they were finally going to enter the port of Dover in maybe half an hour. The whole ferry was occupied by Crimson Knights, so after boarding the ferry, the Crimson Knights have decided to take over and the crew of the ship were being held under the Imperious Curse. They had to put the ship's crew under the Imperious Curse to stop them from asking weird questions, and they also wanted to continue practicing magic while on board the ship. "Okay, tell everyone to get ready. I don't want to waste any more time." After reaching the port, Ambika said, and the other lieutenants agreed with her. Donovan and Ambika immediately sent some of their subordinates to convey the order around the ferry. Both of them also sent a couple of witches to help Annabelle with the children. "What about the check post?" Quentin asked while looking at Ambika. She thought for a bit before she turned towards Donovan. "You will present all the documents," Ambika said while looking at Donovan, who nodded his head after hearing Ambika's order. Then Ambika turned towards Quentin. "You will be making the Muggles more compliant with magic, and if anything goes sideways then your men will take care of the Muggles. Vladimir, ask your men to support Quentin's team in case something goes awry and we end up murdering the Muggles." Ambika dished out the orders and everyone left the bridge after nodding their heads. After half an hour, the ferry finally docked at the port of Dover. The Crimson Knights obliviated all the crew members and then they modified their memories to make it look like the whole trip was completely normal and their passengers were also completely normal. After leaving the ferry, all of them made their way towards the checkpoint with Donovan and his team in the front while Quentin and his team were trailing right behind them. The massive group finally arrived at the checkpoint, and as soon as Donovan and his team started to present their documents, Quentin and men confounded all the Muggles on the checkpoint to make them more compliant. It stopped the Muggles from asking weird questions as they continued to verify the documents. They could have skipped the whole process, but they wanted to keep appropriate Muggle documents as they might need to infiltrate some Muggle authority office. It took them nearly an hour to get all the documents verified, but according to them, it was worth it. After getting the documents verified, the Crimson Knights quickly walked out of the port so that they could send a Patronus to Destiny. After leaving the port, Ambika's subordinates quickly erected a muggle-repelling ward big enough to cover all the Crimson Knights. Expecto Patronum. Ambika waved her wand towards the sky while thinking about the message she wanted to send, and a silver astral badger burst out of her wand tip and disappeared into the horizon. Line break. It has been a week since the first group of unspeakables under Unspeakable number 21 have sworn their oaths to Destiny. Since then, the other unspeakable teams who were also sympathetic to her cause have come one by one to visit Destiny so that they could swear their oaths to Destiny. The whole week has been quite busy for Destiny. First, she had to meet Sirius and ask him to arrange for the materials to build their new base. Sirius happily agreed, and even though Destiny wanted to use her own gold, Sirius waved her off, telling her that he will take care of it. After only 2 days, the raw materials started to arrive in the empty plot via port keys. Destiny had been also spending most of her time in the backup vault of the Unspeakables. After dinner, Destiny would work on giving a will to her magic. It was a time-consuming process, but Destiny was determined to achieve that state. After doing that, she would teach Gellert how to achieve that state. So, like any other day, Destiny was bunking inside the backup vault of the Unspeakables when the messenger Patronus of Ambika arrived. "We are waiting for you outside the port of Dover." The message was short and brief, but it was more than enough for Destiny. She quickly got up and levitated the books back to the bookshelves. She was quite sure that she wouldn't be able to return here now that the knights were already here. Destiny walked out of the bank after a few minutes, and she disapparated as soon as she walked out of the bank. Destiny arrived outside the port of Dover with a soft crack. She immediately noticed her knights, and her knights also noticed her arrival. Once again Destiny operat, and this time she arrived inside the muggle-repelling wards. As soon as Destiny arrived in front of the knights, they bowed their heads. "Hail, Lady Grindelwald!" All of the Crimson Knights exclaimed together at the same time. Destiny was slightly taken aback by their intensity, and then she realized that she had missed this. Destiny smiled softly as she looked around. Even the children were paying respect to her by bowing their heads. "Raise your heads!" Destiny called out loudly, and everyone finally raised their heads. Destiny approached her lieutenants. "I assume that you didn't have any problems during the journey?" Destiny asked with a grin. "None, my lady," Quentin answered in a respectful tone. "Good. Prepare the flying carpets," Destiny ordered. Brooms were faster, but flying carpets had more space for both the passengers and luggage. Dover and Cornwall were on the opposite side of the island, so they needed to cover a huge distance before they could reach Cornwall. The children were going to travel on the flying carpets as they didn't have much experience with brooms. Yes, they played Quidditch on the brooms, but they had never covered such a long distance on a broom, and they were going to fly above the clouds during the journey, so that was another problem. It took them somewhere around half an hour to prepare everything. The flying carpets would be controlled by the caretakers of the children. Meanwhile, all the Crimson Knights are going to travel on brooms. The knights quickly cast strong Notice Me Not charms on the brooms and carpets as they wanted to avoid getting noticed by the Ministry of Magic. Destiny slowly rose up in the air, and the others followed her lead. Ambika, Quentin, Donovan, and Vladimir were right behind Destiny. Half of the knights were right behind Destiny, and the lieutenants followed by the flying carpets carrying children, and finally the remaining Crimson Knights at the back. It took them about an hour to reach Cornwall from Dover. Unlike the brooms, the flying carpets weren't designed for speed. That is why they had to travel at a slower speed. The brooms were fast enough to cover the distance between Dover and Cornwall in under 10 minutes. Even Destiny could match the speed of the fastest brooms out there, but she had to take it slow so that flying carpets could match their speed. "This place is certainly nice," Vladimir said as he looked around at the plot. "We have the permission to extend the wards up to the seashore, but I have different plans in mind," Destiny commented as she gestured her lieutenants to come closer. "I plan to put our base under Fidelius as soon as the building is complete," Destiny said, and all of her lieutenants were impressed. They knew what Fidelius' charm was, but they had never used it. "So, how quickly can we prepare the base?" "We already have the raw materials, and we could get more if necessary," Destiny questioned while looking at Vladimir. Vladimir and his team might be the best fighters among the knights, but that wasn't their only talent. Vladimir started to rub his chin with a thoughtful look on his face, and then he glanced towards the pile of materials. After a few moments of silence, he simply shrugged. "Depends on how big we want our base to be," Vladimir pointed out. "Big enough to house 4,000 people, and I also want a ballroom along with several halls. I might call a meeting with all of my followers, so big places might be necessary. I also might need to hold some balls and shit," Destiny answered with a thoughtful look on his face. Vladimir gave her a curt nod. "I see, let me prepare a rough outline. That way, it will be easier to understand the design. Do you want a Victorian-style building?" Vladimir asked while scratching his head. He pulled out a notepad and a pen from his robes. He quickly wrote down the points Destiny had mentioned. "I don't care, to be honest. Make a few designs, I will tell you which one is the best, Destiny suggested, and once again Vladimir gave her a curt nod and walked away. Ambika, send a few of your subordinates to set up the tents for the children. I am sure that Anna wouldn't mind having a few helpers, Destiny said while looking at Ambika. The white-haired girl gave her a respectful nod and walked away. Quentin, take some of your men and check out all the magical alleys. Post a few of them here and there so that they could collect information. Donovan, you also accompany him, scout a place to start recruitments, and I also need the two of you to send a few of your people in the Muggle world. Destiny quickly dished out the orders. Both Quentin and Donovan gave her a respectful nod, but before they could leave, Destiny stopped them. Wait, Destiny called out and pulled a parchment from her pocket. I have written down all the information I have gathered in there, it will obviously help you, Destiny said and wandlessly levitated the parchment into Quentin's hands. After that, Quentin and Donovan gave her a respectful nod before leaving. After that, Destiny went on helping around. Vladimir approached Destiny after a few hours with a few parchments in his hand. He was being followed by a few members from his team. Destiny speculated that they must have helped Vladimir with the designs. Vladimir extended the parchments in his hands towards Destiny. My lady, I have prepared some designs with the help of a few members of my team, Vladimir added proudly. Destiny gave him an appreciative smile and took the parchments from Vladimir's hands. Destiny quickly checked the designs. Only one of the designs caught her eyes, so Destiny handed over the parchment to Vladimir. This one. I like this one. How much time do you think you are going to need to build this? Destiny asked, and once again Vladimir glanced towards the pile of raw materials. 2 weeks if we can get a continuous supply of the materials. These materials won't be enough to build the whole thing. Oh, do you want the building to be big enough to hold 4,000 people without any expansion charms? Vladimir questioned. 4,000 people without expansion charms, Destiny answered, and Vladimir gaped at her for a moment, before he gathered back his bearings. Then we are talking about a mini-castle. We would need more time, maybe a month. Vladimir guessed, and Destiny simply grinned after hearing his answer. I always wanted to have a castle, call it a childhood dream of mine. Add a Quidditch field along with various training grounds, Destiny said, and Vladimir turned back towards his men, who seemed to be slightly shaken due to the surmountable task in front of them. Heh. What the hell are you looking down for? This is a challenge and we will overcome this challenge too. Vladimir exclaimed while looking at his men. They immediately regained their confidence and cheered loudly. Destiny simply shook her head after watching their antics. After lunch, once again everyone found themselves busy. Moving bases was not an easy task, and now they had to live in tents for quite some time. Vladimir and his team had already started to work on their project. Destiny was also helping them, as none of them had enough magic to dig the ground for the foundation. They could do it, but it would take them a lot of time, but Destiny did it only in a matter of a couple of hours. It was already dark when Ambika found herself a small break, but she couldn't relax for long as Destiny decided to ambush her from behind. I have missed you so much, Destiny whispered into Ambika's ear as her hands groped Ambika's breasts from the back. Ambika's breath hitched and she subconsciously started to grind her ass over Destiny's scared garden. Ambika's whole body shivered in anticipation, but she was able to regain her senses before she could lose herself into her urges. Wait. Not here, Destiny. Someone might see us, Ambika almost pleaded, and Destiny simply couldn't say no to such a request, so she sighed along opérade with Ambika into her room. The two of them directly appeared over Destiny's bed. Is this okay? Destiny asked huskily, and Ambika's answer was a loud moan. Destiny pinched Ambika's nipple with one hand while her other hand snaked inside Ambika's robes, reaching the wet cave in between Ambika's legs. Line break. I miss this, Ambika said while playing with Destiny's crimson hair while her head was lying in the valley between Destiny's twin peaks. Miss what? Sex or cuddling? Destiny asked softly as she continued to caress Ambika's back. Ambika hummed in content. Both, and I also missed you, Ambika answered with a cheeky grin on her face. Destiny smirked after hearing Ambika's answer. I see, so we should rectify that, shouldn't we? Destiny asked, and once again Ambika hummed. I suppose we can. Ambika trailed off, and as soon as she finished speaking, she found herself pinned down under Destiny. Ambika giggled and captured Destiny's lips. Line break. What am I even supposed to say to her? Ambika asked humorlessly. I can't go out and say. Hello, my name is Ambika Rajat and I am also Destiny's lover, Ambika snapped, and Destiny started to snicker after hearing Ambika's rant. Ambika balefully glared at Destiny. Of course, that would be very inappropriate and rude to say while greeting someone, Destiny said in an amused tone, and Ambika continued to glare at Destiny, completely unimpressed by her cheap jokes. Destiny released a huge sigh. How about just greeting her normally for a start? Destiny suggested, and after a few moments of silence, Ambika gave her a stiff nod. How did the two of you even meet? Ambika questioned curiously. I met her in a pub called Leaky Cauldron. My portkey dropped me right outside the pub. Her table was empty, so after asking for her permission, I sat down at her table. She was quite impressed with my wandless magic and decided to take a chance. Destiny gave Ambika a brief description of her meeting with Cassiopeia. She seems to be quite an opportunist. Do you think she is the right choice? Ambika asked with some concern in her voice. Destiny had already fortified the room with wards before having a lay in the hay with Ambika, so she wasn't bothered about anyone eavesdropping. Even house elves can't eavesdrop on her conversation. Yes, she is an opportunist, but that doesn't mean that she is bad. I am also an opportunist. I only got involved with her due to the weight of her family in magical Britain. They are paying everything for our new base. I didn't even need to spend a single galleon. Cassie gave me a plot while Sirius is paying for the raw materials, Destiny explained, and Ambika could only sigh. That is good, I suppose. Ambika admitted. The Black family is also going to introduce me to several like-minded people. Through them, I have made contact with the Unspeakables and they have also joined our cause, Destiny added, and Ambika didn't have any arrangements against that, so she simply decided to accept Cassiopeia. At least, for now. 'Up to 2 advanced chapters on my Patreon. My Patreon link is https://www.patreon.com/ingloriousme. == 7164 words in this chapter. My Discord server, https://discord.gg/vq6rpaqvys.